Eldridge Tyler was cruising down a lonely Nebraska highway as dusk began to settle, the call coming through just as the sun dipped low. He'd spent the afternoon shopping with his granddaughter, and now she was sprawled across the back seat of his faded Silverado, utterly captivated by the brand-new sneakers she held aloft. At 8 years old, she was lost in her own world, making quiet, curious noises as she watched the oversized shoes sway above her. Tyler sometimes wondered if she was a bit behind other kids her age, but he never said it out loud. His phone, a simple model with a few customized features, suddenly blared with a distinctive, grating tone, a sound reserved for only a handful of contacts. It cut through the quiet of the empty road, miles from the shopping center and even farther from home. He snatched it up, pressed answer, and brought it to his ear. "Yeah? We could have a job for you," a voice stated flatly. "For me?" Tyler replied. "You and your rifle, like the old days?" Tyler's brow furrowed. "Could have? Consider it an insurance policy. Nothing certain yet." "What's the situation?" "There's an outsider poking his nose where it doesn't belong." "Is he nearby? Unclear? How much does he suspect?" "Enough to be a problem, not enough to see the whole picture. Who is he? A nobody, a wanderer. We believe he's ex-military police, though it was years ago. Old habits die hard, apparently. Any ties? Anyone who'll come looking? None that we can find. He's a ghost. Drifted into town like last season's leaves. Time for him to drift right back out. What does he look like?" "A giant," the voice said. "At least 6'5", maybe 250 pounds. Last seen in a worn-out brown coat and a knit cap. He moves like every step pains him, stiff and slow." "All right," Tyler said. "Where and when? We need you on the barn all day tomorrow. He cannot see that place. If we don't intercept him tonight, he'll piece it together. He'll head straight for it. He'll just walk into the open like that. He thinks there are 4 of us. He has no idea about you. That's an advantage. If you see him, take the shot. Understood? Make it count. Have I ever missed?" Tyler said. He ended the call and tossed the phone onto the passenger seat, driving on as the little girl's shoes danced in the rearview mirror. Barren winter fields stretched ahead and behind, darkness gathering on one side, the last bloody streaks of sunset on the other. The barn was a relic from another era, built for a smaller, quieter kind of farming. Now it stood alone, slowly succumbing to time and the elements, its massive sliding door constructed from heavy timbers and iron bands, jammed shut by the building's gradual lean. The only entrance was a smaller, person-sized door cut into the larger one slightly off-center. An hour before first light, Eldridge Tyler was already in position, peering through his rifle's scope at that exact doorway. He was a careful man, patient and precise. He had guided his truck off the main road, following faint tractor paths through the pre-dawn gloom, and now he waited in the shelter of an old three-walled structure that once kept fertilizer dry. The cold seeped in, but he didn't move, his breath forming faint clouds in the still air. The earth was iron-hard with frost, leaving his passage silent and untraceable. After killing the engine of the powerful V8, he retreated to the shelter's opening and secured a tripwire across it, fashioned from slender, black-insulated electrical cable positioned to catch a tall man at the shin. Returning to his vehicle, he hoisted himself into the truck bed, stepped onto the cab roof, and then passed his rifle and a worn canvas bag up to a makeshift shelf loft tucked beneath the shelter's peaked ceiling. He hauled himself up after them, crawled forward, and carefully removed a loose slat from the ventilation opening in the loft's gable wall. This gave him a perfect line of sight to the barn, precisely 120 yards to the north, a view that would become clear with the first hint of dawn. This was no accident of luck. He had first surveyed this spot years ago, back when his 4 companions had initially sought his aid, and he had prepared meticulously, driving in the nails for his wire, measuring the distance to the barn in deliberate strides, and loosening that very slat. Now, settled once more into the cramped half-loft, he fought the cold as best he could and waited for sunrise, which finally arrived weak and washed out. His weapon was a Grand Alaskan model, crafted stateside by Arnold Arms, chambered in .23-8 Magnum, with a 26-inch barrel and a stock hewn from exquisite exhibition-grade English walnut. It was a $7,000 instrument, formidable against most four-legged creatures and supremely effective against those on two. The scope was a Leica Ultravid, a $900 piece with a standard crosshair reticle. Tyler had dialed the magnification to about 2/3, framing a circular view roughly 10 feet in diameter at that 120-yard distance. The feeble morning sun, still low in the eastern sky, cast long, flat shadows across the sleeping landscape. It would climb and arc south later, then sink west, a trajectory he appreciated because it meant even a figure in a brown coat would stand in stark relief against the weathered timber of the barn wall all day. He operated on a simple principle: most folks are right-handed. Therefore, his target would likely position himself slightly left of center so his dominant hand could comfortably reach the handle on the small Judas door set within the larger slider. Tyler also reasoned that a man who was sore and stiff would stand close to the opening, minimizing any uncomfortable stretch. The door itself stood under 6 feet high, but because it was set into the larger structure, its bottom edge was about 9 inches above the ground. A man standing 6'5" would have the center of his skull approximately 73 inches high. Vertically, that put the ideal point of aim about 6 inches below the top of the small door. And a man weighing 250 pounds would have substantial shoulders, which, at the moment of reaching for the handle, would place the center of his skull perhaps 18 inches left of his right hand. Horizontally, that translated to an aiming point about 6 inches beyond the door's left edge, 6 inches down, 6 inches left. With a practiced motion, Tyler reached into his canvas bag and pulled out 2 pristine 5-pound bags of long-grain rice, fresh from the supermarket. He stacked them beneath the rifle's forestock, settling the fine walnut stock firmly into the makeshift granular rest. Settling behind the butt, he put his eye to the scope again, placing the crosshairs on the top left corner of the distant door. He guided them down, then left with imperceptible pressure. His finger rested lightly against the trigger curve. He drew a slow breath in, let it out. Below him, his truck ticked softly as it cooled, the living sense of gasoline and frigid exhaust mingling with the loft's stale odors of dust and ancient dry wood. Outside, the sun climbed higher, and the wan light gradually gained strength. The atmosphere was thick and wet, a chill clinging to everything, the sort of heavy air that would smother a home-run ball and guide a rifle shot with unwavering precision. Tyler remained still. He was ready to wait the entire day if necessary. Patience was a tool he knew how to use. He filled the empty time by running through the scenarios in his mind. He pictured the large figure in the brown coat entering his sight picture, pausing, turning away, reaching for a door handle. 120 yards, one round, moving faster than sound. The final destination, that large man in the brown coat, was Jack Reacher. His journey to that point had begun 4 miles back as evening settled, with the sound of a telephone ringing inside a motel lounge at a lonely crossroads. A truck driver who'd given him a lift had dropped him off there before heading a direction Reacher had no interest in following. The landscape stretched out, dark, flat, and utterly barren. The motel stood alone, a solitary beacon of life. It appeared to have been constructed decades ago in a fit of optimistic speculation. Maybe someone had seen a brilliant future for that intersection. Clearly, that future never arrived. Or maybe it was always just a mirage. One corner lot held the crumbling skeleton of an old service station. Another showed a concrete slab, perhaps meant for a supermarket or a strip mall that never saw a building. A third lot was just bare dirt, but the motel had stubbornly survived. It was a wildly eccentric design. It reminded Reacher of the illustrations from science fiction comics he'd read as a boy depicting lunar outposts or Martian bases. The central building was a perfect circle crowned with a dome extending from it. Individual cabins, also circular and domed, trailed away in a graceful diminishing arc like pods released from a mothership. The larger family units were near the office, the smaller singles farther down the line. Everything was sheathed in silver paint, with narrow aluminum strips framing every window and door. Hidden neon tubes under the eaves cast an eerie, cold blue light over the gray gravel pathways, which were bordered by timber edging also painted silver. The signpost was disguised with plywood to resemble a retro rocket ship resting on slender fins. The place was called the Apollo Inn, its name written in a fussy, mechanical font. Inside, the main dome was mostly one vast room, save for a partitioned-off office and a couple of doors Reacher assumed led to restrooms. A curved reception desk stood opposite a long, curved bar. The space was essentially a lounge, complete with a wedge of parquet dance floor and clusters of plush red velvet chairs around small tables topped with lamps sporting fringed shades. The interior of the dome itself was a smooth, concave surface bathed in pulsing red neon light. More soft, rosy, indirect lighting filled the rest of the area. Tinkling, ambient piano music drifted from hidden speakers. The entire effect was surreal, like a cheap 1960s idea of a Vegas casino somehow teleported to another planet, and the whole bizarre place was empty, except for one customer at the bar and the bartender himself. Reacher approached the reception counter. The bartender hurried over, looking genuinely startled by the request for a room as if it were an unusual event, but he moved efficiently, producing a key in exchange for $30 cash. He was past middle age, maybe in his late 50s, of average height and build, with a full head of hair dyed a vibrant auburn shade, a color Reacher associated more with stylish older women in Paris than with motel clerks in the middle of nowhere. The man placed the bills in a drawer and made a meticulous entry in a ledger, likely the inheritor of the original dreamers who had built this strange silver monument to failed ambition. The man had likely spent his entire career right there, juggling every role from manager and desk clerk to bartender, handyman, and cleaner just to get by. He shut the book, placed it in another drawer, and headed back toward the bar. "Do you have coffee over there?" Reacher inquired. The man turned with a smile, a note of quiet triumph in his voice, as if his long-ago choice to keep a Bunn coffee maker running each night had just been proven wise. Reacher trailed him through the glow of neon signs and settled onto a stool, leaving a couple of seats between himself and the only other patron. That patron was a man around 40, wearing a heavy tweed sport coat with leather patches on the elbows. His elbows were planted on the bar, his hands cradling a rocks glass filled with ice and amber liquid. He stared down at it with a vague, distant look. This was clearly not his first drink of the night, likely not even his third or fourth. His skin had a damp sheen, and he seemed deeply affected. The bartender with the dyed hair poured coffee into a china mug adorned with the NASA logo and slid it toward Reacher with a flourish of pride, as if presenting a cherished relic. "Cream or sugar?" he offered. "Black is fine," Reacher replied. "Just passing through, hoping to head east as soon as possible." "How far east?" "All the way to Virginia," Reacher said. The bartender nodded knowingly. "You'll need to go south first until you reach the interstate." "That's the idea," Reacher acknowledged. "Where did you start from today? North of here?" Reacher said. "Driving? Hitching rides?" The bartender fell silent, the cheerful small talk hitting a dead end. There was no upbeat way to discuss hitchhiking on a lonely winter road in one of America's most sparsely populated states, and he was too courteous to point out the obvious. Reacher lifted the mug, testing his steadiness. The result was poor. Every tendon and muscle from his fingers to his ribs burned and trembled, sending tiny ripples across the coffee's surface. He focused hard, bringing the mug to his lips in a jerky, unsteady motion. The drunk man watched him briefly before turning away. The coffee was hot and a bit overbrewed, but it contained caffeine, which was the essential ingredient. The drunk man took a sip from his glass, set it back on its coaster, and gazed at it despondently. His lips were slightly parted, with tiny beads of moisture gathering at the corners. He took another sip. Reacher did the same, more slowly. A heavy quiet settled over the bar. The drunk man finished his drink and got a refill, Jim Beam bourbon, a triple pour at least. Reacher's arm began to feel a bit better. Coffee, the classic remedy. Then the phone rang. Actually, two phones rang simultaneously, one at the reception desk and another on a shelf behind the bar. The bartender, pulling quintuple duty, couldn't be in two places at once. He answered and announced Apollo Inn with the same bright, enthusiastic tone as if it were the hotel's very first call on opening night. After listening for a moment, he pressed the receiver to his chest and said, "Doctor, it's for you." Instinctively, Reacher glanced around, looking for a doctor. There was no one else. Beside him, the drunk man muttered, "Who is it?" The bartender replied, "It's Mrs. Duncan." The drunk man grumbled, "What's her problem now? Her nose is bleeding. It won't stop." The drunk man said, "Tell her you haven't seen me." The bartender relayed the lie and hung up. The drunk man slumped further, his face nearly level with the rim of his glass. "You're a doctor?" Reacher asked him. "What's it to you?" the man snapped. "Is Mrs. Duncan your patient?" "Technically, yes, and you're just blowing her off." "Who are you?" "The ethics committee." "It's a nosebleed, one that won't stop." "The situation could be serious," Reacher noted. "She's a healthy 33-year-old, the man replied, picking up his glass. He took a long drink, then another. "No high blood pressure, no blood issues, no drugs. There's no reason to panic." Reacher asked, "Is she married?" "What are you saying marriage causes nosebleeds now?" "Sometimes," Reacher said. "I was an MP. We'd get calls to married housing or off base. Women who get hit often take aspirin for the pain. Aspirin thins the blood. The next time they're hit, the bleeding doesn't stop." The drunk man fell silent. The bartender looked elsewhere.
What? Reacher pressed. Does this happen a lot around here?
"It's just a nosebleed," the man insisted. "Are you worried about stepping into a domestic situation?" Reacher asked. No one answered. "There could be other injuries," Reacher continued. "Less obvious ones. She's your patient." Silence hung in the air. "Bleeding from the nose is no different from bleeding anywhere else," Reacher stated. "If it doesn't stop, she'll lose consciousness. It's like a knife wound. You wouldn't leave her sitting there with a knife stuck in her, would you?" Still, no one spoke. "Fine," Reacher said. "Not my concern, and you're in no shape to help anyway. You can barely stand, let alone drive out to wherever she is. But you should call someone." "There isn't anyone," the drunk man muttered. "The nearest ER is 60 miles away. They're not sending an ambulance that far for a nosebleed." Reacher took another sip of his coffee. The doctor left his glass untouched. "Sure, driving would be a problem," the man admitted, "but I'd be okay once I got there. I'm a good doctor." "Then I'd really hate to see a bad one," Reacher said. "I can tell what's wrong with you physically, for instance. Mentally, I won't even guess." "Don't push it, buddy." "Or what?" Reacher said nothing. "It's a nosebleed," the doctor repeated, as if saying it made it true. "How would you treat it?" Reacher asked. "A little local anesthetic. Pack the nasal cavities with gauze. The pressure stops the bleeding, aspirin or no aspirin." Reacher gave a slow nod. He'd seen it done that way in the Army. "All right then, doctor. Let's go. I'll drive." The doctor was unsteady on his feet, weaving across the level floor as if climbing a slope. He made it to the parking lot, where the bite of the cold night air seemed to sharpen his focus for a moment, just long enough to fumble through his pockets. He finally produced a large key ring on a worn leather fob stamped with Duncan Transportation in flaking gold lettering. "Same Duncan family?" Reacher asked. "There's only one Duncan family in this whole county," the man slurred. "You treat all of them?" "Just the daughter-in-law. The son goes to a doctor in Denver. The father and the uncles probably treat themselves with roots and berries for all I care." The car was a Subaru wagon, the only vehicle in the lot, relatively new and clean. Reacher found the remote on the fob and unlocked it. The doctor made a theatrical show of heading for the driver's door before reluctantly changing course. Reacher slid in, adjusted the seat back, started the engine, and found the headlights. "Head south," the doctor instructed, his breath thick in the closed space. "Try not to breathe on me," Reacher said, rolling down his window a crack. "Or on your patient." He gripped the wheel, his large hands settling into place like they were maneuvering tools at the end of long poles. Once moving, he held on tight, the pressure easing the persistent ache in his shoulders. He pulled out of the lot and turned south into the full darkness, the flat, endless land invisible around them. To keep the doctor from nodding off, Reacher asked, "What do they grow out here?" "Corn, of course," the man grumbled. "Corn and more corn, miles and miles of it, more corn than any sane person should ever have to look at. You from around here originally?" "Idaho," the doctor said. "Potatoes. A definite improvement over corn." "So what brought you to Nebraska? My wife did," the man said, the words heavy with a story he didn't elaborate on. The empty road stretched ahead, a straight line cutting through the silent, sleeping fields. "This is my hometown," the doctor said, and for a moment the only sound was the hum of the engine. Reacher broke the silence. "So what's the verdict? You said you knew what was wrong?" "Are you testing me?" the doctor shot back. "Let's just say I need some convincing. You can go to hell. I'm perfectly capable." "Prove it, then." "I know what you did," the man insisted, his tone shifting. "I just can't figure out how. You've strained nearly every muscle from your little fingers all the way to your lower back, on both sides, almost perfectly even. Every tendon and ligament involved in moving your arms is screaming. You're in serious pain, your coordination is shot, and your whole system is throwing a fit. Will I recover? Of course. Give it a few days, maybe a week. Aspirin might help." Reacher drove on, rolling down the window a crack to clear the air. They passed a tight group of 3 large houses set back from the road, connected by a long shared driveway and enclosed by a wooden fence. The homes had seen better days, once grand, still solid, but now showing signs of wear. The doctor stared at them intently before turning back. "How did this happen?" he pressed. "How did what happen? Your injuries. I've seen this twice before, when I volunteered after a hurricane in Florida. People clinging to fences in 100-mile-an-hour winds, fighting to hold on. That kind of unbelievable strain causes this. But yours are fresh, and you came from the north, no hurricanes there, and it's the wrong season anyway. I doubt there's been a hurricane anywhere this week. So what's your story? I genuinely hope you heal fast." Reacher kept his eyes on the road and said nothing. "Turn left at the next intersection," the doctor directed. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the Duncan property. Spotlights illuminated a pristine white mailbox with the family name. The house itself was a neatly restored farmhouse, modest in size but flawless. On the dormant front lawn sat an antique horse-drawn buggy, its tall spoked wheels and empty shafts hinting at another era. A long driveway led to a large outbuilding that had clearly been a barn once, but now served as a 3-car garage. One of the doors hung open, as if someone had departed in a rush. Reacher pulled up beside a gravel path leading to the front door. "Your moment, doctor. Assuming she's still here." "She will be," the man replied. "Let's get this over with." They stepped out of the car. The doctor retrieved a worn leather bag from the back seat and then navigated the uneven gravel path with the same unsteady gait, though now the footing gave him a legitimate excuse. He managed to reach the door on his own, a beautifully maintained piece of wood with a glossy coat of white paint. Reacher pressed a brass doorbell button with his knuckle. From inside came the distant chime, followed by a minute of silence, then the slow creak of footsteps on hardwood floors. The door opened just a crack, and a face peered out. It was quite a face. Her face was framed by dark hair, her complexion pale, her eyes wide with fear. A crimson-soaked handkerchief was pressed against the source of a vivid, triangular splash of blood that had cascaded down past her mouth and throat, soaking the silk blouse beneath to the waist. A string of pearls, now stained red, lay against the wet fabric. She lowered the cloth from her nose, revealing split lips and teeth edged with dried blood, a steady trickle still leaking from her nostrils. "You came," she said, her voice thick. The doctor blinked hard, his expression settling into a deep frown as he gave a slow nod. "We should take a look at that," he replied. "You've been drinking," the woman observed, then turned her gaze to Reacher. "Who are you?" "I'm the driver," Reacher said. "Because he's had a few. He'll manage. I wouldn't trust him with anything complicated, but he can handle a little bleeding." The woman considered this for a moment, then nodded. returning the handkerchief to her face as she swung the door wide. They moved into the kitchen. The doctor was thoroughly intoxicated, but the task was straightforward enough, and some ingrained professional habit carried him through. Reacher soaked cloths in warm water and handed them over. The doctor cleaned her face, packed her nostrils firmly with gauze, and applied butterfly closures to her cut lips. With the anesthetic easing the pain, she drifted into a calm, almost dreamy state. It was difficult to make out her true features. Her nose had clearly been broken in the past. Beyond that, she had smooth skin, delicate bone structure, and lovely eyes. She was slender and fairly tall, dressed well, the picture of comfortable prosperity, much like the house itself. The place was warm, with wide plank floors gleaming from decades of care, detailed millwork, soft pastel shades, shelves of books, paintings on the walls, and rugs underfoot. In the living room, a silver-framed wedding photo showed a younger, unmarked version of the woman beside a tall, thin man in a gray morning suit. He had dark hair, a long nose, bright eyes, and an expression of distinct smugness. He didn't look like an athlete, a laborer, an academic, or a farmer. More likely a businessman, an executive type, someone who lived indoors, soft in build, energetic, but lacking real vigor. Reacher returned to the kitchen to find the doctor washing his hands at the sink and the woman carefully brushing her hair without a mirror. "You all right now?" he asked. "Not too bad," she answered, her words slow and muffled. "Your husband isn't home? He decided to go out for dinner with some friends. What's his name? Seth? And yours? Eleanor? Have you been taking aspirin, Eleanor?" "Yes, because Seth does this often." She fell silent for what felt like a very long time, then finally shook her head. "I tripped," she insisted, "on the edge of the rug. More than once, all in just a few days." "The same rug?" "Yes. If it were me, I'd get rid of that rug. I'm sure it won't happen again." They waited in the kitchen for about 10 minutes while she went upstairs to shower and change. They heard the water run and stop, then her voice calling down that she was fine and heading to bed. So they left the front door clicking shut behind them. The doctor stumbled to the car and collapsed into the passenger seat, his bag between his feet. Reacher started the engine, backed down the driveway to the road, turned the wheel, and accelerated back the way they had come. "Thank God," the doctor muttered. "That she was okay?" Reacher asked. "No, that Seth Duncan wasn't there. I saw his picture. He doesn't look like much to me. I'd bet his idea of a guard dog is a pampered poodle." "They don't have a dog." Figure of speech. I could understand a country doctor being nervous about stepping into a domestic dispute with some guy who drinks cheap beer, wears a torn tank top, and has a couple of aggressive pit bulls roaming a yard full of junked cars. But apparently Seth Duncan doesn't fit that description. The doctor said nothing. Reacher glanced over. "But you're scared of him anyway." "So his influence must come from another source. Money or connections, perhaps? He lives in a fine home." The doctor remained silent. Reacher pressed. "Was it him?" "Yes." "You're certain?" "Absolutely. And he's done this before. Many times. Sometimes it's her ribs. Has she reported it to the police?" "We don't have a local police force. We rely on the county sheriff, and they're usually an hour's drive away." "She could still call. She won't file a report. They never do. Once they let it slide the first time, that's the end of it." "Where would a man like Duncan take his buddies for dinner?" The doctor didn't respond, and Reacher let the question hang. After a moment, the doctor asked, "Are we going back to the lounge?" "No, I'm driving you home." "Thank you, that's kind, but it's a long walk back to the motel for you." "Your problem, not mine," Reacher said. "I'm keeping the car. You can hike over and collect it in the morning." 5 miles south of the motel, the doctor stared once more at the 3 weathered houses standing isolated at the end of their long drive. Then he faced forward and guided Reacher with a series of lefts and rights along the edges of dark fallow fields until they reached a modern ranch house set on a couple of level acres, bordered by a white post and rail fence. "Got your key?" Reacher asked on the ring. "Got a spare?" "My wife will let me in, you hope," Reacher said. "Good night." He watched the doctor fumble his way up the first stretch of the driveway, then executed a tight K-turn and wound his way back to the main 2-lane highway. His personal motto was, when in doubt, turn left, so he drove north for a mile before pulling over to think, where would a guy like Seth Duncan go for dinner with his friends? His conclusion was a steakhouse. This was farm country, after all, a place where successful men might play at being good old boys, rolling up their sleeves, loosening their ties, ordering a pitcher of domestic beer, and getting their sirloins cooked rare, all while chuckling about the coastal types who fretted over cholesterol. Nebraska counties were vast and sparsely populated, which could mean 30 miles or more between decent restaurants. But the night was dark, and steakhouses always had bright signs. It was part of their identity. Either the word steakhouse in fancy script along the roof ridge, outlined in neon, or an upscale name board blasted with spotlights. Reacher switched off his headlights, climbed out of the Subaru, grabbed one of the roof rails, and stepped up onto the hood. He crouched and then eased himself up onto the roof, standing tall with his eyes now 11 feet above the flat, endless landscape. He turned a full circle, peering into the gloom. He saw the faint blue glow of the motel far to the north, and then, maybe 10 miles to the south and west, a distant pinkish halo. It might have been just a gas station, but it was the only other light in sight, so Reacher drove south and then west. He stopped twice more to get his bearings. The glow in the sky grew brighter as he closed in on it. Red neon softened to a pink by the night haze. It could have been anything, a liquor store, another motel, a gas station, but it was a steakhouse. He approached it from the side. It was a long, low building with candlelight in the windows, siding like a barn, and a sagging roof that reminded him of an old mare in a pasture. It stood alone in an acre of packed dirt, surrounded by parked cars, all nosed in, like piglets at a trough or planes at a gate. There were sedans, pickups, and SUVs, some new, some old, most of them American-made. Reacher parked the doctor's Subaru by itself near the road. He got out and stood for a moment in the cold, rolling his shoulders, trying to settle his aching frame. He had never taken aspirin and wasn't about to start. He remembered a couple of hospital stays with morphine drips in his arms, and he recalled those experiences with a certain fondness outside the intensive care unit. His only remaining tools were patience and sheer determination. There was no alternative. He approached the entrance to the steakhouse. A compact square foyer greeted him, leading to a second door. Beyond it stood an unmanned host stand, illuminated by a small lamp and holding a reservation ledger. To the right, a modest dining area held two couples winding down their dinners. An identical scene unfolded to the left. Straight ahead, a narrow hallway opened into a more spacious room. The ceilings were low, the walls clad in rough-hewn wood with touches of brass, creating a cozy, inviting atmosphere. Reacher moved past the stand and peered into the larger room. Just inside the archway was a table set for two, occupied by a solitary diner in a red University of Nebraska Cornhuskers jacket. Further in, a table for 8 was surrounded by 7 men in suits and ties. 6 were arranged, facing each other, while the man from the wedding photograph held the head position. He appeared slightly older and leaner than in the picture, his expression radiating an even deeper smugness, but his identity was undeniable. The table was littered with the remnants of a substantial meal, empty plates, glasses, and steak knives with well-used wooden handles. As Reacher entered the room, the lone diner rose fluidly and stepped into his path, raising a hand like a traffic officer before planting it firmly on Reacher's chest. He was a large man, nearly matching Reacher's height, but considerably younger and heavier, with a fit build and a glint of sharp intelligence in his eyes. A combination of brawn and brains that Reacher found irritating. He missed the simpler times when enforcers were all brawn and no thought, a change he cynically attributed to modern educational reforms, forcing athletes to actually attend lectures. No one glanced over from the main table. Reacher broke the silence. "What's your name, big guy?" The man seemed taken aback. "My name? It's a straightforward question. Brett." "Here's the deal, Brett," Reacher said, his tone flat. "You can remove your hand from my chest or I'll remove it from your wrist." Brett lowered his hand but held his ground. "What?" Reacher pressed. "Are you here for Mr. Duncan?" Brett inquired. Why does it matter to you? I'm employed by Mr. Duncan. Is that so? Reacher replied. What's your role? I manage his appointments. And you don't have one scheduled? When's the next opening? How does never sound? Not particularly appealing, Brett. Sir, you need to leave now. What's your actual job? Security? Personal protection? What exactly is he? He's a private individual. I'm merely an assistant. Now I need to escort you back to your vehicle. You plan to walk me to the parking lot, sir? I'm just doing my job. At the large table, the 7 men were leaned in, elbows on the wood, engrossed in a story Duncan was recounting. They laughed in unison, thoroughly enjoying themselves. From elsewhere in the building came the clatter of kitchen activity, the scrape of cutlery on plates, and the solid thud of glasses being set down. Reacher eyed Brett. You absolutely certain about this? The younger man nodded. I'd appreciate your cooperation. Reacher gave a slight shrug. All right, he conceded. Let's go. He turned and retraced his steps past the host stand, through both doors and out into the chill night. Brett followed closely. Reacher navigated between 2 parked trucks and started across the open gravel toward the Subaru, his shadow trailing him the entire way. Stopping 10 feet short of the car, Reacher turned to face him. Brett halted as well, standing with an easy, confident patience. Reacher's tone shifted from weary to one of dry, almost amused instruction. Can I offer you some advice? Regarding what? You're clever, but you're no strategic mastermind. You just traded a decent tactical position for a terrible one. Inside you had tight spaces, potential witnesses, phones, and people who might step in. Out here, there's nothing. You handed me a major advantage. Out here, I could take my leisurely time handing you a thorough defeat, and there wouldn't be a soul around to hear you complain. Nobody needs to get hurt tonight, Brett stated. I agree. Anyway, I still have to get a message to Mr. Duncan. What message? He hits his wife. I need to make him understand why that's a terrible thing to do. I think you've got the wrong idea. I've seen the proof now. I need to speak with Duncan. Sir, be serious. You're not going anywhere near him. Only one of us is walking back inside tonight, and it won't be you. You like working for a man like that? I don't have any issues with it. You might before long. I heard the closest ambulance is 60 miles out. You could be stuck out here for an hour, sir. You need to get in your car and leave now. Reacher slid his hands into his coat pockets, keeping his arms still to avoid any more injury. He said, Last opportunity, Brett. You can still turn around and walk away. You don't have to take a beating for trash like him. I've got a job to do. Reacher gave a slow nod and murmured, Listen, kid. So softly the big man leaned in slightly to catch the words. In that instant, Reacher drove his right foot hard into the man's groin, a heavy boot propelled by a powerful leg. He stepped back as the guy folded at the waist, vomiting and gasping for air. Then Reacher kicked him again, a solid strike to the side of the head like a soccer player's swinging to send a cross-field pass, screaming toward the net. The man spun on his feet and crumpled to the ground as if trying to drill himself into the dirt, keeping his hands in his pockets. Reacher turned and walked toward the steakhouse door once more. Inside the back room, the gathering was still lively. No one had their elbows on the tables anymore. All 7 men were lounging back comfortably, flushed from the heat and the beer, 6 of them half listening to the 7th bragging about something while mentally preparing their own stories to top his. Reacher walked in calmly, stepped behind Duncan's chair, and took his hands from his pockets. He placed them on Duncan's shoulders. The room fell completely silent. Reacher leaned his weight forward, pulling back slightly until Duncan's chair teetered on 2 legs. Then he released his grip, and the chair thudded back down. Duncan scrambled to his feet and turned around, his face a mix of fear and anger, with a strained attempt to look composed for his friends. His eyes darted around, searching for his guard, and when he didn't see him, some of that composure and anger faded, leaving mostly fear. Reacher asked, Seth Duncan? The thin man stayed silent. Reacher said, I've got a message for you, pal. Duncan replied, From who? The National Association of Marriage Counselors. Is that even a real thing? Maybe. What's the message? It's more of a question. All right, what's the question? The question is, how do you like it? Reacher threw a straight right punch to Duncan's nose, a brutal, crushing blow that flattened cartilage and bone. Duncan flew backward, landing on the table. He bounced once, shattering plates and sending glasses tumbling, knives skittering off to the floor. Duncan made no move to get up. Reacher walked out, down the hallway, past the host stand, and back to the parking lot. The key from the red-headed man was labeled with a large number 6, so Reacher parked beside the 6th cabin and went inside. He found a small, circular living area except for a squared-off section containing a bathroom and a closet. The ceiling was domed and softly lit. The bed was set against the curved wall on a custom-built platform. There was a tub-shaped armchair and a small round table beside it, with an old-fashioned glass TV on a larger stand nearby. Next to the bed sat an old rotary-dialed telephone. The bathroom was compact but functional, with a shower over the tub, and the closet was about the same size. It had everything he needed and nothing extra. He stripped off his clothes, leaving them in a pile on the bed, and stepped into the shower. He cranked the water as hot as his skin could tolerate, letting the scalding stream pound against his neck, his shoulders, his arms, his ribs. He lifted one arm, then the other, then both at once. They moved, but with the stiff, uncoordinated motion of a prototype machine still in need of fine-tuning. The one small mercy was that his knuckles weren't aching. Seth Duncan's personal physician was over 200 miles away in Denver, Colorado, a top-tier doctor, no doubt, but completely useless in a pinch. The nearest emergency room was an hour's drive, and nobody with any sense would go near the so-called doctor in town. So Duncan had a buddy drive him to his uncle Jasper Duncan's place. Jasper was exactly the sort of man you called when something strange happened in the middle of the night. He lived 5 miles south of the motel intersection, in the northernmost of 3 aging houses sitting alone at the end of a long shared gravel drive. His home was a cluttered maze, packed with objects saved for the day they might become useful. Jasper himself was past 60, built like an oak trunk, a man of obscure talents and a deep well of country know-how. He sat Seth down in a kitchen chair and examined the damage. Then he disappeared into another room, rummaged around, and returned with a syringe and a vial of local anesthetic. It was a veterinary product meant for hogs, but mammals were mammals, and it did the job. Once the area was numb, Jasper used his thick thumb and forefinger to click the bone back into place. He vanished again and came back with an old aluminum facial splint, exactly the kind of thing you could count on him to have. He bent and reshaped it, taped it over his nephew's nose, plugged the nostrils with gauze, and sponged away the dried blood with warm water. Then he picked up the phone and called his neighbors. Next door lived his brother Jonas Duncan, and next to Jonas lived their brother Jacob Duncan, who was Seth's father. Within 5 minutes, all 4 men were gathered around Jasper's kitchen table, and what amounted to a war council had begun. Jacob Duncan spoke first. "Before anything else, son, who was he?" Seth answered. "I'd never laid eyes on him before." Jonas cut in. "Hold on. First things first. Where in hell was your man Brett?" "The guy ambushed him in the parking lot. Brett was walking him out. The stranger kicked him in the groin, then kicked him in the head. Just left him lying there." "Is he all right?" "He's got a concussion. Doesn't know Tuesday from Sunday. Useless." "I want him replaced." "There's no shortage of guys like him," Jonas said. Jasper asked, "So who was this fellow?" "A big man in a brown coat, wearing a watch cap. That's all I saw. That's all I remember. He just walked in and hit me." "Why would he do that?" "I don't know. Didn't he say anything?" "Just some nonsense. But Brett said he was driving the doctor's car." "Brett doesn't know what day it is, but he remembers what car the guy drove. I guess concussions work in weird ways. And you're sure it wasn't the doctor who hit you? I told you I never saw the guy before. I know the doctor, and that doctor wouldn't dare hit me anyway." Jacob Duncan leaned forward. "What aren't you telling us, son? I have a splitting headache. I'm sure you do, but that's not what I'm asking." "I don't want to talk about it, but you know you have to. We can't let something like this slide." Seth looked to his left, then to his right. He let out a slow breath. "All right, Eleanor and I had words tonight before I went out. Nothing serious, but I had to slap her. How hard? I might have made her nose bleed. How bad? You know how delicate she is. The kitchen fell silent for a long moment. Jonas Duncan finally said, "So let's put this together. Your wife called the doctor. She's been told not to do that, but maybe she did anyway. Because she's delicate, and maybe the doctor wasn't home. Maybe he was at the motel bar like always, working his way through a bottle of Jim Beam. Maybe Eleanor managed to reach him there. He was told to keep his distance from her, but maybe he didn't listen. Doctors can have odd ideas. And he was probably too drunk to drive. He usually is, thanks to the bourbon. So maybe he got someone else to take him out of concern. Who? Another guy at the bar. No one around here would do that. I agree, no local would dare, but a stranger might. It's a motel, after all. That's what they're for, people just passing through. All right, then what? Maybe the stranger didn't like what he saw at your place and decided to come find you. Eleanor told him where I was. She must have. How else would a stranger know where to look? He wouldn't know his way around. Jacob Duncan asked, "What did he actually say to you?" Some nonsense about marriage counseling. Jonas Duncan nodded. "There it is, that's how it happened. We've got some do-gooder passing through a guest at the motel." Seth Duncan said, "I want him hurt bad," his father replied. "He will be, son. He'll be hurt bad and sent on his way. Who do we have available?" Jasper said, "Not Brett, obviously." Jonas added, "There are plenty more like him." Jacob Duncan decided, "Send two. Have them call me for instructions before they move." Chapter 7. After his shower, Reacher dressed again, coat and all, because the room was cold. He switched off the lights and settled into the armchair by the tub to wait. He didn't expect Seth Duncan to call the police. The cops were a county department 60 miles off. No local connections, no local loyalties. Calling them would mean telling a story, and any story would quickly fall apart and point right back to the fact that he'd beaten his wife. A smug man like that wouldn't take that path. But a smug man who just lost a bodyguard might have access to a replacement, or two or three. And while bodyguarding is usually a reactive job, those substitutes might be persuaded to go proactive for one night, especially if they were friends of Brett's. Reacher knew it wouldn't be hard to track him down. The Apollo Inn was likely the only place to stay for miles around. And if the doctor's drinking habits were common knowledge locally, piecing together the chain of events wouldn't be difficult. The phone call, the medical visit, the intervention. So Reacher laced his boots, sat in the dark, and listened for the sound of tires on gravel. More than 450 miles due north of where Reacher waited, the United States ended and Canada began. The world's longest land border followed the 49th parallel, cutting across mountains, roads, rivers, and streams, through towns, fields, and woods. Its western section ran perfectly straight for nearly 1,900 miles from Washington state to Minnesota. Every inch of it was undefended in a military sense, most of it unfenced and unmarked, yet much of it was watched more closely than many realized. Between Washington and Minnesota, there were 54 official crossings, 17 staffed around the clock, 36 only during daylight hours, and one completely unstaffed but equipped with telephones linked to remote customs offices. Elsewhere, the line was patrolled at random by an undisclosed number of agents. More isolated spots had cameras, and long stretches had motion sensors buried in the ground. The governments on both sides had a fairly clear picture of what was happening along the border. A fairly clear picture, but not a perfect one. East of the Rocky Mountains in Montana, the landscape gradually softened over 100 miles, shifting from rugged peaks to rolling plains. This stretch was densely packed with evergreen forests, broken only by clear streams, quiet lakes, and the occasional sandy trail carpeted with fallen pine needles. One such trail wound through a maze of turns before meeting a rough, dirt fire road heading south. That road eventually linked to a meandering gravel lane, which, after many miles, became an easy-to-miss left turn off a quiet county highway far north of a forgettable little town called Hogg Parish. A gray panel truck took that turn. It moved slowly along the gravel, its tires crunching softly, its body swaying over the uneven surface with worn springs groaning in protest. With its headlights dark and only the parking lights glowing, it pushed deeper into the cold, endless night. Eventually, it turned onto the fire road, where frozen dirt replaced gravel and tall, bare trunks walled it in on both sides. Above, a narrow ribbon of star-filled sky, no moon in sight, guided its way, while satellites far overhead charted a safe course through the wilderness. The truck crept forward for miles until the fire road faded into a sandy track. Slowing to a crawl, it settled into the familiar ruts carved by its own previous journeys, navigating tight turns between scarred trees where low branches scraped against its sides. More than an hour later, it halted at a predetermined spot exactly 2 miles south of the border. No one knew precisely where the motion sensors were hidden, but conventional wisdom suggested a mile-wide zone on either side of the line like a minefield. An extra mile had been added for safety, and a patch of underbrush had been cleared to allow the truck to turn around. It reversed, pivoted, and came to a stop facing south, poised and ready. Then it shut down, its lights went dark, and it settled into a patient wait. Meanwhile, Reacher waited in the darkness of his tub armchair. For 40 minutes, then an hour, he mentally traced his planned route for the next day, south to the interstate, then east. The interstate part would be straightforward. He'd hitchhiked most of that network before. There were on-ramps, rest stops, and a constant flow of travelers, some commercial drivers, some private, a good number of them lonely and open to conversation. The real challenge would be getting to the interstate from this remote location. Since the car had dropped him at the crossroads, he hadn't heard a single vehicle pass by. Nighttime was always quieter, but in America, it was unusual to be near a road and hear absolute silence. In fact, he'd heard nothing at all. No wind, no nocturnal creatures, and he'd been listening intently for the sound of tires on gravel. It felt as if he'd gone deaf. Just to check, he awkwardly raised a hand and snapped his fingers near his ear. His hearing was fine. It was simply the deep quiet of a country night. He got up, used the bathroom, and returned to his chair. Then he heard something. Not a vehicle, not the wind, not the sounds of the night, not tires on gravel, footsteps on gravel, a single set, light and hesitant, growing closer. Reacher watched the window and saw a shape pass by, small, slight, with a head tucked down into a coat collar. A woman, a soft padded knock came at the door, the kind made by a small, gloved hand. It could be a decoy, of course. Sending someone harmless ahead to get the door open and lull a target into comfort wasn't a complicated trick. It wouldn't be surprising if that person felt nervous about their role. Without a sound, Reacher crossed the floor and retreated toward the bathroom. He raised the window and removed the screen, leaning it carefully inside the bathtub. Then he ducked through the opening, swinging his legs over the sill and dropping quietly onto the gravel below. He moved along one of the silver beams bordering the path, balancing like a man on a wire, making no sound. Circling the round cabin counterclockwise, he approached the woman from behind. She was alone. No vehicles on the road, no one in the parking lot, no one posted near his door or huddled beneath his window. Just her standing there by herself. She seemed cold, wrapped in a wool coat with a scarf, but no hat. She appeared to be around 40, petite, with dark hair and an anxious expression. She lifted her hand and knocked once more. Reacher said, "Right behind you." She gasped, whirling around and pressing a hand to her chest, her lips parted in a small, startled circle. He said, "Didn't mean to scare you." "Visitors aren't really on my schedule tonight," she replied. "Maybe they should be. Honestly, I was expecting someone, just not you." "Can we go in?" "Who are you? Forgive me," she said. "I'm the doctor's wife." "Nice to meet you," Reacher answered. "Shall we step inside?" Reacher fished the key from his pocket and unlocked the door from the outside. The doctor's wife entered first, and he followed, locking it again behind them. He crossed to the bathroom and shut that door to block the chill air flowing through the open window. Turning back, he found her standing uncertainly in the middle of the room. He gestured toward the armchair. "Have a seat." She sat but didn't remove her coat. her nerves still evident. If she'd been holding a purse, it would have been clutched tightly in her lap. She said, "I walked the whole way over. To get the car? Your husband was supposed to handle that in the morning. That's what we agreed. He's in no shape to drive. He'll sober up by then, I'd imagine. Morning will be too late. You need to leave right now. It isn't safe for you here." "You think so?" "My husband mentioned you're going south toward the interstate. I'll take you there myself tonight. That's got to be 100 miles, 120. It's the middle of the night. You aren't safe here. My husband told me what happened. You got involved with the Duncans. You saw something. They'll make him pay for sure, and we believe they're coming for you too." "They? The Duncans? There are 4 of them. How would they punish him?" "I don't know exactly. Last time they barred him from coming here for a whole month here to this lounge. It's where he likes to unwind." "How could they possibly stop him? They told Mr. Vincent not to serve him, the owner. Why would the owner listen to the Duncans?" "The Duncans operate a trucking company. All of Mr. Vincent's supplies come through them. He signed a contract, more or less had to. That's how the Duncans operate. So if Mr. Vincent doesn't cooperate, a few shipments show up late. A few get lost. A few arrive damaged. He knows the drill. He'd be ruined." Reacher asked, "What do they have in mind for me?" The woman said, "They hire football players straight out of college, cornhuskers, the ones who are good enough for scholarships but not for the NFL, guards and tackles, huge men." "Brett," Reacher thought, the woman added, "they'll put it together and figure out where you are. I mean, where else would you be? They'll come see you. They might already be on their way from where? The Duncan Depot is 20 miles from here. Most of their crew lives nearby. How many of these football players do they have?" 10. Reacher stayed quiet. The woman said, "My husband heard you say you're going to Virginia. That's the idea. Do you live there as much as I live anywhere? We should go. You're in serious trouble." "Not unless they send all 9 at once," Reacher said. "All 9 what? Football players?" "I told you there were 10. I already met one of them. He's temporarily unavailable." "We're down 1 man as of tonight," Reacher said. "What do you mean?" "I stepped in when Seth Duncan was in my way." "What did you do to Seth Duncan?" "I rearranged his face, broke his nose." "Oh, for heaven's sake. Why would you do that? Why wouldn't I? Good Lord, where are my car keys? What's going to happen to his wife?" "We need to leave." "Immediately answer the question first. Mrs. Duncan will face consequences as well. She was told not to contact my husband, just as he was told not to go treat her. She broke that rule. He's a physician. He doesn't have that option. They swear an oath, right? What's your name, Jack Reacher?" "We have to go, Mr. Reacher. Now." "What are they going to do to her?" "This isn't your concern," the woman replied, a sentiment that frankly mirrored Reacher's own thoughts at that moment. His primary concern was getting himself to Virginia, and here was a free, fast ride through the most difficult leg of the trip. The interstate was just a couple hours away, and on-ramp the tail end of the night drivers, the early morning traffic beginning to stir. The prospect of a roadside diner flickered in his mind. Some greasy spoon with strong coffee and a plate of eggs. What will they do? He pressed again. "Probably nothing too severe," she said. "Define not too severe. Well, they might put her on a blood thinner medication. One of the uncles has access to medical supplies, or perhaps they'll just restrict her aspirin so she doesn't bleed as easily next time. They'll likely confine her to the house for a month, that's all. It's not a major ordeal. She's been married to him for a decade. She's not a captive. She could leave if she really wanted, except this time she accidentally caused her husband's nose to get broken. If he can't take his anger out on me, he might just take it out on her." The doctor's wife fell silent, but the quiet felt like agreement. The odd circular room grew still. Then the crunch of tires on gravel broke the silence. Reacher moved to the window. 4 large, knobby off-road tires were mounted on a lifted Ford pickup. It had a roof light bar, a snorkel, and a front winch. 2 bulky shapes were visible inside the darkened cab, figures with thick necks and massive shoulders. The truck crept down the row of cabins and halted about 20 feet behind the parked Subaru, its headlights blazing, engine rumbling. Both doors swung open. Two men climbed out. They looked like larger, more brutal versions of Brett, late 20s, maybe 6'6" or 7, each pushing 300 pounds of muscle and bulk. With their cropped hair, small eyes, and heavy faces, they looked like men who could devour 2 full dinners and still be hunting for dessert. They wore red Cornhuskers jackets that looked gray in the cabin's pale blue light. The doctor's wife joined Reacher at the window. "Sweet mercy," she whispered. Reacher said nothing. The two men closed the truck doors and moved in unison to the truck bed, unlatching a large tool locker bolted behind the cab. One pulled out an engineer's ball-peen hammer, the other hefted a long, two-headed wrench over 18 inches in length. Leaving the locker open, they walked into the glare of their own headlights, their shadows stretching long and monstrous ahead of them. They moved with a surprising athletic lightness, bleeing their size like seasoned linemen. They paused briefly, glancing toward the cabin door, then turned their attention to the Subaru. What followed was a frenzy of pure destruction, a 2-minute blitzkrieg of uncontrolled violence. The noise was overwhelming. They shattered every piece of glass, the windshield, the side windows, the rear window, the headlights and taillights. They hammered the hood, the doors, the roof, the fenders, and the tailgate into a landscape of jagged dents. Reaching through the empty window frames, they demolished the dashboard, the dials, the switches, and the radio. It was methodical, brutal, and utterly complete. Reacher cursed under his breath. There went his ride. "My husband's punishment," the doctor's wife murmured, her voice trembling. "It's worse now?" The two men halted as abruptly as they had charged. They stood panting on either side of the demolished station wagon, rolling their shoulders, their weapons dangling at their sides. Shards of broken windshield glittered under the neon lights, and the last echoes of crumpling metal faded into an eerie quiet. Reacher shrugged off his coat and tossed it onto the motel bed. Shoulder to shoulder, the men advanced toward the cabin door. Reacher pushed it open and stepped outside to confront them directly. Win or lose a brawl inside would wreck the room, and Vincent, the motel owner, already had enough on his plate. The pair stopped 10 feet away, standing symmetrical and flushed 4 cubic yards of muscle and bone, 600 pounds of sweating beef in the cool air. Reacher said, "Pop quiz, you spent 4 years in college learning to play a game. I spent 13 years in the Army learning how to kill people. How scared should I be silence? And you were so lousy at it, you didn't even get drafted afterward. I was so good I earned medals and promotions. So how scared are you?" "Not very," the guy with the wrench replied, wrong answer, "but predictable. Being a standout guard or tackle in high school, good enough to snag a full scholarship to the big university in Lincoln, was no small feat. Taking the field at Memorial Stadium even briefly put a guy near the top of the heap, and failing to make the NFL wasn't exactly a disgrace. The line between making it and not was razor thin, often decided by chance. These two had been local legends for most of their lives, the pride of their neighborhood, then their town, maybe the whole state. They'd been celebrated, popular, never short of attention, and they probably hadn't lost a scuffle since they were kids. Of course, they'd never been in a real fight, not the kind understood by people trained to fight or die. Shoving matches outside a diner or after a summer keg party were as far from actual combat as 2 out-of-shape guys tossing a football in the park were from the Super Bowl. They were amateurs, worse yet, complacent ones, used to relying on sheer size and reputation. In a real confrontation, they'd be down before they even threw a punch. Take their weapon choice. Terrible firearms are best, blades second, slashing tools third, blunt instruments way down the list. They slow you down, and if you miss, the uncontrolled momentum leaves you wide open, and if you must use one, a backhand swing is the only smart move, a single fluid motion. But these guys stood side by side, weapons in their outside hands, setting up for clumsy forehand swings. That meant each would have to wind up backward first, pause, then swing forward, a giant, obvious telegraph. They might as well have sent a warning by telegram. Reacher almost laughed. He'd grown up on military bases worldwide, scrapping with hardened Marine kids and testing himself against resentful local gangs in dusty Pacific towns and damp European alleys. Whatever humble Texas or Nebraska town these guys hailed from was a playground by comparison, while they were busy memorizing playbooks and practicing their sprints, jumps, and catches. He had been dismantled and reassembled by specialists who could end a man so swiftly he wouldn't realize it until he tried to nod and his head tumbled into the gutter. The man holding the wrench announced, "We've got something to tell you, friend." Reacher replied, "Is that so? Actually, it's more of an inquiry. Any big words giving you trouble? Need a minute to think?" Reacher shifted forward and slightly to his right, positioning himself exactly 7 feet from both men, like standing at 6 on a clock face with them at 11 and 1. The wrench wielder was to his left, the one with the hammer on his right. The man with the wrench made the first move, planting his weight on his right foot and starting a tight, controlled backswing, the heavy tool poised to rebound off tensed muscle after a short arc before driving forward to shatter Reacher's left arm between shoulder and elbow. It wasn't a foolish attempt, a respectable opening gambit, but it never reached its target. Reacher's weight was already on his left foot, and his right leg shot out a fraction after the wrench began its motion, maybe even quicker, so that before the tool could reverse direction, the heel of Reacher's boot plowed through the big man's knee. The impact crushed the kneecap deep into the joint, shredding ligaments, snapping tendons, and dislocating the entire structure until it buckled forward at a sickening, unnatural angle. As the man began to collapse before his first choked cry could escape, Reacher was already moving past him, brushing him aside like an afterthought, a now unarmed, one-legged figure who no longer registered as a threat. Men with one working leg had never topped Reacher's list of worries. The hammer wielder faced a split-second decision: pivot forward into almost a full rotation, awkward with his hobbled companion blocking the way, or swing blindly backward in a desperate, hopeful lunge. He chose the wild backhand swing. Reacher had half anticipated it and was quietly pleased. He watched the arm whip back, the elbow twisting, then planted his feet, torqued at the waist, and drove the heel of his palm into the man's elbow joint. The force of the blow met the opposing pull of the swinging hammer. The elbow cracked, the wrist hyperextended, and the hammer clattered to the ground. The man crumpled, hopping and writhing, trying to force his arm back into a normal bend, which spun him in a tight, stumbling circle until he wobbled face-to-face with Reacher. Without waiting for the hammer to settle, Reacher snapped his head forward in a brutal, bone-on-bone headbutt that smashed into the man's face. Then Reacher danced back toward the mangled Subaru, turned and mapped out the next instant and a half. The wrenchman was now on the pavement, rolling in agony. In Reacher's assessment, he was less stunned by the immediate pain, most of which was still gathering like a storm on the horizon, and more by the grim, dawning realization that the life he knew was finished. All those fleeting fears an athlete feels after a brutal hit on the field had just become his permanent reality. His future stretched out before him, a bleak parade of canes, braces, limps, constant pain, mounting frustration, and the hollow certainty of unemployment. The man who had wielded the hammer was still upright, swaying on his heels, eyes blinking slowly. Blood streamed from his broken nose. One arm hung useless at his side, and his gaze was vacant. Clearly not much processing was happening upstairs. To someone from a civilized place, a world of orderly rules and fair play, that might have seemed sufficient. But Jack Reacher didn't inhabit that world. He came from a place where you never start a fight, but you absolutely finish it, and you make damn sure you don't lose. Generations of hard-earned wisdom had taught him that assuming a fight is over too soon is the quickest way to end up defeated. So he moved back toward the hammer wielder, ignored the risk to his own hands, and drove a brutal right hook low into the narrow space between the man's chest and stomach. The punch was perfectly timed, a savage impact straight to the solar plexus, like flipping a switch. The guy gasped, all the air leaving his lungs, and folded forward in temporary agony. Reacher waited until he was bent low enough, then finished it with a kick to the face, delivered with a strange kind of mercy. Broken teeth and a fractured jaw were preferable to permanent brain damage. Then he turned to the wrench holder, timed his roll, and put him to sleep with a sharp kick to the forehead. He picked up the heavy wrench and broke the man's right wrist with a single crisp blow, then the left. He turned back and did the same to the hammer man. 3, 4. These two were someone's weapons deliberately sent, and no soldier leaves enemy ordnance functional on the battlefield. From the cabin doorway, the doctor's wife watched, her face a mask of pure terror. "What?" Reacher asked her. The Ford pickup was still rumbling quietly where it had been left, headlights cutting two bright cones through the dark. Beyond the beams, the two men lay in a tangled heap, steam rising faintly from their bodies in the cold, 4 cubic yards of bone and muscle, 600 pounds of beef, now horizontal instead of vertical. Moving them was going to be a serious problem. The doctor's wife whispered, "What in God's name do we do now?" Reacher said. "About what?" "I wish you hadn't done that." "Why?" "Because nothing good can come from it." "Nothing." "Why not?" "What is actually happening here?" "Who are these people, I told you?" "Football players, not them," Reacher said. "The Duncans, the ones who sent them. Did they see me? These two, I doubt it." "Good. I can't be part of this." "Why not? What's going on?" "This isn't your concern. Tell them that." "You seemed so angry back there." "Me?" Reacher said. "I wasn't angry. I was barely paying attention. If I'd been angry, we'd be hosing this place down right now. As it is, we're going to need heavy machinery." "What are you going to do with them?" "Tell me about the Duncans. They're just a family. Seth, his father, and 2 uncles. They used to be farmers now. They run a trucking outfit." "Which one hires the muscle?" "I don't know who decides. Maybe they vote, or maybe all 4 have to agree." "Where do they live?" "You know where Seth lives? The other 3? The old men?" "Just south of here. 3 separate houses, all alone. 1 each. I saw them. Your husband was staring right at them. Did you see his hands? Why?" "He was probably crossing his fingers for luck, whistling past the graveyard." "Why? Who the hell are they?" "They're a hornet's nest, that's what, and you just poked it with a stick, and now you're going to walk away." "What was I supposed to do?" "Let them cave my head in with tools." "That's what we do here. We take our punishments. We smile, we keep our heads down. We go along to get along." "What are you talking about?" She paused, shaking her head slowly. "It's not a big deal," she said, almost to herself. "That's what we tell ourselves, you know the old saying, if you toss a frog into boiling water, it'll jump right out. But if you put it in cool water and slowly turn up the heat, it'll just sit there until it's cooked. We've been sitting in warm water for a long time." She stared at the mangled Subaru for a long moment before turning to walk home. When Reacher offered her a ride in the truck, she refused without hesitation. He watched her figure dissolve into the night, then turned his attention to the 2 men sprawled on the gravel. Lifting 300 pounds of dead weight was impossible, like trying to hoist a full-sized refrigerator by yourself. He climbed into the truck cab, the air thick with the scent of pine cleaner and warm engine oil. After shifting into gear, he pulled forward in a wide arc, then reversed carefully until the tailgate aligned with the unconscious men stepping out. He examined the electric winch bolted to the front frame. He released the ratchet, unwinding 30 feet of steel cable, then guided it over the hood across the roof between the lights on the bar and down behind the truck. Dropping the tailgate, he fastened the hook to the first man's belt. Back at the winch, he pressed the button. The motor whirred, the cable tightened, and the truck's suspension groaned under the strain. The man was dragged across the gravel, belt first, until he reached the tailgate. With a metallic shriek against the sheet metal, he was hoisted into the air, spinning slightly, limbs dangling before being pulled into the bed. Reacher released the hook and repeated the entire process for the second man, feeling less like a rescuer and more like a ranch hand hauling livestock. He drove 5 miles south, slowing as he neared the shared driveway leading west to 3 houses clustered close together. Painted white years ago, they now held a pale, ghostly sheen in the moonlight. The properties sat in a tight arc on barren ground, just patchy gravel weeds and 3 parked cars bordered by a sturdy post and rail fence. Beyond it, empty fields faded into the dark. A single light glowed in a downstairs window of the right-hand house. Otherwise, the place was still. Reacher nudged the truck forward, another 30 feet, then reversed into the driveway. Gravel crackled loudly beneath the tires, no chance of a quiet arrival. He backed in about 50 yards halfway up the drive, then cut the engine and stepped out to lower the tailgate. He hoisted himself into the truck bed, seized the first man by his belt and collar, and wrestled him toward the edge with a series of heaves and drags. Planting his boot against the man's hip, he shoved him over the side. The guy dropped 3 feet, landed with a heavy thud on his side, and finally settled onto his back, returned to sender indeed. Reacher turned back for the second man, hauling and rolling him out of the truck until he tumbled down right on top of his partner. After latching the tailgate, he vaulted over the side, dropped to the ground, slid behind the wheel, and sped away. Meanwhile, the four Duncans had gathered again around Jasper's kitchen table. It wasn't a scheduled meeting, but with a perpetually long list of issues, they seized the moment. Jacob broke the silence, his voice tense. "We're catching heat from our southern associate. He's pushing about the holdup at the border." Jonas shrugged, his expression weary. "We can't manage what's out of our hands. Try explaining that to him. He'll get his product when it gets here. He paid in advance. He always does. A significant amount. It always is." Jonas paused, but this time he's on edge. He wants movement. And here's what's odd. When he called, it felt like I was jumping into a conversation already in progress. He sounded irritated, almost resentful, as if we'd blown off earlier warnings, like he was 3 steps ahead and I was still on the starting line. The man's losing it. Maybe, Jacob's eyes narrowed, or maybe one of us already fielded a couple of his calls. "Wasn't me," Jonas stated flatly. "Me either," Jasper echoed. "You certain?" "Absolutely." "Then there's no other explanation," Jacob pressed. "And let's remember, this isn't someone we can afford to cross. He's not a pleasant character." His 2 older brothers merely shrugged, their rugged, stocky frames unmoving. Jonas repeated, "Don't look at me, not me," Jasper said again. Only Seth had stayed quiet, not uttering a word. Jacob turned to his son. "What aren't you telling us, boy?" Seth's gaze dropped to the tabletop before he looked up, the large aluminum plate on his face catching the light. Under the combined stare of his father and uncles, he finally admitted, "I wasn't the one who broke Eleanor's nose tonight." Jasper rose, fetched a half-empty bottle of Knob Creek whiskey from the cabinet, and gripped 4 chipped glasses with his thick, work-worn fingers. He set them on the table, pulled the cork, and poured 4 hefty measures. With careful precision, he slid each glass across the scarred wood before sitting back down. Each man took an initial sip, then set his glass back with a soft thump, the sounds echoing in the quiet room. Jacob leaned forward. "Start from the beginning, son." "I'm handling it," Seth said, "not very well from the sound of things." "He's my contact." Jacob shook his head. "He was your connection, yes, but we operate as a family, everything together, nothing solo. There are no side arrangements here. We were leaving money on the table before. Let's not rehash old history. You found a buyer willing to pay a premium, and we appreciated that, but extra reward brings extra risk. Nothing comes free. So what went wrong? We're a week behind. We are not. We never commit to dates." Seth fell silent. Jacob pressed, "What? You promised him a date." Seth gave a slow nod. Jacob's voice hardened. "That was foolish, son. We never guarantee timelines, you know. We can't, too many variables. The weather alone can throw everything off. I calculated based on a worst-case scenario. You overthink. There's always something worse than the worst. Trust me on that. So what happened? 2 men showed up at my house 2 days ago. His people tough guys. Where was Brett? I had to let him know they were coming. Were you expecting them? In a way. Why keep it from us? Because I'm handling it. Not very effectively, it seems. What happened? They said they had a message from their employer, a sign of dissatisfaction. I told them I got it. I explained myself. I apologized. They said apologies weren't enough. They'd been instructed to leave a reminder. I told them they couldn't. I have to be seen in public. I have a company to manage, so they took it out on Eleanor instead to prove their point. Just like that, they asked permission first. They made me consent. They made her consent, too. They made me hold her down. They took turns. I told her I was sorry afterward. She said, "What's the difference? Them now or you later?" Because she could see how worked up I was. And then I begged for another week. They gave me 2 days. So they returned tonight?
Yes.
They repeated the whole performance. Was the man in the diner one of them?
No, he wasn't. I told you I'd never laid eyes on him before.
Jonas Duncan said. He was a bystander, just like we thought, judging by what he said to the kid. A bystander who got the wrong idea about the situation. Jacob said, "Well, at least he's not our problem anymore." Then they caught the faint noise from outside, tires crunching on the gravel drive, a vehicle approaching slowly, engine groaning in a low gear. It seemed to halt partway up, the motor idled. A moment of silence, then a muffled wet thud, followed by the sound of air being forced from lungs, then another pause, and another impact. The vehicle then sped away, faster now, gears shifting, and the night fell quiet again. Jonas Duncan was first out the door. From 50 yards, he could make out strange, slumped forms in the moonlight. From 20, he recognized what they were. From 5, he saw the state they were in. He said, "Not out of our hair, not quite, not yet." Jacob Duncan said, "Who in God's name is this man?" Seth Duncan and his uncle Jasper stayed silent. Reacher parked the pickup beside the wrecked Subaru and found the motel owner waiting at his door. "Mr. Vincent?" His hair looked ink black under the light. "Getting the locks changed?" Reacher asked him. The man said, "I'm hoping it won't come to that, but—" "I can't let you stay here anymore," Reacher said. "I paid for the night. I'll give you your money back, of course." "That's not the issue. A deal's a deal. I haven't broken anything." Vincent said nothing. Reacher said, "They already know I'm here. Where else would I go?" "It was fine before." "Before what?" "Before they called and told me not to let you stay. What you don't know can't hurt you. But I can't ignore them now, not after they've made it clear." "When did they call?" "A couple minutes ago." "You always do what they say." Vincent didn't answer. "Stupid question, I guess," Reacher said. "I'd lose everything I built, and what my family built before me. All those years." "Since 1969, Reacher asked. "How'd you know that? Just a hunch. The moon landing and all that, the Apollo mission. Do you remember 1969? A little? I loved it. So much was happening. I don't know what went wrong after. It really felt like the dawn of something new." "It was," Reacher said, "just not the new dawn you were hoping for." "I'm sorry about this. You going to offer me a ride to the interstate now?" "I can't do that either. We're not supposed to help you in any way." "We, any of us. They're spreading the word." "Well, I seem to have come into a truck," Reacher said. "I can drive myself." "Don't," Vincent said. "They'll report it stolen. The county sheriff will pull you over. You won't make it 10 miles. The Duncans run the police, too." "No, not exactly. But a stolen vehicle is a stolen vehicle, right? They want me to stick around? They do now. You started a fight. They aim to end it." Chapter 12, Reacher stood in the cold between the truck and the motel cabin and scanned the darkness. There was little to see. The neon's blue glow stretched only to the abandoned Subaru before dissolving into the night above. A pale moon hung among countless cold stars. Reacher asked, "Is there any coffee left in that pot?" Vincent shook his head. "I can't serve you. I won't tell a soul. They could be watching. They're busy driving 2 men 60 miles to a hospital." "Not all of them. This is the last place they'd check. They ordered you to move me along. They'll assume you followed instructions." "I'm not sure." "Let's make a deal," Reacher proposed. "I'll leave to save you the trouble. You can keep the $30 since none of this is on you. In exchange, I want a cup of coffee and some straight answers." The lounge was plunged in darkness, save for a single work lamp behind the bar. Gone were the soft reds and pinks, replaced by the harsh glare of a flickering fluorescent tube that cast a sickly green light and emitted a persistent, grating hum. The music was silent, leaving only the buzz of the light and the distant rumble of the heating system. Vincent filled the bun machine with water and scooped ground coffee from a massive drum into a paper filter the size of a dinner plate. As the machine gulped and hissed, Reacher watched the dark brew trickle into the carafe. "Start from the beginning," Reacher said. "The beginning goes way back," Vincent replied. "It always does."
They're an old family around here.
"They always are." The first one I knew was the old man Duncan. He was a farmer from a long line of them. I suppose the first Duncan came here on a land grant, maybe right after the Civil War. They grew corn and beans and built up a huge spread of land. The old man inherited it all. He had 3 sons, Jacob, Jasper, and Jonas. It was no secret the boys despised farming. But they kept the operation running until the old man passed, just to avoid breaking his heart. Then they sold everything. They went into the trucking business instead. A lot less labor. They divided their land and sold it off to their neighbors, which made sense for everyone. What had been a vast estate in the days of horses and mules wasn't so impressive anymore with modern tractors and the need for larger-scale operations. Land prices were high back then, but the boys offered discounts if their neighbors agreed to use Duncan transportation to haul their harvests. Again, it seemed like a win-win. Everyone was getting what they wanted. Everyone was content. Until things turned sour gradually. There was a dispute with one neighbor, ancient history now, maybe 25 years back, but it was a bitter situation. It festered all summer, and then that farmer didn't get his crop hauled out. The Duncans simply refused. It rotted right there in the fields. The guy didn't see a dime that year. He couldn't find another hauler. By then, the Duncans had the whole county locked up. No other outfit would bother coming all the way out here for just one load. The guy couldn't haul it himself. They'd all sold their trucks. No need for them, they figured, because of the contracts, and they needed the cash for mortgages anyway. He could have rented just for that season. He wouldn't have made it past his own gate. The contract's fine print stated only a Duncan truck could haul anything off a farm. No way to fight it, not in court, and certainly not on the ground, because the football players were already on the scene by then, the first generation of them. They must be old men themselves by now. "Total control," Reacher observed. Vincent gave a grim nod. "And brutally simple," he said. "You can work all year, but if you can't get your harvest trucked out, it's the same as doing nothing at all. Farmers live season to season. They can't afford to lose an entire crop. The Duncans found the perfect pressure point, whether by accident or design, I don't really know. But once they realized what they had, they certainly started to relish it. How so? Nothing too overt at first. People pay a little over the odds, and they learn to mind their manners. That's pretty much the whole story. You're in the same boat, aren't you?" Vincent gave a slow nod. This place was falling apart a decade back. The Duncans fronted me the cash for repairs, no interest on the condition I used them exclusively for my shipping, and you're still paying it off. We're all still paying one way or another. Why just sit here and take it? You want an uprising? That won't happen. People need to eat. The Duncans are clever about it. No single demand feels unbearable on its own. You see what I mean? Like a frog in a pot of water slowly coming to a boil, Reacher said. That's how the doctor's wife put it to me. That's the phrase we all use. You still end up cooked. It's a slow process. Vincent turned to pour another mug of coffee, this one also sporting a faded NASA emblem. He slid it across the bar. "My mom was distantly related to Neil Armstrong, you know, the first man on the moon, something like a 15th cousin." Reacher took a sip. The coffee was surprisingly good, rich, hot, and strong. Vincent continued. "Did you know President Nixon had a speech ready, just in case they got stranded up there? If the lunar module failed, can you picture it? Just sitting on that gray dust, watching Earth hang in the black sky, waiting for the oxygen to run out. Aren't there laws against this sort of thing?" Reacher asked. "Antitrust or coercion? Contacting a lawyer is as good as filing for bankruptcy around here. A lawsuit drags on for years. Try running a farm or a motel without getting your goods to market for 2 or 3 seasons. It's a death sentence. And after a full day of that work, you're not reaching for a law book. You're collapsing into bed. Smashing the doctor's car wasn't some minor nuisance, Reacher stated. I agree. It was more aggressive than their usual tactics. It's made everyone a bit uneasy. Everyone. We keep in touch. There's a phone chain for when something happens. We share what we know. What's the general opinion? The feeling is the doctor might have had it coming. He overstepped. For treating a patient, she wasn't ill. It was a staged intervention. I think you're all sick, Reacher said, his tone shifting from curiosity to blunt contempt. I think you're a town full of cowards without the spine to stand up. How difficult would it be to act? One person alone, sure, that's tough. But if every business owner here called a different trucking company together, they'd come. Why wouldn't they? If there's enough profit here for the Duncans, there's enough for a competitor. The Duncans would sue, let them. Then they'd be the ones bleeding money in court for years with no income. The tables would turn. I doubt another hauler would touch it. They have territories. They don't poach clients in an area like this. You could at least try. Vincent stayed silent. Whatever, Reacher said, a note of weary dismissal in his voice. Truth is, I don't give a damn who hauls your corn or your beans, whether it gets done or how you even measure the stuff. A bushel? A peck? Who cares? You all can figure it out or not. Your call. I'm headed to Virginia. It's not that simple here, Vincent insisted. Not anymore. People have been frightened for so long. The feeling of being unafraid is just a forgotten memory. Reacher said nothing. Vincent pressed, what are you going to do? That's up to the Duncans, Reacher said. Plan A is to catch a ride out of this place, but if they want to fight, then Plan B is to finish it. I'll keep tossing their hired muscle off the property until they run out. Then I'll take a walk up to their house and have a conversation. Their choice, stick with Plan A. Just leave, that's my advice. Show me a passing truck and I might consider it. I need something from you. What's that? Your room key. I'm sorry. Reacher fished the large brass key stamped with a number 6 from his pocket and set it on the bar. Vincent asked, where will you sleep tonight? Better you don't know, Reacher said. The Duncans might ask you and you'd tell them, wouldn't you? I'd have no choice, Vincent admitted. The conversation was over. Reacher drained his coffee and walked out of the lounge, back toward the waiting truck. The winch had twisted the roof rack, making the truck look slightly lopsided from the front. Still, the engine turned over without complaint. Reacher pulled out of the motel parking lot. When in doubt, go left. He always figured. He pointed the truck south, driving slowly without headlights, letting his vision adjust to the dark as he searched for a sign or a landmark to follow. The road was a thin, dark line cutting through endless flat fields on either side. A pale wash of moonlight and starlight revealed the landscape. But there wasn't much to see, just the occasional lonely tree and vast expanses of plowed earth stretching to the horizon. After about 3 miles, 2 structures appeared far to the west, standing alone in the middle of a field. Even at this distance, Reacher could tell they were old wooden buildings, slowly surrendering to the land. They sagged and leaned as if the ground was patiently reclaiming them, one stubborn inch at a time. He slowed and turned onto a rough track defined by 2 deep ruts from tractor tires with a frozen ridge of grass between them as stiff as steel cable. The truck jolted and rattled along, tires crunching over stones that skittered into the darkness. The track ran straight, then angled following the geometric borders of the farmland. The ground was rock hard, no dust rose in his wake. The 2 buildings grew larger. One was a barn, the other a smaller shed, separated by about 100 yards. Each was skirted by a tangle of dormant stick-like vegetation, seeds that had once blown against the walls and taken root. In summer, it might be a wild fringe of vines. Now it was just a brittle, colorless thicket. Reacher approached the barn first. It stood on cracked asphalt built from timbers as tough as iron, yet it was rotting and tilting. A large sliding door meant for big machinery was jammed in its track, its lower corner buried in the dirt. A smaller inset door, a Judas hole, was locked. There were no windows. He returned to the truck and drove toward the 3-sided shed, its open end facing away from the barn. Tractor ruts led right inside. It was a storage space, or had been long ago. Roughly twice the length of his truck and a little wider, it was ideal. Reacher drove all the way in, stopping so the hood nestled beneath a makeshift loft shelf under the roof peak. He killed the engine, got out, and walked back 20 yards past the shed entrance. Turning, he confirmed the truck was completely hidden from the road. A faint, satisfied smile touched his lips. Time to turn in. He set off walking back down the tractor ruts, avoiding the frozen central hump of grass. Even frozen grass could show a footprint, and Reacher never liked leaving a trail. The uneven, hard ground made for slower going, but it was cleaner. He reached the road and turned north, walking where a center line would be if one existed. The night was utterly still and bitterly cold, the stars sharp pinpricks in the black sky. Nothing moved. Ahead, there was no trace of the motel's blue glow. Its lights were off for the night. He covered the 3 miles back at a brisk pace, in just under an hour, approaching the crossroads from the south. He paused 100 yards out, scanning the scene. To his left lay the concrete skeleton of an abandoned mall foundation, and beyond it the dark shape of a derelict gas station. To his right lay empty space, and beyond that the motel stood dark and silent, nothing more than indistinct shapes in the deeper shadows. No vehicles were parked there, no trucks, no observers, no sign of any trap. Reacher continued forward, approaching the motel from the back near the end of the curved row of cabins behind the smallest unit. Everything was still. He avoided the gravel, moving carefully along the silvery foundation timbers until he reached his bathroom window. It remained open, the screen still lying in the tub. He sat on the sill, ducked his head, swung his legs up, and slipped inside. He shut the window against the chill, turned, and scanned the space. His towels were where he'd left them after his shower. Vincent hadn't serviced the room. Reacher figured that was a job for tomorrow. No rush. Nobody was anticipating a sudden need for a room out here in the Nebraska wilderness, not in the heart of winter. He walked through to the main room and found everything exactly as he had left it. He left the lights off and the curtains open. He pulled the bedding loose all around the mattress and slid in, fully clothed, boots and all. It wasn't the first time he'd slept that way. Sometimes being ready paid off. Hence the boots and the untucked sheets. He shifted left, then right, found a tolerable position, and within a minute he was deeply asleep. He woke 5 hours later and realized he'd been mistaken. Vincent wasn't handling quintuple duty after all, only quadruple. He did employ a maid, a housekeeper. Reacher was roused by the sound of her footsteps crunching on the gravel outside. He saw her through the window, heading for his door, ready to clean what she assumed was a vacant room. He tossed the covers aside and sat up, feet on the floor, blinking. His arms felt somewhat improved, or maybe they were just stiff from sleep outside. A mist hung in the cold gray light of a bitter winter morning, not long past dawn. People tend to see what they expect to see. The housekeeper used a passkey, pushed the door wide, and stepped into what she believed was an empty room. Her gaze swept past Reacher's form on the bed and moved on, taking a full second to snap back. She didn't overreact. No gasp, no scream. She looked like a sturdy, competent woman, around 60 or older, white, with a blunt, square build, her blonde hair slowly fading to a mix of yellow and gray. Plenty of old German or maybe Scandinavian ancestry there, pardon me, she said, but Mr. Vincent was under the impression this room was empty. That was the idea, Reacher said. Better for him that way. What you don't know can't cause you problems. You're the man the Duncans told him to kick out, she stated. It wasn't a question, just a conclusion drawn from the local phone tree chatter. I'll be moving on today, Reacher said. I don't want to make trouble for him. I'm afraid the trouble will find you. How do you plan to move on? I'll hitch a ride. I'll position myself south of the crossroads. I've done it before. Do you think the first car you see will stop? It might. What are the odds? Not good. The first car you see won't stop, because chances are the first car will belong to a local, and that person will get right on the phone and tell the Duncans exactly where you are. We've all been given our instructions. The word is out. So the second car you see will be full of the Duncans people, and the third and the fourth, you're in a bind, sir. The land here is flat, and it's winter, there's nowhere to hide. Chapter 14. The housekeeper moved through the room in a methodical, practiced manner, following her set routine, ignoring the oddity of an unauthorized guest sitting on the bed. She checked the bathroom, as if sizing up her workload, then nudged the tub armchair with her hip, shifting it back an inch to its designated spot marked by dents in the carpet. Reacher asked, "Do you have a cell phone?" The woman said, "Of course. I even have some minutes left on it. Are you going to turn me in?" "Turn who in? This is an empty room," she said. Reacher glanced around. "What's east of this place?" "Nothing you'd care about," the woman replied. "The pavement turns to gravel after a mile and just peters out into scrubland." "West? Same story. Why put a crossroads here if it doesn't go anywhere?" "Some half-baked development scheme from 50 years back," she said. "They imagined a whole commercial strip right here, a mile long, with neighborhoods spreading east and west. A couple of farms got sold off, but that was it. Even the gas station folded, and when a gas station dies at a crossroads, you know the place is finished. This motel's still standing, barely hanging on. Most of what Mr. Vincent makes comes from selling whiskey to the doctor. Looked like a steady stream of cash last night. A bar can't survive on one customer. He's still paying you?" The woman nodded. "Mr. Vincent is decent. He helps when he can. Truth is, I'm a farmer. I work here winters because I need the money, mostly to pay the Duncans. Haulage fees, mine are steeper than anyone else's." "Why, old trouble, I wouldn't let something go." "Let what go?" "I can't talk about it," she said, her voice dropping. "It's forbidden. That whole mess was the beginning of all the bad things. And anyway, I was wrong. It was a false accusation." Reacher pushed off the bed and walked to the bathroom. He splashed cold water on his face and brushed his teeth behind him. The woman stripped the bedding with quick, efficient flicks of her wrists, sheets one way, blankets the other. "You're headed for Virginia," she said. Reacher turned. "You know my social security number, too?" "The doctor told his wife you were a military policeman. Were is right. Not anymore. So what are you now? Hungry. No breakfast here. Where then? There's a diner about an hour south, in town, where the county deputies get their coffee and donuts." "Wonderful." The housekeeper stepped outside to her cart and pulled out fresh linens, fitted sheet, flat sheet, pillowcases. Reacher watched her. "What does Vincent pay you?" "Minimum wage," she said. "It's all he can manage." "I'd pay you more than that to make me breakfast." "Where my place?" "Sure." "Risky? Why? You burn everything." A quick smile touched her lips. "Do you tip well if the coffee's good?" "I use my mother's old percolator." "Was her coffee any good?" "The best." "Then we have a deal." "I don't know," she said, hesitating. "They won't be knocking on doors. They'll expect to find me out in the open. And when they don't—" "Not your problem. I'll be long gone. I like breakfast, but I don't make a 3-hour event of it." She stood there for a moment, uncertain, holding a stiff white pillowcase flat against her chest like a shield or a surrender flag. Then she said, "All right." 450 miles north. Dawn arrived a little later. A gray panel truck sat parked on a sandy track, concealed, dormant, glazed with morning dew. The driver woke in the dark, climbed down, relieved himself against a pine tree, then drank some water and ate a candy bar. He crawled back into his sleeping bag and watched the thin morning light seep through the needles above. He knew he might be there most of the day, or 2 days, or even 3 or 4, but afterward would come his reward. Money and a kind of grim amusement, and both were worth the wait. He was a patient man by nature and obedient. Back in the room, Reacher stood still while the housekeeper worked around him. She made the bed drum tight, swapped the towels, replaced a small bottle of shampoo, set out a new paper-wrapped soap, and folded a precise arrowhead into the end of the toilet paper. Then she went to fetch her truck. It was an old pickup, battered and plain, with rust spots, thin tires, and a weary suspension. She drove a loop around the wrecked Subaru and parked with the passenger door lined up with the cabin door. She scanned the road ahead and behind, her gaze lingering before she hesitated. Reacher could tell she was tempted to just drive away and leave him there. The urge was plain on her face, yet she didn't. Instead, she reached over and pushed the passenger door open, gesturing impatiently for him to get in. Reacher left the motel cabin and climbed into the truck. It was a compact, grimy Chevrolet, the interior coated in dust, the plastic and vinyl worn thin. His knees pressed against the dashboard, and the seatback was close to the window separating them from the cargo area. "You need to duck down if we pass anyone, understand?" she instructed, her voice tense. Reacher nodded, though he doubted there was anywhere to hide in the cramped space. "You got a sack or something?" he asked. "What for?" "To pull over my head. Might sell the whole hiding thing better." "This isn't a joke," she snapped, putting the truck in gear. The transmission groaned before engaging, something clattered under the hood, and a hole in the muffler made it sound like an old motorcycle. She turned left out of the parking lot, passed through the intersection, and headed south. The landscape, stark and vast under the pale morning sky, was coated in a thin layer of frost. It felt endlessly empty. After a few minutes, Reacher spotted the two dilapidated structures to the west, a barn with a sagging roof and a smaller shed where he knew a pickup truck was stored. Not long after, they passed the 3 Duncan houses, isolated at the end of their long, shared driveway. The woman's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel, and Reacher noticed she had crossed her fingers. She watched the rearview mirror more than the road ahead until they were a mile clear, then finally let out a shaky breath and relaxed her grip. "They're just people," Reacher said, breaking the silence. 3 old men and a scrawny kid. "They don't have some supernatural hold over this place." "They're evil," she replied, her voice low and certain. Meanwhile, in Jonas Duncan's kitchen, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation. They were finishing breakfast, biding their time, waiting for Jacob to speak. He had that look distant, thoughtful, which always preceded some grand pronouncement. Over the years, Jacob's quiet contemplation had often yielded sharp insights or cunning plans that solved multiple problems at once. So they waited. Jonas and Jasper ate patiently, while Seth picked at his food, each bite clearly painful. The bruising from his injuries had spread dramatically overnight, giving him 2 spectacular black eyes the color of overripe plums. Finally, Jacob set down his utensils, dabbed his mouth with his sleeve, and folded his hands on the table. "We need to ask ourselves a question," he began. As the host, Jonas took the lead. "What question?" "We must consider," Jacob said slowly, "whether it might be worthwhile to trade a small amount of our pride for a practical solution." "How so?" "We face 2 issues. A provocation from that outsider at the motel, sticking his nose where it doesn't belong, and a threat from our impatient associate to the south. The first requires a response, the second never should have become a problem in the first place. A specific deadline never should have been promised." He glanced at Seth. "But it was, so now we must manage it, and let's be clear, no blame here. Seth acted in good faith for the family," Jonas pressed. "So how do we manage it?" "Let's address the outsider first," Jacob said. Seth cut in, his voice tight with anger. "I want him broken." "We all do," Jacob said calmly, "and we attempted that, didn't we? It didn't go as planned." "Are we afraid of him now?" he asked, almost rhetorically. "A little, yes. And we should be. We lost 3 men. It would be foolish not to be concerned, and we are not fools. That's one thing nobody will ever say about a Duncan. Hence my point about dignity. You want to let him go?" Seth asked, incredulous. "No," Jacob replied, a cold smile touching his lips. "I want to inform our southern friend that this stranger is the root of our delay. Let's redirect that impatience onto someone else. We then suggest to our associate that he already has 2 of his own men in the area, and if he's eager to speed things along, perhaps those 2 could be encouraged to deal with the outsider. That's a favorable outcome from multiple angles. For one, Seth is immediately relieved of the burden of those 2 individuals. Secondly, the outsider ends up harmed or worse. Thirdly, it helps soften our associate's recent frustration as he comes to realize the holdup isn't actually our doing. He'll see we're under pressure from external forces, a situation he can easily relate to since he undoubtedly faces similar pressures himself from time to time. Essentially, we find common ground. There was a pause. Jasper Duncan finally said, "I'm on board," Jacob replied. "So am I, otherwise I wouldn't suggest it. The only drawback is a minor hit to our pride. We won't be the ones directly handling the man who crossed us, and we'll be confessing to our Southern associate that there are some issues we can't manage entirely on our own. No dishonor in that," Jonas stated. "This operation is highly complex," Seth inquired. "You really think his men are superior to ours? Without a doubt, son," Jacob answered. "As competent as our people are, his operate on another level entirely. There's simply no contest, which is something we must remember. It's crucial our Southern associate stays an associate because he would be a formidable and disagreeable opponent. But what if the delay persists?" Jasper asked. "What if nothing improves? Suppose the outsider is dealt with today and we still can't make the delivery for a week. Then our Southern friend knows we weren't being straight with him. I doubt the outsider will be resolved in a single day," Jacob said. "Why not?" "Because all indications suggest he's a highly competent individual. It might take several days, by which time our truck could very well be rolling, and even if it isn't, we could argue we deemed it wise to keep the goods out of circulation until the situation was fully settled. Our associate might buy that, or of course he might not. So it's a gamble. It certainly is. But it's likely the best option available to us. Are we proceeding or not?" "We should provide support," Jasper said, "and intelligence. We'll need cooperation from the locals," Jacob said. "Naturally, our associate would anticipate nothing less. Instructions will be given, and consequences will be made clear. And our men should be out there too, keeping watch. We need to feel we've at least made some effort." "Naturally," Jacob repeated. "So are we in or out?" Silence hung in the room for a long moment. Then Jasper said, "I'm in." "Me too," Jonas said. Jacob Duncan nodded and relaxed his hands. "That's a majority then," he said, "which is a great relief because I took the initiative and called our Southern associate 2 hours ago. Our people and his are already on the move." "I want to be there," Seth said, "when the outsider gets what's coming to him." Chapter 15. Reacher had half expected a shack pieced together from mud and crumbling timber, something straight out of a Depression-era photo, but the woman drove him along a lengthy gravel farm road to a tidy 2-story house sitting alone at the edge of a property that seemed to stretch for 1,000 acres. She parked behind the house near a row of dilapidated old barns and outbuildings. Reacher could hear chickens clucking in a pen and catch the distinct smell of pigs from a nearby sty. There was the scent of turned earth, crisp air, and the impending weather. The countryside in all its stark winter beauty, the woman said. "I hope this isn't impolite, but how much were you figuring on paying me?" Reacher gave a slight smile. "Trying to calculate how much food to serve." "Something along those lines. My average breakfast tab west of the Mississippi runs about $15, including the tip." The woman looked both startled and pleased. "That's a significant amount," she said. "That's nearly 2 hours of wages for some folks. It's like adding an extra day to the work week. Not all of it is profit," Reacher pointed out. "I'm starving, don't you forget," she reminded him. She guided him inside through a rear door into a narrow hallway. The house felt like what Seth Duncan's property might have been decades before all the costly upgrades. The ceilings pressed low overhead, the window panes were small and warped, the floorboards dipped and rose underfoot. Everything felt ancient, out of step with the modern world, yet it was spotless, orderly, and clearly cherished through generations. The kitchen was perfectly clean. The stove was off and cold. "You haven't eaten either?" Reacher asked. "I don't eat," the woman replied. "Not in the morning anyway." "Watching your figure?" She stayed silent, and Reacher instantly regretted the question. "My treat," he said. $30? Let's both enjoy a decent meal." "I don't need handouts." "It's not a handout. I'm repaying a kindness, plain and simple. You took a risk bringing me here. I was just trying to do the right thing." "Same here," Reacher said. "Take it or leave it." After a pause, she answered. "I'll take it," he asked. "What's your name?" "Usually when I share a meal with someone, I like to know what to call them. My name is Dorothy." "Good to meet you, Dorothy. Are you married?" I was not anymore. You know my name? You're Jack Reacher. Everyone's been told. The news traveled fast. I mentioned it to the doctor's wife, and she passed it to the Duncans. Don't hold it against her. It's automatic. She's working off what she owes, same as the rest of us. What does she owe them for? She took my side a long time ago. Meanwhile, Roberto Cassano and Angelo Mancini were heading north in a rented sedan. They were staying at a chain hotel in the county seat, which was little more than a handful of streets dropped in the center of endless empty plains. They'd already learned to keep a close eye on the gas gauge. Nebraska was that kind of state you filled up whenever you saw a station, because the next one might not appear for miles. Officially based out of Vegas, their roots were elsewhere: New York for Cassano, Philadelphia for Mancini. They'd proven themselves in their hometowns, landed jobs together in Miami as a kind of minor league tryout, and eventually earned their way to the major leagues in the Nevada desert. Tourists loved the saying that what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but that didn't apply to Cassano and Mancini. They were roadmen, always traveling, sent out to handle the earliest whispers of trouble long before it reached their boss. That's what brought them to these vast agricultural emptiness, hundreds of miles from the neon lights. There was a hiccup in the supply line, and it was about to become a major embarrassment. Their boss had made specific promises to specific people, and failing to deliver was not an option. So far, they'd been on location for 3 straight days, and they'd already roughed up some local farmer's wife to send a message. Then another local had called, blaming the whole mess on some outsider sticking his nose where it didn't belong. Probably nonsense, most likely completely unrelated. Just an excuse. But since they were only an hour's drive away, their boss was sending them up to lend a hand, because if the local was lying, it showed weakness, and a little help now could mean a better deal later. Basic business strategy. This was America, after all. Driving down wholesale costs was the whole point. They came up the worn 2-lane highway, passed through the shabby crossroads, and pulled into the motel lot. They'd seen it before. It looked acceptable at night. In the harsh daylight, it just seemed pathetic and poorly put together. They noticed a badly damaged Subaru parked near one of the cabins, its front end crumpled. There was nothing else worth looking at. The rental car came to a stop in the lot outside the lounge, and the 2 men climbed out, stretching their limbs in the brisk air. They were city guys, looking worn and a bit dazed by the relentless prairie wind. Cassano was of average height, with dark hair, a solid build, and an expressionless gaze. Mancini could have been his twin. Both wore expensive shoes, dark suits with colored shirts open at the collar, and heavy wool overcoats. They were so similar people frequently mixed them up. Without delay, they headed inside to locate the motel's owner. They found him right away, behind the bar, using a rag to wipe a series of sticky, overlapping rings from the wood. He was a sorry-looking character with unnaturally red hair. "We're here on behalf of the Duncan family," Cassano stated, a line he'd been assured would get a reaction. It worked. The man dropped the rag, stepped back, and nearly snapped to attention, as if a drill sergeant had just barked an order. "You put a man up here last night," Cassano said. "No, sir, I did not," the man with the dyed hair replied quickly. "I made him leave." Mancini glanced around. "It's freezing out." The bartender just stared, confused. Cassano leaned in. "If he didn't sleep here, where the hell did he go? You don't have any competition for miles, and he sure didn't bed down outside. First off, I haven't seen a decent hedge in this whole state. Second, he would have frozen solid. I don't know where he went. You positive? He didn't tell me. Any good Samaritans around here who'd take in a stranger? Not if the Duncans said otherwise. Then he must have stayed right here. Sir, I told you, he didn't. You even look in his room. He gave the key back before he left. There's more than one way into a room, genius. Did you check it or not? The housekeeper already cleaned it. She say anything? No, where is she? She's done for the day, went home. What's her name? Dorothy. Mancini's voice was flat. Tell us where Dorothy lives. Dorothy's interpretation of a $15 breakfast was nothing short of a banquet. She served coffee first while the rest cooked, a massive spread of oatmeal, crispy bacon, scrambled eggs, and thick toast. It was a mountain of food covering every food group, all steaming hot on heavy chipped china plates that looked half a century old, eaten with antique silverware featuring blocky Georgian handles. "This is incredible," Reacher said. "Thank you. You're welcome. And thank you for mine. It's not right, people going hungry because of the Duncans. People do a lot of things because of the Duncans. I know what I'd do." She gave a weary smile. "We all used to talk like that a long time ago. But they kept us poor and exhausted, and then, well, we just got old. What about the younger folks around here? They leave, the first chance they get. The bold ones scatter across the country. The more cautious ones stick closer in Lincoln or Omaha. Doing what? There are jobs. Some boys join the state police. That's a common path. Maybe someone should give those boys a call." She didn't reply. He tried another angle. "What happened 25 years ago? I can't discuss that. You can with me. It won't get back. If I ever meet the Duncans, we'll have plenty to argue about from this week, not last century. I was probably wrong about it anyway." "About what?" She stayed silent. He pressed. "Were you the neighbor with the grievance?" She wouldn't answer. "Changing tack?" he asked. "Need help cleaning up?" She shook her head. "You don't wash dishes in a restaurant, do you? Hasn't come up yet? Where were you 25 years ago?" "I don't really recall," he said. "Somewhere overseas." "In the army then, most likely? People are saying you took on 3 Cornhuskers yesterday. Not all together," he corrected. "More coffee?" "Sure," he said. She refilled the percolator and got it brewing. He asked, "How many farms signed contracts with the Duncans?" "All of us," she said. "This whole section of the county 40 farms. That's a lot of acreage. Corn, soybeans, alfalfa, we rotate. Did you buy a piece of the old Duncan land? 100 acres, a nice neat parcel. It squared off a corner of my property nicely." "It made sense," she said. "How long has it been?" "Must be 30 years now, so things were fine for the first 5. I'm not telling you what happened." "You should," he replied. "I think you need to. Why do you care? Like you mentioned, 3 football players came after me. I'd like to know why." "Because you broke Seth Duncan's nose. I've broken plenty of noses. Never had anyone send retired athletes after me before." She poured the coffee, setting his mug down in front of him. The kitchen was cozy from the stove, the kind of warmth that lingers. 25 years ago," she said, "Seth Duncan was 8 years old, and this part of the county was its own little world. We were spread out, isolated, but the school bus route tied us together. Everyone knew everyone. Kids would play in big groups, moving from one house to another, and no one wanted to go to Seth Duncan's place, especially the girls, and Seth played with girls more than with boys. Why not? Nobody said it out loud. Back then, in a place like this, you didn't talk about those things. But there was something off, something uncomfortable in the air. My daughter was 8 then, too, almost the same birthday as Seth. She refused to go there. She made that very clear, what was happening. "I told you," no one said. "But you knew," Reacher said. "Didn't you? You had a daughter. Maybe you couldn't prove it, but you knew. Do you have children?" "None that I'm aware of. But I served as a kind of cop for 13 years. And I've been human my whole life sometimes. You just know." The woman, 60, sturdy, her face flushed from the heat and the meal, nodded. "I guess today they'd call it inappropriate touching, from Seth." She nodded again, and from his father and both uncles. "That's terrible." "Yes, it was. What did you do?" "My daughter never went back. Did you talk to anyone?" "Not at first. Then it all came pouring out. Everyone was whispering. None of the girls wanted to go over there. Did anyone speak to Seth's mother?" "Seth didn't have a mother," Reacher said. "Why not? Did she leave?" "No. Did she die? She never existed?" "She must have, biologically, I suppose. But Jacob Duncan was never married. He was never seen with a woman. No woman was ever around any of them. Their own mother had passed years earlier. It was just old man Duncan and his 3 sons, then the 3 of them on their own. Then suddenly Jacob was dropping off a little boy at kindergarten. Didn't anyone ask where the boy came from? People whispered, but no one asked. too polite, too reserved. We all probably thought Seth was a relative, orphaned or something. So what happened next? You all kept your kids away, and that started the trouble? That's how it began. There was talk. The Duncans were isolated in their little compound. They were shut out. They didn't like it. So they struck back. Not right away. When then? After a little girl disappeared. Roberto Cassano and Angelo Mancini climbed back into their rented Impala and started the engine. The car had a cheap add-on navigation system, but it was practically useless. The screen showed little more than a few faint red lines like scribbles on paper. None of the roads had proper names, just numbers, or nothing at all. Most of the map was empty, and it was either wrong or incomplete. The crossroads wasn't even marked. It reminded Cassano of Vegas, honestly. Vegas grew so fast no GPS could keep up. Cassano and Mancini were old-school navigators relying on handwritten directions, scrawled by cooperative sources. The motel clerk had become especially helpful after just a couple of sharp reminders. He wasn't the brave type, that much was clear. Following the instructions, Mancini read aloud, "Turn left out of the parking lot," and Cassano did just that. Back in the kitchen, Dorothy prepared yet another pot of coffee, the routine a small comfort she shared. Seth Duncan had a rough childhood. School was brutal for him. Kids can be merciless at that age. They seemed to think the gossip from their parents gave them a free pass to torment him. Not a single girl would stand by him. They avoided his house and wouldn't even speak to him. That's just how children can be. Except for one girl raised with real kindness. She wouldn't visit his home, but she still talked to him. Then one day that little girl vanished, Reacher pressed. "And then it's a nightmare you can't imagine," Dorothy continued. "At first there's this frantic hope. Maybe she's just playing, lost track of time. She'll come skipping home any minute." Nobody had cell phones back then. Some didn't even have landlines. When she didn't appear, people started driving around, searching. Night fell, and finally the police were called. What did they do? Reacher asked. Everything possible. They were thorough door-to-door inquiries, flashlights sweeping the dark, loudspeakers urging folks to check every shed and barn. They searched through the night and at dawn brought in dogs, the state police, even the National Guard with a helicopter. Nothing turned up? She shook her head. Nothing? That's when I mentioned the Duncans. You did. Someone had to. Once I spoke, others found their courage, too. We all pointed fingers. The state police took it seriously. They had to. They hauled the Duncans to a barracks near Lincoln and grilled them for days. Their homes were torn apart. The FBI joined in, forensics teams everywhere. Find anything? Not a shred of evidence. Every test came back clean. They claimed the girl had never been there. So what happened? Nothing. It all just faded away. The Duncans returned home. The girl was never found. The case went cold. They demanded an apology from me for accusing them, but I refused. I couldn't let it go. My husband felt the same. A few neighbors, like the doctor's wife, stood with us, but most saw where the power lay and kept quiet. The Duncans turned inward, then they began their revenge. Our crop wasn't hauled that year. We lost everything. My husband couldn't take it. He sat right in that chair you're in now, put a shotgun under his chin. I'm sorry, Reacher said quietly. Dorothy fell silent. Reacher asked, who was the girl? No answer came. She was yours, wasn't she? Yes, Dorothy whispered. My daughter. She was 8. She'll always be 8. Tears welled in her eyes, and then, as if on cue, her phone rang. It was a bulky old Nokia on the counter, buzzing and chirping that familiar tune Reacher had heard countless times in diners and on street corners. Dorothy grabbed it, answered with a tense hello, and listened to what sounded like a rushed, garbled warning. Then she ended the call and dropped the phone as if it had burned her hand. That was Mr. Vincent from the motel, she whispered, her voice tight with urgency. Reacher waited, his expression unchanged. And 2 men were there. They're on their way here right this minute. Who are they? Strangers. We've never seen them before. She pushed the kitchen door open a crack, peering down the hallway toward the front. For a moment, there was only silence. Then Reacher caught the distant whisper of tires on asphalt, The groan of an engine downshifting, the faint squeal of brakes. Next came the distinct crunch of gravel, one tire, then another, then two more in quick succession as a vehicle turned in and jolted onto the farm track. The woman turned back, her face pale. "You have to leave now. They can't know you were here. We don't even know who they are." "Who else would it be?" "They're Duncan's people. If they find you here, it's over for me. I'm begging you." She moved into the hallway, positioning herself to intercept them at the front door. The car was close now, moving fast, the gravel popping loudly under its weight. "They might search the place," she hissed over her shoulder. "If they find you, tell them you came across the fields. Tell them I had no idea you were here. Make them believe you. Say you have nothing to do with me." Then she shut the kitchen door firmly, leaving him alone. Angelo Mancini carefully folded the handwritten directions and slipped them into his pocket. The car bounced violently along the rutted, pathetic excuse for a farm road, heading toward what he imagined would be some dilapidated, mournful old farmhouse better suited for a history textbook than the modern world. The GPS screen showed nothing but empty white space. Roberto Cassano was driving, aiming for every pothole with apparent relish. Why should he care? They were Hertz's tires, not his. Up ahead, the front door swung open, and an elderly woman appeared on the step, clutching the doorframe as if she might collapse without its support. "Look at that," Mancini said, a smirk in his voice, "a woman with a guilty conscience if I've ever seen one." "Bet on it." "Sure looks that way," Cassano agreed. Meanwhile, Reacher assessed the backyard about 60 feet to the parked pickup truck and another 60 to the cluster of weathered barns and sheds. He cracked the kitchen door open, then glanced back at the closed door to the hallway. He could hear the car grinding to a halt outside, then the sound of doors opening. He could almost feel the woman's fear radiating from the front of the house. With a resigned shrug, he turned to go, but his eyes fell on the kitchen table. It was a problem. They might search. The table clearly held the evidence of 2 breakfasts, 2 oatmeal bowls, 2 plates smeared with egg residue, 2 plates dusted with toast crumbs, 2 sets of silverware, 2 coffee mugs. Perfect. Just perfect. He stacked his plates and bowl, nested his mug inside the bowl, and shoved his knife, fork, and spoon into his pocket. He lifted the precarious tower of dishes and carried it with him, easing out the door and pulling it shut behind him with one hand. The yard was hard-packed dirt mixed with crushed stone and tangled with winter-killed weeds. His steps were fairly quiet, but the tremor in his arm made the coffee mug rattle against the bowl with every stride, producing a faint, persistent tinkling that sounded, to his ears, as conspicuous as a burglar alarm. He moved past the pickup and headed for a barn, a sagging, tired structure built from thin, tar-blackened boards. Its twin doors were hung on ruined hinges, warped and stubborn. He wedged his heel behind one door, pushed his shoulder against the gap, and scraped his way inside, backward, carefully maneuvering the stack of dishes through after him. Inside it was dark, pierced only by narrow blades of daylight slicing through gaps in the walls, casting bright lines and spots across the floor. The ground was bare earth, stained with old oil and littered with flakes of rust. The air carried the heavy, pungent scent of creosote. Gently, he set the stack of china down on the dirt floor. The air was thick with the scent of rust and old oil, a graveyard of forgotten farm equipment surrounding him. Every surface was coated in a uniform flaking patina of decay. He recognized none of it, a chaotic sculpture of tines, corroded blades, and wheels fused into bizarre forms by time and neglect. Agriculture was a foreign language to him. He retreated to the sagging barn doors, pressing his eye to a narrow gap in the weathered wood. The world outside was silent. He began to map out his options in his mind, a cold calculus of risk. Engaging these men wasn't an option unless he was ready to commit fully, to erase them, their vehicle, and then ensure the motel clerk, Vincent, became a permanent silent partner in the endeavor. Any half measure would inevitably lead the consequences right back to Dorothy's doorstep. The smart play was to remain a ghost, unseen and unheard. He was resolved to do just that, probably, unless the sounds from the farmhouse dictated otherwise. A single shout could be explained away by surprise or fear, but a second cry would be his signal to move, regardless of the cost. For 10 agonizing minutes, there was only silence and stillness. Then the back door swung open. 2 men emerged into the yard, one following the other. They took a dozen deliberate steps and halted, standing shoulder to shoulder as if surveying their domain. Their gaze swept the horizon, left, center, right. City men through and through. Their shoes held a polished gleam, their wool trousers and heavy overcoats looking distinctly out of place. Both were built solid and broad, just under 6 feet, with dark, watchful features. They were playing the part of hard men, a cliché straight out of a bad crime drama. They pivoted toward the pickup truck, inspecting its bed before popping a door to peer inside. Then they turned their attention to the outbuildings, their path leading them unmistakably in his direction. As they drew nearer, Reacher rolled the tension from his shoulders, flexing his hands open and closed, feeling the blood flow back into his fingers. The 2 men advanced, their eyes darting, noses wrinkling at the rural smells. They stopped short, their polished shoes, clearly unwilling to venture further into the muck and filth. After a shared glance of mutual distaste, the one on the right turned back toward the house and barked, "Hey, old woman, get your wide load out here now." A moment later, Dorothy appeared in the doorway. She hesitated, then began a slow, reluctant walk across the yard. The men closed the distance at the same measured pace, meeting her near the truck. The man on the left stood motionless. His partner seized Dorothy's upper arm with one hand, while the other drew a pistol from a shoulder holster beneath his coat. The weapon caught the dull light, a nickel-plated or stainless steel semi-automatic. From this distance, Reacher couldn't identify the make, a Colt or a cheap imitation. The man raised it in a theatrical sideways grip, pressing the muzzle against Dorothy's temple. His grip was tight, 3 fingers and a thumb on the grip, his index finger curled on the trigger. Dorothy jerked her head away, only to be yanked back by her captured arm. "Reacher?" the gunman shouted, his voice cutting through the still air. "That's your name, right? You listening? I'm gonna count to 3. You show yourself. If you don't, I put a bullet in this old sow's head. The gun's right here. Tell him, Granny." "There's no one here," Dorothy said, her voice thin. A profound silence settled over the vast acreage. 3 figures alone under the open sky. Reacher remained a statue in the shadows. He saw Dorothy squeeze her eyes shut. 1, the man called. Reacher didn't move. 2, not a muscle twitched. 3, he stood his ground, watching through the crack. A heavy suspended second passed. Then, with a grunt of frustration, the man lowered the gun and shoved it back into its holster, releasing Dorothy's arm. She stumbled back a step. The 2 men scanned the empty yard again, exchanged a look, and shrugged. It had been a test, a routine precaution. As far as they were concerned, it had come up empty. They moved off, rounding the side of the house and vanishing from view. Moments later, the sound of slamming doors broke the silence, followed by an engine turning over and the gritty protest of tires reversing down the dirt track. Reacher listened as the vehicle reached the pavement, shifted gears, and faded into the distance. Then, quiet reclaimed the world. He remained exactly where he was, alone in the darkness. He wasn't foolish. It would be the simplest trick for one man to linger, hidden behind the corner of the house, while his partner drove off as a noisy distraction. Reacher knew every play in that book. He'd employed most of them. Hell, he'd written a few chapters himself over in the yard. Dorothy leaned against her truck, one hand steadying herself as she caught her breath. Reacher observed her, figuring she was half a minute from collecting herself and calling out that the coast was clear. Instead, a lifetime of ingrained wariness took over. She pushed away from the truck and retraced the path the men had taken, disappearing from sight. A full minute passed before she reappeared from the opposite side of the house, having completed a cautious loop. The terrain was flat and bare, a winter landscape offering no concealment. "They're gone," she finally called out. He gathered the stack of plates and pushed his way out between the barn's uneven doors. The daylight made him blink and a chill bit through his clothes. He walked over and met her near the pickup. She took the plates from him. "You all right?" he asked. "I had a few tense moments back there," she admitted. "The safety was on." "I was watching his thumb. It never moved. It was all for show. And if it hadn't been, would you have stepped out?" "Likely," Reacher said. You saved the day with these plates? It hit me all at once, and I was certain I was finished. Those two didn't seem the type to overlook details. What was your impression of them? Dangerous, she said. Aggressive. They claimed to be representing the Duncans, not working for them. That's a change. The Duncans have always handled things in-house before. Where will they go now? Hard to say. I'm not sure they know either. When there's nowhere to hide, there's also nowhere to really search, right? The doctor's office, perhaps. They might. The Duncans are aware you had contact there. Maybe I should head that way, and I should get back to the motel. I think they roughed up Mr. Vincent. He didn't sound right on the phone. There's an old wooden barn and a shed sitting alone in a field south of the motel, off to the west. Who do they belong to? Nobody anymore. They were part of a farm sold off for a development project that fell through decades ago. I've got a truck stashed there. Took it from some football players last night. Can you give me a ride? No, she said flatly. I'm not driving you past the Duncan property again. They don't have superhuman sight. They might as well. They have 100 eyes watching. So you want me to walk right by their place? You won't have to. Head west across the fields until you spot a cell tower. One of my neighbors leases the land to the phone company. That's how he covers his freight bills. Turn north there. Keep the Duncan place on your blind side, and you'll see the barns. How far is the walk? It'll take you the whole morning. I'll burn off every bit of that breakfast. That's what it's for. Just be sure you turn north, understand? South leads you close to Seth Duncan's house, and you do not want to go there. You know the difference between north and south? Walk south. I get warmer. North, I get colder. I think I can manage the logic. I'm serious. What was your daughter's name? Margaret, the woman said softly. Her name was Margaret. So Reacher circled behind the collection of outbuildings and set out across the open fields. The sun was just a pale, bright smear in the high gray sky, but it was enough to steer by past 10 in the morning in a Nebraska winter, and it held its position solidly east of south, a steady presence behind his left shoulder. The air was so still he could hear the dry rustle of last season's cornstalks a quarter-mile away, a lonely sound that seemed to emphasize the vast empty silence surrounding him. He left the truck hidden for 40 minutes, watching the landscape through the thin morning haze. A cell tower rose in the distance, a faint gray skeleton against the sky. Its microwave dish was broad and flat like a bass drum, the antennas slender as fungo bats. A tangle of dead weeds choked its base, and a low barbed wire fence circled it without much conviction. Beyond it, maybe a mile off, stood a farmhouse much like Dorothy's, probably the neighbor's place. The ground was hard and uneven, littered with frozen clods of earth the size of softballs, leftovers from last fall's harvest. They shifted under his boots, rolling aside or cracking under his weight as he walked at the tower. He turned north. The sun had climbed higher, hanging almost behind him now, pale and cold in the late morning haze. It gave no warmth, only a flat, dull light that did little to lift the gray from the land. Far ahead, and slightly to the right, a faint smudge broke the horizon. The Duncan houses, he figured, clustered at the end of their long, shared lane. He couldn't pick out any detail, certainly nothing as distinct as a person, which meant, of course, that nobody over there could see him either. Same gray gloom, same mist, same miles of empty fields. Still, he drifted left, following the gentle curve of the land, keeping his distance just to be sure. Back at the farmhouse, Dorothy had settled Mr. Vincent into a worn red velvet chair and was gently dabbing the blood from his face. His lip was split, his brow cut, and a swollen lump the size of an egg had risen under one eye. He kept apologizing for being slow to call. He'd passed out, he explained, and grabbed the phone the moment he came to. Dorothy shushed him softly. Across the circular room, a bar stool lay toppled on its side. One of the mirrored panels behind the bar was shattered, leaving slivers of glass scattered among the bottles like jagged blades. A NASA coffee mug lay broken. Its handle snapped, clean off. Angelo Mancini had the doctor's shirt collar twisted in his left fist, his right hand balled and ready. The doctor's wife was perched stiffly on Roberto Cassano's lap. She'd refused the order at first until Mancini struck her husband in the face. She refused again. He hit him harder. Then she complied. Cassano's hand rested on her thigh, his thumb creeping just under the hem of her skirt. She sat rigid, trembling with a mix of terror and disgust. "Talk to me, baby," Cassano whispered into her ear. "Tell me where you told Jack Reacher to hide." "I didn't tell him anything." "You were with him 20 minutes last night. The weirdo at the motel told us." "I didn't tell him anything. So what were you doing for 20 minutes? Did you sleep with him?" "No. You want to sleep with me?" She stayed silent. "Shy?" Cassano pressed. "Cat got your tongue?" He slid his hand another inch upward and licked her ear. She flinched away, twisting at the waist to lean as far from him as she could. "Come back, baby," he said. When she didn't move, he repeated it louder. She straightened slowly, looking like she might be sick. He didn't want that on his clothes, but he licked her ear once more. Anyway, a reminder of who was in charge. Mancini hit the doctor again, almost casually, just for the hell of it. Traveling men doing their job. But what a waste of time Nebraska was turning out to be. Nobody knew a damn thing. The whole state felt as empty and pointless as the moon, with even less to do. Why would anyone stay? This Reacher guy was clearly long gone, probably halfway to Omaha by sunrise, cruising unnoticed in that stolen truck while the local cops sat on their hands all night. Hadn't they missed every single shipment roaring through from Canada to Vegas for months? Every last one. Bunch of yokels. Complete idiots. The whole lot of them. Cassano bolted upright, sending the doctor's wife tumbling to the floor. Mancini delivered a final blow to the doctor before they both retreated to the rented Impala parked outside. Reacher continued his steady advance, keeping the three blurred figures well off to his right. He was a man accustomed to walking. Every soldier was, there had always been, and always would be, times when a rapid extended march on foot was the only option. It was a truth as old as the Roman legions. He pressed on, content with his pace and appreciating the simple rewards of crisp air and the scent of the countryside. Then a new odor cut through the clean breeze. Ahead lay a dense patch of low, thorny bushes, a tiny forgotten thicket of wild raspberries or roses that had escaped the plows. From its very heart, a faint, horizontal wisp of smoke drifted, nearly invisible. The smell was unmistakable. Not wood smoke, not tobacco, marijuana. Reacher knew the scent well. Every cop did, military police included. Soldiers got high like anyone else off duty, and sometimes regrettably on. What he smelled now was likely a quality sativa. Probably not cheap import, but a refined local strain. And why not here in Nebraska? The endless cornfields were perfect for discreet cultivation. Corn grew tall and thick, and a small, cleared plot deep within a field was as private a garden as any. Probably more lucrative than corn, too, even with all the government subsidies. These locals had their own financial pressures after all. He found the source, a kid, maybe 15 or 16, sitting inside the thicket. He was lanky with long, center-parted hair that seemed a throwback. Dressed in heavy pants and a surplus parka from the old West German army, he was perched on a spread-out plastic grocery bag, his back against a large wedge-shaped granite rock that jutted from the earth. That rock was likely why the tractors had swerved around this spot, allowing nature to reclaim it. Now the boy was using it as a hideaway, just trying to get through his day. Maybe he wasn't a small-time commercial grower, but just an enthusiast with seeds ordered from someplace like Boulder. "Hello," Reacher said. "Dude," the boy replied, his voice relaxed and mellow. He wasn't utterly spaced, just floating comfortably. His thoughts played out visibly on his face. First, a flicker of panic about being caught, then dismissal. "Dude," he said again, a slow smile spreading. "You're the man. You're the guy the Duncans are looking for." "Am I?" Reacher asked. The kid nodded, his movements deliberate. "You're Jack Reacher, 6'5", 250, brown coat. They want you, man. They want you real bad." He paused, his train of thought meandering. "We had some of the Cornhuskers crew at our place this morning. Everybody's supposed to keep their eyes peeled. And here you are. You snuck right up on me. Guess my eyes were more closed than peeled. Right." He dissolved into a fit of quiet, helpless giggles, revealing he was perhaps a bit more altered than he first appeared. Reacher said, "You have a cell phone?" "Oh, yeah. Totally, I'm gonna text my buddies. Tell them I saw the man large as life. Hey, maybe you could even say hi to them. That'd be insane. Would you do that? So they know I'm not just messing around." "No," Reacher said. The kid's expression sobered instantly. "Hey, I'm with you, man," he said, his tone shifting to one of earnest, if hazy solidarity. "You need to lay low. I get it. Seriously, man. Don't stress. We're not going to turn you in. Me and my friends, we're with you. You're standing up to the Duncans. We've got your back all the way." Reacher stayed silent, the teenager focused, raising his arm clear of the thorny brush to offer his joint. "Want some?" he asked. That would be wild, getting high with the legend. The joint was thick, neatly rolled in a pale paper about half smoked. "I'll pass," Reacher said. "Everybody around here despises them," the kid went on, meaning the Duncans. "They've got this whole area in a chokehold. Find me a place where that isn't true about someone." "No doubt, man. The whole system is rotten. I'm not arguing. But the Duncans are a special kind of awful. They killed a child. You know about that? A little girl, 8 years old. They took her and did terrible things and murdered her." "Is that so?" "Absolutely. For sure. You're certain?" "No question about it, my friend. That was 25 years ago. You're, what, 15? It happened. The FBI said otherwise. You believe them? Over a guy who wasn't even alive then and is currently high?" "The FBI never heard what I hear out here, man." "What do you hear?" "Her spirit, man. Still here, after all this time. Sometimes I'm out here at night and I hear that poor ghost screaming and weeping and carrying on right out here in the dark." Chapter 19. Our ship has come in, an ancient phrase from the old sailing days brimming with anticipation. A man could invest everything he owned or even borrow beyond his means to build a vessel, outfit it, and hire a crew. Then the ship would vanish into a void lasting years, crossing impossible distances, facing unknowable perils. There was no word from it, no radio, no letters, no news at all. Then perhaps on one fortunate day the ship would return, battered by the sea, its sails appearing on the horizon, its hull sitting deep in the water, heavy with cargo. Spices from the east, silks, tea, or coffee, enough profit to clear all debts at once with plenty left to live well for years. Every voyage after that was pure gain, wealth beyond imagining. Our ship has come in. Jacob Duncan used that phrase just before noon. He was with his brothers in a dim, enclosed room at the rear of his house. His son Seth had departed. Only the 3 older men remained, quiet and pensive. "I got the call from our guy at the port in Vancouver," Jacob said. "Our ship is in. The holdup was weather near the Philippines, but our merchandise is here now. Our truck could be moving tonight, tomorrow morning. Absolutely." "That's positive," Jasper said. "Is it? Why wouldn't it be? You were concerned earlier that if the outsider was caught before this delay ended, it would expose our story as a lie." "Correct. But that issue is now resolved." "Is it? Feels to me like the problem just flipped. What if the truck arrives before the stranger is caught? That would also make us look like liars. We could delay the truck up north. We couldn't. We're in transit, not storage. We don't have the space. So what's our move? We figure it out. That's the move. Where is he? We don't know. We know he hasn't slept or eaten since yesterday. We've had our men driving the roads all morning and they've seen nothing. So where is he? Jonas Duncan said. "He's either holed up in some forgotten shed, or he's out there walking through the fields." "Exactly," Jacob said. "I think it's time to take our boys off the paved roads. I think it's time they started driving across the land itself, wide circles flushing him out. We only have 7 left. They all have phones. They can coordinate. Let's start the sweep, the first glimpse of the man, and they could phone the crew from the south and hand the whole mess over to the experts. If it came to that, or at least they could organize a proper coordinated response, time to let them run with it." By then, Reacher was picking up his pace. He was roughly 400 yards directly west of the 3 Duncan properties, which was as near as he planned to get. He moved parallel to the county road, the wooden structures ahead already visible as faint brown smudges against the distant skyline. Nothing stood between him and them but miles of flat open land. He kept his eyes sharp for trucks, knowing they'd be coming soon. His pursuers would have scoured the roads by now and found nothing, which meant they'd figure he was cutting across the fields. It was only logical. They'd deployed trucks for fast, mobile patrols, coordinating by cell phone or even radio the whole operation. Not a good situation. He trudged forward 5 minutes, then 10, then 20. The Duncan houses slipped behind him, while the cluster of wooden buildings ahead remained stubbornly on the horizon, growing just slightly larger as he closed the distance. About 400 yards out, a chest-high thicket of brambles spread wide, but aside from that, nothing rose more than an inch above the dirt. Reacher felt dangerously exposed, a fact he didn't need reminding of. Over in Las Vegas, a man named Safir, originally from Lebanon, picked up his phone and dialed 6 blocks away. An Italian man named Rossi answered. There were no greetings, no time for that. Safir's first words were, "You're starting to really piss me off." Rossi stayed silent. He couldn't afford not to. It was a matter of respect. He sat at the peak of his own empire, a vast and powerful network. But the forest held taller trees, and Safir's was one of them. Safir continued, "I gave you my business as a favor, and I appreciate it," Rossi replied. "But now you're making me look bad," Safir said. Rossi noted the slip. It was an admission of vulnerability. It showed that for all his size, Safir was worried about someone even bigger. A classic food chain, the Duncans at the bottom, then Rossi, then Safir, and above them all, another shadowy figure. Who it was didn't matter. The mere fact of that person's existence put Safir and Rossi in the same leaky boat for all their wealth and influence. They were just middlemen, both scrambling. Rossi said, "You understand that finding product of this caliber isn't easy. I expect people to keep their word." Safir shot back. "So do I. We're both getting the short end here. The difference is, I'm actually doing something about it. I've got men on the ground up in Nebraska right now. What's the issue there? They say some guy is nosing around. A detective? No," Rossi said. "Definitely not law enforcement. The supply line is still secure, just some drifter, a complete stranger. Who is he? Nobody. A meddler with too much time on his hands." "So how is this nobody holding everything up?" "Honestly, I don't think he is. I think they're lying to me, making excuses because they're behind schedule." "Unacceptable, I agree, but right now they've got the leverage." "Who'd you send up there?" "2 of my guys. I'm sending 2 of mine." "To Nebraska?" "There's no point," Rossi said. "I'm handling it." "Not to Nebraska, you fool," Safir snapped. "I'm sending 2 of my men across town to keep an eye on you, to make sure you feel the heat. I want you to understand exactly what happens to people who disappoint me." Meanwhile, up north, the Port of Vancouver had merged with the Fraser River Port Authority and the North Fraser Port Authority, rebranding as Port Metro Vancouver. It stood as the biggest port in Canada, the largest in the Pacific Northwest, the 4th largest along North America's west coast, and the 5th largest on the entire continent. Vreshting across 375 miles of coastline, the port featured 25 distinct terminals and managed 3,000 ship arrivals annually. Its total cargo volume reached 100 million tons each year, averaging well over 250,000 tons every single day. The overwhelming majority of this cargo traveled inside intermodal shipping containers, those ubiquitous corrugated metal boxes whose design could be traced back to United States Department of Defense blueprints from the 1950s. In that era, the US DoD stood as one of the few entities with both the determination to produce such specifications and the authority to ensure they were adopted. The genius of these containers lay in their ability to move seamlessly between ships, railroad flat cars, and semi-trucks, hence the term intermodal. Standard dimensions held them at just over 8 feet in both height and width. While 20-foot lengths were the shortest and least common, most containers measured 40, 45, 48, or 53 feet long. Industry traffic, however, was always calculated in 20-foot equivalent units, or TEUs. A 20-foot container counted as 1 TEU, a 40-foot as 2. This port processed 2 million TEUs every year. The Duncan family shipment arrived in one of those 20-foot containers, the smallest size available, a single TEU. Its gross weight was 6,110 pounds, with a net weight of 4,850 pounds, meaning only 1,260 pounds of actual cargo occupied a space built to hold over 60,000. So the container was roughly 98% empty. Yet this was far from inefficient. Each pound inside was worth considerably more than gold. A towering gantry crane lifted the box from a South Korean vessel and set it gently onto Canadian soil. Almost instantly, another crane moved it to an inspection station where a camera scanned its BIC code, issued by the Paris-based Bureau International des Containers. This code blended 4 Latin letters with 7 digits, telling the port's computers the container's supposed owner, origin, contents, and its pre-clearance by Canadian Customs. Information that was, in fact, entirely fabricated. The code did accurately indicate the container's next destination and immediate schedule. It was to head into Canada's interior without delay, loaded onto a waiting semi-truck. After passing through a sensor designed to detect smuggled nuclear material, a test it easily met, the container was transferred to the marshalling yard. The port's computers then sent an automated text alert to the truck driver, who started his engine and maneuvered into position. The box was lowered onto his flatbed and securely clamped. Within a minute, it was rolling. Within 10, it had cleared the port gates. Sitting high and somewhat solitary on a trailer more than twice its length, its minimal load was barely a strain for the roaring diesel as it headed east. Meanwhile, Reacher continued his trek across the barren terrain. He covered another 100 yards before stopping to turn a full circle, scanning his surroundings. The land ahead lay still and empty, with nothing moving to the west or the east, just vast, flat openness. But when he looked back toward the south, far in the distance, he spotted a truck. It was maybe a mile off, maybe more jostling and bouncing as it drove across the rough fields, a dull glint of light catching its chrome bumper. As Chapter 20 began, Reacher dropped into a low crouch. His clothing of olive, brown, and tan blended seamlessly into the winter-colored earth stretching all around him. The air was thick with the scent of decay, a mix of rotted vegetation and rich dark soil fractured by winter's chill. A fine, almost imperceptible mist clung to the morning, a sheer veil softening the edges of the world. Far to the south, a vehicle traced a patient serpentine path across the vast rectangle of the field, its course a relentless series of lazy S-curves, half left, straight, half right, sweeping the horizon with the mechanical precision of a lighthouse beam. Reacher remained low, a motionless shape against the earth, knowing stillness drew less attention than movement. Yet the geometry was inescapable. The truck's winding search would inevitably bring it near. The question wasn't if, but when, and more urgently, where to go next. The landscape offered no refuge, no stands of timber, no dips or gullies, just an unbroken plain stretching to every horizon. Running was a poor option at best. He was no sprinter, and out here a man could never outpace a machine. The vehicle continued its methodical advance, growing slowly larger. Each half-right turn seemed to point its blunt nose directly toward him at about 1,000 yards. Details were still lost, a blur of color and motion. That anonymity was a temporary shield. He estimated it would hold until maybe 200 yards, less if the windshield was dirty or the driver inattentive. Then would come that moment of recognition, followed by the roar of an engine pushed hard. On this rough ground, top speed might be 30. He'd have perhaps 10 seconds between realization and impact. Not nearly enough. He turned slowly, scanning the barren expanse. To the east and west, nothing. But to the north, about 300 yards distant, was that same dense bramble thicket he'd spotted earlier, a second island of tangled, chest-high brush in a sea of plowed earth. The first had been anchored by a massive boulder. Logic insisted this one was no different. No farmer in his right mind would leave a patch of thorny wild roses or raspberries untouched year after year out of mere nostalgia. It was shelter. The math was simple. 300 yards for him, maybe a minute of hard running, 1,000 yards for the truck, needing slightly more time, a slim margin, but a margin nonetheless. The decision was made. Reacher exploded from his crouch and ran. His strides were awkward, pounding the uneven soil, his breath already coming in ragged gasps. At 50 yards, the distant, muffled growl of an engine sharpened into a sudden aggressive roar behind him. He didn't look back. He just ran, feeling agonizingly slow, his boots slipping on the clods of earth. 200 yards to go. The sound of the pursuit grew, a symphony of revving motor, whining belts, and rattling suspension. 100 yards out, he risked a glance. The truck, a dark red domestic SUV with a bathtub-sized chrome grille, had gotten a late start but was closing the gap with terrifying ease. 50 yards, 10 seconds. He pushed for the thicket's edge but stopped short. 20 yards out, wheeling around, he planted his feet, chest heaving, and raised his arms wide to his sides in a clear, defiant challenge. "Come and get me." The SUV hammered toward him, a blur of dust and dark red metal. As it closed the final distance, Reacher sidestepped sharply to the right, one long pace, then two, aligning himself perfectly with the oncoming threat. The truck in front of him kept coming, the hidden rock a solid wall at his back. He retreated on his toes, moving backward with a dancer's caution, never taking his eyes off the vehicle. It lurched and bounced, engine roaring, closing the gap 20 yards, then 10, then 5. Reacher matched its pace until brambles snagged the backs of his legs. He threw himself sideways, rolling clear, expecting the truck to plow into the thicket and wreck itself against the stone. It didn't happen. The driver was no fool. He braked hard, stopping just a yard into the brush. A local who knew the terrain, the gearbox clanked into reverse, the truck backed up, wheels turned, and it charged forward again, massive and fast. The off-road tires, marked with dirty white letters and aggressive tread, churned the earth, throwing clods in every direction. Four-wheel drive, a roaring V8. From the ground, Reacher saw suspension parts, shock absorbers, exhaust headers, differential casings as big as soccer balls. He pushed up, feinted right, then flung himself left. The truck turned sharply but missed him, crunching dirt a foot from his face. The air filled with the smell of hot oil, gasoline, and exhaust, a deafening mix of grinding gears, yelping springs, and engine roar. The truck reversed again, coming at him backward. By then, Reacher was on his knees, deciding into the thicket or stay in the open. No real choice. Out here was suicide. At close range, the truck was clumsy, but he couldn't dodge forever. Exhaustion would win. He got to his feet and forced his way into the brambles. Thorns tore at his pants. The truck followed in reverse, tightening its turn. The driver stared over his shoulder, a big man with a thick neck, broad shoulders, short hair. Reacher pushed toward the center of the thicket, thorny tendrils pulling at his ankles. He ripped through. The driver cranked the wheel hard, but the turning radius wasn't tight enough. Reacher ducked inside the arc and barged ahead. He reached the rock. It was enormous, far larger than the first wedge-shaped stone he'd seen earlier. This looked like the parent boulder, a huge granite mass half buried in the soil, shaped like a round orange with several segments missing. It was humped and weathered, with a broad, shallow, triangular notch facing south like an open mouth 10 feet wide at the opening, narrowing to a point about 5 feet deep. Maybe an Ice Age glacier had carried it down from Canada, the weight of ancient ice cracking it apart, leaving the smaller fragment 2 miles farther on while this one stayed put, worn smooth by countless centuries. Reacher pressed his back against the east side of the boulder, the notch a quarter circle behind his right shoulder. The truck drove out of the thicket, and for a wild second, Reacher thought the guy was giving up. But no, it made a wide, lazy circle on the dirt and came back slow and menacing, head-on straight for him. Behind the windshield, the driver wore a wide, feral grin of triumph. The first tangle of thorns gave way beneath the polished bumper. The driver gripped the wheel with both hands, steering with exacting focus, his intention clear to trap Reacher's legs against the unyielding granite. Reacher scrambled backward up the sloping rock, moving like a crab on hands and feet until he stood unsteadily atop the dome, maybe 5 feet above the ground. The truck rolled to a stop, its front bumper just an inch from the stone, the hood below Reacher's feet, and the roof slightly above. The engine settled into a low idle, and 4 distinct thumps echoed as the doors locked from inside. The driver was cautious, smart enough to avoid a direct confrontation. Now, Reacher's choices narrowed. He could step onto the hood and try to kick through the windshield, but that glass was tougher than it looked. If the driver suddenly accelerated, Reacher would be thrown clear unless he grabbed the roof bars, and his aching arms couldn't endure a wild ride across Nebraska clinging to a bouncing truck at 30 miles an hour. Stalemate. Or maybe not. The driver had revealed his plan. He hadn't called for backup, wanting the glory of capturing Reacher alone. He meant to use his truck like a hammer against the rock anvil, but his patience wouldn't last. Soon enough, frustration would win, and he'd phone his friends. Time to move. Reacher slid down the far side of the rock and plunged into the thorny brush. He heard the truck reverse, swing around, and then crunch through the brambles on his right, tracing a tight curve as if navigating a traffic circle, slow and deliberate. Reacher feinted toward open land, and the driver took the bait, steering slightly outward. In that instant, Reacher ducked back toward the granite, slipped around its circumference, and wedged himself into the shallow V-shaped notch, his shoulders pressed tight against the converging walls. The truck hesitated briefly before surging forward, carving a tight loop in the dirt and charging back head-on gear low, speed menacing and steady 10 feet, 5-3, then 2. Then both ends of the chrome bumper jammed hard against the narrowing rock walls, bringing the truck to an abrupt halt, immobile right where Reacher wanted it. The bumper now formed a new barrier just a foot from his thighs. He felt the radiator's heat, the idle's vibration resonating in his chest, and smelled oil, gasoline, rubber, and exhaust. He placed his hands on the rounded chrome and began easing down, planning to slide feet first under the vehicle and wriggle away on his back. It didn't work. The driver's desire to catch Reacher outweighed any concern for his bumper. As Reacher lowered himself halfway, he heard a sharp snick and crunch, the transfer case shifting into low-range gearing, perfect for pulling stumps or for crushing chrome. The engine roared, all 4 tires dug in, and the truck pushed forward against nothing but its own metal. The bumper's ends shrieked, deformed, then crumpled and flattened as the vehicle inched ahead, 1 inch, 2, 3. The tires turned slowly, relentlessly, 1 tread, knob at a time. The chrome ground and scraped, compressed from the outside in by the massive V8's torque, transforming the cosmetic panel into flattened junk. Now the center of the bumper was 6 inches from Reacher's chest, and it kept coming, flattening all the way to the steel brackets bolted to the frame. Tougher stuff, the truck's engine snarled a deep-throated roar as it hunkered down, its suspension groaning under the strain. A front tire broke loose for a moment, churning up a spray of dirt, gravel, and torn bramble into the wheel arch. The entire vehicle shuddered and danced in place before the tire regained its grip. With a furious bellow from the tailpipes, the steel brackets holding it back groaned and yielded an inch, lurching the massive grille forward. It was now just 4 inches from Reacher's chest, then 3. The brackets gave a little more, and the searing heat of the metal began to singe his coat. Time was up. Turning his head to the side, he pressed his palms against the chrome bumper and forced himself downward, a deliberate sinking motion like submerging into deep water. He was halfway through this desperate maneuver when the sheet metal behind the bumper itself started to fail, shrieking as it bent and crumpled, its curves flattening out. The engine's roar intensified, the exhaust pipes screaming as the truck gained another inch. The center of the bumper tapped sharply against the side of his face. He scraped downward, 1 ear pressed against the hot chrome, the other against the cold, unyielding granite. Kicking and scrambling with his heels, he wrenched his feet free, forced his body through the thorny undergrowth, and finally flattened himself onto his back directly above him. The last sliver of open air vanished as the fenders collapsed. What remained of the bumper folded violently into a forward jutting point and slammed into the granite. The driver, of course, didn't let up. He kept the pedal mashed to the floor. Clearly, the guy had no visual. He was operating on hope, likely believing he had Reacher pinned by the torso. The truck bucked and pushed a relentless metal beast. Now Reacher was flat on his back beneath it. Straining tires were to his left and right, throbbing exhaust pipes hung above him, and a chaotic landscape of greasy, ribbed metal components loomed inches from his face. Parts whirred and raced. He saw nuts, bolts, tubes, and belts. Cars were a mystery to him. He knew neither how to fix them nor how to strategically disable them, and he had no tools. Or did he? A habit born of desperation made him pat his pockets. His fingers closed around hard metal, Dorothy's silverware from breakfast. The knife, the fork, the spoon. Heavy old stainless steel items, hastily pocketed and never returned. He pulled them out. Right above his nose was a broad, flat pan on the bottom of the engine block, a shallow square container seen from below, black with grime. The oil sump he figured dead in its center was a hexagonal bolt head, the drain plug. Some guy at a service station would undo that, and the oil would pour out. That guy would have a wrench. Reacher had silverware. The engine roared, the whole frame shaking around him. He scuttled backward about a yard, got his hands up high, and clamped the knife handle on one side of the hex bolt and the fork handle on the other. He held them tight with his thumbs and forefingers, using half his strength to keep the makeshift wrench clamped and the other half to try and turn it counterclockwise. Nothing. He gritted his teeth, ignored the fire in his arms, and tried again. Still nothing. He shifted his approach, a spark of grim determination cutting through the panic. He clamped the bolt using the very tips of the silverware handles, pinched between his right thumb and forefinger, and used his left hand to try and rotate the whole awkward assembly. This time, the bolt moved. Just a fraction. He held his breath clamped down until the flesh of his fingers went white and flat and began the painstaking work of easing the knife and fork around. The bolt was jammed tight, its threads grinding with resistance as grit threatened to lock it in place. He worked it steadily, his breathing heavy with focus, and after a couple of turns, the oil within began to seep and lubricate the metal. Suddenly, the tension released and the bolt spun free. Reacher dropped the makeshift tool and scrambled back, using his fingertips to twist the bolt the rest of the way out. With the engine still roaring, the pressurized oil erupted from the opening in a fierce, half-inch stream. It hissed against the frozen ground, splattering back to coat the nearby thorns in a slick, smoking black glaze. He wrestled his way out from under the truck, feet first on his back, the undergrowth clawing at his clothes and skin. Grabbing the rear bumper, he hauled himself into a crouch. A decent-sized rock would have been perfect for the rear window, but finding none, he settled for hammering it with his fist, once, twice, with growing force before turning to run. Reacher sprinted 30 yards across the cold, hard earth and stopped. Inside the cab, the driver was twisted around, staring back while fumbling blindly at the controls. The truck lurched backward, engine screaming in low gear but moving achingly slow. How long until an engine without oil seizes? Not long, Reacher hoped. He feinted sideways, left, then left again, and the truck tracked his movement, creeping forward with its mangled bumper, axles locked for traction, tires digging fresh ruts. The driver gunned the engine and jerked the wheel, anticipating a reversal, but Reacher double-bluffed, leaping left once more as the truck missed him by a wide margin. It halted abruptly. Reacher heard the shift of gears as it looped widely on the dirt before charging back. He stood his ground, sidestepping right repeatedly, then triple-bluffed with another right jump while the truck veered left and plowed deep into the thicket. From within came a chorus of awful sounds, deep, jarring knocks like broken bells, bearings, Reacher thought, the big ends. He remembered the terms from mechanics' talk on base. The driver glanced down as if warning lights were flashing. Steam and blue smoke filled the air. The truck reversed one last time, then died, swinging backward before seizing solidly. The engine noise cut out, replaced by wheezing, hissing, and a final black spray from underneath, a mechanical death rattle. The driver remained inside, doors locked. Reacher scanned again for a rock, but the ground offered none. Stalemate, but not for long. From his vantage, Reacher saw them first, flames small and nearly colorless, licking from the seams between the hood and fenders, boiling the air above and blistering the paint as they spread. The flames grew, shifting to a vivid blue and yellow, their edges now bleeding thick, dark plumes of smoke. The hood became a glowing square of pressure, and in moments every seam around it was alive with fire, the paint blistering and cracking from the intense heat beneath. Inside the cab, the driver remained motionless. Reacher sprinted to the door and tried the handle. Still locked. He hammered on the window with muffled thuds from his fist, gesturing frantically toward the hood. Yet it was impossible the man didn't already know. His windshield wipers were now alight, trailing black smoke that swirled up the glass in dark coils. The driver's eyes darted between the flames and Reacher, a clear panic in his gaze, seeming as alarmed by Reacher's presence as by the fire itself. So Reacher took several steps back, and only then did the door swing open. The man leaped out, a massive, pale young guy, maybe 6'6" and pushing 300 pounds. He ran a few paces and then froze, his hands clenching into fists. Behind him, flames were now shooting from the front wheel wells, licking down and then curling back up the metal. The front tires began to smolder. The guy just stood there, paralyzed. Reacher charged forward again, and the man took a wild swing, missing completely. Reacher ducked, landed a solid punch to the gut, and seized him by the collar. The big man crumpled into a defensive crouch, covering his head. Reacher yanked him upright and dragged him across the field, putting 50 feet between them and the truck before stopping. The guy swung again, another miss. Reacher feinted with a left and connected a powerful right hook to his ear. Staggering, the man dropped to the dirt, sitting dazed in the middle of the empty field. 20 yards away, the truck was fully engulfed, flames reaching back to the windshield pillars. The front tires were on fire, the hood now warped and buckled. How much gas is in the tank? Reacher demanded. Don't hit me again, the man pleaded. Answer the question. I filled it this morning. Reacher grabbed him once more, hauling him another 40 feet farther away. The man stumbled, finally resisting. Please, don't hit me again. Why shouldn't I? You just tried to run me down. I'm sorry about that. You're sorry. I had to do it. Just following orders, is that it? I surrender, okay? I'm out of the fight. Like a prisoner of war. You're bigger and younger than I am. But you're insane. Says who? We heard about last night. You put 3 of our guys in the hospital. Reacher asked, What's your name? Brett. What is this? Some kind of joke you all have the same name? Only 3 of us. Out of 10, right? Yes. 30%. What are the odds? The man stayed silent. Who's giving the orders here? Reacher pressed. I don't know what you mean. Who told you to come out here and try to kill me with that truck? Jacob Duncan, Seth Duncan's father. Yes, you know where he lives. The man nodded, pointing south and east beyond the burning wreck. The fire had fully invaded the cab now. The windows had blown out and the seats were blazing. A thick, dirty column of black smoke rose straight up until it hit a layer in the atmosphere, spreading sideways like some grim miniature mushroom cloud. Then the gas tank exploded. An orange fireball lifted the rear of the truck clear off the ground, followed a heartbeat later by a deep boom that rolled across the dirt. The pressure wave made Reacher stagger back a step, the heat forcing him to flinch. Flame shot 50 feet into the air before vanishing, and the truck crashed back down, now a blackened skeleton inside a fresh, roiling inferno that churned the air 100 feet above it. Reacher watched for a long moment. Brett listened as the man laid out the plan. All right, Brett, here's what's going to happen. You're going to run over to Jacob Duncan's place and deliver a message. Are you paying attention? The large man shifted his gaze from the fire and muttered, Yes, good. First, if Duncan feels like it, he can send his 6 remaining men after me. Each one might slow me down for a minute or two, but then I'll head straight over and deal with him personally. Understand? Yes. Second, if he'd rather avoid getting those 6 hurt, he can come out and talk to me himself right now. Clear, yes. And third, if I lay eyes on those 2 outsiders again, they won't be leaving town in one piece. Is that understood? You got all that? Yes. You have a cell phone? The man nodded. Yes. Hand it over. Brett fumbled in his pocket and produced a small dark phone, which looked minuscule in his large red hand. Reacher took it and dismantled it with practiced ease. He'd seen phones shattered on pavement before and knew exactly what was inside. He popped off the back, removed the battery, and tossed it a good distance away. Then he pried out the SIM card and flung the remaining plastic shell in the opposite direction. Holding the tiny silicon chip with its delicate gold traces on his palm, he extended it toward Brett. Eat it? Brett blinked. What? Eat it? Consider it your penalty for being completely ineffective? After a brief hesitation, Brett carefully pinched the card between his thumb and forefinger, placed it on his tongue, and swallowed with a visible effort. Show me, Reacher demanded. Brett opened his mouth wide and stuck out his tongue like a child at a doctor's office. The card was gone. Now, sit down, Reacher ordered.
What? I thought you wanted me to go to the Duncans.
I do, Reacher said, but not yet, not while I'm still around. Brett lowered himself to the ground, looking uneasy. He sat facing south, legs stretched out, hands on his knees, his torso slightly hunched. Put your arms behind you, Reacher instructed. Lean back on your hands. Why? Just do it. Brett complied, shifting his weight onto his hands behind his back. In a swift motion, Reacher stepped behind him and drove his boot heel into Brett's right elbow. There was a sickening crunch. Brett collapsed with a sharp cry, rolling on the ground and whimpering in pain. He eventually pushed himself up, cradling his shattered arm, his eyes full of betrayal. Reacher circled behind him once more and delivered a solid kick to the back of his head. Brett slumped forward, his bulk causing him to twist awkwardly before he landed on his side in a limp heap, resembling a large discarded letter on the dusty earth. Without a second glance, Reacher turned and continued his trek north toward the distant wooden structures. Meanwhile, the Canadian semi-truck carrying the Duncan's shipment was making steady progress east on Route 3 in British Columbia. This lonely mountain road, with its sharp curves and steep inclines, ran roughly parallel to the border. Most drivers preferred the better-maintained Route 1, which looped north out of Vancouver, making Route 3 a quieter, more isolated option. It was a stretch of asphalt surrounded by wilderness, with occasional gravel pull-offs for weary travelers. One such rest area was located about a mile before Waterton Lakes National Park. From a U.S. perspective, this spot was roughly above the Washington-Idaho line, midway between Spokane and Coeur d'Alene, and about 100 miles north of both. The turnout offered a stunning panorama, endless forests to the south, the snow-capped Rocky Mountains to the east, and majestic lakes to the north. The truck driver pulled over and parked there, but the magnificent view was the last thing on his mind. He was waiting, the engine idling, for a very specific rendezvous. He pulled in at that spot because it had been agreed upon ahead of time, and because a plain white cargo van was already idling there. The Duncans had stayed in business for so many years thanks to a mix of good fortune and careful habits, and one of their strictest rules was to move their merchandise between vehicles almost immediately after it crossed the border. Shipping containers could be followed. In fact, they were built to be tracked, using those standardized BIC codes. It wasn't worth chancing a late flag from some sharp-eyed customs officer. Far safer to shift the goods within a few hours into something bland, ordinary, and impossible to trace, and nothing fit that description better than a white panel van. The big rig rolled to a stop, and the van executed a tight K-turn on the gravel before backing up until its rear doors lined up with the container. Both drivers stepped out. No words were exchanged. They simply moved into the road, glanced east and west, and saw nothing coming, which was pretty typical for that lonely stretch of Route 3. Satisfied, they hurried back and got to work. The van driver swung his doors wide while the trucker climbed onto the flatbed, snipped the plastic security seal, knocked the bolts free, and heaved the container doors open. In about a minute, all 1,260 pounds had been transferred. Another minute later, the van had turned around again and was heading east, with the semi trailing it briefly before the trucker planned to swing north onto I-95, then loop back west on the smoother Route 1 toward Vancouver and his next haul, Probably a legal one, which would be easier on his nerves but lighter on his paycheck. Meanwhile, in Las Vegas, a man named Saphir picked his two most reliable guys and sent them to keep an eye on an Italian fellow called Rossi. That choice, it would soon become clear, was not a smart one. The foolishness of the move became obvious within the hour. Saphir's phone rang, and when he answered, he found himself speaking to an Iranian named Mameni. Mameni was technically Saphir's customer, but there was no balance in their relationship. Mameni was Saphir's customer the way an emperor might be a shoemaker's client, infinitely more powerful, arrogant, and quick to rage if the product was shoddy or, worse, late. Mameni's opening line was, "My items were due a week ago." Saphir's throat went tight. He couldn't find his voice. Mameni continued, "Try to see this from my perspective. Those items are already promised to specific people in specific places for very specific dates. If they don't arrive on time, I lose money." "I'll cover the loss," Saphir managed. "Oh, I know you will. That's why I'm calling. We have a lot to talk about because my loss won't be a one-time thing. It'll keep going. My reputation will be trash. Why would anyone ever trust me again? I'll lose their business for good. Which means you'll be compensating me forever. Basically, I'll own you for the rest of your life, understand?" All Saphir could choke out was, "I think the shipment is actually moving right now as we speak." A week behind schedule. "I'm losing here too, and I'm trying to fix it. I made my contact send 2 of his men up there. Then I sent 2 of mine to him to help him focus." "Men?" Mameni said, his tone dripping with scorn. "You have men? Or are they children? They're capable. You're about to learn what real men are. I'm sending 2 of mine to you to help you focus." The line went dead, leaving Saphir alone in his office, waiting for the arrival of 2 Iranian enforcers in a space that just an hour before had lost half its security detail. Not far away, Reacher reached the 2 wooden buildings without any more trouble, which didn't surprise him in the least. Only 8 people were left in the hunt, 6 local football players and 2 outsiders who would likely share a ride. That meant just 7 vehicles roaming a county spanning hundreds of square miles. Finding one of them by chance had been a miracle. Expecting to stumble on another was almost impossible. The old barn remained locked and tilted, and the pickup truck was still concealed inside the smaller shed. As far as Reacher could tell, it hadn't been touched. The air inside was dry and carried the scent of dust and rodent droppings. Outside, the landscape lay still and silent. Reacher opened the truck's tool locker. The most substantial item inside was a foot-long adjustable wrench made of polished steel alloy, weighing about 1.5 pounds. It was manufactured in the USA, not an ideal weapon, but better than going empty-handed. He slipped it into his coat pocket and rummaged further, pulling out 2 screwdrivers, a stubby Phillips head with a rubber grip and a longer, slimmer flathead. These went into his other pocket. After closing the locker, he climbed into the cab, started the engine, and reversed out, following the deep tractor ruts east toward the road. From there, he turned north toward the motel. Back in Rossi's office, Saphir's enforcers arrived, carrying shoulder-holstered guns and black nylon bags. Without a word, they unpacked the contents onto Rossi's desk. The first bag held a belt sander, already fitted with coarse grit sandpaper. From the second bag came a propane blowtorch and a roll of duct tape. In Rossi's world, these were unmistakable tools of persuasion, instruments for taping someone to a chair and applying the sander to knees, elbows, or even the face, with the blowtorch waiting in the wings for extra emphasis. Rossi placed a call. 3 rings later, Roberto Cassano answered from Nebraska. "What the hell is going on up there?" Rossi demanded. "We can't afford to wait. We're chasing shadows," Cassano replied. "Chase them faster." "What's the point? Even if this guy is connected, you said yourself. He's probably just an excuse. Catching him won't make the shipment appear any sooner." "Ever told a lie?" Rossi asked. "Not to you, boss, but to others? Sure, and when you lie, you set things up so you don't get caught." That's exactly what the Duncans are doing. They'll hold that shipment until this guy is found to make their story look credible, cause and effect. So, like it or not, we're playing by their rules. Now find this guy fast. Rossi ended the call. One of the enforcers had uncoiled the Sanders power cord. He plugged it in and flicked the switch. The machine whirred to life for just a second before shutting off, a test and a silent warning. Reacher reached the motel and parked beside the doctor's damaged Subaru, still sitting outside cabin 6. He crouched by the front and rear of the pickup, using the smaller screwdriver to remove its license plates. Then he took the plates from the Subaru and fixed them onto the truck. Tossing the original plates into the bed, he pocketed the screwdriver and headed toward the lounge. Inside, Vincent stood behind the bar wiping it down with a rag. He sported a black eye, a swollen lip, and a lump on his cheek the size of a mouse. One of the mirrors behind him was cracked. Shards of glass, jagged as forked lightning, were missing from the window. Behind them, the old drywall was laid bare, its seams taped and yellowed with age, grounding the room in a dull, ordinary reality. The cheerful pretense the space had held was now faded. "I'm sorry I caused a problem for you," Reacher said. Vincent looked at him. "Did you sleep here last night? Do you actually want the answer to that?" "No," Vincent admitted after a moment. "I suppose I don't." Reacher turned to the fractured mirror. One ear was crusted with a scab from where he'd caught it on stone. His face bore thin, red lines from the brambles, and his hands were similarly marked. He could feel more scratches across his back where his layers of clothing had shifted. "Did those men mention a specific list of addresses they were checking?" he asked. "I expect they'll just go door to door," Vincent said. "What are they driving? A rental car? Color? Something dark. A dark blue, maybe? I think it was a Chevrolet." "Did they give a name for who they work for?" "Just said they were representing the Duncans. That was their phrase." "I'm sorry I told them about Dorothy. She handled it," Reacher said. "Don't lose sleep over it. She's faced worse in her life. I know she has. You believe the Duncans had something to do with her son's death? I'd love to believe it. It would line up perfectly with their reputation. But there was no evidence. Not a single shred. And it was a deep investigation, multiple agencies, very by the book. I don't think they missed anything. So it was just bad luck timing-wise." "Had to be..." Reacher was silent. Vincent finally asked, "What's your next move?" "A few things," Reacher said. "Maybe 3. Then I'm gone, heading to Virginia." He walked back out to the parking area and got into the pickup truck. The engine turned over and he pulled out onto the road, aiming for the doctor's house. About an hour after Saphir's own enforcers had departed his Las Vegas office, the 2 men sent by Mamani arrived. They weren't imposing figures, no bursting shirt collars or bulging muscles. They were compact and lean, with dark, expressionless eyes, their clothes wrinkled and not particularly clean. Saphir, being Lebanese, was familiar with Iranians. Most of those living abroad were among the kindest people he knew, but a certain few were the absolute opposite. These 2 had brought nothing with them, no bags, no gear, they didn't need to. Saphir knew they'd have pistols tucked under their jackets and blades in their pockets. It was the knives that concerned him. Guns were quick, knives could be agonizingly slow. And these 2 had a reputation for being inventive with them. A fact Saphir knew firsthand from a grim discovery out in the desert, a body somewhat decomposed, where the authorities had taken an embarrassingly long time just to identify the victim's gender. For good reason. There had been no visible clues left to determine it. Saphir picked up his phone. It rang 3 times before one of his men answered, just 6 blocks away. "Give me an update," Saphir said. His guy replied, "It's a total mess. Clearly I need details." "All right, so Rossi's connections are these guys in Nebraska named Duncan. They're in a panic over some outsider nosing around. Probably unrelated, but Rossi thinks the Duncans are going to drag their feet until this guy is dealt with to save face, since they're blaming him for the holdup. Rossi thinks that's mostly nonsense, but the whole situation is going in circles. He believes nothing moves forward until this guy is caught. He has people up there working on it. How intensely? As hard as they can, I imagine. Tell Rossi to make them work harder, significantly harder, and ensure he understands I'm dead serious, all right?" Inform him I have visitors in my office too, and if I'm going to suffer over this, he'll suffer first and he'll suffer twice as much. Reacher recalled the route to the doctor's house from the previous night. In the daytime, the road seemed altered, more open, less concealed. They were just slender strips of asphalt raised slightly above the dirt on either side, with no hedgerows for cover and no trees casting shade, leaving everything feeling exposed. The mist had lifted, forming a low blanket of cloud that hung just above the fields. The sky was a dull, even sheet of light, casting a strange, shadowless glow over everything. Reacher found the place without trouble, a simple ranch house sitting on a couple of flat acres, ringed by a post and rail fence. In the daylight, the building looked stark and unfinished. A satellite dish was mounted on the roof. The driveway stood empty, no dark blue Chevrolet in sight, no other houses were close by. The nearest neighbor was probably a mile down the road. On three sides beyond the fence lay nothing but dormant earth, waiting for spring planting. On the fourth side ran the two-lane highway, and then more empty flatland stretching to the horizon. It was clear gardening wasn't a priority here. The whole lot was grass, running right up to the foundation without a single shrub or flower bed. Reacher pulled onto the drive and walked to the front door. It had a peephole, a small glass lens like a teardrop. Common enough in the city, but out here it felt out of place. He rang the bell. A long pause followed. He figured he wasn't the first visitor today, more likely the third. That would explain the hesitation. Eventually, the peephole darkened and lightened again, and the door swung open slowly. The woman from the night before stood in the hallway, looking both surprised and deeply relieved. "You," she said. "Yeah, me," Reacher replied. "Not them. Thank God. When were they here?" "Early this morning. What happened?" She didn't answer, just stepped back in silent invitation. Reacher walked inside and down the hall, where he came face to face with the doctor. The man was roughed up in a way that reminded Reacher of Victor back at the motel, bruises around the eyes, swelling, dried blood in the nostrils, split lips. He kept pursing his mouth and working his tongue, probably checking for loose teeth. 4 blows, Reacher estimated, each one hard and precisely placed professional work. "Do you know who they are?" Reacher asked. The doctor's words came out thick and slurred. "No, they're not local. They said they were representing the Duncans, not working for them, so they're not ordinary hired muscle. We don't know who they are or what their connection is." "What did they want?" "You, obviously." "I'm sorry you got dragged into this," Reacher said. The doctor just shrugged. "It is what it is." Reacher turned back to the woman. "Are you all right?" "They didn't hit me," she said, "but—" "I don't want to talk about it. Why are you here?" "I need some medical attention," Reacher said. "What kind?" "I got scraped up by some thorns, need the cuts cleaned." "Seriously?" "No, not seriously," Reacher admitted. "I just need painkillers. I haven't been able to rest my arms like I planned." "What do you really want?" "To talk," Reacher said. They moved to the kitchen to give their hands something to do. They cleaned his cuts. The doctor's wife mentioned she trained as a nurse. She poured a sharp-smelling liquid into a bowl and used cotton pads, starting on his face and neck, then his hands. She had him take off his shirt. His back was crisscrossed with scratches from scrambling out from under that truck. "I had breakfast with Dorothy this morning," Reacher said. At her place, the woman paused behind him. "You shouldn't be telling us that. It could get her in trouble. Only if you tell the Duncans. We might have to." "She said you were a friend of hers." "Not really a friend. She's a lot older." "She said you stood by her 25 years ago." The woman fell silent, her hands steady as she continued cleaning the cuts on his back. She was methodical, careful not to miss a spot. She worked each scratch open with her thumb and forefinger, cleaning them thoroughly. The doctor asked, "Care for something to drink?" "Bit early for that," Reacher replied. "I meant coffee," the doctor clarified. "You were having some last night." Reacher allowed a small smile. The man was clearly trying to demonstrate his memory was intact, to prove he hadn't been truly drunk or wasn't nursing a serious hangover. "Coffee is never a bad idea," Reacher said. The doctor moved to the sink to start a drip machine. Returning, He took Reacher's arm in a professional manner, fingertips in the palm lifting and turning it. The doctor was a slight man, and Reacher's arm was substantial. He handled it with the effort of a butcher maneuvering a heavy cut of meat. He pressed the fingers of his other hand deep into Reacher's shoulder joint, feeling around. "I could administer cortisone," he suggested. "Is it necessary? It would provide relief. Perhaps significant relief. You should consider it. It would ease the persistent discomfort. Right now, it's a constant distraction, likely draining your energy." "All right," Reacher agreed. "Do it." "I will," the doctor said, in return for some details, such as, how did the injury occur? Why does that matter to you? Consider it medical curiosity. The doctor's wife completed her task, tossing the final cotton ball aside and handing Reacher his shirt. He pulled it on and began fastening the buttons. "It happened just as you deduced. I was caught in a hurricane." "I don't believe that," the doctor stated, "not a meteorological one. I was in a subterranean room that caught fire. There was a stairwell and 2 ventilation shafts. I got lucky, the flames roared up the vents. I was on the stairs, so I avoided being burned. But air feeding the fire was rushing down the stair shaft with the same force the flames were shooting upward. It was like trying to climb through a gale. It threw me back down twice. I couldn't stay on my feet. Eventually, I had to pull myself up, hand over hand. How far? 280 steps. Impressive. That would certainly cause it. Where did this happen? That falls outside your professional curiosity. What occurred afterward? That's beyond your professional interest as well? It was a recent event, though. Feels like it was just yesterday, Reacher said. Now, let's get that needle. The needle was long. The doctor left and returned with a substantial stainless steel syringe that looked fit for a large animal. He had Reacher remove his shirt again and sit leaning forward, elbow on the table. He guided the sharp point deep into the joint from behind. Reacher felt it pushing through layers of tendon and muscle. The doctor depressed the plunger slowly and steadily. Reacher felt the fluid spread through the joint, an immediate sensation of loosening and relaxation, like healing, wildly sped up. Then the doctor repeated the process on the other shoulder with the same effective result. "Remarkable," Reacher remarked. The doctor inquired, "What was it you wanted to discuss?" "A period from long ago," Reacher said, "when your wife was a child." Chapter 24. Once dressed, all 3 carried mugs of fresh coffee into the living room, a long, narrow space with furniture arranged in an L shape along 2 walls. A large flat-screen television dominated a 3rd wall, below which stood a rack of audiovisual equipment connected by a tangle of heavy cables. 2 substantial loudspeakers flanked the screen. The 4th wall featured a large, curtainless picture window framing a vast expanse of empty land, dormant grass, a post and rail fence, and then barren earth stretching to the horizon. No hills, valleys, trees, or streams were in sight, but there were also no trucks or patrols, no activity of any kind. Reacher chose an armchair that gave him a line of sight to both the door and the view. The doctor settled on a sofa, his wife beside him. She did not appear eager to converse. Reacher looked at her. "How old were you when Dorothy's daughter disappeared?" 14, she replied. "That makes you 6 years older than Seth Duncan, roughly. Not exactly part of his peer group, then." "No." "Do you recall when he first appeared?" "Not clearly. I was 10 or 11. There was chatter. I think I remember the gossip more than the actual day. What were people saying?" "What could they say?" Nobody had facts. The assumption was he was a relative, maybe an orphan. Perhaps there'd been a tragic accident somewhere out of state and the Duncans never offered an explanation. Why should they? It was a private family matter. What was it like when Dorothy's little girl vanished? It was terrible. It felt like a betrayal. It changed everyone. Something like that. Sit frightens you, but you cling to the hope it will end well. It's supposed to. This one didn't. Dorothy believed the Duncans were responsible. "I'm aware. She mentioned you supported her." "I did. Why? Why wouldn't I?" Reacher leaned forward. "You were 14. She was what? 30? 35? More than double your age. So it wasn't about shared experience as women or mothers or neighbors, not in the usual way. You knew something, didn't you? Why are you digging into this? Call it a professional habit. It was a quarter century ago. For Dorothy, it was yesterday. You're not from around here. I know, Reacher said. I'm headed to Virginia. Then go. I can't. Not yet. Not if I believe the Duncans were involved and walked away clean. Why does it matter to you? I can't fully explain it, but it does. The Duncans get away with things constantly. Trust me, every single day. But I don't care about their other business. I don't care about their harvest schedules or shipping rates. You all can handle that yourselves. It's not complicated. The doctor's wife took a slow breath. I was their babysitter that year, and they didn't really need one. They hardly ever went out. Or they'd leave and come back almost immediately like it was a pretense. Then they'd take forever driving me home. It was as if they were paying me just to be in the house with them. With all four of them, I mean, not just Seth. How long did that last? About 6 times. What happened during those visits? In what sense? Anything unsettling? She met his gaze directly. You mean, was I touched? Were you? No. Did you feel unsafe? A little. Any inappropriate behavior at all? Not exactly. So, what made you stand with Dorothy when her child went missing? Just a feeling. What kind of feeling? I was 14, all right. I didn't fully understand, but I knew I was uncomfortable. Did you know why? It came to me gradually. What was it? They were disappointed I wasn't younger. They made me feel I was too old for them. It gave me the creeps. You felt too old at 14? Yes. And I wasn't very developed. I was a small girl. What did you think would have happened if you'd been younger? I really don't want to imagine. And you told the police about this feeling? Of course. We all told them everything. The police were good. This was 25 years back, but they were progressive. They listened to everyone, even the kids. They encouraged us to share anything, big or small, fact or rumor. So it all came out, but nothing was proven. The doctor's wife shook her head. The Duncans were spotless, saints practically. I'm surprised they didn't get a medal, but you still stood by Dorothy. I knew what I'd felt. Did you think the investigation was thorough? I was 14. What did I know? I saw search dogs and agents and jackets. It felt like a TV drama. So yes, I thought it was fine. And now, looking back on it now, Reacher asked, they never did find her bicycle. The doctor's wife replied. She explained that in farming communities, kids often began driving their parents' worn-out trucks by 15, sometimes even younger if they were tall. Before that age, they rode bicycles. Those sturdy old Schwinn cruisers, sometimes decorated with baseball cards in the spokes and tassels on the handlebars. The county was large. Walking simply took too long. 8-year-old Margaret had pedaled away from the house Reacher had seen down that same dirt track, all knees and elbows in pure excitement on a pink bicycle that seemed too big for her. Neither she nor the bike was ever seen again. I kept waiting for them to find it, the woman said. Maybe tossed in a ditch beside some road, hidden in the tall grass, just lying there. That's how it always happens on TV, like a clue, maybe with a footprint nearby or a dropped scrap of paper. But it never happened that way. Every lead just turned cold. So what was your verdict back then, Reacher pressed, about the Duncans, guilty or not? Not guilty, she said firmly. Because facts are facts, right? Yet you still stood by Dorothy. Partly because of how I felt. Feelings aren't the same as facts, and partly because of what came after. It was awful for her. The Duncans acted so self-righteous. People were starting to realize just how much power that family had over everyone. It felt like living under thought police. First, Dorothy was expected to apologize, which she refused, and then she was supposed to just stay quiet and act like nothing had happened. She couldn't even mourn properly because somehow that would have been seen as accusing the Duncans all over again. The whole county felt uneasy. It was like Dorothy was being told to take one for the team, like some old myth where a mother has to sacrifice her child to the monster for the village to be safe. The conversation lulled. Reacher gathered the 3 empty coffee mugs and carried them to the kitchen, partly out of courtesy, partly because he wanted to scan the view from another window. The landscape remained empty. No movement, no approaching vehicles. After a moment, the doctor followed him in. "So what's your plan now?" he asked. "I'm heading to Virginia," Reacher said. "All right, with 2 stops on the way. Where to first?" "I'll visit the county police about 60 miles south. I want to look at their case file. Would they still have it after all this time?" Reacher nodded. A case like that, with multiple departments involved and everyone on their best behavior, they'd have compiled a substantial file. They wouldn't have destroyed it. Technically, it's still open. Their notes are probably in storage somewhere. A whole cubic yard of paperwork, most likely. And they'll just let you see it. I was a cop myself for 13 years. I can usually persuade a file clerk. Why do you need to see it? To check for gaps. If everything looks solid, I'll keep moving. If not, I might circle back. To do what? To fill in those gaps? How are you getting down there? I'll drive. Showing up in a stolen truck won't help your case. It has your plates on it now. They won't know the difference. My plates? Don't worry. I'll switch them back. If the paperwork checks out, I'll leave the truck near the police station with the correct plates. Sooner or later, someone will figure out who it belongs to. Word will get back to the Duncans. They'll know I'm gone for good, and they should leave you all alone again. That would be a relief. What's the second stop? The police are actually the second stop. The first is closer to home. Where? We're going to pay a visit to Seth Duncan's wife. You and me, a house call. To see how her recovery is coming along. The doctor was instantly and vehemently opposed to the idea. It was a house call he had no desire to make. He turned and walked a slow circle around the kitchen, his fingers lightly brushing the bruises on his face. He pressed his lips together, tasting the faint metallic tang of blood on his teeth. After a long moment, he finally spoke. Seth could be at the house. Reacher didn't hesitate. "I'm counting on it. We can see how his recovery is coming along, and if he's doing a little too well, I'd be happy to adjust the progress. He won't be alone. He'll have those farm hands with him. He won't. They're all combing the countryside for me. At least the ones who are still standing are. This feels like a mistake. You are a physician. You swore an oath that comes with certain responsibilities. It's reckless. So is stepping out your front door. You're completely insane. Has anyone ever told you that? I prefer the term thorough." They got into the pickup and turned onto the county road, emerging a few miles south of the motel and a few miles north of the Duncan properties. As they drove past the 3 white houses, the doctor stared intently. Reacher took his own glance. Hostile ground. 3 quiet homes, 3 vehicles parked out front, no sign of movement. By now, Reacher figured the second Brett had relayed his messages. He was sure they'd been heard and then promptly dismissed as empty bluster, though the wrecked truck should have been a clue. The Duncans were losing steadily and clearly, and they had to feel it. Reacher made the same left turn he'd taken the night before in the Subaru, winding through the back roads until Seth Duncan's house came into view on the right. In the flat daylight, it looked much as it had under electric light. The white mailbox with Duncan painted on it, the dormant lawn, the old-fashioned buggy, the long driveway, the garage, the 3 sets of doors. This time, 2 of them stood open. Inside the shadowy space, the rear ends of 2 cars were visible. One was a small red sports car, likely a Mazda, distinctly feminine. The other was a large black Cadillac sedan, unmistakably masculine. The doctor said, "That's Seth's car." Reacher grinned. "Which one? The Cadillac?" "Nice ride," Reacher said. "Maybe I should go put a dent in it. I've got my own wrench now. Want me to?" "Absolutely not," the doctor said, his voice tense. "For heaven's sake." Reacher's smile lingered as he parked in the same spot as the previous night. They stepped out into the chill. The low, flat clouds hung heavy, and a thin mist was beginning to separate and drift downward, preparing for the afternoon and the evening to come. The mist gave the air a tangible pearlescent quality, shimmering like something between liquid and light. "Places everyone," Reacher said, and moved toward the door. The doctor followed a step behind Reacher, knocked and waited. A full minute later, he heard footsteps inside, light, slow, uncertain. Eleanor, she opened the door and stood there, her left hand gripping the door frame, her right hand splayed against the opposite wall as if for balance, or as though her arm could somehow shield the interior from the world outside. She wore a black skirt and a black sweater, no jewelry. Her lips were dark with thick scabs, and her nose was swollen. The skin stretched tight over yellowing bruises that her makeup couldn't conceal. "You," she said. "I brought the doctor," Reacher replied, "to see how you're healing." Eleanor Duncan's eyes flicked to the doctor's battered face. "He looks about as good as I do." "Was it Seth or one of those farmhands?" "Whichever it was. I'm sorry." "Neither," Reacher said. "Turns out this town has a few other tough characters floating around." Eleanor didn't respond to that. She simply lowered her right hand from the wall and made a slow, almost formal gesture, inviting them inside. Reacher asked, "Is Seth here?" "No, thank God," Eleanor said. "His car is here," the doctor pointed out. "His father came and got him," she explained. Reacher asked, "How long will he be gone?" "I don't know," Eleanor said. She guided them into the kitchen, the same room where she'd been examined the previous night, and likely many nights before. Settling into a chair, she turned her face toward the light. The doctor moved closer, his touch feather-light as he checked her injuries. He asked about pain, headaches, her teeth. Her answers were the kind Reacher had heard from countless people in her position, brave, a little dismissive of her own suffering. Yes, her nose and mouth still ached. Yes, she had a mild headache. No, her teeth didn't feel quite right, but her speech was clear, her memory intact, her pupils responsive. The doctor gave a nod, she'd be okay. "And Seth?" Reacher asked. Eleanor's expression tightened. "Furious at you? What goes around comes around? You're a lot bigger than he is." "He's a lot bigger than you are." She fell silent then, her eyes lingering on Reacher a moment too long before drifting away. Uncertainty washed over her face, its rawness only softened by the stiff scabs on her lips and the dull, frozen ache in her nose. She was hurting, Reacher thought badly. He pictured 2 blows, one to the nose, one lower to the mouth, both precise, both controlled, hard enough to damage but not to shatter. Expert work. "It wasn't Seth, was it?" he said. "No," she whispered. "It wasn't? Who then? Remember what you said earlier? Seems we've got a couple of tough guys in town. They came here? Twice? Why, I don't know. Who are they? I don't know. They claim they work for the Duncans." A bitter laugh escaped her. "They don't. The Duncans don't hire people to beat me. They're perfectly happy to do it themselves. How many times has Seth hit you? 1,000, maybe. That's useful, not for you, obviously, but convenient for your conscience, something like that." Her voice turned cold, edged with a fury that surprised even her. "Go ahead, have at Seth all day, every day, beat him senseless, break every bone, be my guest, I mean it. Then why stay? I don't know," she said, the anger fading into weariness. "Whole books have been written about that. I've read most of them. In the end, where would I go? Anywhere. It's never that simple. Trust me on that." "So, what happened?" She took a slow breath. 4 days ago, 2 men showed up, East Coast accents, a kind of polished Italian vibe, expensive suits, cashmere overcoats. Seth took them into his den. I didn't hear what was said, but I knew we were in trouble. The whole house carried this animal stink. After 20 minutes, they all came out. Seth looked ashamed. One of the men said their instructions were to hurt Seth, but he'd bargained it down to hurting me instead. She paused, her gaze distant. "At first I thought I was going to be assaulted right in front of him. That's what the feeling was like, that animal smell. But no. Seth held me in front of him, and they took turns. One hit to the nose, one to the mouth. Then yesterday evening they came back and did it all again. Afterward, Seth went out for a steak. That's what happened. I'm sorry," Reacher said. "So am I. Seth didn't tell you who they were, what they wanted. Seth tells me nothing. Any guesses, investors?" she said flatly. "That's the only thing that makes sense. They were here on behalf of investors. Duncan Transportation has outside investors. I suppose it can't be a gold mine right now. Fuel prices are through the roof. diesel, whatever they use, and it's winter, nothing to haul. But what do I really know? They never stop complaining, do they? And from what I hear on the news, regular banks are making it tough for small businesses these days. Maybe they had to turn to some less than traditional lenders to get a loan. Extremely untraditional, Reacher replied. But if this is just about money problems at Duncan Transportation, why are those men hunting for me? Are they really looking for you? Absolutely, the doctor confirmed. They showed up at my house this morning. They struck me 4 times and made threats against my wife that were far worse. The only thing they wanted to know was where to find Reacher. I heard it was the same over at the motel, mister. Vincent got a visit, and so did Dorothy, the woman who works for him as a housekeeper. That's terrible, Eleanor said, her voice softening. Is she all right? She made it through. And your wife, pretty shaken up, but she'll be okay? I honestly can't make sense of it, Eleanor admitted. I don't know a thing about Seth's business dealings. Reacher leaned forward. What about Seth himself? What do you know about him, such as who he is, where he came from originally? Would either of you like a drink? No thanks, Reacher said. Just tell me about Seth's origins, that old mystery he was adopted like plenty of people are? Where from? He doesn't know, and I doubt his father knows for certain either. It was through some charitable organization. There was a level of secrecy to it. No stories or hints at all? None. Seth must remember something. I've heard he was ready for kindergarten when he arrived. He should have some memories of his life before this. He refuses to talk about it. What about the missing girl, that other tired subject? Look, I'm not blind to Seth's flaws or his family's, but from what I understand, a federal investigation cleared them. Isn't that enough for people? You weren't living here when it happened? No, I grew up in Illinois, just outside Chicago. I met Seth when he was 22. I was trying to be a journalist back then. The only job I could land was at a paper out of Lincoln. I was writing a story about corn prices. Naturally, that and college sports were all that paper covered. Seth was the new CEO of Duncan Transportation. I interviewed him for the article. Afterwards, we had a drink. I was completely swept off my feet at first. Later, not so much. Are you going to be all right here? Are you? With 2 dangerous men searching for you. I'm leaving, Reacher stated, heading south, then east toward Virginia. You want to ride along? You could get on the interstate and never look back. Eleanor Duncan's answer was firm. No. You're sure? I am. Then there's nothing more I can do for you. You've already done plenty, more than I can express. You broke his nose. It made me incredibly happy. Reacher looked at her intently. You should come with me. You should get out of here. It's insane to stay talking like that, feeling that way. I'll outlast him, she said, a new steely resolve in her voice. That's my mission, I think, to outlast every single one of them. Reacher fell silent, his gaze sweeping the kitchen, taking in all the expensive high-end items she would inherit if she succeeded. There was a lot of it. Italian cabinetry, German appliances, American-made fixtures. His eyes landed on a Cadillac key resting in a glass bowl. Is that Seth's key? Eleanor nodded. Yes, it is. Does he usually keep the car gassed up, typically? Why, I'm going to steal it, Reacher announced. He continued. I've got at least an hour's drive ahead. I could use something more comfortable than a pickup truck. Besides, the doctor should keep the truck here. He might need it for his rounds. You won't get away with it, Eleanor warned. You'll be driving a stolen car right through the heart of the county police jurisdiction. They won't know it's stolen, not if Seth doesn't report it, but he will. Tell him not to. Tell him if he does, I'll come back here and break both his arms. Tell him to keep quiet and pick it up tomorrow. I'll leave it somewhere along the route. He won't listen to me. He will. He doesn't listen to anyone. He listens to those 2 outsiders from out of town because he's terrified of them. Well, he's terrified of me too, Reacher said flatly. The man is scared of his own shadow. Believe me. That's just Seth's nature. No one said a word. Reacher plucked the Cadillac key from the bowl, handed the truck key to the doctor, and moved toward the door. Seth Duncan sat at his father's kitchen table, facing the old man himself, flanked closely by his uncles, Jonas and Jasper. The four men were unnaturally still and quiet, their silence forced by the two other figures in the room. Roberto Cassano leaned against the sink, while Angelo Mancini propped himself against the doorframe. Cassano had made a show of tucking his already pristine shirt into his waistband, and Mancini had opened his coat to press his palms into the small of his back, as if easing a long drive's ache. In truth, both gestures were calculated displays designed to draw attention to the pistols nestled in their shoulder holsters. The weapons were a matched set of stainless steel Colt Double Eagle semi-automatics. The Duncans had seen them, understood the message, and now sat in wary silence. "Tell me again," Cassano said, his voice flat. "Explain it. Convince me. How is one stranger holding up an entire shipment?" Jacob Duncan replied, "Do I tell your boss how to run his operation? I suppose not, because it's his business. It probably has 1,000 intricacies I don't fully grasp, so I keep my distance. And Mr. Rossi keeps his distance from your affairs until he's inconvenienced. He's welcome to find another supplier, I'm sure he will. But right now, there's a contract in place. We'll deliver. When? As soon as this stranger is out of our way." Cassano simply shook his head in exasperation. Mancini cut in. "You people need to adjust your thinking. Sure, the guy was in the fields, but he's not there now. He's back in that truck he took last night. He had it hidden somewhere. You should be searching for it. You should be watching the roads again." Seth Duncan's Cadillac was modern enough to have every convenience, yet retained the classic, effortless feel of a true highway cruiser. It wasn't vying for attention with flashy European sedans, it was built for mile-eating comfort. A throwback to when Cadillacs ruled the open road. Reacher appreciated it immensely. It was a substantial machine, long and wide, weighing close to 2 tons. The ride was smooth and nearly silent, a relaxed, sprawling kind of car meant for minimal effort. It was finished in black paint, leather, and tinted glass with a rich-sounding radio and a gas tank that was more than half full. Reacher had settled into the driver's seat, slid it all the way back, guided the car out of the garage, executed a careful turn behind the house, and edged out onto the 2-lane highway. He turned south, the big car wafting along, encasing him in a bubble of calm. The monotonous landscape offered no change. Straight road ahead, endless dirt on either side, a vast sky above. He passed no other vehicles. About 10 miles south, a derelict roadhouse stood alone in a weedy, patchy lot, its windows boarded, roof sagging, faded beer signs clinging to the walls beneath layers of grime. Beyond that, there was nothing but empty road stretching to the horizon. Outside, Roberto Cassano stepped through Jacob Duncan's back door and walked across the gravel, putting distance between himself and the house for a private call. To the north, a thin, dark column of smoke still rose, the burned-out truck, a smoldering testament to the stranger's work. Cassano dialed his cell. Rossi answered on the 3rd ring. "They're sticking to their story, boss," Cassano reported. "No shipment until they deal with this stranger." "That's ridiculous." Rossi's voice came through, tinged with disbelief. "Tell me about it. It's like something out of a fairy tale. How much persuasion have you used on the Duncans themselves? That's what I need to know. How far do you want us to go?" There was a long pause on the line, followed by a weary, resigned sigh. Rossi sighed into the phone. "The real issue is their product is top tier. I won't locate a better supplier. I won't find anything even close, so cutting ties isn't an option. I'll need them again, repeatedly. That's a certainty. Your point. My point is, we join their game. We find this mysterious person." Meanwhile, the doctor exited Eleanor Duncan's home and fixed a tense gaze on the pickup. Every instinct told him to avoid it, to not drive it, be seen in it, or be associated with it. This was a Duncan truck, taken in a way that delivered a deep insult to the family. 2 of their men, casually dismissed, being connected to this vehicle now was a blatant challenge, a reckless move that promised lasting, severe consequences. Yet his medical training and current sobriety forced a clinical logic. He had duties. Vincent, shaken up at the motel, needed checking on. Dorothy, his housekeeper, was another concern, and his wife was alone and frightened 8 miles away. He studied the key in his palm, then the truck, mentally charting a course. He could hide it behind Dorothy's place or on the far side of the motel office. Afterward, he could abandon it to the north and trek cross-country home. Just 10 minutes of exposure on backtracks and the two-lane highway. It was a calculated risk. Swallowing his dread, he got in and started the engine. Far away, an unmarked white van proceeded east on Route 3, having crossed from British Columbia into Alberta. It moved steadily, drawing no attention. Its driver kept his phone powered off, wary of border area cell towers that might be monitored. Even innocent location data was a trail best not left. All fuel was bought with Canadian cash, and at each stop he hunched his shoulders, turning his collar up and tugging his hat low against potential cameras. Back in his office, Rossi ended his call with Cassano. After a solid 5 minutes of grim contemplation, he dialed Saphir. "Just answer me this," Rossi began, trying to sound casual. "Have you ever seen a higher quality product?" Saphir's reply was dry. "Skip the sales talk. I bought in a long time ago, and you've never had cause for complaint, correct?" "I'm complaining now," understood, Rossi said, "but I need you to consider a proposition. Partners propose," Saphir countered. "We aren't partners, I state. You request. Fine, I'm requesting. I'm asking you to step back and look at the bigger picture. We both need this shipment to arrive. Everyone does. I'm asking for a temporary alliance just for the next 48 hours. To what end? My associates in Nebraska have a serious complication. I'm aware, Saphir said. My team briefed me. Then send them. Send your men up there to assist. Having them stationed here in my lobby is redundant. Your goals and mine are aligned right now, and I'm already pushing my people to the limit. Imagine what our combined resources could accomplish up there." The doctor, for his part, reached Dorothy's farmhouse unseen. He parked in the rear yard, lining the Duncan truck up with Dorothy's own pickup. He found her in the kitchen, her hands submerged in soapy water, washing what he assumed were her breakfast dishes, and Reacher's the sheer, mundane normality of the scene struck him as absurd, a quiet insanity amid the brewing storm. He said, "How are you doing?" She replied, "I'm all right. You look like you've had it rougher than me. I'll make it through. You're driving a Duncan truck. I'm aware. That's not smart." Neither was making that man breakfast. He needed to eat, the doctor inquired. "Do you need anything? I need to understand how this is all going to turn out." "Probably not great, if I'm honest. He's just one man working alone. And there's no promise he'll even stay in the picture. Do you know where he is right now?" "More or less, yes. Don't tell me." "I won't," Dorothy added. "You should go see about Mr. Vincent. He was hurt pretty badly." "That's exactly where I'm going next," the doctor said. After ending the call with Rossi, Saphir sat in deep thought for a solid 10 minutes. Then he dialed his client Mameni, who was located just 8 blocks away. He took a steadying breath and asked, "Have you ever seen a better product?" Mameni snapped, "Cut to the chase. There's a complication in the pipeline. Pipelines don't have complications. Garden hoses get kinks. Chains have weak points. Are you admitting you're the weak point here? All I'm saying is there's an obstacle, a real catch-22. It's insane, but it's real. And we all want the same thing. We all want that shipment. And none of us are getting it until this obstacle is removed. That's the unfortunate reality. There's nothing any of us can do to change it. We're all stuck in the same boat. So I'm asking you to set aside our issues and work together just for a day or two. How? I want you to pull your men from my office and send them up to Nebraska. I'm sending mine. We could pool our resources and handle this problem." Mameni fell silent. The truth was, he was just another link in the chain, no different from Saphir or Rossi, who he knew all about, or the Duncans in Vancouver, whom he also understood completely. He had done his homework, he knew the landscape. They were all links, but he was the second to last one, the penultimate link, which meant the pressure on him was immense, because right above him at the very top were the Saudis, unimaginably wealthy and utterly ruthless. A terrifying combination. Finally, Mameni said, "I want a 10% discount." Saphir agreed. "Of course. Call me back with the details," Mameni stated. The doctor parked behind the motel lounge, tucked between its curved exterior wall and a round wooden fence that concealed the dumpsters and propane tanks. He pulled in nose to tail with Vincent's old Pontiac sedan. It wasn't an ideal spot. The truck would be visible from certain viewpoints both north and south, but it was the best available. He stepped out into the chilly air, paused to scan the road empty, and then headed inside. He found Vincent simply sitting in one of the red velvet armchairs in the lounge, doing nothing at all. Vincent sported a black eye, a split lip, and a swollen cheek the size of a hen's egg. It was a mirror image of the doctor's own injuries. They were a matched set, like looking into a reflection. The doctor asked, "Do you need anything?" Vincent said, "I have a terrible headache. Would you like some painkillers? Painkillers won't fix this. I want this whole mess to be over. That's what I want. I want that man to finish what he started. He's on his way to Virginia." Wonderful. He mentioned he's going to check in with the county police along the route. He said he'll come back if there's something off about the old case file from 25 years ago. That's ancient history. They'll have trashed the file by now. He says they haven't. Then they won't let him see it. He says they will. But what could he possibly find now that they missed back then, saying all that just means he's never coming back? He's letting us down easy. That's all. He's slipping away with an excuse. He's abandoning us here. The odd circular room fell quiet. "Do you need anything?" the doctor asked once more. "Do you?" Vincent countered. "Want a drink? Is it even okay for you to serve me? Seems a little late to worry about rules like that, don't you think? Do you want one or not?" "No," the doctor said. "I probably shouldn't," he said, then hesitated. What the heck? Maybe one for the road. Saffir got Rossi back on the line. I need 20% off. "What do I get for that?" Rossi asked. "My help sending my guys up there. 15. You're helping yourself just as much. 20, Saffir insisted. "Because I'm not just sending my own people. I've got 2 guys sitting right here in my office watching me. I mentioned that, right? You think I'm pulling my team out of your place while I've still got babysitters in mine? Not a chance. So I talked my client into sending his men, too. We're all in this together. And let's be honest, with something this big, everyone wants a piece of the action." Rossi was quiet for a moment. "All right," he finally said. "That works. That's smart. With 6 of us up there, we can wrap this up quick. We'll be in the clear before you know it." Logistics. The closest town is 60 miles south, where the county offices are. Only place to stay is a Courtyard Marriott. My guys are already there. I'll have them stand down and book a couple more rooms. Everyone can meet up ASAP and then move out. The 2-lane highway stretched ahead, perfectly straight. Reacher kept the Cadillac cruising at a steady 60, eating up a mile every minute without any effort. About 50 minutes in, he passed a lonely bar on the right, a squat wooden building with grimy windows glowing with neon beer signs. 3 cars sat in the lot, and a sign out front read "Cell Block." Fitting enough, Reacher thought if you squinted, it might pass for a jailhouse from some old Western. He drove on, and a mile later, the horizon shifted. A water tower and a Texaco sign emerged from the gray afternoon haze. Civilization such as it was. The town looked tiny, just a grid of a dozen low buildings plopped in the middle of nowhere. A Chamber of Commerce billboard stood about 800 yards out, listing 5 ways a traveler could spend money, 2 places to eat, a diner and some local spot Reacher didn't recognize, a service station, a tire shop, and for lodging, only a Courtyard Marriott. Reacher passed the billboard and slowed, scanning ahead. In his experience, towns usually put the money-making businesses on the main drag. Government stuff, like police stations and county offices, tended to be a block or 2 over. Probably something to do with cheaper land off the prime strips. He eased off the gas a little more as the first building came into view on the left, an aluminum-sided diner, just like the billboard promised and just like Dorothy, the housekeeper, had mentioned. This was where the county cops grabbed their coffee and donuts morning and afternoon. A black and white Dodge Cruiser was parked outside, alongside 2 beat-up farm pickups, both caked in dirt. Across the street was the Texaco station with 3 service bays. Then came a string of small businesses lining both sides, a hardware store, a liquor store, a bank, more tire shops, a John Deere dealership, a grocery, and a pharmacy. The street was wide and muddy, with diagonal parking slots along the edges. Reacher drove clear through town until he hit a real crossroads, a left turn toward an ethanol plant, a right toward a hospital, and straight ahead to I-80, another 60 miles on. He made a wide U-turn across the empty shoulders and headed back north along the same main strip. The town's grid offered 3 side streets to the right and 3 to the left, each bearing a name that felt like a person, perhaps early Nebraska homesteaders, legendary football figures, or champion corn farmers. He took the first right onto McNally Street, spotting the Marriott Hotel ahead. It was 4 in the afternoon, an inconvenient time. The old records would be housed either at the police station or a county storage facility, and in either case the clerks would be clocking out by 5. He had a single hour. Securing access could eat up half of that, and the volume of paperwork would likely demand far more than the remaining 30 minutes. Waiting for morning seemed inevitable. Then again, it couldn't hurt to try. He drove on, observing the hotel as he passed. He wasn't clear on the distinction between a standard Marriott and a courtyard Marriott. Maybe one was a tower and the other a spread-out layout. This was a low-slung 2-story building in an H shape, with a central lobby and 2 unassuming wings of guest rooms. The front parking lot had around 20 marked spaces, only 2 of them taken. The rear lot mirrored that, plenty of empty spots, a quiet scene for a winter day in the middle of nowhere. He turned left and drove north, 3 blocks over and parallel to the main strip, where he noticed the second restaurant, a rib shack proudly advertising a dry rub recipe straight from Kansas. Just past it, he turned left again, returning to the main street and pulling in at the diner. The police cruiser was still parked outside. Through the windows, Reacher could see the place wasn't crowded. 2 officers, 3 civilians, a waitress, and a cook visible through a service window. He locked the Cadillac and went inside. The cops sat facing each other in a booth, both broad and solid, each occupying most of a bench meant for 2. One was around Reacher's age, the other younger. They wore gray uniforms with badges and nameplates. The older officer's tag read Hogue. Reacher walked past, then stopped and performed an exaggerated double take. "You're Hogue, right? I don't believe it." The cop looked up. "Excuse me? I remember you from Desert Storm, the Gulf, back in '91. Am I right? Sorry, friend, but you'll have to help me out here. That's a lot of water under the bridge since '91." Reacher extended his hand. "Reacher, 110 MP." The cop wiped his hand on his pant leg before shaking. "I'm not sure I ever crossed paths with your unit." "Really? I could have sworn, maybe in Saudi just before, during Desert Shield. I was stationed in Germany just before." "Probably not Germany then, but I remember the name and the face, sort of. Did you have a brother over there, or a cousin?" "A cousin, sure. Looks just like you back then, I suppose? A little, there you go, good guy, right? Decent enough? And a solid soldier, as I recall. He came home with a Bronze Star. I knew it, 7 Corps, right? 2nd Armored Cavalry, 3rd Squadron. That's the one. Knew it," Reacher said again. It was an ancient routine, the same one used by carnival fortune tellers everywhere. Guide someone through a string of yes or no, right or wrong prompts, and before long you've crafted a believable sense of connection. A straightforward psychological game, refined by paying close attention to answers, sensing the direction, and betting on probabilities. Most people wearing name tags daily forget they have them on, at least at first, and a good chunk of Heartland cops were former military, a much higher ratio than the general population. Even if they weren't, they usually came from large families with plenty of brothers and cousins. It was almost a guarantee that at least one relative served. For that generation, Desert Storm was the defining conflict. 7 Corps, its biggest contingent, and a Bronze Star recipient from the 2nd Armored Cavalry, was almost certainly from the 3rd Squadron, the unit that led the charge. Reacher considered the straightforward logic of it all, a simple calculation of probabilities. The obvious choices were clear. "What's your cousin up to these days?" he asked. Tony, he's back home in Lincoln, the cop replied. Got out before the second deployment, thankfully. Works for the railroad now. 2 kids, one's in junior high, the other's already in college. That's great to hear. You see him often, every so often. Make sure to give him my regards, will you? Jack Reacher, 100th MP, one desert veteran to another. And what about you? He'll want to know me. Oh, same story, different chapter. You're still serving? No. I mean, I was an investigator then, and I still am, just privately now. Working for myself, not the government. You based here in Nebraska? Just passing through, Reacher said. He hesitated a moment. Actually, you might be able to help me with something, if you don't mind me asking. What do you need? Are you two starting your shift or ending it? We're just coming on. Got the whole night ahead. Mind if I join you? The officer named Hogue shifted over on the bench, his gear rustling. Reacher sat where he had been. The seat was still warm. I knew another fellow named McNally, Reacher began. Another second armored man, as it happens. Turns out he has a connection. A friend of a friend whose aunt lives in this county. She's a farmer. Her daughter vanished 25 years ago. 8 years old. Never found. The woman never recovered. Your department handled it with the FBI lending a hand. McNally's contact thinks the Bureau botched the job, so McNally hired me to take a fresh look at the file. 25 years back, Hogue said, that's before my time, right? Reacher agreed. We were probably both in basic training back then, and the child was never found. That means it's still an open case. Cold, but open. The paperwork should still be around. Somebody might remember it. That's exactly what McNally was counting on, and he's aiming to fault the FBI, not us. The story I got is your people did solid work. So what did the FBI mess up? They didn't find the girl? What's the point of digging it up now? Your guess is as good as mine, Reacher said. You know how folks are? Might bring a little peace, I suppose. All right, Hogue said. I'll mention it at the station. Someone can get you in first thing tomorrow. Any chance of getting a look tonight? If I could wrap it up by midnight, it'd save McNally a day's fee. He's not exactly rolling in it, passing up a bigger payday. One vet to another, you understand? Besides, I've got business back east, need to get to Virginia as soon as possible. Hogue glanced at his watch. It was 4:20. All that old material is stored in the basement under the county clerk's office. Nobody's allowed in there after 5. Any way to get it out? Ah, man, that's asking a lot. I don't need any evidence bags or exhibits, assuming there even is physical evidence. I don't want it, just the paperwork. I could get in serious trouble for that. I just want to read it. Where's the harm? In and out in one night. Who's even going to notice? There's probably a mountain of it. Boxes and boxes. I'll help with the heavy lifting. McNally was second armored, same as Tony. Reacher nodded. Second squadron, though, not third. Not quite in Tony's league. Where are you staying? The Courtyard Marriott. Where else? A long silence followed. The younger officer watched them. Hogue was clearly feeling the weight of that attention. Reacher observed the shift in the man's demeanor from by-the-book caution to a more reckless, old-school, soldier-to-soldier willingness to help. Finally, Hogue looked at Reacher and said, All right, I know a guy. We'll make it happen, but it's better if you're not there. Go wait for us. We'll bring the files to you. So Reacher drove back to the Courtyard Marriott and parked the Cadillac way out back, behind the building where it couldn't be seen from the street. Safer that way, in case Seth Duncan was already making calls and spreading descriptions. Then he walked to the lobby and waited at the front desk for the clerk to finish his phone call. He appeared to be handling a few reservations for another guest. Once he finished, Reacher secured a room on the ground floor, situated far back in the rear wing of the H-shaped building. It was surprisingly quiet, perfectly adequate, and impeccably clean, furnished with green and tan tones, brass fixtures, and light wood finishes. About 40 minutes later, Hogue and his associate arrived in a borrowed K9 unit van, its cargo area stacked with 11 cardboard boxes of documents. In under 5 minutes, all 11 boxes were transferred into Reacher's room. Meanwhile, roughly 60 miles to the north, the doctor was leaving the motel lounge. He'd shared some casual conversation with Vincent, but had mostly focused on downing 3 triple shots of Jim Beam, 9 measures of bourbon in just over an hour. The sky was overcast and dusk was settling in, so when he glanced up and down the highway, the fading light obscured details that would have been clear in full sun. He got into his pickup truck, started the engine, reversed from his hiding spot, swung the wheel around, crossed the parking lot, and turned right onto the 2-lane road. The 6 remaining Cornhuskers had divided up and were now working alone. 2 were stationed north on the highway. 2 were posted to the south. 1 was patrolling the maze of back roads to the southeast, and the 6th was cruising the network of lanes to the southwest. The doctor encountered the pair stationed to the north, almost crashing into them. His intention was to abandon the truck as soon as he reached some isolated, unclaimed area and then trek home cross-country. As he drove, he was scanning left and right, trying to get his bearings, but the bourbon had dulled his reflexes and clouded his thinking. When his eyes finally returned to the road, he realized he was barely a second away from a head-on collision with another truck parked partly on the shoulder, facing the wrong direction with its lights off. His brain, slowed by the alcohol, took a split second to process the danger before his hands jerked the wheel. Suddenly, he was veering diagonally toward a second truck parked on the opposite shoulder about 30 yards ahead. He slammed on the brakes, locking all 4 wheels, and skidded to a stop almost sideways across the lane. The second truck pulled out to block the road in front of him. The first truck moved to block the road behind him. In Las Vegas, Ma Maney made a phone call. His lead man answered from Saphir's office, 8 blocks away. Ma Maney said, "Plans have changed. You 2 are heading to Nebraska. Immediately use the company jet. The pilot has the details." His man replied, "Understood." Ma Maney continued, "It's a 2-phase operation. First, locate this outsider everyone's discussing and eliminate him. Second, get close to the Duncans, earn their trust. Then remove Saphir's men and Rossi's as well, so we can cut out 2 middlemen going forward. From then on, we deal directly. That means more profit and far more control." His man simply said, "Got it." The doctor remained frozen behind the wheel, trembling from shock, fear, and adrenaline. The Cornhuskers stepped out of their vehicles, large men in red jackets. They approached his stalled truck slowly, one from the driver's side, one from the passenger side. They paused for a moment, one on each side of the cab, silent in the gloomy afternoon light. Then the one on the passenger side opened that door, positioning himself to cut off any escape, while the one on the driver's side reached in, grabbed the doctor by the collar of his coat, and hauled him out. The doctor dropped like a dead weight onto the asphalt. The man yanked him back up, landed a hard punch to his stomach, then spun him around and delivered 2 more brutal blows to his lower back, right over the kidneys. The doctor collapsed to his knees and vomited bourbon onto the road. The Cornhusker, who had been waiting by the passenger door, walked back to his own vehicle and repositioned it where it had been originally. Then he moved the doctor's truck directly behind it. He climbed back in with his partner, and together they managed to haul the doctor up into the cab of the first man's truck. They drove off, one on each side, with the doctor wedged between them on the bench seat, trembling uncontrollably, his head bowed. Back in Las Vegas, Saphir made a call. His contact, stationed in Rossi's office just a few blocks away, picked up. "There's been a change of plans," Saphir stated. "I'm sending the 2 of you to Nebraska. I'll have the specifics faxed to the airport." "Understood," his man replied. Saphir continued, "Rossi's men will link up with you at the hotel. Ma Maney is also dispatching a team. All 6 of you will cooperate until this outsider is dealt with. In the meantime, work on establishing a connection with the Duncans. Build some rapport. After that, eliminate Rossi's people. That moves us one step closer to the main prize and could double our profit margin." "Got it," the man said. "And if the opportunity presents itself, take out Ma Maney's guys as well," Saphir added. "I believe I can get direct access to his client. Honestly, where else is he going to find a supply like this? We might even quadruple our earnings, will do, boss." The 2 local enforcers, often called the Cornhuskers, headed south for 5 quick miles before slowing to turn into the Duncans' long shared driveway. The doctor stirred at the change in motion, letting out a choked, wordless groan before shutting his eyes and letting his head fall once more. The man on his right jabbed an elbow into his ribs. "You're going to need to find your voice, pal," he warned. "You've got a lot of talking to do." They proceeded slowly up to the cluster of houses, the drive feeling almost ceremonial now that their objective was secured. Parking out front, they pulled their captive from the cab and marched him to Jacob Duncan's door. After a knock, Jacob answered. One of the men planted a hand on the doctor's back and shoved him forward into the entryway. "We caught this one driving the truck we lost," he announced. He even went and put his own plates on it. Jacob Duncan studied the doctor for a long, silent moment. He reached out and gave the man's cheek a few light, almost paternal pats, feeling the pale, clammy skin and the swellings from earlier injuries. Then his fist clenched the front of the doctor's shirt, yanking him deeper into the hall before propelling him toward the kitchen at the back of the house. Their prisoner was now officially in the fold. Jacob turned back to the two men. "You did well," he said. "Now go finish it, find Reacher. He's on foot out there somewhere. If the doctor knows his location, we'll have it soon enough and we'll pass it along, but don't stop looking." In the kitchen, Roberto Cassano and Angelo Mancini were still waiting. They watched as the pitiful doctor stumbled in from the hallway, disheveled and shaking with fear, the bruises from Mancini's earlier work still marking his face. Then Cassano's phone buzzed. Seeing Rossi's name, he stepped out the back door into the cool evening air, crossing a patch of weedy gravel before answering. "We've got complications," Rossi said without preamble. "Like what?" Cassano asked. "I had to smooth some things over here. It was getting messy. I had to have some conversations, adjust a few viewpoints. Bottom line, you're getting backup. 2 of Safar's men and 2 of Mamani's. That should speed things up," Cassano noted. "At first, Rossi agreed, but then it's going to get complicated. I'd bet anything they have orders to cut us out of the supply chain. Mamani is probably planning to cut Safar out too, so don't let any of them get cozy with the Duncans. Not even for a second. Don't let the Duncans make any new friends. And watch your backs the moment this stranger is handled. You'll have 4 new guns looking to turn on you." "What's our play?" Cassano asked. "Stay alive? Stay in control? Rules of engagement? Take Safar's guys out? Definitely. That removes the link above us. We can sell directly to Mamani, but charge Safar's prices. All right. And if you have to, for self-preservation, put Mamani's men down too. Make it appear as though Safar's crew or the Duncans were responsible. I still require Mamani personally. That is non-negotiable. He is my only conduit to the final purchaser." "Understood. Depart immediately. Fall back to the hotel and maintain a low profile. You'll likely link up with the rest of the team there shortly, establish contact and formulate a strategy. Who has command? The Iranians will insist it's them. They can take that notion and bury it. You understand the players and the landscape. Maintain control and proceed with extreme caution." "Got it, boss," Cassano replied. Moments later, he and Mancini were in their rented blue Impala, speeding south on the long, straight highway with 60 miles ahead. Meanwhile, the white van continued east on Route 3, still in Canada, having traveled more than halfway across Alberta with Saskatchewan approaching. It had deliberately bypassed a turn onto Route 4, which would have led south to the border where the modest Canadian road transforms into the expansive U.S. Interstate 15, a direct route to Las Vegas and Los Angeles. This shift from a simple path to a major highway reflected the differing characters of the two nations, and it was also considered a highly monitored route. Precisely because it was such an obvious corridor with significant destinations, it was assumed to be under tight surveillance. Therefore, the van forfeited that road's speed and convenience, continuing its slower journey east on the smaller road toward a town called Medicine Hat. From there, the plan was to turn south, disappearing into the remote area around Pekauke Lake before locating an unmarked rough track leading deep into the woods and ultimately across the border. The Duncans forced the doctor to stand at the head of the table. They sat silently, studying him, Jacob and Seth on one side, Jasper and Jonas on the other. After a prolonged moment, Jacob broke the silence. Was this a conscious act of defiance? The doctor remained silent, his throat raw and aching. The question itself bewildering. Jacob pressed on. Or did you feel some misplaced sense of privilege? Again, no answer. We need clarity, Jacob stated. You must explain the psychology here is quite compelling and deserves a thorough examination. I have no idea what you're referring to, the doctor managed. Perhaps your wife would, Jacob suggested, his tone turning sly. Should we fetch her and ask? She might provide some enlightening conversation. Leave my wife out of this. I beg your pardon. Please. Just leave her alone. She used to be quite entertaining, you know. We were acquainted with her long before you. She visited this very house on several occasions, quite willingly, of course, though we were compensating her, which may have influenced her enthusiasm. You should inquire about her former occupations. She did babysitting. Is that her story now? I suppose she would say that. Ask her again when her guard is down. Your wife was a girl of diverse talents once upon a time. She might share the details. You could find it rather illuminating. What do you want from me? Jacob Duncan leaned forward. We want to understand the reasoning behind your actions. What actions? You placed your license plates on our truck. The doctor said nothing. We want to know why, Jacob continued. It's a simple question. Was it mere insolence, or was it a deliberate signal? Were you retaliating because we disabled your car? Were you asserting a right, making a statement, chastising us for overstepping? I don't know, the doctor whispered. Or did someone else switch the plates? I don't know who did it, but it wasn't you. No. Where did you locate the truck? At the motel this afternoon. It was parked beside my car with my plates on it. Why didn't you correct the plates? I'm not sure. Operating a vehicle with false plates is a criminal offense, correct? At minimum, a misdemeanor? Is it fitting for a medical professional to engage in criminal behavior? I suppose not, but you did? I'm sorry, don't apologize to us. We're not a courtroom or a medical review board. Still, you ought to have an explanation ready. Your job could be on the line. What would your wife do for money then? She might find herself slipping back into old habits, a kind of comeback tour, you could say. Not that anyone would welcome her back. Honestly, who would want a worn-out old woman like that? The doctor stayed silent. And you treated my daughter-in-law, Jacob Duncan continued, after you were explicitly told not to. I'm a doctor. I had no choice. The Hippocratic Oath? Exactly. Which states first do no harm. I didn't cause any harm. Take a look at my son's face. The doctor looked. You did that, Jacob said. Not me. You set it in motion. That's the same thing. You caused harm. That wasn't my doing. Then whose was it? I don't know. I think you do. Word is getting around. You must have heard it by now. We know you people gossip about us constantly on your little phone chain. Did you really think it was a secret? It was Reacher. Finally, Jacob said, a hint of weary satisfaction in his voice. We get to the heart of it. You were working with him. I wasn't. You asked him to drive you to my son's house. I didn't, he insisted. I go. Semantics, Jacob dismissed with a wave. No use dwelling on what's already done, but we do have a question for you. What is it? Where is Reacher right now? Reacher was in his first-floor room at the Courtyard Marriott, surrounded by stacks of old police files. He had used the flathead screwdriver from his pocket to slice through the tape on all 11 boxes, pulling a sample page from each to arrange them in chronological order. After lining up the cartons, he began a rapid scan of the records from the very start. The notes were, as anticipated, exhaustive. It was a high-stakes case with multiple sensitivities, involving 3 other agencies, the state police, the National Guard, and the FBI. The county police had been meticulous, determined not to be outdone in what was essentially an interagency competition. They documented every step, covered every angle, and protected every flank. In many ways, the files were a time capsule. They predated computers entirely, feeling old-fashioned, human, and straightforward. They were typed likely on clunky IBM electric typewriters, with uneven lines and corrections slathered in whiteout. The paper itself was discolored, thin, brittle, and carried a musty smell. There were no pages of cell phone records. No one had them back then, not even the officers. No DNA samples were collected. No GPS coordinates existed. The files mirrored the kind Reacher himself had compiled at the beginning of his Army career. Dorothy had called the police from a neighbor's house around 8 on a Sunday evening in early summer. She didn't dial 911, but the local station's number. A transcript of the call existed, though it appeared to be reconstructed from the desk sergeant's memory rather than an actual recording. Her last name was Coe. Her only child, Margaret, had last been seen over 6 hours earlier. She was a good girl, Dorothy insisted. No problems, no troubles, no reasons to run off. She had been wearing a green dress and left on a pink bicycle. The desk sergeant alerted the captain, who then called a detective just off the day shift, a man named Miles Carson. Carson dispatched patrol cars north, and the search began. The weather was clear, offering an hour of twilight before darkness fell. Carson arrived on the scene within 40 minutes. The following 12 hours unfolded much as Dorothy had recounted over breakfast. The door-to-door inquiries, the flashlight sweeps, the loudspeaker pleas to check every barn and shed, the all-night patrols, the arrival of search dogs at first light, the involvement of the state police, and the National Guard lending a helicopter. Miles Carson was thorough, but he came up empty. In principle, Reacher noted a couple of tactical choices he might have questioned, but the effort was undeniable. The sheer weight of the paperwork, the dogged yet futile pursuit, it all felt hauntingly familiar, a relic of an era when investigations moved at the speed of paper and shoe leather. There was no need to wait for daylight to bring in the dogs, as they can track just fine in the dark. But it was a pointless debate anyway, because the moment Margaret climbed onto her bicycle, her scent trail vanished, lifted into the air, carried off by the wind, and insulated by the rubber of her tires. The hounds followed her path only as far as her own driveway, and then nothing. The loudspeaker pleas for residents to check their own yards felt strangely circular. What was a guilty person going to do? Confess on the spot? To be fair to Carson, foul play wasn't yet suspected. The first hint of local suspicion came around 9 the next morning, when Dorothy Coe finally broke down and told Carson everything about the Duncans. That conversation lasted an hour and filled 9 pages of notes. Carson moved on it immediately, but from the beginning the Duncans appeared innocent. They even had a solid alibi. 5 years earlier, they'd sold off most of the family farm, keeping only a T-shaped acre that held their driveway and 3 houses. In typical country fashion, they'd never gotten around to marking the new boundaries, so their neighbors' last plowed furrows served as the property line. Eventually, though, they decided to put up a post and rail fence. It turned into a major project, much heavier and sturdier than usual. They hired 4 local teenagers to handle the labor. Those 4 boys were there all that Sunday from sunrise to sunset, measuring, sawing, and digging deep holes for the posts. The 3 Duncans and 8-year-old Seth were right there with them the whole time, supervising, directing, checking progress, and pitching in. All 4 boys confirmed that none of the Duncans had left the property, and no visitors had come by, certainly not a little girl in a green dress on a pink bicycle. Even so, Carson brought the Duncans in for questioning. By then, a whiff of foul play was definitely in the air, so the state police had to be involved due to jurisdiction. The Duncans were taken to a state police barracks near Lincoln. Seth went along and was questioned by female officers but had nothing to say. The 3 adults were grilled for days. Nebraska in the 1980s rules and procedures were pretty loose when a child's disappearance was suspected, but the Duncans admitted nothing. They voluntarily allowed their property to be searched. Carson's team did a thorough job, which wasn't difficult because there wasn't much to search, just that T-shaped acre bordered by the unfinished fence and the 3 houses themselves. They found nothing. Carson called the FBI, who sent a team with the latest 1980s technology. The FBI found nothing. The Duncans were released, driven home, and the case went cold. Reacher crawled back across the room on his hands and knees, returning to the first carton. His overview was complete. Now he was ready to dig into the fine details. The doctor didn't answer. He just stood there, bruised, aching, trembling, and sweating. Jacob Duncan repeated his question. Where is Reacher now? The doctor said. I'd like to sit down. Have you been drinking? A little at the motel? No, the doctor said. I figured Mr. Vincent wouldn't serve me. So, where were you drinking? At home, and then you walked to the motel. Yes, why? I needed something from my car, some medical supplies. So you were already drunk when you stole our truck? Yes, I wouldn't have done it sober. Where is Reacher now? I don't know. Would you like a drink? The doctor said. A drink? You're familiar with the concept, I believe. Yes, I would like a drink. Jacob Duncan stood and walked across his kitchen to a wall cabinet. He opened it and took out a nearly full bottle of wild turkey. From another cabinet, he retrieved a glass. He carried both back to the table and set them down. He cleared off a chair in the corner, a pair of boots, some old mail, a ball of string, and carried the chair over, placing it behind the doctor. Jacob Duncan gestured toward a chair. Have a seat, he offered, and please help yourself. The doctor settled into the chair, pulling it closer to the table before uncorking the bottle. He poured a substantial amount into his glass and downed it in a single swift motion. Without hesitation, he refilled it. Jacob watched him, then asked, Where is Reacher at this moment? I have no idea, the doctor replied. I believe you do, and now you face a choice. You can remain here with us, enjoying this excellent bourbon and some friendly conversation, or we can take a different approach. Seth, for example, would be delighted to break your nose. Alternatively, we could invite your wife to join us and put her through a series of minor indignities. Given how long she's known us, I doubt she'd resist much. Nothing that leaves a visible mark, of course. But the memory of the event and your inability to protect her might linger in your marriage for years. She'd likely see it as a choice, not a limitation. You should consider that carefully. Reacher is gone, the doctor stated flatly. Gone? He left earlier today? How? He caught a ride. That's not possible, Jacob insisted. We had the road blocked in both directions. Not soon enough. Did you witness his departure? He was at the motel. I believe he switched the license plates intending to use your truck. But then another vehicle came through, and he hitched a ride instead, a better option for him. Who was driving? Not anyone from around here, just a passerby. What kind of car? I'm not great with cars. I think it was white. Did he mention his destination? The doctor took 2 large swallows from his second glass. He said he's headed to Virginia. Why? I don't know, the doctor answered, refilling his glass once more. But that's all he's talked about since he arrived. Virginia was always his intended destination. What's waiting for him there? He didn't specify. Perhaps a woman. That was the sense I got based on what? Just a feeling. Jacob Duncan observed him closely. You're anxious? Naturally, I am. Why? You're simply having a drink with your neighbors. The doctor remained silent. Jacob pressed. Do you believe he's coming back? I don't think so. Is he coming back? Jacob repeated. The doctor said nothing. Tell us. He was a military policeman, the doctor finally said. He knows how to handle things. What things? He mentioned he plans to visit the county police tomorrow morning. He intends to review the file from 25 years ago. If everything checks out, he continues to Virginia. If it doesn't, he returns here. Why would he come back? To deal with you. That's why. Far to the north in Canada, the white van had turned right just before reaching Medicine Hat and was now traveling south on the desolate road toward Pekauke Lake. Darkness had fallen completely. With no moon or stars visible through the thick clouds, the landscape was utterly black. The road was treacherous, pitted with holes, winding unpredictably over rises and dips. The going was slow and hazardous. A broken axle or damaged half shaft at this stage would spell disaster. Seeking safer ground, the driver turned left onto a rough, grassy track he had used on previous trips. He bounced along for 200 yards until he reached a picnic area meant for summer visitors. In winter, it was always empty. Over the years, he had spotted bears, coyotes, red foxes, and moose here. Twice he thought he'd seen elk, though they might have been shadows, and once he suspected a wolf, but it could have just been a large coyote. He had never, however, encountered another person in the winter months. He parked beneath a tall pine tree and settled in for the night. Meanwhile, Roberto Cassano and Angelo Mancini guided their rented Impala around the back of the Marriott, parking it beside a solitary black Cadillac at the rear of the lot. They stepped out, stretched their legs, and checked the time. They calculated they had a moment for a quick meal before their backup arrived. The diner or the rib shack, neither option appealed to them. Honestly, why would it? They had a discerning palate, and the slow-witted locals certainly did not yet. Hunger gnawed at them, and they needed to find a place to eat. After a brief deliberation, they settled on the diner. Turning their backs on the hotel lobby, they made their way toward the main street. Meanwhile, the Duncans allowed the doctor to finish a third glass of wild turkey before ushering him out. They shoved him through the doorway and instructed him to walk home. Watching him stumble down the driveway, they then turned and ambled back, reconvening in Jacob's kitchen. Jacob returned the bottle to the cupboard, placed the glass in the sink, and slid the chair back into its corner. His brother Jasper broke the silence, asking, "So what's your take?" Jacob replied. "On what?" "Should we contact the county and prevent them from showing Reacher the files?" "I don't see a practical way to make that happen. We could attempt it." "That would only attract unwanted attention," Jonas chimed in. "What about calling Eldridge Tyler, purely as a contingency plan? Then we'd be in his debt. It might be a smart precaution if Reacher decides to return." "I don't believe he's coming back," Jacob stated. "That's my initial impression, at least. But in the end, I suppose it hinges on what he uncovers and what he misses." Chapter 30. Reacher discovered a statement from the little girl's father. It was extensive and thorough. Law enforcement wasn't foolish. Fathers automatically became persons of interest when young daughters vanished. Margaret's father was Arthur Coe, commonly called Artie. He was 37 years old when his daughter disappeared, fairly old for a father of an 8-year-old back in the 1980s. A local man and a Vietnam veteran, he had turned down an offer from the draft board to classify his farm labor as essential. He had served his country and returned a courageous man, a patriot. He had been repairing machinery in a shed when Margaret rode off, and he was still at it 4 hours later when his wife came to tell him their child hadn't returned. He dropped his tools immediately and began the search. His account echoed the same sentiments Dorothy had expressed over breakfast: the surreal disbelief, the clinging hope, the conviction that the kid was just out playing somewhere, for heaven's sake, maybe gathering wildflowers, that she'd lost track of time, that she'd be home any minute, safe and sound. Even after 25 years, the typewritten words still radiated shock, anguish, and despair. Arthur Coe was an innocent man, Reacher concluded. He moved on to an envelope hand-labeled Margaret Coe Biography, a standard manila folder rather thin, as befitted the brief life story of an 8-year-old. The glued flap had never been moistened, but it was sealed anyway from the damp air in the storage room. Reacher carefully pried it open. Inside were several sheets of paper, along with a photograph and a yellowed protective sleeve. He slid it out, and he was taken aback. Margaret Coe was Asian, possibly Vietnamese or Thai or Cambodian or Chinese or Japanese or Korean. Dorothy wasn't. Arthur likely hadn't been either, not a native Nebraska farmhand. Therefore, Margaret was adopted. She had been a darling little girl. The photograph was dated on the back in a woman's handwriting, with a note added, "Nearly 8." Beautiful as ever, it was a color picture, somewhat amateur but skillfully done. Better than a casual snapshot. It showed consideration and composition, taken with a proper camera. A good likeness clearly to have been provided to the police. It depicted a small Asian girl standing still, posing, smiling. She was petite and slender. Her eyes held trust and a spark of joy. She wore a plaid skirt and a white blouse. She was a beautiful child. Reacher recalled the stoner's voice from earlier in the day. "I hear that poor ghost screaming, man, screaming and wailing and moaning and crying right here in the dark." And at that moment, Reacher decided to take a pause. 60 miles to the north, Dorothy Coe took a pork chop from her refrigerator, the chill of the meat a stark contrast to the heavy thoughts now occupying her own mind as she prepared a solitary meal. The pork chop came from a hog butchered by a neighbor about a mile down the road, part of an informal arrangement. Folks had to help each other when times were lean. Dorothy trimmed the excess fat, then seasoned the meat with a sprinkle of pepper, a dab of mustard, and a dusting of brown sugar. She placed the chop in an uncovered baking dish and slid it into the oven. Setting the table for one, she laid out a plate, a knife, and a fork. She filled a glass with water and set it down, then folded a paper towel into a neat square to serve as a napkin, a solitary dinner. Meanwhile, Reacher's stomach was empty. He'd skipped lunch entirely. He called the front desk to ask about room service, and the same clerk who'd checked him in apologized and said it wasn't available. Almost as an afterthought, the man pointed out the two restaurants advertised on the roadside sign Reacher had already noticed, enthusiastically vouching for both. Maybe he got a kickback from the local business association. Reacher pulled on his coat and walked down the hall toward the lobby. Two more guests were registering, both men. They appeared Middle Eastern, possibly Iranian, slight in build, wrinkled, unshaven, and none too clean. One glanced Reacher's way. Reacher offered a polite nod and pushed out the door into the cold, dark evening. He decided he'd save the diner for breakfast and try the rib shack for dinner, so he turned right on the side street and quickened his pace. The doctor walked briskly, fighting the chill, and reached home in under an hour. His wife was waiting, anxiety clear on her face. He had some explaining to do. He launched into the story, talking steadily until he had laid out every detail. Only then did she finally speak. "So it's a gamble, then," she said. "That's what you're telling me? Like betting on a horse race?" The question is whether Reacher makes it back before Seth gets home and realizes you just stood there and let his car get stolen. "Will Reacher even come back?" the doctor asked. "I believe he will. Why would he? Because the Duncans are the ones who took that boy. Who else could it have been? I don't know. I wasn't living here then. I was just a kid in Idaho. So were you. Trust me on this? I do. But I wish you'd give me a solid reason why I should." She fell silent. The doctor added, "Maybe Seth won't go straight home. Maybe he'll stay over at his father's house tonight." "That's possible. People say he does that a lot. But we can't count on it." She began moving through the house, testing the locks on the windows and checking both the front and back doors. "We ought to brace the doors with furniture," she said. "Then they'll just come through a window. The glass is rated for storms. It's fairly strong. Those men weigh 300 pounds each. You saw what they did to my car. We have to do something. They could burn the house down. Or they'll just stand on the porch and order us to open up. Then what? Disobey them? We could hold out for a day or two. We've got food and water. It might be longer than a couple of days. It might be forever. Even if you're right, there's no guarantee Reacher will find any proof. There probably isn't any proof to find. If there were, the FBI would have uncovered it years ago. We have to hope. At the rib shack, Reacher ordered baby back ribs with a side of coleslaw and a cup of coffee. The interior was dim and grimy, the walls plastered with vintage signs and ads, most likely all reproductions, mass-produced in some overseas factory and artificially distressed to look old. But the ribs themselves were excellent, a subtle spice rub, tender meat, crisp coleslaw, and hot coffee. The bill was laughably small, barely enough for a tip back east or on the West Coast. Reacher paid and walked back to the hotel in the parking lot. Two large men were pulling bags from the trunk of a plain red Ford Taurus, a likely rental. More guests, the hotel was having quite the winter rush. The men were big, with features that suggested they might be Syrian or Lebanese. Reacher was no stranger to that part of the world. He passed the two men, offering a polite nod as he walked by. A minute later, he was back in his room holding pages that felt thin and dry in his hands. That evening, the Duncans gathered for a meal of lamb in Jonas Duncan's kitchen. Jonas prided himself on being quite the cook, and honestly, he wasn't half bad. His roasts usually turned out decent enough, especially when he piled on the potatoes, vegetables, and plenty of gravy to help things along. Add in a generous pour of whiskey, and the whole meal went down even smoother. All four Duncans ate and drank together, two facing two across the worn wooden table. After they cleaned up, Jasper turned to his brother Jacob and said, "We've still got 6 men who can walk and talk. We need to figure out how to use them tonight." Jacob shook his head. "Reacher won't come back tonight." "Can we be sure of that?" "We can't be sure of anything, except that the sun will rise in the east and set in the west. Then it's smarter to play it safe." "All right," Jacob agreed. "Post one to the south and let the other 5 get some rest." Jasper made the call, then hung up. The room fell quiet until Seth Duncan looked at his father and asked, "Can you drive me home?" "Not yet, son," his father replied. "Stay a while longer. We've got things to discuss. Our shipment could arrive this time tomorrow, which means we have preparations to make." Meanwhile, Cassano and Mancini returned from the diner and went straight to Cassano's room. Cassano called the front desk to ask if any pairs of guests had just checked in. The clerk confirmed 2 separate pairs had arrived, one right after the other. Cassano had the calls connected to their rooms. He spoke first to Mameni's men, then to Saphir's, arranging an immediate meeting in his own room. He figured he could gain an edge by keeping the others off balance, denying them time to think and forcing them onto his turf. Not that he'd ever want anyone to believe a rundown motel room in Nebraska was his kind of place. But he understood psychology. You don't get the upper hand without sweating the details. The Iranians arrived first, Mameni's men. Only one of them spoke, which Cassano found acceptable since he was speaking for Rossi, and Mancini stayed silent. No names were exchanged. That was just the nature of this business. The Iranians weren't physically imposing. They were small, rumpled, and carried themselves with a quiet, secretive air. They seemed oddly out of place. Cassano opened the minibar and told them to help themselves to whatever they wanted, but neither man took a thing. The Lebanese showed up 5 minutes later, Safar's men. They were clearly Arab, but tall and solid with a tough, watchful demeanor. Again, only one spoke, and no names were offered. Cassano gestured toward the bed, but they didn't sit. Instead, they leaned against the wall, trying to project menace and nearly pulling it off. A little psychological play of their own. Cassano let the silence stretch, studying each of the 4 men in turn. Soon enough, they'd all be trying to kill each other. "It's a straightforward job," Cassano began. 60 miles north of here, there's a corner of the county with about 40 farms. A guy's running around causing trouble. Honestly, it's not that big a deal, but our mutual supplier is taking it personally. Business is on hold until the guy is dealt with. Mameni's man cut in. We already know all that. What's next? Next, Cassano said, is we all head up there and work together to handle the problem. When do we start? Let's say tomorrow at first light. Have you seen this guy? Not yet. Got a name? Reacher? What kind of name is that? An American one. What's yours? My name doesn't matter. Got a description? Big guy, blue eyes, white, 6'5", 250, wearing a brown coat. Mameni's man scoffed. That's useless. This is America, farm country. It's full of settlers and farmers. They all look like that. We just spotted a guy matching that exact description, one of Saphir's men confirmed. He's correct. We saw one as well. You'll need to give us something more detailed to go on. Cassano shook his head. We don't have anything better, but it'll be simpler once we're on location. From what we hear, Reacher is hard to miss. The locals are already on alert and have been instructed to call in any sightings. There's nowhere to hide up there anyway. Mameni's operative leaned forward. So where's he holed up then? We aren't sure. There's a motel, but he isn't registered. He might be sleeping outdoors. In this weather, is that even possible? There are plenty of old sheds and barns scattered around. We'll track him down, and then what happens? We eliminate him. That sounds risky. I'm aware. He's a tough customer. He's already handled 4 of the local guys. Mameni's man waved a dismissive hand. I don't care how tough he believes he is, and I don't care about the locals he's dealt with either. I'm sure they're all fools up there. The risk isn't about him. It's about this not being the Wild West anymore. Do we have a clean exit plan? Cassano nodded. They say he's a drifter. No one will miss him. There won't be an investigation. Hell, there aren't even any police in the area. That's something, and it's farm country, like you said. There are probably backhoes on every other property. We'll bury him, preferably alive the way our supplier is talking. Chapter 31. The search of the area was documented in 4 distinct reports, one from the county police, another from the state police, a third from the National Guard's helicopter unit, and a fourth from the FBI. The helicopter report was brief and practically useless. Margaret Coe had been wearing a green dress which blended hopelessly into the early summer cornfields. The pilot had maintained an altitude above 1,000 feet to avoid damaging the young crops with his downdraft, a testament to the priorities in a farm state even with a child missing from the air. They saw nothing of significance, no disturbed soil, no glint of pink or chrome from her bicycle, no unusual patterns in the stalks, just an endless sea of corn. The whole flight was deemed a waste of time and fuel on the ground. The county PD and the state police methodically covered all 40 farms. It began with loudspeaker appeals in the dark of night, followed the next day by door-to-door visits. Nearly every resident cooperated, confirming they hadn't seen the girl and had thoroughly checked their outbuildings. Only one elderly couple admitted they hadn't searched properly, prompting the officers to comb the property themselves. They found nothing. The motel was inspected, every cabin checked, the dumpster emptied, the parking lot scoured again, nothing. The Duncan property appeared in 3 of the 4 files. Everyone except the helicopter unit had been there. The county police went in first, then the county and state police together, followed by the state police alone, and finally the FBI. That was a lot of official attention for such a small plot of land. The intensity of the searches was palpable, even in the dry, bureaucratic language. Reading between the lines a quarter-century later, Reacher could sense the rural officer's unease. The place felt sinister in its stark minimalism. It was as if the Duncans despised the very land they lived on. They had stripped it bare, leaving only a narrow driveway, scant shoulders, and a grudging few yards beyond the foundations of their 3 houses. That was it, but the confined space made for a thorough search. The reports were meticulous. Piles of heavy lumber for a half-built fence were dismantled and examined. Gravel was raked over. Lines of men walked slowly, bent at the waist, eyes fixed on the ground. Search dogs covered every square inch again and again. They found nothing. The search moved indoors. If the exterior examination had been intense, the interior search was doubly so, absolutely painstaking in its detail. Reacher had searched countless places over the years, and he understood the sheer difficulty of a thorough sweep. Yet here, 4 times in rapid succession, not one corner had been overlooked, not a single effort had been withheld. Walls had been opened, floors had been pried up, and every conceivable hiding place had been dismantled. Reacher understood the unspoken reason. Nothing was ever officially stated, but the message was clear as day, written between the lines. They were searching for a child, yes, but by that stage they were also looking for pieces of a child. They found nothing. The FBI's involvement was a full-blown forensic operation straight out of the 1980s playbook. It was all meticulously documented on official bureau forms, photocopied, collated, stapled, and passed along as a professional courtesy. Every flat surface was dusted for prints, hairs and fibers were collected, and an array of specialized lights and gadgets were deployed. They even flew in a cadaver dog from Denver, which sadly returned without a single alert. Specialists of every kind paraded through for 12 straight hours. The result was the same: absolutely nothing. Closing the file, Reacher could almost hear it, the same hollow silence the original investigators must have heard decades prior, the unmistakable sound of a case turning ice cold. 60 miles to the north, Dorothy Coe stood at her kitchen sink, washing her dinner plate, her silverware, and her glass. She scrubbed the baking dish her pork chop had cooked in, dried everything with a worn linen towel, and put it all away. The plate and glass went into a cupboard, the fork and knife into a drawer, the dish into another cabinet. She tossed her napkin, wiped the table clean with a rag, and pushed her chair in neatly. Stepping into her front parlor, she planned to sit for a while before turning in. She'd get up early and drive to the motel. Maybe she could help Mr. Vincent reattach that mirror behind his bar. She might even manage to glue the handle back onto his old NASA coffee mug back in his Marriott room. Reacher sat on the floor thinking. It was 10 at night. His work was finished, a full 2 hours ahead of the fake midnight deadline he'd given. He rose, packed all 11 cartons, and folded their flaps shut. He stacked them neatly in the center of the room, 2 piles of 4 and 1 pile of 3. From the bedside table, he dialed 9 for an outside line, then punched in the switchboard number he remembered from Dorothy Coe's frantic call 25 years earlier. It was still in service. Someone answered. Reacher asked for Hoag, half expecting to be transferred to voicemail, but after a click and a brief silence, Hoag himself came on the line. I'm finished, Reacher said. Find anything, Hoag asked. You and your team did a textbook job. Nothing for you to lose sleep over, so I'm checking out already. Not sticking around to sample our vibrant nightlife. I'm a man of simple tastes. Peace and quiet suits me fine. All right, just leave the boxes where they are. We'll send someone to collect them. They'll be back in the basement before the day shift paper pushers even clock in tomorrow. They'll never know a thing. Mission accomplished. I owe you one, Reacher said. Forget it, Hoag replied. Be all you can be and all that nonsense. Wouldn't that be nice, Reacher said. He hung up, grabbed his coat, and headed for the door. His room was at the far end of the hotel's H-shaped layout, so he had a long walk down the corridor to reach the lobby before he could loop outside to where his car was parked. Just before the lobby, a staircase descended from the second floor in a space that would have been an extra room if the building were only 1 story. As Reacher reached it, a man stepped off the bottom stair and fell into step beside him, heading the same way toward the exit. He was one of the men Reacher had seen checking in earlier, slightly built, wrinkled clothing, with a day's stubble, possibly Iranian. The man glanced over. Reacher gave a polite nod. The man nodded back. They walked on together toward the doors, the man's car keys swinging loosely from his finger, a red Avis tag. The man looked over at Reacher once more, his gaze sweeping up and across. Reacher met his eyes briefly before holding the door. The guy stepped through, and Reacher followed him out into the cool air. The man studied him again, a flicker of intense speculation in his expression, a raw curiosity that seemed to burn behind his eyes. Reacher moved left, intending to walk around the exterior length of the hotel's H-shaped layout. The Iranian fell into step beside him. That made a certain kind of sense when Reacher looked ahead and spotted 2 vehicles parked in the shadows, Seth Duncan's Cadillac, and beside it, a dark blue Chevrolet. Classic rental car material. Avis probably had a fleet of thousands just like it. A dark blue Chevy. Reacher halted. So did the other man. Chapter 32. It's impossible to measure how fast a thought truly forms. People cite electrical impulses zipping along nerves at a blistering fraction of light speed, but that's just delivery, the mail truck, not the letter. The letter is scribbled into existence somewhere in the wet chemistry of the brain, sparked by a sudden damp reaction where compounds leap across synapses like lead and acid in a car battery. But instead of powering a turn signal, the brain floods the system with a cascade of subtle adjustments all at once, because thoughts rarely arrive solo. They come in starbursts and waterfalls, in explosions that race away on parallel tracks, shoving and elbowing each other, all fighting for the top spot. Reacher saw the dark blue Chevrolet and instantly connected it through Vincent's motel testimony to the 2 figures he'd glimpsed from Dorothy Coe's barn. Even as he made the link, a colder part of his mind critiqued it. Chevys were everywhere. Dark blue was a factory default color. At the same time, he recalled the 2 matched Iranians and the 2 matched Arabs he'd seen earlier, and questioned whether 2 separate pairs of outsiders meeting in a Nebraska hotel in winter could possibly be coincidence. If it wasn't, did that logically point to a 3rd pair, maybe the 2 tough customers from Dorothy's farm? The association of all 6 men was baffling, their purpose a complete mystery. All this unfolded while he watched the man in front of him drop his car key, shift his arm, and slide his hand into his coat pocket. Another parallel track fired. The guys from the farm hadn't been staying at Vincent's motel. The only other lodging for 60 miles was right here, this Marriott, so the Chevy was likely theirs, a reasonable assumption, which meant this Iranian with the moving arm was probably tied to them somehow. That made him an enemy, though the how and why remained opaque, and here's the kicker. Likely doesn't mean a damn thing in a court of law, but years of hard experience screamed a different truth. Men like this Iranian don't reach into their pockets in dark lots for just any reason. There are only four: to pull out a cell phone and call for backup, to produce a wallet or ID to plead innocence or assert authority, to draw a knife or to pull a gun, reacting before the first two reasons would be unforgivable. Waiting for the latter two would be a death sentence. Starbursts, waterfalls, explosions of thought, all jostling, competing, scrapping for control. Better safe than sorry, Reacher reacted. His torso twisted in a violent spasm, launching a low sidearm punch aimed straight for the center of the Iranian's chest. A chemical surge ignited in his brain, the signal flashing through his nerves in a blink. Every muscle from his left heel to his right knuckle fired in perfect, brutal harmony. The whole sequence took less than a heartbeat, the target just a step away. That speed was crucial, because the man's hand was already buried in his coat pocket, his own reflexes just as sharp. His elbow jerked back, fighting to pull something free: a weapon, a phone, an ID, maybe even some fancy letter from a university declaring him a genius botanist here to solve global hunger. Honestly, who carries that in a dark lot? But Reacher's fist was already committed, a guided missile on a one-way trip. The guy's eyes went wide with panic in the shadows, his arms straining, the brown skin of his wrist and the dark hair on his hand appearing above the pocket's edge, followed by clenched knuckles white around something bulky and dark. Then impact, 250 pounds of momentum behind a hammer of a fist. The zipper of the man's jacket punched inward, crushing against his breastbone, which in turn slammed into his chest. His rib cage flexed violently, compressing his lungs in a whoosh of expelled air. The shockwave drove blood back toward his heart. His head snapped forward, then whipped back, cracking against a plate glass window with a sound like a bass drum. He folded, collapsing to the pavement like a discarded puppet. Something black and hard clattered away across the asphalt. Reacher tracked it without turning his head. Not a wallet, not a knife. A Glock 17, sleek and menacing, skidding to a stop a good 8 feet away, well out of reach. The man didn't stir. He lay utterly still, no breath, no pulse, a vacant shell. Reacher recognized the signs, something he'd only heard described by Army medics: commotio cordis, a freak result of blunt force to the chest at just the wrong millisecond. In a calm heart, the timing had to be perfect to be lethal. But in a stress-fueled moment like this, with a heart hammering 2 or 3 times faster than normal, the dangerous window came around again and again, turning terrible luck into a statistical certainty. The man on the ground, whether he was an assassin, a spy, or that unlikely botanist, was now just a still figure in the gloom, showing no signs of life. The standard life-saving techniques drilled into every soldier were clear. Keep the heart pumping and the lungs breathing no matter what. But Jack Reacher had his own code, and it didn't include saving a man who'd just tried to kill him. He wasn't one to bend that rule, so he waited, letting fate run its course for a full minute before lending it a hand, applying firm pressure to the major arteries in the man's neck. Medical wisdom said 4 minutes without oxygen to the brain was the point of no return. Reacher, ever thorough, gave it 5, crouching in the stillness, his senses sharp, scanning the empty lot. No movement, no sound, no one coming to investigate. The Iranian's body went slack, the heavy limpness of deep unconsciousness giving way to the utter stillness of death. Reacher rose, retrieved the car key and the Glock from the pavement. The key bore the Chevrolet emblem, but it didn't belong to the blue sedan nearby. A press of the unlock button yielded nothing. The pistol was nearly new, fully loaded with 17 9mm rounds in the magazine and one already chambered. He tucked it into his pocket alongside his screwdrivers. Crossing back to the main parking area, he tried the key again. This time, a bright yellow Chevy Malibu responded with a flash of its lights and the click of its doors unlocking. It was a plain, clean, obvious rental. He slid inside, adjusted the seat, and fired up the engine. The fuel gauge showed nearly a full tank. The rental agreement in the door pocket was dated that very day, issued to some vague Las Vegas corporation with a meaningless name. 2 water bottles sat in the cup holders, one half finished. He reversed out, drove around to the rear of the motel, and positioned the Malibu so the body lay between the car and the building. A press of the trunk release popped it open. The opening wasn't large and the trunk space was modest, but then the Iranian hadn't been a big man. Reacher knelt and went through the dead man's pockets. He found a cell phone, a switchblade with a pearl handle, a wallet, a handkerchief, and a handful of loose change. He left the coins, removed the phone's battery, and placed each piece in separate pockets. The knife was a solid, sharp piece of work. He kept it, adding it to his own pocket next to his adjustable wrench. The wallet held almost $400 in crisp 20s, 3 credit cards, and a Nevada driver's license issued to an Asghar Arad Sepper at a Las Vegas address. The photo matched. Reacher took the cash, wiped the wallet clean with the handkerchief, and returned it. Then, gripping the man by the collar and belt, he hefted the body, ready to stuff it into the Malibu's trunk. He paused. A better idea struck him. He carried the dead man over to Seth Duncan's Cadillac, laid him down gently, and used the Cadillac key from his pocket to pop its spacious trunk. A true old-school cruiser with plenty of room. He lifted the body inside and closed the lid. Then, using the handkerchief, he meticulously wiped down every surface he might have touched in the Cadillac: the steering wheel, gear shift, mirrors, radio dials, and all the door handles. He hit the lock button on the remote and walked away, back to the yellow Malibu. It was a loud color, but otherwise perfectly anonymous, a domestic car with local plates and a common shape. On the open highway, it would draw less attention than a distinctive Cadillac, garish paint notwithstanding, and a rental car was far less likely to be reported stolen than the prized vehicle of a furious local citizen. Men who traveled with guns and knives, Reacher figured, usually preferred to keep their problems quiet. He scanned left, then right, glanced behind him, and peered ahead. Nothing moved. Only the chill, the quiet, the heavy stillness, and a fine night mist beginning to settle. He slid back into the Malibu, left the headlights dark, turned the car around, and crept slowly out of the lot. Driving the full stretch of McNally Street, he came to a stop. To his left lay Interstate 80, 60 miles south, a fast 6-lane ribbon of highway offering a clear shot east all the way to Virginia. To his right were the 40 farms, the Duncans, the Apollo Inn, Eleanor the doctor and his wife, and Dorothy Coe, all waiting 60 miles north. Time to choose, left or right, south or north. With a flick of the switch, his headlights cut through the gloom. He turned right and pointed the car north once more. The Duncans had relocated from Jonas's kitchen to Jasper's, drawn by the near-full bottle of Knob Creek bourbon still in Jasper's cupboard. All 4 men were crowded around the table, elbows nearly touching, each with a thick chipped glass holding an inch of amber liquid. They sipped slowly, voices kept low. Their latest shipment was somewhere between 12 and 24 hours out. Normally, this would be a moment for celebration, like Christmas Eve, but tonight the mood was oddly restrained. "Where do you figure it is right now?" Jonas finally asked. "Parked for the night, I'd hope." Jacob replied, "Close to the border, but waiting for first light. Caution is everything now." 500 miles, Jonas calculated, crossing time plus maybe 10 hours, plus any unexpected delays. Jasper shifted in his seat. "How long do you think it takes to read through an entire police file?" "Good question," Jacob said. "I've been turning that over. It must be a hefty file stored away in some archive. Say government workers start at 9, knock off at 5. There's bound to be red tape just to get access. Realistically, he might not even start until noon tomorrow. That gives him 5 hours tomorrow, maybe a full 8 the day after. Could be enough. So, we shouldn't see him for at least 2 days. Just my guess, can't be certain. Even so, we'll have plenty of breathing room." Seth Duncan broke in, his tone dismissive. He won't come back at all. Why would he? 100 people already read that file and found nothing wrong with it. This guy isn't 100 times smarter than all of them. Can't be. Silence hung in the air. What? Seth demanded. His father spoke patiently. He doesn't have to be smarter, son. Certainly not 100 times smarter. He just has to think differently. They call it lateral thinking. But there's no evidence. We all know that. I agree, Jacob said, a hard edge in his voice. And that's the whole damn problem. It's not about what's in the file, it's about what's missing from it. The Malibu felt like half a Cadillac, 4 cylinders instead of 8, 1 ton instead of 2, and roughly half the length. But it ran smoothly enough, cruising along without complaint. Not that Reacher was focusing on the drive, his mind was on the dead Iranian and the slim odds of hitting that precise T-wave window. The man had been slight, built like a sparrow, and Reacher often assumed that people at the opposite end of the physical spectrum were also his opposite in temperament. So instead of his own calm disposition, he pictured the Iranian as jittery and wired, which might have meant his heart was hammering at maybe 180 beats a minute back in that parking lot. That would send those T-waves racing 3 times a second, making the odds of striking one of those critical 15-millisecond windows just before a peak about 45 in 1,000, a little better than 1 in 20. Unlucky for the Iranian, absolutely, but no reason for deep remorse. Odds were, Reacher would have had to take him down anyway, one way or another, probably within the next few frantic heartbeats. Once a gun comes out, the alternatives shrink fast. Still, it had been a first and likely a last, at least for a while. Reacher was certain the next man he encountered would be a football player. He assumed the Duncans knew he'd left town, maybe for a day, maybe for good. They would have gotten to the doctor by now and wrung that information out of him. They were practical, cautious men. They'd have pulled 5 of their watchers off duty for the night, leaving just a single sentry to the south. That lone guard would need handling, but not with commotio cordis. Throwing a wild punch at some Cornhusker's chest wasn't on the agenda. Not in this lifetime. He'd only break his hand. He kept the Malibu moving, mile after mile, until he began watching for the bar he'd spotted earlier on the shoulder, that small wooden building called the Cell Block, probably just outside the city limits on unincorporated land. Licensing issues, most likely. A fine mist hung in the air, and the Malibu's headlights carved out sharp, bright tunnels ahead. Then, far off to the left, a glow answered them. A hazy halo of neon in Kelly green, red, and blue. Beer signs. A couple of weak yellow tungsten spots lit the parking lot. Reacher slowed, turned in, and parked his yellow car beside a pickup truck that was more rust brown than paint. He stepped out, locked up, and headed for the door. Up close, the place looked nothing like a prison. It was just a weathered shack that might have once been a house or a general store. Even the sign felt off. The words Cell Block were stenciled in a plain, technical font like a note on an electrician's schematic. Inside, the warm rumble of a half-full bar in full swing met him, underscored by a jukebox tune he didn't recognize but didn't mind. He pushed inside. The door opened near the front left corner. The bar ran along the right wall, tables and chairs to the left, maybe 20 people, mostly men, no real decoration scheme, just wooden tables, wheelback chairs, stools, a board floor. There was no prison theme at all. In fact, the electronic vibe from outside carried over, the same stenciled cell block on the bar back, flanked by foil-covered cutouts of radio towers shooting lightning bolts. Reacher edged between tables and caught the bartender's eye. The guy was young, with an open, friendly face. He slid down the bar and said, "You look a little lost," Reacher said. "I guess I was expecting bars on the windows, maybe booths set up in old cells. Thought you might be wearing one of those striped suits with arrows all over it." The bartender just stared for a second, then broke into a smile. "Not that kind of cell block," he said. "Take out your phone. I don't have one." "Well, if you did, you'd find it doesn't work here. No signal. There's a dead zone about a mile wide. That's why folks come for a little undisturbed peace and quiet." "Can't they just not answer? Human nature doesn't really work like that, does it? People can't ignore a ringing phone. It's all about guilty consciences, wives, bosses, all kinds of hassle. Better if the phone never rings at all. You have a payphone here for emergencies? The bartender pointed toward the back. Down the hall, thanks, Reacher said. That's actually why I stopped in. He moved past the stools, some occupied, some empty, and found an opening leading to the restrooms and a rear exit. A payphone was mounted on the wall opposite the ladies' room, fixed to a dark, stained corkboard covered in scribbled numbers faded with time. He checked his pockets for quarters and came up with 5. For a fleeting second, he almost wished he'd held onto those coins from the Iranian, not for sentiment, but because you never knew when a little extra change might come in handy. He dialed the same number he had used 15 minutes earlier, the same one Dorothy Coe had used 25 years before. The call was picked up, and he asked for Hogue, and he was put through in less than 10 seconds. One more thing, Reacher said. You have directories for the whole county, correct? Hogue confirmed. Yes, I'm looking for a number for a man named Seth Duncan, roughly 60 miles north of your location. Hold on, Hogue replied. Reacher could hear the soft clicking of a keyboard, a digital database, not a printed book. After a moment, Hogue said, That number is unlisted. Unlisted meaning you don't have access to it or you can see it but you're not allowed to share it. Unlisted as in I'd really prefer you didn't ask because it puts me in a difficult position. Fine, I won't press you. What about under Eleanor Duncan? Nothing. There are 4 Duncans listed, all with male first names, all unlisted. Then give me the doctor's number instead. Which doctor? The local physician up there. What's his name? I don't know, Reacher admitted. I never got his name. Then I can't help you. This system is organized alphabetically by surname. It would list something like Smith, Dr. William, or similar, in very fine print. There has to be a contact for a doctor for emergencies. There must be some way to reach him. I'm not seeing anything here.
Wait, Reacher said, an idea forming. I know how. Give me the number for the Apollo Inn.
Apollo like the space mission?
Exactly like the space mission.
The keyboard tapped again, and Hogue recited a number with the 308 area code for the western part of the state, followed by 7 digits. Reacher committed it to memory, said, appreciate it, and ended the call. He immediately redealed. Meanwhile, 10 miles to the south, Ma Maney's man was also making a call, reaching out to his boss. He got Ma Maney on his cell and said, We've got a situation, Ma Maney asked. What's wrong? Asghar has disappeared. That can't be. Well, it is. I sent him down to the car to fetch a bottle of water for me. He never returned, so I went to check. The car is gone, and so is he. Call his phone. I've tried 10 times. It's switched off. I don't believe this. What should I do? I want you to locate him. I have no clue where to start. Ma Maney said, You know, he drinks. I'm aware, but there's no bar in this town, just a package store, and it's closed by now. Besides, he wouldn't have driven there. He would have walked. It's only about 3 blocks. There has to be a bar. This is America. Ask the front desk. There is no front desk clerk. This isn't some luxury resort. They don't even leave water in the rooms. There must be someone at the counter. Ask them. I can't go anywhere. I don't have a vehicle. And I can't ask the others for assistance. Not at this point. That would show weakness. Figure it out, Ma Maney ordered. Find a bar and find a way to get there. That's an order. Reacher listened to the ringtone, a loud, deep, resonant sound in his ear, probably from an old-fashioned earpiece 1.5 inches wide, buried in a heavy plastic handset that likely weighed a full pound. He imagined the phones ringing at the motel, 50 miles north, one at the front desk, one behind the bar. Or maybe there were more, a 3rd line in a back office, a 4th in Vincent's private rooms. The whole place could be a tangled web of wiring, not unlike the inside of a lunar module, but no matter how many phones there were, they rang for a long time before one was finally answered. Vincent's voice came on, bright and eager, as if he were announcing a grand opening. This is the Apollo Inn, Reacher said. I need Eleanor Duncan's phone number. Vincent said, Reacher, where are you? Still out of town. I need Eleanor's number. Are you coming back? What could possibly keep me away? Aren't you headed to Virginia, eventually, I hope? I don't have Eleanor's number. Isn't she on the phone tree? No. How could she be? She lives way out on the old farmstead. The phone tree's for folks closer in. Vincent paused, then added, a note of unexpected gossip entering his tone. Besides, between you and me, Seth Duncan keeps that place locked down tighter than a drum. He doesn't want folks just calling up his wife. Thinks it's beneath him Seth might be the one to pick up. All right, is the doctor available? He's not here at the moment. Quiet evening, I take it. Unfortunately, yes. Can you give me his number? Hold on, Vincent replied. There was a dull thud as he set the receiver down, likely on the bar top, followed by a brief silence. Just enough time for him to cross the lounge. Then came the sound of another handset being lifted, probably from the front desk. The two open lines caught each other's audio, and Reacher could hear the slow, hollow echo of the room hissing and reverberating under the rounded ceiling. Vincent recited a number with its area code and 7 digits. Reacher repeated it silently once, said, "Thanks," and ended the call to dial again. Meanwhile, the clerk at the Marriott informed my Maney's man that yes, there was a bar about 10 miles north of town, on the left side of the 2-lane highway, named the Cell Block, a decent spot with fair prices usually open late. And yes, there was a local taxi service. The clerk would be glad to call one right away. Within 5 minutes, Mamani's man was settling into the worn vinyl back seat of an old Chevy Caprice. The driver pulled out of the lot, turned onto McNally Street, and took a right at the end. The doctor answered, much quicker than Vincent had. Reacher said, "I need Eleanor Duncan's phone number." "Reacher?" The doctor replied. "Where are you?" "Still out of town. Are you coming back?" "Missing me already?" "I didn't tell the Duncans about the Cadillac." "Good man. Is Seth back home yet?" "He was still with his father when I left." "Will he stay over?" "People say he often does. You holding up all right?" "Not too bad. I was in the truck earlier. The Cornhuskers cornered me. And, mostly just words. Nothing more." Reacher imagined the doctor standing in his hallway or kitchen, anxious and jumpy, glancing at the windows, checking the locks. He asked, "Are you sober?" The doctor said. "Somewhat. Somewhat. That's about as good as it gets for me these days, I'm afraid. I need Eleanor Duncan's number. She's unlisted." "I know that. She's not on the community phone tree, but she's your patient." "I can't." "How much deeper in trouble could you possibly be?" "It's not just that. There are confidentiality rules. I'm a doctor. Like you reminded me, I took an oath." "We're making an omelet here," Reacher said. "Sometimes you have to break a few eggs. They'll know it came from me. If it comes to it, I'll tell them otherwise." The doctor fell silent, then sighed softly and recited a number. "Thanks," Reacher said. "Take care. Give my best to your wife." He hung up and dialed again, listening to the same lazy electronic ring, this time coming from somewhere inside the restored farmhouse, amid the pastel walls, expensive rugs, and oil paintings. He figured if Seth was home, Seth would answer. That seemed to be the dynamic between them. But he'd bet $1 Seth wasn't there. The Duncans were facing two kinds of trouble, and in Reacher's experience, people like that stuck together until it blew over, so Eleanor was probably alone and would pick up, or maybe she'd let it ring, regardless of what the bartender 30 feet away believed about human nature. She picked up. "Hello?" Reacher asked. "Is Seth there, Reacher? Where are you?" "Where I am. Doesn't matter. Where's Seth? He's at his father's place." "I don't expect him back tonight." "Good. Are you still up and dressed?" "Why?" "I need you to do something for me." Chapter 34. The old Caprice's back seat was molded into 2 distinct hollows, not by design, but from years of use and wear. Mamani's man sank into the right side dip behind the front passenger seat and tilted his head left to see out the windshield. In the headlights, he caught the blank back of a billboard, then nothing but open road ahead, straight, empty, and dark, no approaching headlights shown in the distance, which struck him as a letdown. 1 drink might be forgiven, even 2, but a whole night out would be seen as abandoning his post. The old engine strained, the speedometer quivering past 60, a mile every minute, 9 miles left, 9 minutes. Reacher spoke into the phone. In exactly 1 hour and 6 minutes, I need you to go for a drive. Take your little red car, Eleanor Duncan's voice was wary. A drive? To where? Head south on the 2-lane road, Reacher instructed. Just drive, go 11 miles, as fast as you like, then turn around and come straight back. 11 miles? What's this about? The reason isn't important. Will you do it? Are you planning something at the house? Is this to get me out of the way? I won't go near the house. You have my word, no one will ever know. Will you do it? I can't. Seth took my keys. I'm grounded. Is there a spare set? He took that too, Reacher reasoned. He's not carrying them in his pocket, not if he leaves his own key in that bowl on the kitchen counter. Silence greeted him. Do you know where they are? Yes, Eleanor admitted quietly. They're on his desk. On top of it, or inside, right on top, sitting there like a test. He says obedience means nothing without temptation. Then why on earth are you still there? Where else would I go? Her voice was flat. Just take the keys. It's time you stood up for yourself. Will this hurt, Seth? She asked. I'm not sure how you want me to answer that. I want the truth. It might cause him some indirect trouble down the line, possibly. A long silence stretched over the line. Finally, she said, All right, I'll do it. I'll drive south 11 miles and come back in 1 hour and 10 minutes. No, Reacher corrected. 1 hour and 6 minutes. We've been talking for 4. He ended the call and walked back into the main room of the bar. The bartender was a model of efficiency, moving swiftly, anticipating needs, his eyes constantly scanning the crowd. He caught Reacher's glance, and Reacher changed course, approaching the bar. The man grinned. I ought to have you sign a napkin for the wall, a souvenir. You're the first person who ever came in here to use the phone, not hide from it. Can I get you a drink? Reacher's eyes swept over the bottles and taps. Liquor draft beer, bottles, soft drinks, no coffee in sight. No thanks, I'm all set, he said. I should get moving. He edged between the tables, pushed through the door, and walked back to his car. He started the engine, reversed, and drove north, his headlights cutting into the darkness. Far to the south, Ma Maney's man spotted a faint, multicolored glow on the left side of the road ahead, neon signs in green, red, and blue. The taxi driver maintained speed for another minute, then eased off the gas, letting the vehicle coast. The engine sputtered and the taxi slowed. Way up the road, almost vanishing into the distance, were a pair of dim red taillights. The taxi braked and turned into the lot of a simple wooden building, illuminated by 2 weak spotlights under the eaves that cast pale pools on the gravel. The lot held plenty of vehicles, but no yellow rental car. The taxi stopped and the driver looked back. Wait for me, Ma Maney's man ordered. How long? A minute. He got out and stood for a moment, his eyes fixed on the northern darkness where the taillights had disappeared. Then he turned and walked to the building's door. Inside was a large room with tables and chairs to the left and a bar on the right. About 20 patrons, mostly men, were scattered around. None of them was Asghar. The bartender was serving a customer, already preparing the next order, his eyes flicking toward the new arrival. Ma Maney's man weaved through the tables toward him, acutely aware of the eyes following his progress, a small, unshaven, rumpled foreigner who looked like he hadn't seen a shower in days. The customer at the bar stepped away, clutching 2 foaming beers. The bartender slid a fresh drink to his current patron, his eyes already drifting to the next person in line, mapping out the flow of the evening. Ma Maney's man leaned in and said, I'm trying to locate someone. With a practiced smile, the bartender replied, Aren't we all? That's the story of life, right? Always searching. This is specific. A friend of mine, a lady friend or a gentleman. He resembles me. Then I definitely haven't seen him. Sorry about that. He drives a yellow car. Cars stay outside. I'm an inside man. The bartender's tone was light, but his eyes held a steady caution. Ma Maney's man turned, letting his gaze sweep the dim room once more, the memory of distant red taillights flickering in his mind. He faced the bar again. You're certain? No offense, sir, the bartender said, lowering his voice, But if two gentlemen who looked like you had been in here tonight, folks would have been dialing the authorities before last call. This is Nebraska. We've got bases nearby. People notice things. Mamani's man remained silent. Just an observation, the bartender added with a shrug, already turning his attention back to polishing a glass. The conversation was clearly finished. Defeated, Mamani's man took a final slow look around the crowded space. Then he wove his way between the tables and pushed back out into the night. The parking lot air was sharp and cold. He pulled out his phone, no service. For a long moment he stood perfectly still, staring north into the darkness where those red lights had vanished. With a resigned sigh, he climbed back into the waiting taxi, shutting the door against a protesting creak. "Thanks for sticking around," he muttered. The driver glanced over his shoulder. "Where to next? Give me a minute to figure that out." Meanwhile, Reacher held the Malibu at a steady 60, a mile clicking by every minute. The rhythm was almost meditative, power lines whipping past, the steady hum of the engine, the song of the tires on asphalt. He grabbed the new bottle of water from the cup holder, twisted the cap off, and took a long drink one-handed. Flipping his headlights to bright revealed little, a ruler-straight road dissolving into a wall of mist and endless dark. His mirrors showed nothing behind him. All the gauges glowed steady and green. A strange, almost peaceful isolation settled in the car. Back at the Duncan house, Eleanor checked her wristwatch, a delicate Rolex. A gift from Seth she assumed was genuine. She had calculated the time carefully from the moment she'd hung up the phone, an hour and 6 minutes forward, leaving her with 45 to go. She moved from the living room into the hallway, pausing before stepping into her husband's den. It was a compact, square room whose original purpose eluded her, perhaps a gun room or a study. Now it served as a home office, though it leaned more toward masculine comfort than efficiency. A worn leather club chair sat facing a yew-wood desk, topped by a lamp with a green glass shade. Bookshelves lined one wall and a thick rug covered the floor. The very air carried Seth's scent, a mix of old paper and cologne. On the desk sat a shallow green glass bowl from Murano, Italy, a souvenir now holding paper clips and, notably, her car keys. Two small serrated lances with big black heads, keys to her Mazda Miata, a tiny red convertible that promised a kind of careless freedom those old British roadsters offered, but without the constant repairs. She plucked one key from the bowl. Returning to the hallway, she mentally mapped the 11 miles ahead. She believed she understood what Reacher was planning. From the coat closet, she retrieved a pure white silk headscarf, folding it into a triangle and tying it neatly over her hair. A glance in the mirror showed a woman who could have stepped from a classic film, or perhaps from a scene after a brutal fight with a heavyweight contender. The image was both glamorous and grimly determined. She slipped out the back door into the biting cold. The garage doors stood open, Seth's empty bay to the right, hers in the center. She slid into the Miata, released the clips above the windshield, and let the top fold down. The engine came to life with a purr. She backed out, turned, and waited in the driveway. The heater beginning to push warmth into the cabin, her heart hammering against her ribs. One last check of the watch, 29 minutes remained. Reacher continued down the highway at a steady 60, the minutes ticking by before he dimmed his lights and then flicked them back to high beam. His eyes scanned the right shoulder until the derelict roadhouse materialized exactly as expected, caught stark and isolated in the glare, its sagging roof the faded ghostly outlines of old beer logos beneath the grime, the churned-up earth of a long-defunct parking lot. All of it was laid bare. He turned off the pavement, his tires crunching and scattering gravel as he completed a slow loop around the property. The building was a long, low rectangle, squat and utilitarian like a barn that had been chopped down. Its basic shape was interrupted by two square additions at the rear, one likely for restrooms and the other for a kitchen, a practical choice for shared plumbing. Between them lay a shallow U-shaped alcove open to the vast dark eastern fields, about 30 by 12 feet, currently holding nothing but some wind-tossed debris. It was an ideal spot for what he had in mind. Reacher circled back to the south side, parking his car at a slight angle about 30 feet from the gable wall, hidden from the north, positioned almost like a patrol car lying in wait. He shut off the headlights but left the engine idling. Stepping out into the biting cold, he moved around the front of the vehicle and walked to the corner of the building. He leaned against the old wooden siding, feeling its thin, weathered texture, frozen by countless winters and baked by just as many summers, carrying the scent of ancient dust. He fixed his gaze on the northern darkness where the road lay, and he waited. For 20 drawn-out minutes there was nothing. Then a faint light appeared far to the north, maybe 5 or 6 miles distant, just a hazy, quivering dome of illumination hovering in the mist, bobbing, fading, and brightening irregularly, a moving sphere of nearly blue-white light, a car heading south at a good clip. Eleanor Duncan, presumably right on schedule. Reacher held his position. 2 minutes later, the glow was larger and closer, but its rhythm had changed. It now had a strange, jittery pulse within it, the brightening and dimming out of sync, as if the light itself was arguing with itself. There wasn't one car on that road, there were 2. A slow grin spread across Reacher's face. The sentry, the college football player assigned to the southern post, he wasn't a fool. He'd known his 5 comrades were sent home to bed because nothing was supposed to happen. He'd known his own assignment was just a formality, a long, boring vigil with 0 chance of action. So what does a guy do when Eleanor Duncan rockets past him in her little red sports car? He sees a golden opportunity for brownie points. That's what he abandons his pointless post, pulls out to follow her, and starts dreaming of a promotion into the inner circle. He'll probably spend the whole drive rehearsing how he'll pull Seth Duncan aside tomorrow morning, all discreet and confidential like a trusted confidant, to whisper, "Yes, sir, I've followed her the whole way. I can show you exactly where she went." Then he'll add, "No, sir, I didn't tell a soul, but I figured you needed to know." He'll probably do a little humble shuffle and say, "Well, yes, I thought it was more important than guard duty. I'm glad you agree it was the right call." Human nature, predictable and often laughably vain. Reacher's smile lingered. 2 more minutes passed. The traveling bubble of light was flatter, more stretched out now, clearly 2 vehicles separated by several hundred yards, a predator trailing its prey. He noted there was no red reflection in the glow. The football player's headlights weren't yet close enough to catch the paint of the Mazda. The man was maybe 400 yards back, trailing the Mazda's taillights, probably congratulating himself on being so stealthy, not the sharpest tool in the shed. The Mazda had a rear-view mirror, and on a clear Nebraska winter night, those halogen headlights were like beacons you could spot from the moon. Reacher moved. He pushed off from the building's corner, circled around the front of the Malibu, and slid into the driver's seat. He locked the gear shift in first, planted his left foot hard on the brake, and rested his right on the gas. He revved the engine until the whole car trembled, transmission straining against the brake, wound tight as a spring. One hand on the wheel, the other on the headlight switch, he waited. A minute passed. Then another 30 seconds. Suddenly the Mazda shot past, right to left, a fleeting dark shape chasing its own pool of light, top down, a woman in a headscarf at the wheel, the roar of its engine and the red smear of its taillights vanishing into the dark. Reacher counted to 1, flicked his headlights on, released the brake, and slammed the gas. The Malibu lurched forward. He braked hard, spinning the wheel to stop sideways across the road's center. He shoved the door open, tumbled out, and scrambled back past the Malibu's trunk toward the shoulder he'd just left. 200 yards to his right, a large SUV's headlights flared, then dipped violently as the driver hit the brakes in panic. The tires shrieked, the truck veered right, going into a skid. Its near-side wheels tucked, the high center of gravity tipped it, and for a second the far side wheels lifted into the cold air before crashing back down. The rear end fishtailed wildly, spinning the vehicle a full 90 degrees until it slid to a stop parallel to the Malibu, less than 10 feet away, engine dead. The scream of rubber faded into a ringing silence, replaced by the smell of scorched asphalt and the faint drifting blue smoke of burned brakes curling into the night. Reacher yanked the Iranian's Glock from his pocket, stormed the driver's door, and wrenched it open, dancing back to aim the pistol. Normally, he wasn't one for theatrics, but years of experience had taught him what worked on stunned, unpredictable people. So he bellowed, "Get out of the car! Get out, now! Out!" at the top of his lungs. The guy behind the wheel practically fell out in a daze. Reacher was on him instantly, forcing him down, flipping him onto his stomach, jamming a knee into the small of his back and pressing the Glock's muzzle hard against the base of his skull, all while shouting, "Don't move! Stay down! Stay down!" His eyes scanned the horizon over his shoulder for more headlights. Nothing. No one else was coming. No backup. This guy hadn't called it in. He was on a solo mission, hoping to grab all the credit for himself. Typical. A grim smile touched Reacher's lips, human nature predictable as sunrise. The scene fell quiet. The only sound was the Malibu's steady idle. The only light came from 4 headlight beams, stabbing uselessly at the far ditch. The air hung thick with the acrid scents of burned rubber, hot metal, gasoline, and oil. The man from the SUV, probably a local tough, a so-called cornhusker, lay completely still. Hard to do otherwise with 250 pounds of pressure on your spine and a gun barrel against your neck, with visions of SWAT team raids playing in your head. Maybe he'd even seen a few real ones. Country boys got arrested, same as city folks, and it had all happened so fast, a blur of darkness, noise, and panic, that maybe the guy hadn't gotten a good look at Reacher's face yet. Maybe he hadn't connected him to the warnings the Duncans had surely spread. Maybe he was just lying there playing the confused civilian, waiting for a chance to explain his innocence to what he thought was a police officer. People did that. They always hoped for a reasonable conversation, right up until the moment the cuffs clicked shut. This presented Reacher with a small but immediate complication. He was shifting gears, moving from what the man might have mistaken for a lawful arrest into what the man would now unmistakably recognize as a flat-out abduction. And the man was enormous, maybe 6'6", pushing 300 pounds. He wore a bulky red football jacket and loose jeans, his feet like cinder blocks. Reacher demanded, "What's your name?" The man's face was mashed against the asphalt. He grunted, "John," the word escaping as a strained puff of air. "Not Brett?" Reacher pressed. "No." That's a relief. Reacher adjusted his stance, twisted the man's head, and pressed the Glock hard against his ear, meeting the wide white panic in his eyes. "Do you know who I am, from the ground?" the man gasped. "I'm starting to get the picture. Let me lay out the 2 facts you need to accept," Reacher said, his tone dropping to a conversational chill. "Whoever you imagine yourself to be, I'm harder, I'm colder. You have no frame of reference for someone like me. I'm the thing that wakes you up sweating at 3 in the morning. Do you believe that?" "Yes." "Do you believe it like you believe the sky is blue, like you believe in gravity?" "Yes." "You know what happened to your friends?" "I heard." "What did you hear? That you handled them." "Exactly. But here's your chance, John. I'm willing to cooperate to keep you breathing. We can make this work. But if you so much as twitch wrong, I'll put you down and walk off without a second thought. I'll sleep soundly tonight and every night after. Are we clear?" "Yes." "So, you want to try this?" "Yes." "Are you running some dumb hero play in your head right now, waiting for me to blink?" "No." "Smart man, John, because I don't blink. Ever seen someone take a bullet?" "No. It isn't pretty. Things come out of people that shouldn't. Even a clean hit leaves you damaged, aches that never fade, weaknesses that linger. You're never quite right again. Understood? On your feet." Reacher rose from his crouch and stepped back, leveling the pistol in a deliberate 2-handed grip, the muzzle fixed on the man's head. After a moment curled on the pavement, the man pushed himself up to his knees, then slowly, unsteadily rose to his full height. Reacher nodded toward the vehicle. "See the yellow car? You're going to walk over and stand by the driver's door." The man muttered, "Okay," and began to move, his balance returning as he stood taller, his shoulders squaring. A faint, almost nostalgic smirk touched Reacher's lips. "Feeling confident now, John? Pumped up? Thinking this is your moment to be a star?" "No." "Another good answer. I'd put 2 rounds in you before your brain even sent the signal to move." I've done it. I was trained for it, so go stand by the door. Reacher tracked him around the hood of the Malibu. The driver's door hung open, left that way for a quick departure. The man took his place in the V of the door. Reacher, aiming over the roof, popped the passenger door open. They stood mirrored, the car between them. Now get in. The man ducked and folded himself into the driver's seat. Reacher took another step back and angled the gun down into the cabin, aiming low at the man's legs. Hands in your lap. Don't touch anything. Don't even think about the seatbelt. The man sat motionless, hands on his knees. Reacher said, "Shut your door." The door clicked shut. "Any heroic impulses yet, John?" "No. Glad to hear it. We can get through this. Just keep in mind, the Chevy Malibu is a decent family sedan, but it's no drag racer. It doesn't accelerate worth a damn, certainly not compared to a 9mm Parabellum. Those leave the barrel around 900 miles an hour. Think a 4-cylinder GM engine can outrun that? Reacher asked. No, John replied. Good, John, Reacher said. I'm glad to see all that schooling didn't go to waste. He glanced over the car's roof and saw a light in the southern mist, a high, trembling globe bouncing, fading, and brightening. Stark white, almost blue, a car heading north, moving fast. The approaching vehicle was maybe 2 miles out. Doing 60, Reacher estimated. 60 was about all this rough road could handle. 2 minutes, he said. Stay put, John. Stop thinking. This is your most dangerous moment. I'm playing this safe. I'll shoot first and figure things out later. Don't doubt it. John sat frozen behind the Malibu's wheel. Reacher watched the southern light. The bubble of illumination kept moving, still bouncing and trembling, but coherently now naturally, just one car. Now, about a mile away, 1 minute. Reacher waited. The glow sharpened into twin fierce sources low over the asphalt, oval in shape, intense and blue-white. They kept coming, flickering ahead of a firm suspension, at first small from distance, then small because they were small, mounted low on a tiny car. It was a red Mazda Miata, slowing now, stopping, its headlights painfully bright against the Malibu's yellow paint. Then Eleanor Duncan killed her lights, eased around the Malibu's trunk, half on the road and half on the shoulder, and stopped with her elbow on the door looking at Reacher. Did I do it right? She asked. Reacher said, You did it perfectly. The headscarf was a great touch. I decided against sunglasses, too risky at night. Probably, but you took a risk, that's for sure. You could have been flattened here. He's an athlete, young, good eyesight, good coordination, plenty of fast-twitch muscle. I figured I'd have time to jump clear. Even so, he could have wrecked both cars. Then what would you have done? Plan B was to shoot him and ride back with you. She was quiet for a beat. Then she said, Need anything else? No, thanks. Head on home now. This guy will tell Seth you know about what I did. He won't, Reacher said. He and I are going to work something out. Eleanor Duncan said nothing more. She just switched her lights back on, put her car in gear, and drove away fast, the sound of her exhaust tearing through the night air. Reacher glanced back twice, once when she was half a mile gone, and again when she had vanished completely. Then he slid into the Malibu's passenger seat, next to the guy called John, and shut the door. He held the Glock in his right hand, resting it across his body. He said, Now you're going to park this car behind the old roadhouse. If the speedometer goes above 5 miles an hour, I'll shoot you in the side. Without immediate medical help, you'll live about 20 minutes. Then you'll die in hideous agony. Believe me, I've seen it happen. Truth is, John, I've made it happen more than once. Are we clear? Yes. Say it, John. Say we're clear. We're clear. How clear are we? I don't know what you want me to say. I want you to say we're crystal clear. You got it. Crystal. Okay, so let's do it. The guy fumbled the gear shift into drive, turned the wheel, and drove a wide, painfully slow circle. He bumped up onto the far shoulder, came around to the near shoulder, bumped down onto the packed earth of the old lot, passed the south gable wall, and turned sharply behind the building. Reacher said, Pull forward, then back in between the two bump outs like parallel parking. Did they cover that on the Nebraska driver's test? The man replied, I got my license in Kentucky back in high school. Does that mean I need to walk you through it? I know the drill. All right then, show me. The man eased past the second concrete extension, aligned the vehicle, and reversed into the shallow U-shaped alcove. Reacher instructed, all the way back now. I want that rear bumper pressed right up against the timber, and I want the driver's side crushed against the building. I want you to destroy that side mirror, John, completely wreck it. Think you can manage that for me? The man hesitated briefly, then cranked the steering wheel further. He did a decent job. He jammed the rear bumper firmly against the extension and shattered the mirror thoroughly, though he left a slim inch of space between the car's flank and the building's rear wall. He glanced over his shoulder, checked to the left, then looked at Reacher as if awaiting approval. "That'll do," Reacher said. "Now shut it off." The man killed the headlights and turned the engine off. Reacher said, "Leave the key in the ignition." The man protested. "I can't get out. My door won't open." Reacher said, "Crawl out after me." He opened his own door, slid out, stepped back, stood to his full height, and aimed the pistol with both hands. The man clambered out behind him, on hands and knees, his large frame clumsy and ungainly, feet first, with his rear end high in the air. He straightened up, turned around, and asked, "Want me to shut the door?" Reacher said, "You're thinking again, aren't you, John? You're thinking it's pretty dark out here now that the lights are off, and maybe my vision isn't so great. You're figuring this might be your moment, but it's not. I can see perfectly fine. An owl's got nothing on me in the eyesight department, John. An owl wearing night vision goggles sees worse. Take my word for it, kid. Just hang tight. You'll get through this." "I wasn't thinking anything," the man said, then closed the door. The man closed the door. "Now step away from the car." The man stepped back. The car was now wedged tightly into the rear southwest corner of the shallow bay, occupying a 15 by 6 foot space within the total 30 by 12 area. It would be invisible from the road, whether approached from the north or south, and no one would be in the fields to the east until spring planting. It was sufficiently hidden, Reacher said. "Now move to your right." "Where to?" "So when I point this gun at you, I'm aiming parallel to the road." The man shuffled over 2 steps, then 3 before stopping and turning to face forward, his back to the 40 empty miles stretching toward the cell block bar. Reacher asked him, "How far is the nearest house?" He answered, "Miles away." "Close enough to hear a gunshot at night?" "Possibly." "What would they think if they did hear one?" "Probably a varmint." "This is farm country," Reacher said. "I'd feel better if you heard this gunfire, John, at least once. I'd feel better if you knew what it was like to have a bullet headed your way. It might help curb all that thinking. It might help you arrive at some sensible conclusions. I won't try anything. Do I have your word on that?" "Absolutely. So we have an understanding now, John. I'm trusting you. Is that a smart move on my part?" "Absolutely. All right. Turn around and walk back to your truck." Reacher maintained a 10-foot distance behind the man the entire way, around the back corner of the building, along the southern gable wall, across the old lot, and back to the 2-lane road. Reacher said, "Now get into the truck the same way you got out of the car." The man shut the driver's door, walked around the front grille, and opened the passenger door. Reacher watched his every move. The man climbed into the passenger seat, lifted his feet one at a time into the driver's side footwell, then hoisted himself up and over the center console between the seats, using the heels of his hands, squirming and scraping, ducking his head. Reacher watched him the whole time. Once the man was settled, Reacher climbed into the passenger seat and shut the door. He shifted the gun to his left hand momentarily to fasten his seat belt. Then he transferred the gun back to his right hand and said, "My seatbelt is on, John, but you're not going to put yours on, understand? Just in case you're entertaining any bright ideas. Just in case you're considering a sudden swerve into a telephone pole. Get the picture? You try that and I'll walk away without a scratch, but you'll be in a world of hurt, and then I'll put a bullet in you regardless." "Are we understanding each other?" the man said. "Yes." "Say it, John." "I understand." "How well do you understand?" "Perfectly." "And we have an agreement, right? I have your word on this." "Yes." "You promise?" "I promise." "Where's home base for you?" "The Duncan Transportation Depot." "And where is that?" From here, roughly 30 miles, maybe a little more. Head north, then cut west. All right, John, Reacher said, take me there. Mamani's operative was in his room at the Courtyard Marriott. He was on the phone with Mamani back in Las Vegas. The call had gotten off to a rocky start. Mamani found it impossible to believe that Sepper had simply vanished. To him, it was as likely as the man sprouting wings. It just didn't compute. He definitely wasn't in the bar, the operative insisted. By the time you showed up, he was never there. That place was a dive. They looked at me like I was something they scraped off their shoe, like I was a threat. I'm not sure they would have served me a glass of water. A guy like Asghar wouldn't have lasted 2 minutes without throwing a punch, and there was no evidence of a scuffle. No blood on the floor, which there would have been. Asghar carries a weapon. He's quick, and he has zero patience. Mamani said, then he went somewhere else. I checked the whole town, which didn't take much time. This place shuts down when the sun goes down. There's nowhere to go. He's not here. Women? Are you serious in this town? Did you try his cell again? Repeatedly? There was a lengthy silence. Mamani in his Vegas office, crunching the numbers, shifting strategies, making it up as he went along. He finally said, all right, we pivot. This deal is critical. It has to be handled tomorrow, so you'll have to go it alone. You're capable. You can handle this. But I don't have a vehicle. Get a ride with Saphir's crew. I considered that, but the power dynamic would be all wrong. I wouldn't be leading. I'd just be along for the ride. And how do I explain why I let Asghar wander off and left me stranded? We can't afford to look incompetent here, or soft, not in front of these people. Then get another car. Tell the others you sent Asghar ahead or on a completely different errand. Get another car from where? Mamani said, rent one, boss. This isn't Vegas. They don't even have decent coffee here. The nearest rental counter is back at the airport. I'm sure it's closed until morning, and I can't get there anyway. Another extended pause, Mamani recalibrating, running new scenarios. He asked, did the others see the car you arrived in? His man said, no, I'm positive they didn't. We all came in separately at different times. Mamani said, good, you're right about the dynamic. We need to be seen as the ones in control. We need to keep them guessing. So here's the plan. Find a suitable vehicle within the hour. Steal one if you must, then call the others in their rooms. I don't care if it's midnight or 2 in the morning. Tell them we've decided to move the schedule up. Tell them you're heading north right now. Give them 5 minutes or you're leaving without them. They'll be scrambling, throwing things in bags and running for the parking lot. You'll be waiting in your new ride. They won't know it's new. And in the dark, with all the chaos, they won't even notice Asghar isn't with you. Then you drive like hell. Be the first one on site. When the others arrive, tell them you sent Asghar in on foot behind their positions that will rattle them. It'll keep them looking over their shoulders the whole time. That's it. That's the play. Not bad for salvaging a disaster, wouldn't you agree? Mamani's man pulled on his coat, grabbed his bag, and headed down to the lobby, the weight of the new plan settling on his shoulders as he stepped into the quiet hallway. The night clerk was no longer at his post. There was likely a night porter tucked away somewhere, but Mamani's operative saw no trace of him. He simply stepped out into the cold, bag in hand, on the hunt for a vehicle to take. It felt like a step backward, a slight to his professional pride. Men of his caliber had moved past boosting cars years ago. But necessity has its own rules, and the old skills hadn't left him. The real challenge wouldn't be technical. He could handle that with his usual exactness. The problem was the dismal selection available. He needed 2 things: a car with some semblance of prestige, nothing flashy but respectable enough that rolling up to the Duncans wouldn't raise eyebrows. Image might not be everything, but it sure smoothed the way, and it couldn't be brand new. Late-model vehicles came loaded with security, chipped keys, computerized locks. They weren't impossible, but they demanded time and tools he didn't have on a dark street. What he wanted was a clean, mid-range sedan, not too old, not too new. In Vegas, that would have taken 5 minutes. In rural Nebraska, it was a different story. He'd just spent the better part of an hour combing the town for Asghar, and nearly every vehicle he passed was either a beaten-up pickup or a tired old SUV, most of them rusted and worn. Apparently, folks around here either didn't have the money for nicer cars or they wore their blue-collar pride like a badge. Shivering slightly, he mentally retraced the streets he'd covered, searching for any pocket of suitable options, and came up empty. He recalled a hospital sign earlier. Those lots could be gold mines with doctors upgrading and selling their lightly used cars down the line, but the place could be miles off, and he wasn't about to trek there on a gamble. So he circled back to where he started, the Marriott parking lot. Making a slow circuit around the H-shaped building, he counted 3 pickups, 2 with camper shells, an aging Chrysler sedan with Arizona plates, its paint faded and fender dented, a blue Chevrolet Impala, a red Ford Taurus, and a black Cadillac. The pickups and the Chrysler were non-starters. The Impala and Taurus were clearly rentals. Barcode stickers glaring from their rear windows, they probably belonged to Saphir's or Rossi's crews, and the last thing he needed was to be caught red-handed by his own associates. That left the Cadillac. It was just right, the right age, the right style, local plates, well-kept and polished with dark-tinted windows. Practically perfect, almost too easy. He set his bag down beside it, lay flat on his back, and slid underneath the engine bay. Fishing a small LED flashlight from his keychain, he clicked it on and began to search. Cars from that era often had a sensor module bolted to the frame meant to detect a front-end collision, a simple accelerometer with a 2-stage function. In a serious crash, it would deploy the airbags. In a lesser impact, it would simply unlock the doors so first responders could reach anyone inside, a little-known gift to car thieves everywhere, before manufacturers wised up and installed more sophisticated systems. He located the module, a small square tin coated in dried dirt, cheap and basic with wires protruding. Using the butt of his knife handle, he struck it hard. Dirt flaked away, but nothing else occurred. Thinking the grime might be cushioning the impact, he opened the blade and scraped the front clean. Closing the knife, he tried again, still nothing. On the 3rd attempt, he hit with enough force to worry about the noise, bang, and the message finally got through. The Cadillac's dim electronic brain interpreted it as a minor frontal impact, not severe enough for airbags, but sufficient to alert first responders. 4 ragged thumps sounded from above, and the doors unlocked. Technology, truly a marvel. Ma Maney's man scrambled out, stood up, and a minute later had his bag on the back seat and himself in the driver's seat. The seat was set far back, offering legroom for a giant. More proof as if he needed any. Like he'd told Rossi's guy American peasants were enormous. He found the button and buzzed the cushion forward about a foot, then jacked the seat upright and got to work. Using his knife tip, he forced the steering lock, pulled off the column shroud, stripped the necessary wires, and touched them together. The engine started, and a chime reminded him about his seatbelt. He buckled up, backed out, turned around, and waited in the narrow lane parallel to the long side of the H, the engine idling silently, the climate control already warming the cabin. Then he pulled out his phone, went through the Marriott switchboard, first to Saphir's guys, then to Rossi's, following Ma Maney's script exactly. He informed them plans had changed. The party was starting early, he and Asghar were heading north immediately, and they had 5 minutes to get their acts together or be left behind. The SUV was a GMC Yukon, metallic gold, equipped with high-end option packs and beige leather inside. It was a nice truck. Certainly the kid named John seemed proud of it, and Reacher could see why. He looked forward to owning it for the next 12 hours, or however long his remaining business in Nebraska might take. He said, "Got a cell phone, John?" The guy hesitated a fatal beat and said, "No." Reacher said, "And you were doing so well. But now you're messing up. Of course you've got a cell phone. You're part of an organization. You were on sentry duty. And you're under 30, which means you probably came out of the womb with a data plan." The guy said, "You're going to do to me what you did to the others." "What did I do?" "You crippled them. What were they going to do to me?" The guy didn't answer. They were on the 2-lane road north of the motel out in featureless farm country, rolling steadily along with nothing to see beyond the headlight beams. Reacher was half turned in his seat, his left hand on his knee, his right wrist resting on his left forearm, the Glock held easy in his right hand. Reacher said, "Give me your cell phone, John." He saw a flicker in the guy's eyes, a flash of calculation, a narrowing of the lids. Fair warning, the guy shifted his weight, took one hand off the wheel, and dug in his pants pocket. He pulled out a slim black phone like a candy bar. He went to hand it over, but fumbled it, letting it drop into the passenger footwell. "Shoot," he said. "I'm sorry." Reacher smiled. "Nice try, John," he said. "Now I bend over to pick it up right. And you caved the back of my skull in with your right fist. I wasn't born yesterday, you know." The guy said nothing. Reacher said, "So I guess we'll leave it right where it is. If it rings, we'll let it go to voicemail." I had to try. "Is that an apology? You gave me your word. You're going to break my legs and leave me on the shoulder. That's a bit grim. Why would I need to break both? I'm serious. Those 4 men you put in the hospital will never hold a job again. They'll never work for the Duncans again. But life has other options, better ones, such as you could muck out stalls on a poultry farm, or you could sell yourself in Tijuana with a donkey. Either would be a step up from working for the Duncans." The driver stayed silent, his eyes fixed on the road. Reacher pressed, "What exactly are the Duncans paying you? More than I could ever make back in Kentucky. And what do they get for that money, specifically? Mostly just my presence." Reacher shifted gears. "Who are those Italian men in the long coats? I have no idea. What are they after? I don't know. Where are they right now? I don't know." They were already 10 miles north of the hotel, crammed into the blue Impala. Roberto Cassano was wrestling with the wheel, struggling to keep the red Ford driven by Safir's men in sight, while that car was itself chasing the big black Cadillac belonging to Ma Maney's crew. That Cadillac was really moving, pushing past 80 on a road it was never meant for, bouncing and swaying like a boat in a storm. It was a ridiculous spectacle. Angelo Mancini couldn't look away. "Is it a rental?" he asked, almost to himself. Cassano was quieter, focused on the frantic drive, but also turning things over in his mind. "I doubt it," he said. "Then what is it? Do these guys have personal cars waiting in every state just in case?" "How is that even possible?" "I'm not sure," Cassano admitted. "My first thought was a car service like a limo, but it's not. I caught a glimpse of the driver. It was that little punk who talked back to you. No professional driver." "I didn't like him," Mancini muttered. "Me neither. And now I like him even less. They're operating on a whole different scale than we thought. They fly in on a private jet, and a car is just waiting. In Nebraska, of all places. What's that about?" "Maybe it's a hearse," Mancini suggested, a note of sarcasm creeping into his voice. "Have the Iranians moved into the funeral business? Ma Maney could just call the local parlor and say, 'Send a car.' I doubt the Iranians are running funeral homes. So what then? There are 50 states? That's 50 cars on standby minimum? Ma Maney can't be that big everywhere. Probably not Alaska or Hawaii, but Nebraska. How high on anyone's list is Nebraska? It has to be a rental." "I told you it's not a rental," Cassano insisted, his patience thinning. "It's not a recent model. It's not even from last year or the year before. It's practically an antique. The kind of boat your grandfather would drive. Maybe it's a rent-a-wreck special. Why would Ma Maney bother with that?" "Then what is it?" "You're missing the forest for the trees," Cassano said, his tone turning sharp and enlightened. "What it is doesn't matter. The point is, that car was already at the hotel. We parked right next to it yesterday afternoon when we got back. They were there before us. And you know what that means? It means they arrived before Rossi even asked Ma Maney to send them. Something very strange is happening here." Meanwhile, the metallic gold GMC Yukon turned left off the main highway and headed west on another arrow straight road toward Wyoming. Reacher imagined the planners from 100 years ago, bent over drafting tables with sharp pencils and long rulers, drawing these relentless lines across the map, sending out crews to pave the way into the empty heartland. "How much further, John?" he asked. The kid replied, "We're almost there," a phrase that, as usual, meant something entirely different depending on where you were. In a city almost there could be the next block out here in the Nebraska flatlands. It meant another 10 miles in a quarter of an hour. Then a cluster of faint, lonely lights appeared off to the right, seemingly sprouting from the empty plains. The truck decelerated and made another sharp 90-degree turn, this time onto a private blacktop road that felt smoother and more deliberate than the public county roads. It led toward what looked like an industrial site caught between construction and decay. A vast concrete slab, the size of a football field, lay enclosed by a tall chain-link fence crowned with a lazy coil of razor wire. A few domestic-style light fixtures, probably holding old 60-watt bulbs, were mounted on the fence posts, casting weak pools of light. The enormous space was utterly empty, save for 2 gray panel vans parked in a bay marked for 3. The access road dipped to allow passage through a set of gates into this concrete expanse before continuing toward a long, single-story brick building. Its architecture was a dead giveaway. Classic 1940s industrial, a style born for wartime. This had been the office block for a factory, a defense plant most likely, built here in the heartland for safety from coastal threats. Places like this were scattered all over Nebraska. The ones that pivoted to Cold War projects might have survived, but those making simpler wartime goods likely shut down the day the peace was signed. "This is it," John said. "We live in the office." The building had a flat roof with a brick ledge and a repetitive line of small paned windows framed in white-painted steel. Centered in the facade was an uninspiring set of double doors, flanked by dim bulkhead lights leading to a dark lobby. A short concrete walkway connected the doors to a large, cracked and weedy area of paving stones out front, managerial parking from a busier era, now just a vacant lot. No light showed from within the building. It sat dark and silent. "Where are the sleeping quarters?" Reacher asked. "To the right," John answered. "And your friends are in there now?" "Yeah, 5 of them with you. That makes 6 sets of legs to deal with. Let's get to it." Reacher had the man exit the truck the same clumsy way as before, through the passenger door, keeping him off balance and covered with the Glock. He glanced past the fence at the empty concrete expanse. "Where's the harvest fleet?" "They're in Ohio," the guy said, "back at the main depot for refurbishment. They're specialized rigs, some of them decades old. What about the 2 gray vans here? General use, servicing, tire changes, that sort of thing. Is there supposed to be a 3rd? One's out. It's been gone a few days." "Doing what?" "I don't know," Reacher pressed on. "When do the big trucks return?" "Not until spring." "What's this place like when they're back?" "It gets hectic. The first alfalfa cut comes early. There's a lot of prep work before and maintenance after. This whole place buzzes 5-day weeks. Try 7. We're managing 40,000 acres. That's a serious operation." The man closed the truck door and took a step. Then he froze, because Reacher had frozen beside him. Reacher's gaze was fixed on the empty stretch of pavement in front of the building, the cracked concrete and the empty manager's parking spots. "Where do you usually leave your truck, John?" he asked. "Right out front by the doors," the young man answered. "And your friends?" "Same spot. So where are they?" A heavy silence settled in the night air. The kid's jaw went slack for a second before he spun around, as if expecting his buddies to be lurking behind him for some kind of prank. "They weren't there." He turned back, his voice uncertain. "They must be out on a call. They must have gotten one." "From you?" Reacher pressed. "When you spotted Mrs. Duncan?" "No, I swear. Check my phone. I didn't call anyone." "Then who did? Mr. Duncan, I suppose. Mr. Jacob?" "Why would he?" "I don't know. Nothing was supposed to go down tonight. He calls them, but not you." "He didn't call me, I swear. He wouldn't. I'm on watch. I was supposed to stay right here." "So, what's happening, John?" "I really don't know. Take a guess. Maybe the doctor or his wife or both. They're always seen as the weak point because of his drinking. Maybe the Duncans think they know something about what. You, obviously. Where you are, what you're doing if you're coming back. That's all they can think about. And it takes 5 guys to ask a few questions. It's about making a statement," the kid said. "That's why we're here. A surprise visit in the middle of the night rattles people. All right, John, Reacher said. You stay put here. Go to bed. You're not going to hurt me. You already did that to yourself. You put up zero fight against a smaller, older guy. You're a coward. You know it now. That's just as useful to me as a broken arm. Easy for you to say you had a gun. Reacher slid the Glock back into his pocket and fastened the flap. He held his arms out, hands open and empty. Not anymore, so let's see what you've got, big guy. The young man didn't budge. Come on, Reacher taunted. Show me something. Still nothing. You're a coward, Reacher repeated, his tone shifting from matter-of-fact to a cold, deliberate scorn. You're pathetic, a waste of space, a useless 300-pound disappointment, and let's be honest, you're not much to look at either. The guy said nothing. Last opportunity, Reacher said. Step up and try to be a hero. The kid just walked away, head bowed, shoulders slumped toward the dark building. He paused about 20 feet out and glanced back. Reacher circled around to the Yukon's driver door and got in. The seat was pushed way back for the kid's large frame, but some stubborn, ingrained pride kept Reacher from adjusting it in front of him. He just started the engine, turned, and drove off, fixing the seat while he moved. The Yukon handled fine, though the brakes felt a little soft, probably from that panic stop back at the roadhouse. 5 years of wear compressed into one instant. Reacher didn't care. He wasn't planning on stopping much. He pushed hard, focused on gaining speed through the vast, empty rural darkness. The world outside his windows was a void. No lights, no other cars, no sign of life at all. He reached the main 2-lane road north of the motel and passed the place 5 minutes later. It was shut down and dark. No blue glow from the sign, no cars except the battered Subaru. It sat there, dew-covered tires slowly going flat, looking as forlorn as something dead by the roadside. Reacher drove on past it, making the familiar turns along the boundaries of the dark, empty fields until he reached the plain ranch house with its post and rail fence and bare yard. Lights were on inside, lots of them shining like a ship on a black sea, but there was no commotion, no trucks or SUVs on the driveway, no large shapes in the shadows, no sound, no movement. The front door was shut, the windows were unbroken. Reacher swung into the driveway, parked, and walked to the front door. He positioned himself directly before the peephole and pressed the bell. A full minute passed before the spy hole darkened, then lightened again, followed by the rattle of locks and chains. The doctor opened the door, appearing weary, bruised, and anxious. Behind him in the brightly lit hallway stood his wife, holding an old-fashioned black telephone to her ear, the kind with a rotary dial and a coiled cord. She wasn't speaking, only listening intently, her eyes narrowing and widening with concentration. The doctor said, "You returned?" Reacher replied, "Yes, I did." "Why? Are you both all right? The Cornhuskers are on the move." "We know," the doctor said. "We just got the alert. We're on the phone tree right now. Have they come here? Not yet." "Any idea where they are?" "We're not certain," Reacher asked. "May I come in?" "Of course," the doctor said, stepping back. "Forgive me." Reacher entered the warm hallway. The entire house felt overheated, yet somehow smaller than he remembered, like a besieged refuge. The doctor shut the door, turned 2 locks, and reattached the chain. "Did you see the police files?" he inquired. Reacher answered, "Yes." "And?" "They're inconclusive," Reacher said, moving into the kitchen. From the hallway, the doctor's wife exclaimed, "What?" She sounded both confused and slightly stunned. Reacher glanced back at her, as did the doctor. She fell silent again, resuming her focused listening, eyes darting as she mentally recorded details. The doctor followed Reacher into the kitchen. "Coffee?" he offered. Implicitly assuring Reacher he was sober, Reacher said absolutely, plenty of it. The doctor began preparing the coffee maker. The kitchen was even warmer than the hallway. Reacher removed his coat and draped it over a chair back. The doctor pressed, "What do you mean by inconclusive?" Reacher explained. "I could construct a narrative implicating the Duncans, but there's no solid evidence either way. Can you find proof?" "Is that why you came back?" Reacher shook his head. I came back because those two Italians who were tailing me appear to have teamed up with a whole international crew, and they're not here on a diplomatic mission. I believe they're all heading this way. I need to understand why. Pride, the doctor suggested. You challenged the Duncans and they won't accept that. Their local men couldn't handle you, so they've called in backup. That logic doesn't hold, Reacher countered. Those Italians were here before I arrived. You heard what Eleanor Duncan said. There's another reason. They have some kind of issue with the Duncans themselves. Then why would they assist the Duncans in dealing with you? I don't know. How many are coming? The doctor asked. From the hallway, his wife announced 5 of them. She had just hung up the phone and stepped into the kitchen. And they're not just coming, they're already here. That was the latest phone tree update. The Italians are back, accompanied by 3 other men. 3 cars total. The Italians in their blue Chevy, 2 men in a red Ford, and 1 man in a black car that everyone insists is Seth Duncan's Cadillac. Reacher poured a cup of coffee, took a long moment to think, then stated, I left Seth Duncan's Cadillac at the Marriott. The doctor's wife asked, Then how did you get back here? I commandeered a Chevy Malibu from one of the other men. That vehicle in the driveway? No, that's a GMC Yukon I took from a football player. So what happened to the Cadillac? I stranded a guy, I took his car, and I suppose he took mine. Probably not a deliberate exchange, more likely just coincidence given the limited options down there. He wouldn't want some beat-up pickup truck, obviously, and he'd avoid anything with high-end security features. The Cadillac fit the bill, might have been the only suitable choice, or maybe he was just lazy and didn't want to search too long. The Cadillac was parked right outside. We were all staying at the same hotel. Did you get a look at the men? I didn't spot the Italians, but I saw the other 4. That's 6 total, not 5. Where's the last one? Here's the thing, Reacher said. The man who drove the Cadillac left his bag on the back seat instead of putting it in the trunk. How can you be sure? Because that's where the 6th man is. I put him in the trunk myself. Can he breathe in there? He doesn't need to breathe, not anymore. Good Lord, what happened? Reacher explained. My guess is whatever else they're planning, they decided to come after me first, like an added objective, a little mission creep. I don't know their reason, but it's the only explanation that fits. They all met up tonight at the Marriott. The Italians laid out the plan and gave the others a description. Probably vague and definitely second-hand since they haven't seen me in person. Later, I crossed paths with one of them in the lobby. He was staring at me, trying to figure it out. Is that him? Could it be? I could practically see the wheels turning. We walked out to the parking lot. He reached into his pocket, and I hit him. Ever heard of commotio cordis? Chest wall trauma, the doctor replied, triggers a fatal heart rhythm. Ever seen a case? No, neither had I. But let me tell you, it works like a charm. What was in his pocket? A knife, a handgun, and a Vegas ID. Vegas, the doctor said. Do the Duncans have gambling debts? Is that what this is about? It's possible, Reacher said. No doubt the Duncans have been living way beyond their means for years. They've been pulling in extra cash from somewhere. Why do you say that? They've been shaking down 40 farms for 3 decades, plus that motel. That's serious money. No, it really isn't, Reacher countered. This isn't exactly a wealthy part of the country. Even if they took half of what everyone earns, it wouldn't buy them a decent cup of coffee. But Seth lives like royalty, and they pay 10 football players just to hang around. You can't fund that kind of operation on seasonal extortion alone. The doctor's wife cut in, we can worry about their finances later. Right now, those Cornhuskers are out there somewhere, and we don't know where or why. That's what matters tonight. Dorothy Coe might be on her way over here, Reacher asked. Now, the doctor said, it happens sometimes, mostly with the women. It's a support system, like a sisterhood. Whoever feels most afraid tends to gather together. His wife added, which is usually Dorothy and me, and sometimes others too, depending on what's got everyone spooked. Not a smart move, Reacher said. Tactically speaking, I mean it turns multiple targets into one. It's strength in numbers. It works. Sometimes those boys get a little shy. They don't always like an audience when they're sent to intimidate women. They poured coffee and waited in the dining room, which overlooked the road. The road was pitch dark, empty and still, blending into the night. They sat in silence for a while on stiff wooden chairs, the lights off to keep their view clear. Then the doctor asked, "Tell us about the files." "I saw a photograph," Reacher said. Dorothy's boy was Asian, Vietnamese, the doctor's wife confirmed. Artie Coe served a tour over there. I guess it left a mark on him. When the boat people crisis started, he and Dorothy stepped up and adopted. Did many local men serve in Vietnam? A fair number. Did the Duncans go? I doubt it. They claimed an essential occupation. So did Arthur Coe. Different strokes for different folks, I suppose. Who headed the local draft board back then? Their father, Old Man Duncan. So the boys didn't stay on the farm to make him proud. They stayed to keep from getting shipped off to war. Looks that way. Good to know, Reacher said. On top of everything else, they're cowards, he stated. The doctor pressed. Walk us through the investigation. That's a long tale, Reacher replied. We're talking about 11 boxes of documents, and what did they show? The whole inquiry had issues, Reacher explained. Some were fundamental, others were specifics. The detective in charge, a man named Carson, found the situation changing under him over half a day. It began as a simple missing persons case, then gradually morphed into a possible murder. Carson never fully re-examined his initial steps in light of that shift. That first evening, he had locals check their own sheds and barns. Honestly, that made sense for a missing child. But later, he never properly searched those places himself. Only one, really, for an elderly pair who couldn't have done it. Everyone else essentially vouched for themselves. It was like they all said, "No officer, she's not here," and never was. I swear. At a certain point, Carson should have reset and considered every single person a possible suspect. He didn't. He zeroed in solely on the Duncans based on a tip. And the Duncans checked out clean. You believe it was someone different? It could have been anyone passing through the county, if not a stranger, then any of the people living here. Probably not Dorothy or Arthur Coe themselves, but that still leaves nearly 40 other possibilities. The doctor's wife spoke up, her voice firm in the darkness. I still think it was the Duncans. 3 different law enforcement agencies would disagree with you. They could be mistaken. Reacher gave a slow nod unseen. They could be, he conceded. There might have been another basic error in thinking, a real failure of imagination. The evidence shows the Duncans never left their property that day, and the girl never arrived there. There are solid witnesses for both points. 4 men were putting up a fence. The forensic evidence didn't link them either. But what if the Duncans had help? A 5th person, essentially. Someone who could have grabbed the girl and taken her elsewhere? Carson never even considered that. He never looked into their known associates. He probably should have. Think about it. You wait 5 years to build a fence, and you just happen to be doing it the exact day a child vanishes? That could have been a ready-made alibi. Carson should have at least questioned it. I know I would have. Who would this 5th man have been? Could have been anyone, Reacher said. A friend, maybe, one of their truck drivers, perhaps. A vehicle was almost certainly involved otherwise. Why was the bicycle never found? I've always wondered about that bike. Did they have a close friend? Did you ever see one when you were over there? I saw a few people come and go, I suppose. Anyone particularly close? This would require a very tight, trusting relationship, shared interests, shared proclivities, absolute confidence, someone into the same dark things they were. A man? Almost definitely. The same kind of predator. I'm not sure. I can't recall anyone specific. Where would he have taken her? Theoretically, anywhere, and that was Carson's other big mistake. He never seriously looked anywhere beyond the Duncan property. It was absurd not to search the trucking depot, for example, though. To be fair, that place was apparently bustling 7 days a week in early summer. Something about alfalfa shipments. You wouldn't take an abducted child to a busy work site, but there was one other location Carson absolutely should have checked. He didn't. He ignored it completely. Maybe out of ignorance, or maybe he just didn't understand its significance. Which location was that? But Reacher didn't get to answer. At that moment, the window suddenly flared with a blinding white light, and the room was filled with sweeping beams and frantic shifting shadows. They raced across the walls and ceiling, washing over their faces in alternating bursts of stark illumination and deep darkness. Headlights slicing through the gaps in the fence posts. A car approaching fast from the east. Dorothy Coe's battered pickup came rattling in from the east, its worn-out muffler thumping like a distant motorcycle. Reacher recognized the sound even before he saw her headlights cutting through the night. She approached fast, then slammed on the brakes, stopping well short of the house when she spotted the gold Yukon parked in the drive. That truck belonged to the Cornhuskers. She'd know it anywhere. Inside, the doctor's wife hurried to the hallway, undid the locks and chain, and pushed the door open, waving her in. Dorothy didn't budge. A quarter century of ingrained suspicion held her in place. This could easily be a trap. Reacher stepped out beside the doctor's wife and pointed emphatically toward the Yukon, then back at himself. "My truck." Only then did Dorothy ease forward, turning into the drive. She killed the engine, climbed out, and walked to the door, a wool hat pulled low and a quilted coat hanging open over a plain gray dress. "Have the Cornhuskers been here?" she asked, her voice tight. "Not yet," the doctor's wife replied. "What do they want?" "We don't know." They filed back inside, the doctor securing the locks behind them, and returned to the dining room, now a party of 4. Dorothy shed her coat in the warmth, and they arranged themselves along the wall, watching the road through the window as if it were a screen. Dorothy settled beside Reacher. "They didn't come to your place?" he asked. "No," she said, "but Mr. Vincent called in a sighting. He saw one pass the motel about 20 minutes back. He was keeping watch." "That was me," Reacher said. "I came through in the truck I took. Only 5 of them are left now." "I figured," Dorothy said quietly, "but that worries me a little." "Why, if they were all spread out, someone would have spotted at least one by now. But no one has. That means they're bunched up, hunting together like a pack, looking for me. Could be. Then maybe I shouldn't stay here. You want me to go?" "Maybe," Dorothy said. "Yes," the doctor said at the same time. "No," his wife cut in firmly. They fell silent. No agreement reached and turned back to the window. Outside, the road lay dark and still. The clouds had thinned, letting a faint wash of moonlight through. It was nearly 1 in the morning at the motel. Vincent had long since closed for the night but remained in the lounge, his eyes fixed on the window. He'd seen the gold Yukon roll past earlier and recognized it immediately. John's truck, John being one of the nastier Cornhuskers, a bully who'd once forced Vincent onto his knees to beg like a dog, hands raised, pleading. The memory still burned. Vincent had phoned in the sighting, then returned to his post. 20 quiet minutes passed before he saw the odd little convoy pull into his lot, a blue Chevrolet, a red Ford, and Seth Duncan's black Cadillac. The phone tree had already reported someone else was driving Seth's car, though no one knew why. Now Vincent saw the driver, a rumpled, unshaven man who looked foreign, maybe Middle Eastern. The 2 men who'd roughed Vincent up climbed out of the Chevrolet, followed by 2 more from the Ford, both tall, heavy, and dark-skinned, also foreign. They gathered in the dim light, talking low. Vincent didn't assume they were here for him. His lot was the only place to stop for miles. Drivers often used it to check maps, rearrange luggage, or just stretch their legs. It was private property, but it functioned almost like a public rest area. He kept watching, motionless in the dark. The 5 men were conversing in low tones outside. Vincent's windows were standard commercial grade installed by his parents back in 1969. They opened outward with small crank handles and were screened on the inside. He considered opening the one he stood behind just a fraction, almost a duty. He might catch something useful for the phone chain. Everyone was supposed to pitch in. That was how the network functioned, so he began to turn the handle. Slowly, incrementally, at first it moved smoothly, then it caught. The casement was sealed to the weather strip by layers of old paint, grime, and years of neglect. Using his fingers, he applied steady pressure, hoping to free it quietly. A loud crack would be disastrous. Outside, the 5 were still talking, or rather, the man from the Cadillac was speaking while the others listened. Mamani's man said, I dropped my partner off about a mile back. He's working behind the scenes now. That's where he's most effective. Pincer moves are always smartest. Roberto Cassano asked, will he coordinate with the rest of us? Obviously, what else would he do? We're a team, aren't we? You should have kept him here. We need a plan first. For this, we don't need a detailed plan. It's just flushing one guy into the open. How tough can it be? You said the locals would help. They're all asleep. We'll wake them up with any luck. We'll wrap this up before sunrise, and then we lean on the Duncans all day. We all need that shipment, and since we're already here, we might as well focus on what matters. So where do we start? You tell me. You've been around here, the Dr. Cassano said. He's the weakest link. Mamani's man replied, then where's the doctor? Southwest of here. Fine, you go talk to him. I'll head somewhere else. Why? Because if you know he's the weak link, Reacher knows it too. Bet you anything he's not there. So you go waste your time, and I'll actually get something done. Vincent abandoned the window. It was clear it wouldn't open without a tearing noise, and attracting attention right then was a terrible idea. Besides, the makeshift meeting in his lot was already breaking up. The rumpled little man slipped back into Seth Duncan's Cadillac, and the big black car carved a wide arc through the gravel. Its headlights swept across Vincent's window. He ducked just in time. The Cadillac turned left onto the two-lane road and sped south. The other four men remained, watching until the taillights vanished, then turned back to talk in pairs, each with his right hand tucked in his right coat pocket, an odd symmetrical pose like some staged display. Roberto Cassano watched the Cadillac leave and muttered, he doesn't have a partner. There's nobody working behind any lines. What lines, anyway? It's all nonsense. Saphir's lead man said, of course he has a partner. We all saw him in your room. He's gone. He bolted. He took whatever car they rented. That guy is solo now. He stole that Cadillac from the lot. We saw it there earlier. Silence followed. Cassano added, unless one of you had a part in it, or both of you. What are you implying? We're all adults here, Cassano said. We know how this business works. Let's not pretend otherwise. Mamani told his guys to eliminate the rest of us. Saphir told your crew to do the same, and Rossi absolutely ordered us to take you all out. I'm being straight. Mamani, Saphir, and Rossi are identical. They all want the whole pie. We all know that, Saphir's man answered. We didn't touch anyone. We thought you did. We discussed it the whole drive up. That Cadillac obviously wasn't a rental. We didn't do anything to him either. We were planning to wait a while longer, one of them said. Same here. You certain about that? Absolutely. You swear on it? You swear first, Cassano replied. On my mother's grave. Saphir's man echoed on mine as well. So what went wrong? He bolted, must have gotten cold feet, maybe a lack of nerve or discipline. Maybe Mamani isn't the man we believed him to be, which opens up some interesting options. A heavy silence fell. Cassano broke it. We've got a decision to make here, don't you agree, the four of us? We could eliminate Mamani's other man and call it even between us. That way, Rossi and Saphir each walk away with a bigger slice of the pie. They'd accept that, and we'd be more than fine with it. Like a ceasefire? Ceasefires are short-term. Call it a partnership that's for keeps. No one spoke immediately. Saphir's men exchanged a look. It wasn't a hard choice. A war on two fronts or just one. History was practically overflowing with smart people picking the simpler option. Vincent kept his eyes on the scene outside the window. He saw hushed, intense conversation, postures stiff with tension, then a gradual easing, shoulders relaxing, speculative glances, and a few cautious smiles. Then all four men pulled their hands from their pockets and shook, a crisscross of handshakes, followed by back pats and shoulder slaps. Four new allies, suddenly the best of friends. There was a brief, animated discussion after that, plans being laid out with quick, confident gestures, more friendly claps on the back, and a general shuffle toward parting ways. The two large, dark-skinned men climbed back into their red Ford. They shut the doors and were about to drive off when the Italian who had done most of the talking suddenly turned back, as if remembering something, and tapped on the driver's window. The glass slid down. The Italian had a gun in his hand. He leaned in, and two brilliant flashes erupted, one right after the other, like camera strobes firing inside the car, lighting up all 6 windows, accompanied by 2 deafening blasts. A heartbeat's pause, then 2 more flashes, 2 more explosions, methodical and precise. The Italian stepped back, and Vincent saw the 2 men slumped in their seats, looking strangely smaller, collapsed, their heads sagging against their chests, distorted and incomplete. Vincent dropped below the windowsill, his stomach heaving. Then he scrambled for the telephone. Angelo Mancini popped the trunk of the red Ford and found 2 nylon rolling suitcases, which pretty much confirmed a personal theory of his. Real men carried their bags, they didn't wheel them around like someone on a shopping trip. He unzipped one bag, rummaged inside, and pulled out a bundle of shirts folded on wire hangers. He tore one shirt free, crushed the hanger flat, opened the Ford's gas tank, and used the hanger to stuff the shirt down the filler neck, leaving one sleeve dangling out. He lit the cuff with a paper match from a book he'd taken from the diner near the Marriott. Then he walked away, slid into the passenger seat of the blue Chevrolet, and Roberto Cassano drove them off. The road beyond the post-end rail fence outside the dining room window remained dark. The doctor stood and left the room, returning with a plastic tray holding 4 mugs of fresh coffee. His wife sat quietly. Beside her, Dorothy Coe sat in silence. A sisterhood enduring, waiting it out. Just one long night out of more than 9,000 over the past 25 years. Most of them peaceful, presumably, but some not. 9,000 separate sunsets, each one a prelude to the unknown. Reacher was waiting it out, too. He knew Dorothy wanted to ask what he'd discovered in the county archive, but she was taking her time getting to it, and that was just fine by him. He wasn't going to mention it first. He'd faced plenty of other people's sorrow before, all of it difficult, but he felt certain the Coe family's story was the worst of them. Absolutely nothing compared. So he waited 10 quiet minutes, then 15, until she finally asked, "Did they keep the records?" He said yes, they did. "Did you look at them?" "I did. Did you see her picture? She was very beautiful." "Wasn't she?" Dorothy said, a smile touching her lips, not from pride, since the child's beauty wasn't her doing, but from a kind of quiet awe. "I still miss her," which feels odd when I think about it, because what I miss are the moments we actually shared, and those would be gone by now anyway. Everything I didn't get to see would have come later. She'd be 33 today, all grown, and I don't miss those unknown years, because I can't really picture them. I don't know what she might have turned into. I don't know if she would have had children of her own and stayed close by, or if she would have chased a career maybe as an attorney or a researcher living in some distant city. Was she a good student? Excellent. Any subjects she loved best? All of them. Where was she heading that day? She adored flowers. I like to imagine she was out looking for some. Did she wander often? Most days when school was out. Sundays especially. She loved her bicycle, always pedaling off somewhere. Those were simpler times. We believed it was safe around here. She did the same things I did when I was 8. Reacher waited a moment, then said, "I worked in law enforcement for many years. Can I ask you something serious?" She nodded. "Go ahead. Do you truly want to learn what happened to her? It can't be worse than what I've pictured." Reacher said, "I'm afraid it can be. Sometimes it is. That's why I asked. Occasionally it's better to leave some stones unturned." She was silent for a long while. Then she said, "My neighbor's boy claims he hears her ghost crying out." "I met him," Reacher said. "He smokes a considerable amount of marijuana. I think I hear it sometimes too, or I imagine I do. It makes me wonder. I don't believe in ghosts. Truthfully, neither do I. I mean, just look at me." Reacher did. A sturdy, competent woman around 60, blunt and squared off, weathered by labor and hardship, slowly fading to gray. She said, "Yes, I really do want to know what happened to her." Reacher said, "All right." 2 minutes later, the telephone rang. An old-fashioned model with a slow mechanical bell, a low, mournful sound, solemn and unhurried. The doctor's wife sprang up and hurried into the hall to answer. She said hello, then fell silent, just listening. The phone tree was active again. The others could hear the faint, distorted crackle of an agitated voice through the receiver and sensed a stunned, shuffling movement out in the hallway. Some kind of shocking news. Dorothy Coe shifted uneasily in her chair. The doctor stood up. Reacher watched the window. The road remained dark. The doctor's wife returned, looking more bewildered than alarmed, more astonished than scared, she said. Mr. Vincent just watched the Italians shoot the men from the red car. With a gun, they're both dead. Then they set the car on fire right outside his window in the motel parking lot. No one spoke until Reacher finally said, "Well, that alters the situation somewhat." "How?" "I had assumed we were dealing with 6 men working for the same outfit with some kind of reciprocal arrangement between them and the Duncans. But we're not. They're 3 separate pairs, 3 distinct organizations, and with the Duncans that makes 4 that points to a hierarchy. The Duncans owe someone who in turn owes someone else and so on up the ladder. They all have a stake in this, and they're all here to protect their investment. And as long as they're all here, they're each trying to eliminate the others. They're all attempting to bypass the middlemen. So we're stuck in the middle of a gang war? Look on the bright side. At least they're keeping each other busy. 6 men arrived earlier today, and now just 3 remain. A 50% reduction. I can live with that," the doctor insisted. "We need to contact the police." His wife shook her head. "The police station is 60 miles from here. The Cornhuskers are right outside our door, and that's what matters tonight. We have to figure out what they're planning." Reacher asked, "How do they usually stay in touch?" "Cell phones. I've got one," Reacher said, "in the truck I took. Maybe we could listen in and get a clear picture of their next move." The doctor slid back the locks and unchained the door, and they all stepped out into the chilly night air. Reacher walked to the Yukon, opened the passenger door, and rummaged around near the floor until he found a slim black cell phone. He stood by the open door, flipped it open, and said, "They'll probably use a conference line, right? This thing rings, and all 5 of them are on at once." "More likely it'll vibrate, not ring," the doctor corrected. "Check the settings in the call log. You might find a group number." "You take a look," Reacher said. "I'm not great with these things." He circled around the back of the truck and handed the phone over. Just then, he caught a flicker of light in the mist to the east, a bright, trembling glow that pulsed and wavered, almost blue-white. A car was speeding toward them from about half a mile out. Just like earlier, the hazy light sharpened into twin ovals, low and intense, cutting through the fog. They grew closer, jittering with the car's firm suspension and quick steering. At first, they seemed small because of the distance, but they stayed small because the car itself was small, a low-slung red Mazda Miata. Reacher recognized it from about 200 feet away, Eleanor Duncan. The sisterhood sticking together. 100 feet out, the Miata slowed slightly. Its top was up this time, buttoned tight against the cold. No need for open-air identification now that the sentries were gone. 50 feet out, it braked hard, preparing to turn in, and red taillights flared in the mist behind it. 20 feet out, it swung wide to make the turn. 10 feet out, 3 things clicked in Reacher's mind. Eleanor Duncan wasn't on the phone tree. His gun was in his coat, and his coat was still inside on the kitchen chair. The Miata crunched over the gravel and jerked to a stop right behind Dorothy Coe's pickup. The door swung open, and Seth Duncan unfolded his tall frame and stepped out. He was holding a shotgun. Seth Duncan's face was wrapped in a bulky aluminum splint, taped over skin that had taken on the sickly, mottled colors of old bruises, yellows, browns, and deep purples. He wore dark pants and a dark sweater under a new parka. In his hands was an old Remington 870 pump-action shotgun, likely a 12-gauge with a 20-inch barrel. It had a walnut stock and a 7-round tube magazine, a rugged, proven weapon. Over 4 million had been made, used by the Navy for ship security, by the Marines in close combat, by the Army for short-range power, by hunters in the field, by police as a riot gun, and by irritable homeowners to keep trespassers off their property. No one moved. Reacher studied Seth's grip. He was holding the Remington steady, finger on the trigger, aiming from the hip straight at Reacher. That meant Dorothy Coe, the doctor, and his wife were also in the line of fire, clustered together on the driveway just 10 feet from the front door. Close enough that any buckshot would spread wide, a whole lot of trouble was just simmering, ready to boil over. The silence was thick, broken only by the low rumble of the Mazda's engine, its door hanging open like an invitation. Seth Duncan began his advance up the gravel drive. He hoisted the Remington to his shoulders, squinting down the barrel with one eye shut, moving forward with a slow, deliberate pace. It was a foolish way to move over uneven ground, but on the flat, packed gravel, it worked just fine. The shotgun never wavered from its target. He halted about 30 feet out, his voice tight. "All of you, sit down, right where you stand, cross-legged on the ground." For a moment, nobody complied. Reacher broke the stillness. "Is that thing even loaded?" "You better believe it is." Duncan shot back, his words muffled and distorted by the pressure of his swollen cheek against the walnut stock. "Be careful it doesn't go off by mistake." "It won't?" Duncan grunted. Behind him, Reacher heard the doctor shift his weight, a nervous rustle in the quiet. "Can we talk about this?" the doctor ventured. "Sit down," Duncan repeated monotone. "We should discuss this like reasonable adults," the doctor pressed, a note of desperate hope in his voice. "Sit down. Just tell us what you want." It was a brave attempt, but in Reacher's mind a completely wrong one. The doctor was operating under the illusion that stalling, that burning precious minutes, was to their advantage. Reacher knew the brutal truth. They had no time to spare, not a single second. He cut in, his voice flat. "It's freezing out here." "So?" Duncan snapped. "Too cold to sit on the ground, too cold to stand around. Let's take this inside. I want you right where I can see you. Why? Because I said so. Then at least let the others get their coats. Why should I bother? Call it self-respect," Reacher said, a hint of mockery creeping into his tone. "You're bundled up. If it's warm enough that you don't need that coat, then you're softer than you look. If it's this cold, then you're just being a petty tyrant, making innocent people suffer for no reason. You've got a problem with me, fine, but these people haven't done a thing to you." Seth Duncan considered this. The gun still snug against his shoulder, his head cocked after a beat, he relented. "All right, one at a time, the rest stay put as insurance, Mrs. Coe, you first get your coat, nothing else. Don't even look at the phone." There was a pause, a collective held breath, before Dorothy Coe detached herself from the group. She walked to the farmhouse door, disappeared inside for a minute, and returned wearing her heavy coat, now properly buttoned over her dress. She resumed her place. "Sit down, Mrs. Coe," Duncan ordered. Dorothy tugged her coat hem down and settled on the gravel, not cross-legged, but with her knees folded neatly to one side. Reacher spoke again. "Now the doctor's wife. Don't you start giving me orders," Duncan warned. "Just thinking of the ladies, isn't that the polite thing?" "Fine," the doctor's wife. "Go, same rules, just the coat. Remember, I'm holding your husband and everyone else right here." The doctor's wife moved quickly. She returned shortly, wrapped in a wool coat, a hat, gloves, and a scarf. "Sit," Duncan commanded. She sat beside Dorothy Coe, back straight, hands resting on her knees, her gaze fixed on some distant empty point in the misty fields. Reacher figured staring at nothing was far better than looking at the man holding the shotgun. "Now the doctor?" Reacher said. "Go on," Duncan agreed. The doctor was in and out swiftly, returning clad in a bulky blue parka, all nylon and zippers. He sat without being told. Reacher took a small step. "My turn." "No," Duncan said, the word final. "Not you, not now, not ever. You stay right there. I don't trust you as far as I could throw you. That's not very neighborly. Sit down. You'll have to make me." Duncan leaned his full weight into the shotgun. That last fraction of pressure that meant business sit. "Down." Reacher held his ground, a statue in the cold, then a flicker of movement caught in the corner of his eye, lights faint and hazy in the drifting mist approaching down the county road. In that instant, he knew the window for any easy move had just slammed shut. The Cornhuskers arrived in a hurry, 5 of them in 5 separate vehicles, a tight, high-speed convoy made up of 3 pickups and 2 SUVs. They screeched to a halt along the fence line, one right behind the other, and 5 doors flew open. Out poured 5 men in red jackets, each moving with purpose, the smallest among them built like a linebacker. They swarmed over the fence in unison, fanning out across the dormant lawn to avoid the line of fire from the Remington. The shotgun never wavered in Seth Duncan's grip. Reacher kept his eyes on the muzzle, dark blued steel under the moonlight, aimed squarely at his chest from 30 feet away, the smooth bore looking wide enough to fit a thumb inside. "Get the other 3 inside and keep them there," Duncan ordered. Rough hands seized the doctor, his wife, and Dorothy Coe, hauling them to their feet by their arms and shoulders, dragging them across the gravel and shoving them through the farmhouse door. 8 people went in. A minute later, 4 came out, all football players crunching back across the gravel to where Reacher stood. "Hold him," Duncan said. Reacher wasted no energy on regret. That was a luxury for later, after the dust settled. People who dwelled on mistakes in the middle of a fight were guaranteed to lose. Not that he saw a clear path to winning right then, far from it. What lay ahead felt like nothing but a world of hurt. The 4 big men closed in, no opening. The Remington stayed trained on him, while 2 of them flanked him, careful not to cross between Reacher and the gun. They seized his arms from behind and in front, hands clamping his elbows and wrists, twisting, straightening, kicking his feet apart, and hooking their ankles around his to lock him in place. A 3rd man stepped behind him, planted himself between Reacher's spread feet, and wrapped tree trunk arms around his chest. The 4th hung back, standing 10 feet from Duncan. Reacher didn't struggle. What was the point? Each of the 3 holding him stood inches taller and outweighed him by 50 pounds. They might have been slow and untrained, but sheer bulk was doing the job just fine. He could shift his feet a little or tilt his head, but that was it. Moving his feet backward would only pitch him forward, except the guy behind would keep him upright. Ducking his chin or jerking his head back wouldn't do much damage either. He was stuck, and he knew it. Seth Duncan lowered the shotgun to his hip, walked forward and handed it off to the 4th man. He continued toward Reacher and stopped a yard away, face to face. His eyes were bloodshot, his breathing shallow. A faint tremor ran through him. Fury or adrenaline? Maybe both. "I've got a message for you, pal," he said. Reacher replied. "Who from?" "The National Association of Jerks." "No, from me personally. What did your membership expire?" 10 seconds from now, we'll see who really belongs to that club." "So what's the message?" "More of a question, really." "All right, what's the question?" "How do you like it?" Reacher had been in fights since he was 5 years old, and his nose had never been broken. Not once. Part luck, part skill Plenty had tried over the years, swinging wild or aiming straight, but none had ever landed that particular blow, never, not even once. It was a strange point of pride for Reacher, a kind of personal emblem, a token, a mark of distinction. His face and arms and torso were a roadmap of old nicks, slices, and scars, but he believed the unique, unbroken bone in his nose balanced the ledger. It declared, "I'm still here." The punch arrived precisely as he anticipated. A tight fist, a direct right, solid and weighty, arcing slightly upward as if Duncan, on some instinctive level, expected Reacher to recoil and duck the way his wife Eleanor likely did without fail. But Reacher didn't retreat. He began with his chin tilted up and back, gaze steady, watching along the line of his nose, calculating the moment. Then he drove forward from the neck, launching a flawless, improvised headbutt directly into Duncan's knuckles, a sudden, violent meeting between the solid ridge of Reacher's forehead and the fragile bones of Duncan's hand. No competition, none whatsoever. Reacher's skull was like granite, and the arch of the brow was nature's strongest design, while hands were the body's most vulnerable parts. Duncan shrieked, yanking his hand back to cradle it uselessly against his chest, hopping in a pained, howling circle, eyes darting wildly in stunned, whimpering agony. Reacher figured 3 or 4 shattered finger bones, definitely a couple of the larger ones, and probably some cracked smaller ones too, from the digits being violently folded beyond their natural limit under that immense sudden pressure. Idiot, Reacher said. Duncan clamped his right wrist under his left arm, puffing and blowing, stomping in furious circles. He finally stilled a full minute later, hunched and bent over, glowering from behind his makeshift splint, a mix of pain, rage, and deep humiliation. His eyes flicked from Reacher to his fourth man, who stood motionless, gripping the shotgun. Duncan jerked his head in a sharp, furious gesture from the man to Reacher. A silent, impatient command, "Take him out." The fourth man stepped forward. Reacher felt certain he wouldn't fire. Nobody blasts a shotgun into a group containing 3 of their own allies. No, Reacher was sure this would be worse than a gunshot. The man flipped the weapon around, right hand on the barrel, left on the stock. The guy behind Reacher moved then, locking his left forearm around Reacher's throat and pressing his right palm hard against Reacher's forehead, holding him rigid. The fourth man raised the gun horizontally, gripping it like a spear, cocking it back over his shoulder. He took a careful step forward, aimed with precision, and thrust the solid wooden butt straight for the center of Reacher's face. Crack, black. Jacob Duncan called his brothers for an unexpected meeting in the dead of night, gathering them in his own kitchen instead of Jonas's or Jasper's. He poured wild turkey, not Knob Creek, and poured it generously, his mood one of clear celebration. "Just got off the phone," he announced. "You'll be happy to know my boy has made up for his earlier disappointments." Jasper asked, "How'd he manage that?" He caught Jack Reacher. Jonas leaned in. "How?" Jacob Duncan settled back in his chair, stretching his legs out comfortably, the picture of a relaxed man with a good tale to tell. "I drove Seth home, as you know, but I dropped him off at the start of his driveway. He was feeling low and wanted to walk a bit in the cool night air. He hadn't gone 100 yards when a car nearly mowed him down. His own car, as it happened, his Cadillac, speeding like a demon. Naturally, he rushed home. Let's just say his wife was persuaded to share the full story. Turns out Reacher stole that Cadillac earlier today, and it seems the doctor was with him, a foolish choice, of course. But it appears the poor man has thrown in his lot with our Mr. Reacher. Seth grabbed his old Remington pump-action shotgun and headed out in Eleanor's car. Just as expected, Reacher was right there at the doctor's house, plain as day and looking entirely too comfortable for anyone's liking. Where is he now? He's being kept secure. The actual takedown went off without much of a fuss. Is he breathing for the moment? Jacob Duncan replied. How long that remains the case is precisely what we need to figure out. A heavy quiet settled over the room. The other brothers sat back, a familiar posture of waiting for their eldest sibling. Jacob, the thinker of the family, who was never in short supply of a final verdict, a piece of insight, or a strategic play. Jacob finally spoke. Seth is pushing to orchestrate this whole situation right down to the final second. And I have to admit, the idea has its appeal. He's trying to rebuild his standing with us, which I told him wasn't necessary, by the way, but it does highlight that all of us should be mindful of our collective credibility with our Southern associate, Mr. Rossi. Jasper leaned forward. What's Seth's actual plan? He wants to arrange things so our previous stalling looks completely justified. He proposes we wait until our delivery is roughly an hour out. Then, he unveils Reacher to Rossi's men, stages a phone call, and has the truck roll in right on schedule within the next 60 minutes. It would sell the story, that our delay was always legitimate. That's playing with fire. Jonas cut in, his voice tense. Reacher is dangerous. Keeping him around any longer than absolutely necessary is just inviting disaster. We should end this now. As I mentioned, Reacher is contained in a secure location, Jacob countered calmly. And look at the bigger picture. If we follow Seth's script, we solve our own problem with our own resources. No outside help. Any perceived weakness on our part vanishes completely. Doesn't change the risk factor, Jonas insisted. There are broader considerations, Jacob said, and the room hushed once more. We've never particularly concerned ourselves with what happens to our shipments after they reach Mr. Rossi. I suppose we always assumed they traveled down a long, winding chain of buyers and sellers to some final user. Well, that chain has suddenly become visible. As of tonight, it appears 3 separate players from that chain have people here. They're likely desperate. They've clearly agreed to cooperate to get things moving again. And once that's done, Jacob paused, letting the implication hang. It's obvious they have orders to turn on each other. Last man standing triples his profit. Jonas shrugged. That's their problem, not ours, except Rossi's men are getting ahead of schedule. It was only a matter of time before one faction made a move. According to our contacts on the phone network, 2 men are already dead. Rossi's crew took them out outside Vincent's motel. So my thought is this: we give Rossi's boys a little more time to streamline that chain further by tomorrow. With any luck, Mr. Rossi himself could be the last participant standing. Then he and I can have a friendly chat about dividing that extra profit right down the middle. The math is simple. We'd all double our take. Rossi should be happy with that arrangement, and we certainly would be. Still a gamble, Jonas muttered. Since when did you develop an aversion to money, brother? It's not the money. It's the unnecessary risk. Everything in this life is a risk. We know that better than most. We've danced with it for years. Frankly, it's half the fun. A lengthy silence stretched between them. Jonas finally broke it, shifting the subject. The doctor lied to us, he said. Reacher left in a white sedan. Jacob gave a slow nod. The doctor has offered his most sincere apologies for that little fiction. He's being remarkably cooperative now, I'm told. Having his wife there with him is undoubtedly a motivating factor. He also claims Reacher abandoned Seth's Cadillac about 60 miles south of here, and that it was stolen again entirely separately by an operative from further up the supply chain. Our phone tree describes that individual as a slight man of Middle Eastern descent. The evidence suggests he was the driver who almost hit Seth with his vehicle. Any other developments, according to the doctor? Reacher has reviewed the police case files. A heavy quiet settled over the room before Jonas finally spoke, and the doctor called the findings ambiguous enough to bring him back here. He returned because of the men in the cars, the doctor insists. No one said a word. Jacob broke the silence. For complete transparency, the doctor also mentioned Reacher asked Mrs. Coe if she was truly prepared to hear the truth about her daughter. Reacher can't know the truth. It's not possible at this stage. I agree. But he might be starting to tug on loose ends, seeing where they lead. Then we eliminate him immediately. There's no other choice. It's merely one additional day. He's secured. Escape isn't a viable option. Another stretch of silence hung in the air. Jonas eventually asked, "Is there more?" Eleanor assisted Reacher in bypassing the guard, Jacob stated. She openly defied her husband, leaving their home without concern. She and Reacher coordinated to distract the young man from his duty. His performance was unsatisfactory. We'll have to let him go. We'll leave the matter of his wife's consequences to Seth. Speaking of Seth, it seems he fractured his hand and will require medical care. Evidently, Reacher possesses an exceptionally hard skull. That concludes the updates. The room remained quiet. Jacob continued, "We must reach a decision on the urgent issue before us, a matter of life and death, the final choice we ever make." When no one responded, he pressed on. "Who wishes to begin?" After a pause. Jacob offered, "Then I'll start. I vote to allow my son to proceed with his plan. I vote to keep Reacher hidden until our transport is nearby. It's a slight elevation in risk, just one more day. In the grand scheme, it's negligible, and I appreciate subtlety. I prefer a solution with a degree of elegance." A long moment passed. Then Jasper said, "I'm in agreement." Jonas added a reluctant, "All right." Reacher regained consciousness in a stark concrete space flooded with harsh light. He found himself lying on his back on the floor at the base of a steep staircase. He reasoned he had been carried down, not dropped or thrown, given the absence of injury to the back of his head. He had no sprains or significant bruises, and all his limbs were functional. He could see, hear, and move. A fierce, throbbing pain centered on his face, an expected result of the confrontation. The lights were standard high-wattage bulbs, 6 or 8 of them, haphazardly positioned without shades. The concrete was a smooth, pale gray, finely finished and dust-free, like a high-grade engineered product. It had been poured with meticulous care, leaving no seams. The corners where walls met each other and the floor were slightly rounded, reminiscent of a swimming pool prepared for tiling, a comparison Reacher made from brief, long-ago work digging pools. His face pulsed with pain. Was he in some kind of unfinished pool? It seemed improbable unless it had a temporary roof. The ceiling consisted of heavy plywood joists supporting plank boards. Each joist was a manufactured laminate, likely layers of exotic hardwood fused under immense pressure in some distant factory, then delivered by truck and hoisted into place. They looked immensely heavy. Confusion clouded his thoughts. His internal clock had stopped. He had no sense of the time. He was breathing through his mouth, his nose completely blocked by coagulated blood and swelling. He could feel the thick, nearly dry blood on his lips and chin, a nosebleed unsurprising, probably about half an hour old. Unlike Eleanor Duncan's situation, his own blood clotted rapidly, a trait he'd always had, the opposite of a hemophiliac. A useful evolutionary gift passed down, he mused wryly, from a long line of survivors who probably got punched in the face a lot. The room held other features, pipes of various widths, green metal boxes speckled with mineral stains and wires, some encased in steel conduit, others loose. There were no windows, only the smooth walls, the stairs, and a closed door at the top. He was definitely underground. Was he in some kind of underground shelter? He couldn't tell. He really hoped not, considering his recent track record with places like that hadn't been great. The agony in his face was intensifying, a deep rhythmic throb that seemed to originate right between his eyes, drilling backward with every beat of his heart. It was a brutal, grinding pain that flooded his skull before ebbing away, only to return with the next pulse. Yet pain was an old acquaintance. He'd been a fighter since childhood. If there was no external opponent, he'd turn the battle inward. It was just how he was built. His brother hadn't been a coward, not by a long shot. He was big and thoughtful, maybe too gentle for his own good. Joe would pause to wonder why a fight started, but that hesitation was a luxury he himself never allowed. He used that first critical second to strike. The objective was always the same: fight and win. Now he mentally confronted the pain, separating himself from it. He visualized it, contained it, and tried to wall it off, compressing it into a smaller and smaller space. But this was different. This pain was fighting back, detonating inside his head with a timed, relentless rhythm that matched his heartbeat. It felt endless, a permanent condition. In the past, he'd endured shrapnel, gunshots, knife wounds. This was worse than all of them combined. That didn't make sense. He'd seen broken noses before. People got up, winced, and walked it off. They didn't look like they had live grenades going off in their sinuses. Something was definitely wrong. Moving with deliberate slowness, he raised a hand to his face, knowing the touch would be agonizing. He had to know. His fingers found his nose and he gasped, a sharp, furious sound. The frontal bone wasn't just cracked, it was completely sheared off and displaced, wedged grotesquely to the side under the skin, like a peak sheared from a mountain and lodged on a lower cliff. The Remington stock must have had a metal cap, brass or steel, something he'd missed in the moment. He remembered twisting his head at the last second, aiming for a glancing blow to avoid driving bone fragments into his brain. A small, rational decision in a chaotic instant. He knew what came next. The break had to be set, the benefit was clear, reduced pain, and a nose that would heal close to normal. The cost was just as clear, attempting it would knock him unconscious without a doubt. A mere fingertip probe had felt like a gunshot. Fixing it would be like strafing himself with automatic fire. With a grim acceptance, he laid his head carefully on the concrete to avoid a secondary injury. Then he raised his hand again, fingers finding the misplaced knob of bone. The world dissolved into white-hot atomic fire. He pushed and pulled, but the resilient cartilage held the fragment in its wrong place like a network of tiny rubber bands. Blinking away involuntary tears, he gathered himself for another attempt. Bracing for the next cataclysmic explosion of sensation, He understood the task before him. Gentle pressure wasn't enough. He needed to strike the displaced bone back into position with the heel of his hand. It required focus, a proper setup, and a decisive action. It was like a chiropractor adjusting a vertebra, a sharp, sudden motion followed by that telltale pop. He mentally rehearsed. The strike had to land low on the junction of cheek and nose using the side of his hand near the wrist, a sharp upward and outward blow. He needed to force the peak back up the slope. Once it was there, the skin and cartilage would hold it. He opened his eyes. The angle was wrong down on the floor. His own elbow was in the way. He pushed himself backward across the cool concrete, scooting 10 feet until his back met a wall. He sat up, half reclining, neck bent, creating space beneath his angled spine for his elbows to move. He squared his shoulders and hips, settling into a stable position so he wouldn't topple over. This was it. He pressed the heel of his hand to the target, letting it understand the job. He practiced the motion once. The top of his palm would just brush his eyebrow, a useful guide on 3, he told himself. 1, 2, a sharp crack. Then nothing but black. Chapter 43. Mameni's operative was nervous after 20 minutes of circling. He had seen nothing of note until he found a house with a pristine white mailbox, boldly labeled Duncan, illuminated by a spotlight. The house was nicely renovated, a quality property. He assumed it was their headquarters. He was wrong. Inside was only a woman, relatively young, bearing recent bruises, who insisted she knew nothing. She explained there were 4 Duncans, a father, a son, and 2 uncles. She was married to the son, and all of them were currently away. She gave directions to a trio of houses he had already passed and dismissed, unimpressive structures crowded behind an old post and rail fence, hardly the homes of important men. Nevertheless, he sped back in that direction, driving so fast he nearly hit some fool wandering in the dark on the 2-lane road. Then, looking north, he saw the orange glow of a gasoline fire. He bypassed the 3 houses and rushed toward the blaze, finding it in the motel parking lot. It was a car, or what was left of one, a cherry-red superheated skeleton inside a roaring inferno. By its shape, it was the Ford that Safer's men had been driving. They were still inside. Or rather, what remained of them was still inside, shrunken, grotesque forms burning and melting within the flames, their ligaments contracted, their hands raised by the intense heat like ghastly claws. The furious, rippling air made them seem to dance and wave in their seats. Rossi's crew had obviously killed them, which meant they had almost certainly killed Asghar 2 hours earlier. Rossi's plan was now clear. He already had a solid connection with the Duncans at the lower end of the supply chain. Now he intended to bypass both Saphir and Mameni entirely and sell directly to the Saudi buyers at the top, a shrewd business move, but Rossi's team had started early, seizing the initiative in a real power play. Their timing was impeccable, so were their skills. They had ambushed Asghar, taken him out, and disposed of his vehicle all within a tight 30-minute window. An outstanding performance given that Asghar was tough, cautious, and always thinking, not an easy man to beat. He had been a good wingman. A good friend, too, whose spirit now seemed to cry out for revenge. Mameni's man could feel that presence strongly, as if Asghar were still nearby. It all left him feeling isolated and adrift in enemy territory, completely on the defensive. These were unfamiliar sensations for him, and they stirred a distinct, low current of fear. This forced a swift change in his strategy, bringing new and urgent priorities into sharp focus. The mysterious giant could be dealt with later. Right now, Rossi's men were the main objective. Mameni's operative decided to begin his search at the motel itself. Earlier, he had spotted a figure hiding behind a window, observing the lot. A man with odd, wiry hair, clearly a local, likely the owner. That man would know which direction the targets had taken. 4 miles to the north, Roberto Cassano and Angelo Mancini sat in their idling car, lights off, engine purring softly in the deep night. Cassano was on the phone with Rossi, discussing critical matters despite the hour pushing toward 2 in the morning. The original arrangement was between you and Seth Duncan, correct? Cassano pressed. Rossi's voice was tight. He was the first point of contact, yes. It quickly became a family enterprise. Up there, it seems nothing moves without everyone agreeing. But as far as you're concerned, it's still your operation. What are you implying? I'm implying it might be becoming someone else's operation, Cassano said flatly. We saw Mamani's man using Seth Duncan's personal Cadillac. Not a rental. The locals confirmed it. So Duncan provided the car, which means he drove it down and left it waiting. After our first encounter, Mamani's guys started working alone. We initially thought his partner was eliminated or ran off, but now it looks like he came straight up here in their rental. He's probably cozy with the Duncans right now. Maybe both of them are. Like they're all one big happy family. We're being played, boss? We're getting edged out completely. That's not possible. Your own contact lent his car to your rival. They're practically sharing a bed. How else should I see it? Rossi was silent for a long moment. I can't get direct access to the final buyer. You'll have to find a way, Cassano insisted. Another stretch of quiet hung on the line before Rossi spoke again, his tone turning cold and decisive. Fine, assume anything is possible. Deal with Mamani's people first, erase them, then make Seth Duncan understand the consequences of his betrayal. Get his attention, use his wife, if you have to. After that, approach the three elders, make it clear that if they deviate again, we'll take everything all the way to Vancouver. I want them terrified within the hour. And, Reacher, find him. Cut off his head and put it in a box. Show the Duncans our reach is absolute, that we can touch anyone, anywhere, at any time. Make sure they know they could be next. Elsewhere, Reacher woke for the second time and knew immediately it was 2 a.m. His internal clock had reset itself. He also knew instantly he was in a house basement, not an empty pool or a bunker. The concrete was solid and smooth. Nebraska was tornado country after all, and either building codes, insurance rules, or a diligent architect had mandated a proper storm shelter. This had to be the doctor's house, partly because not enough time had passed for a relocation, and partly because it was the only newer home he'd seen that would be subject to such regulations. Years ago, folks just built things themselves and hoped for the best. The various pipes were for water, sewer, and heat. The green metal boxes stained with mineral deposits were the furnace and water heater. An electrical panel, presumably full of breakers, completed the utilitarian space. A faint metallic taste in the air hinted at recent welding work somewhere nearby, a detail he hadn't noticed before. The staircase descended into the basement, and the door at the top was designed to swing outward into the hallway, never inward. It was a basic safety principle. An inward opening door at the head of a flight of stairs was an invitation for a clumsy homeowner to take a comic, head-over-heels plunge. More critically, with tornado winds capable of screaming at 300 miles per hour, you wanted that shelter door sealed tighter by the pressure, not blasted open. Reacher pushed himself upright. He found he'd been slumped in the corner where the wall met the floor, his head at an awkward angle. A dull ache in his neck was actually a welcome distraction. It meant the sharper agony from his nose had faded to a persistent throb. He touched his face gingerly. The nose was still a mess, puffy and cut, but the displaced bone fragment seemed roughly back in position, more or less. It wouldn't win any beauty contests, but then he'd never been in the running for those to begin with. He spat into his hand, smearing away some of the crusted blood from his chin, and got to his feet. The cellar was starkly empty. No cluttered shelves, no forgotten boxes, no workbench hung with tools. That junk was probably all out in the garage. Every home accumulated it. This space had a single grim purpose: tornado shelter. It wasn't a rec room. There was no sagging couch, no obsolete TV, no fridge for beer, nothing down here but the house's vital organs, the furnace currently roaring away, its noise filling the void. The sound was just loud enough to mask anything else, so Reacher moved quietly up the wooden steps and pressed his ear to the door. He caught the murmur of voices, a low, alternating rhythm. Call and response, a man then a woman. Seth Duncan, he figured, posing questions, and either Dorothy Coe or the doctor's wife giving answers. Short, clipped syllables with no hissing sounds, negative replies, no fear, no strain. Just a weary, stubborn resolve. One of those women was saying no calmly and firmly on a loop to each new inquiry, and she wasn't alone. Reacher could feel the subtle collective presence of others in the house above, the shift of weight, the quiet draw of breath. The doctor, he guessed, and a couple of the football players. He tested the door handle, moving it with infinite care. It turned, but the door held fast, locked as anticipated. The door itself was a solid piece of craftsmanship, fitted perfectly into a wall that felt as substantial as a bank vault. Tornado codes, diligent architects, and Midwestern common sense had seen to that. He released the handle and retreated down the stairs. For a second he considered whether those same codes and diligent architects might have included a backup entrance, a trap door from the master bedroom perhaps. It would be logical a storm could arrive in seconds, and a sleeping couple might not make it to the hallway in time. He paced the entire concrete floor, craning his sore neck to scan the ceiling joists overhead. He found nothing. No hidden panels, no second way in, and consequently no second way out. Just uninterrupted floorboards nailed securely over thick laminated beams. He stopped in the center of the empty space, weighing his dismal options. He could shut off the hot water heater, but that was a long-game tactic. Nobody was likely to step into a shower in the next few hours. He could kill the furnace, which would be more impactful given the winter chill, but it would still take time for the cold to bite, and it would punish the captives as much as the captors. He could plunge the whole house into darkness by flipping the main breaker at the electrical panel. One swift click, but there was at least one shotgun upstairs, and they probably had flashlights. Here he was, stuck on the wrong side of a locked door, unarmed, attacking from the low ground. The whole situation was a joke, really, a classic setup for the underdog, except in the movies the underdog usually had a hidden talent or a convenient weapon. Reacher had a busted nose and a roaring furnace for company. Not good. In fact, it was about as far from good as you could get. Seth Duncan rested his injured hand on the cool wood of the dining table, a bag of frozen peas draped over his knuckles. The chill was a dull, insufficient counter to the throbbing ache. He craved another dose of his uncle's veterinary anesthetic, but that errand could wait. First, he had a narrative to solidify, and the pieces were falling neatly into place. In his long tenure overseeing the county, Duncan had learned a fundamental truth. Reality was a collective agreement. An unspoken event faded into oblivion, an unmentioned person simply never was. Seated alone with the dark window at his back, he faced the doctor's wife, and Dorothy Coe, all arranged before him on stiff chairs. He had guided the first two through a careful interrogation, assessing their compliance, laying the groundwork for the official story. Now it was Dorothy's turn. A silent, imposing Cornhusker stood guard in the doorway, a pump-action shotgun in his hands, while another leaned idly against the basement door down the hall. The remaining three were out performing a pantomime search in their vehicles, maintaining the necessary illusion for Rossi's men. Jack Reacher's apprehension was an event reserved for later. "Did you ever encounter a man named Reacher?" Duncan began. Dorothy Coe remained silent, her gaze drifting toward the hallway. She was clinging to some outdated idea of literal truth. Duncan almost sighed. "That basement door is remarkably sturdy," he said, his tone conversational. "I should know. I installed an identical one during my own remodel. Steel core, steel frame, heavy-duty hinges, and a lock that could survive a tornado. It's officially rated for catastrophic winds. So, hypothetically speaking, if someone were down there right now, you can be certain he's staying put. He might as well be a ghost." "If the door is so reliable," Dorothy asked quietly, "why is one of your football players propped against it?" "He needs to stand somewhere," Duncan replied with a thin smile. "Would you prefer he wait in the bedroom? Perhaps he could entertain himself with your young friend while we finish our chat." He watched her eyes flick toward the doctor's wife before returning his focus. "Let's try again. Did you ever meet a man named Reacher?" Dorothy said nothing. Duncan leaned forward slightly, the frozen peas crinkling. "Spring will be here before you know it. You'll be back in the fields, planting your crop. With favorable weather, you might even have a decent yield. But then what? Will you need it transported to market? Or will you follow your husband's example and find a more permanent solution? He let the silence stretch. Did you ever meet a man named Reacher? No, Dorothy said, the word barely audible. Did you ever hear of him? No. Was he at your farm? No. Did you provide him a meal? No. Was he here when you arrived tonight? No. Unnoticed by anyone in the dining room, the handle on the basement door in the hall rotated a fraction, held, and then silently returned to its original position. The cornhusker leaning against it felt nothing. Duncan continued, his voice smooth and practiced. Has any stranger passed through here this winter? No. Anyone at all? No. Any local disturbances? No. Has anything changed? No. Do you want anything to change? No. Excellent, Duncan said, a note of genuine satisfaction in his voice. I'm a great admirer of the status quo, and I'm pleased you share that view. It serves everyone's interests. No reason we can't all get along, he said, rising and leaving the bag of peas on the table, a small puddle of meltwater forming on the wax surface. You three stay put. My boys will keep an eye on you. Don't try to leave the house, don't touch the phone, and don't answer it if it rings. The phone tree is shut down for the night. You're out of the loop, break these rules, and the consequences will be immediate and harsh. Duncan struggled into his parka, favoring his left hand, then moved past the man holding the Remington and headed for the front door. The others listened as it opened and closed, followed a minute later by the sound of the Mazda pulling away, its exhaust tearing through the quiet night. Meanwhile, Ma Maney's man drove the Cadillac south along the two-lane road for 5 steady miles before killing the headlights and slowing to a crawl. The engine hummed softly, tires whispering over the pavement. On his right, 3 weathered houses stood silent. A single light glowed in a downstairs window, but otherwise there was no movement. Parked out front were 3 old utilitarian pickup trucks, their shapes faint in the moonlight, none of them the new blue Chevrolet he was waiting for. But the Chevrolet would come, Ma Maney's man was certain of it. Russie's focus was split, half on outmaneuvering Saphir and Ma Maney, the other half on securing his position. Protecting his connection with the Duncans was essential, which meant his men would be checking in regularly, soothing them, reassuring them, and above all, ensuring no one else got close, standard procedure, straight from the playbook. Rolling past the end of the Duncans' driveway, Ma Maney's man executed a U-turn and parked 100 yards south on the opposite shoulder, half on asphalt and half on dirt. With the lights off, the dark car settled into a shallow dip, nearly invisible aside from a faint gleam of chrome. The mist hanging in the air helped conceal it further. He figured Rossi's men would be focused on the driveway as they approached. Drivers always did that. It was human nature, eyes lead, hands follow. He waited, facing north but adjusting his mirror to watch the southern approach. The mist fogged the rear window slightly, which might make a car without lights hard to spot, though why would Rossi's confident crew drive dark? 5 miles north, the orange glow of the gasoline fire was fading. Nothing burns forever. Above it, the moon was smudged with smoke. The night lay still and dark, as quiet as it must have been for 100 years. Then he saw it, a blue halo of light in the mist far ahead and to the left, moving fast from west to east. A car, approaching the 2-lane a couple miles north, about to turn either away from him or straight toward him. He lifted his gun from his pocket and set it on the passenger seat. The bubble of light slowed, paused, then flared brighter as the vehicle turned right, toward him. But he knew instantly it wasn't the Chevrolet. The way the light moved told him it was something smaller, lower, more agile. In the neon glow of Las Vegas, Porsches and Ferraris seemed to grip the asphalt, their headlights dancing with a nervous energy. They made the big American sedans look sluggish and disconnected, like heavy barges drifting on a dark river. He kept his vigil, and soon the distant glow sharpened into 2 tight beams, then into the low, paired ovals of a small car. It slowed a couple of football fields away, then turned directly into the driveway 100 yards out. It was the little red Mazda Miata he'd seen earlier at the Duncan place. The daughter-in-law was paying a visit. This wasn't a social call, not at this hour. She'd likely phoned ahead reporting her run-in with the strange man, and they'd told her to come straight over for her own safety. The Duncans probably knew the score, that certain matters were due for a final reckoning before sunrise, and didn't want family caught in the middle. He watched the Miata jostle down the gravel drive and park next to the old trucks. Its lights died. Moments later, a distant door flared yellow as a figure slipped inside, then darkness swallowed the farmhouse once more. The mist was thickening into a real problem. The Cadillac's windshield was fogging over. He fumbled for the wiper stalk, swiping the glass clear, which only made the rear window seem worse by comparison. It was completely fogged, a blank sheet. A car's headlights would now just explode into a dazzling, useless kaleidoscope. He kept one eye on the empty road and groped blindly across the dark console, a luxury car with too many buttons. Finding one marked with a zigzag symbol and a red lens, he pressed it. His seat immediately grew warm. Fantastic. He'd turned on the seat warmer. He switched it off, found another button, and pressed. The radio blared to life. Some tinny country station at full volume. He killed it, heart pounding, and tried a third button nearby. This one gave a satisfying click. The trunk lid responded with a hydraulic sigh, rising slowly to stand fully upright. Now his rear view was completely blocked. And wasn't there a trunk light? Probably a dim bulb, but in this darkness it would shine like a beacon, just brilliant. Without thinking, he pressed the button again, half expecting the trunk to obediently lower itself like the radio had gone silent. Instead, the mechanism just clicked and whirred pointlessly. The lid stayed wide open. He was going to have to get out and shut it himself, a move that felt absurdly loud in the silent night. Meanwhile, Roberto Cassano and Angelo Mancini had been scouting the area for 3 full days. Their one undeniable edge over Mameni's man, they believed, was their familiarity with the terrain. They knew this land was flat and vast, like a giant pool table covered in brown felt. The fields were cleared for efficiency, devoid of ditches or hedgerows, the earth frozen solid underfoot, a landscape that offered no cover but also no surprises for those who knew it. Even with their car being an ordinary sedan, they could navigate it across the open country without much trouble, akin to piloting a small craft on a placid sea. They were intimately familiar with the Duncan property, having seen it up close and even been inside. Their plan was to circle behind it in the vehicle, moving slowly and silently with the lights off, blending into the deep blue darkness. Then they would exit, scale the rickety post and rail fence, and assault the compound from the rear. The element of surprise was crucial. While there might be lookouts watching the front, the back would likely be undefended, with the Duncans and Mameni's men probably gathered in a kitchen, congratulating themselves over cheap bourbon and chuckling about their newly efficient business dealings. A couple of well-placed shots would end that cheerful gathering. Cassano drove south on the 2-lane road and killed the headlights as they passed the motel. The Ford was still smoldering in the lot, though the fire was mostly spent. Coils of acrid, greasy smoke rose from the remains of the tires, and small flames flickered across the gravel where oil had leaked. Saffir's men were now dark, shrunken forms, reduced to about half their original size, both fused to the zigzag springs that were all that remained of the seats. Their mouths were gaping open in silent screams, their heads burned smooth, and their hands were curled upward like claws. Mancini allowed himself a grim smile as Cassano rolled slowly past the grim scene before continuing down the road. Navigating cautiously by the faint light of the moon, about 4 miles south of the motel and a mile north of the Duncan place, Cassano slowed further, turned the wheel, and bumped over the shoulder onto the open land. The car lurched and rattled as it moved. Geologically, the ground was flat, but at ground level it was rutted and uneven. The springs groaned and bounced, and the steering wheel shuddered in Cassano's grip. Still, he maintained steady progress, holding a speed around 20 miles per hour and tracing a wide arc intended to bring them roughly half a mile behind the compound. He estimated 2 minutes more. At one point, he had to brake sharply and steer around a dense thicket of brambles. Just beyond it, the burned-out skeleton of an SUV emerged from the darkness, a stark silhouette of black and ashen gray. a remnant of Reacher's work earlier that day. After that, the going was easier. Ahead, they could make out a faint pool of yellow light like a homing beacon. Almost certainly it was a kitchen window spilling warmth into the night, likely the southernmost house belonging to Jacob Duncan, the man in charge. Meanwhile, Ma Maney's man stepped out of the Cadillac and stood for a moment in the chill night air. He scanned his surroundings east, west, north, south, and saw nothing moving. He closed his door to extinguish the interior light, then took a step toward the trunk. He had been correct. There was a light inside the trunk, casting a pale yellow glow into the misty air. It wasn't a serious concern from the front, but from behind it could draw unwanted attention. The human eye was remarkably sensitive. He took another step, moving past the rear passenger door, and raised his left hand, palm flat. He could already feel the familiar sensations of an action he'd performed countless times before, his palm meeting the metal about a foot from the edge of the lid so the force would distribute evenly across both hinges, preventing the panel from buckling. Both calibrated springs would stretch in unison with a soft creak, and the lid would lower smoothly until the upmarket mechanism caught and pulled it securely shut. He got as far as placing his palm on the panel. Without conscious thought, he shifted his weight, not in anger but simply for balance, and the movement curled his shoulders forward, tilting his head down and shifting his gaze. Faced with the choice between the newly illuminated interior of the trunk and the unbroken stretch of dark pavement, his eyes naturally went to the light. Asghar Ered Seper was staring back at him. His eyes were open and unseeing, his olive complexion now a sickly, pale yellow in the glare. The forces of the drive had wedged him into the rear corner of the trunk, leaving his limbs tangled and his neck bent at an odd, questioning angle. The man working for Ma Maney froze, his hand resting on the cold metal, his breath caught in his throat. His heart seeming to stall, he wrenched his gaze away, only to have it snap back. This was no illusion. The scene was unchanged. A gasp escaped him, then his breathing came in ragged pants, his heart hammering against his ribs, a violent tremor starting in his hands. Asghar's vacant stare held him. He pulled his hand from the lid and stumbled around to the back of the car, standing in the cloud of idle exhaust, pressing his fingertips to his forehead as he looked down in utter confusion. Asghar was undeniably dead, yet there was no blood. No bullet hole, no crushed skull, no marks of strangulation or stab wounds. Nothing to explain it except his friend, discarded and disheveled in the trunk. He stumbled away 20 paces 30 before whirling around under the vast, indifferent sky. He threw his head back, arms raised, and let out a silent, furious scream at the moon, his eyes squeezed shut, his feet stamping the ground in a frantic, stationary run. The outburst spent, he dragged his hands down his face and forced himself to think. The sheer artistry of the setup was almost beautiful in its cruelty. His friend had been killed 60 miles away by some invisible means, then placed in a trunk of a car that had no conceivable link to Rossi's crew or Saphir's. Then his own rental was taken, forcing him to steal this very vehicle, the only option in the whole damn town, as if he were a character in a story written by someone else. It was a masterpiece of manipulation. Facts were facts, however. Steeling himself, he returned to the trunk. He maneuvered Asghar's body to the center and began a meticulous inspection under the hot trunk light like a medical examiner over a slab. It revealed nothing. No fractures, no contusions, no wounds or defensive marks. His neck was fine. His gun, knife, and money were gone, which was telling. Stranger still were the mundane contents surrounding him. A crumpled grocery bag with an old receipt, a local newspaper still neatly folded, some dried leaves, and a little dirt as if from potting plants. This was just some regular person's car, utterly unprepared for its macabre cargo. So, whose car was it? That was the question. The license plates would provide confirmation naturally if they were legitimate. But there might be a quicker method, considering nothing appeared to have been cleaned or hidden. Ma Maney's operative moved to the front passenger side, opened the door, and leaned inside to pop open the glove compartment. Inside was a substantial black leather folio about the size of a novel, embossed with the Cadillac crest in gold leaf. Within it, he discovered 2 manuals, one comprehensive for the vehicle, one slimmer for the audio system, along with a dealer's business card tucked into a dedicated slot, a vehicle registration, and an insurance certificate. He extracted the 2 official papers, let the folio fall to the floor mat, and held the documents up to the dim glow from the glove box light. The car was registered to Seth Duncan. The realization hit with a cold, dreadful clarity that made sudden, terrible sense. Every single assumption had been catastrophically wrong from the very beginning. There was no other conclusion to draw. The mysterious giant on a rampage was a phantom. No one had glimpsed him or could describe him because he was a fabrication, a fictional lure, an elaborate deception. The entire story about a delayed shipment was a complete fabrication, a performance orchestrated from start to finish. The objective was to draw everyone here to Nebraska to be excised, eliminated, and erased. The Duncans were pruning their own network, severing connections, aiming to rebuild the chain with no intermediaries between their own operation and the Saudi buyers, securing a staggering windfall of profit in the process. It was a bold, almost arrogant plan, yet undeniably obvious and entirely within their reach. Clearly, their capabilities had been monstrously underestimated by everyone. They weren't the simple backwater rubes they were presumed to be. They were cold, calculating tacticians of genuine and startling skill, subtle, sophisticated, and capable of profound strategic insight. They had correctly identified Ma Maney as their most significant threat, and had utterly neutered his response from the outset by somehow mysteriously eliminating Asgar before the conflict even formally began. Then, by leaving his undisturbed body in a car they knew would be traced back to them, they sent not just a coup, but a message, a brazen, artfully delivered statement that declared, "Our reach is limitless. We can touch anyone, anywhere, and you will never comprehend how," and just in case subtlety was lost on anyone, they had provided a brutally unambiguous demonstration by reaching out and incinerating Saphir's men in the motel parking lot. Rossi's crew hadn't done that. Rossi's men were likely already dead themselves, somewhere, somehow, perhaps dismembered, drained of blood, or worse. Rossi's own contact had used those very words when describing the Duncans' purported preferences. The thought sent a fresh wave of isolation crashing over Ma Maney's man. He was utterly alone, the last one standing. He had no allies, no knowledge of the landscape, and no clear plan except for a burning, singular need to retaliate, to fight back, to exact some measure of payback. There was no other desire left. He gazed through the oppressive darkness at the 3 Duncan residences, their windows like distant, watchful eyes, with a sense of grim ceremony. He closed the trunk lid over Asgar, applying gentle pressure with his fingertips as if playing a final mournful note. He then walked back along the gritty shoulder, leaned into the passenger door to retrieve his Glock from the seat, and shut the door softly. Skirting the hood of the car, he crossed the empty road and stepped onto the rough, dormant soil of a fallow field. He began walking a straight path parallel to the Duncans' fenced driveway, the 3 houses looming about a football field's distance ahead. His gun was firm in his right hand, his knife steady in his left. Unseen, half a mile behind those same houses, Roberto Cassano slowed the Chevrolet, swung it through a sharp turn, and let it roll silently closer to the compound. 100 yards from the house, he eased the car to a halt and set the parking brake. He reached up and clicked the dome light off, ensuring it wouldn't betray them when the doors opened. He exchanged a silent look with Angelo Mancini beside him. A shared nod passed between them before they slipped out into the cool night air. Each drew a Colt revolver, holding the weapons tight behind their backs to keep the moonlight from catching the polished steel. Shoulder to shoulder, they began the long walk across the open ground, a full football field's distance still ahead. Inside the house, the doctor, his wife, and Dorothy Coe sat in strained silence around the dining table. The football player who had been posted by the door had since wandered into the living room, sprawling across the sofa to watch recorded NFL highlights on the doctor's large television. His partner had drifted from the basement door and was leaning against the hallway wall, watching the screen from an angle, both men absorbed in the game. The sound was turned low, but the announcer's urgent commentary rumbled clearly through the speakers. With the room lights off, the television's vivid colors danced and flickered against the walls outside. The night was still and dark. The phone had rung several times, unanswered. Everything felt quiet, almost peaceful, like a lazy holiday afternoon. Then, without warning, every light and appliance in the house went dead. The television screen blinked out, the sound cut off, and the low background hum of the furnace fell silent. A deep, heavy quiet settled in, and the temperature seemed to drop instantly. The walls themselves seemed to vanish, blurring the line between inside and out, as if the small house had been swallowed by the immense empty landscape surrounding it. In the hallway, the guard pushed himself off the wall and stood motionless. On the sofa, his partner swung his feet to the floor and sat up straight. "What just happened?" he asked. "Beats me," the other replied. "Doctor, you got an explanation?" The doctor rose from his chair and felt his way to the dining room doorway. "The power's out," he said. "No kidding, genius. Did you forget to pay the electric bill? It's not that. Then what is it? Could be an outage for the whole neighborhood." The man from the living room shuffled to the window and stared into the blackness outside. "And how would we even know that?" he muttered, his partner asked. "Where's the breaker box?" "In the basement," the doctor answered. "Perfect. Reacher's awake and messing with us." The guard edged through the darkness toward the basement door, fingertips tracing the hallway wall until he found it. He pounded a fist against the wood. "Turn it back on, you jerk!" No reply. The house remained pitch black, without even a sliver of light. "Reacher, restore the power now." Still nothing. Only cold and silence. The other man made his way into the hallway. Maybe he's still unconscious. Maybe this is a real outage. "You got a flashlight, Doc?" the first guard demanded in the garage. "Then go get it. I can't see a thing." "Figure it out, all right." The doctor moved hesitantly down the hall, fingers brushing the wall, bumping into one of the guards, sensing the other's large frame and veering around it. He reached the kitchen, stumbling against a chair that rattled loudly, then banging his thighs against the edge of the table. Navigating blindly was harder than he'd imagined. He trailed his hands along the countertops, past the sink and stove, until he reached the mudroom at the back. Turning carefully, he stretched his arms out, found the garage door, and turned the knob. A step down into the chilly garage, he felt his way to the workbench. Reaching up, his fingers traced the tools clipped neatly above it, a hammer solid, and threatening screwdrivers. Sharp and precise wrenches, cold and heavy to the touch, his fingers closed around the plastic body of the flashlight, and he tugged it free from its clip. A click of the switch produced a dim, yellowish beam. He smacked the head against his palm, and the light flickered, then brightened slightly. When he turned, a football player was standing right beside him, the same one from the living room. The man grinned, plucked the flashlight from his grasp, and held it under his chin, his features twisting into a grotesque jack-o'-lantern leer. "Nice job, Doc," he said, then swung the beam around and started painting a path back toward the house with it. The doctor trailed behind, stepping into the same pools of light a moment later, head back to the dining room. The football player ordered, shining the way. Once the doctor was at the table, the man added, "All of you stay put. Don't move a muscle before shutting the door on them." His partner whispered, "What's the plan now?" The one holding the flashlight replied, "We have to figure out if Reacher is conscious or not. We hit him pretty good." "Your best guess? What's yours?" The man with the light didn't answer. He moved back down the hall to the basement door and slapped it hard with his palm. "Reacher, turn the power back on," he shouted, "or things are going to get ugly up here. Nothing, just silence." He hit the door again. "I'm serious, Reacher. Turn the damn lights back on." Still no response. The other man repeated, "So what now?" "Go get the doctor's wife," the first man said, aiming the beam at the dining room door. His partner went in and came out guiding the woman by her elbow. "Scream," the man with the flashlight commanded. "What? Scream, or I'll give you a reason to." She hesitated, blinking in the harsh light, then let out a long, piercing shriek that echoed in the dark hall. When she stopped, the silence felt heavier than before. The man hammered on the basement door again. "You hear that, you jerk?" No answer. He jerked the beam back toward the dining room, and his partner led the doctor's wife down the hall, pushed her inside, and closed the door. Well, the partner asked, we wait for daylight. That's 4 hours from now. You have a better idea. We could call the mothership. They'll just tell us to deal with it. I'm not going down there, not with him down there. Me either. So what do? We wait him out. He thinks he's clever, but he isn't. Sitting in the dark isn't exactly rocket science. Anyone can do it. They followed the bobbing beam back to the living room and sat side by side on the sofa, the old Remington propped between them. Clicking off the flashlight to conserve the battery, they were plunged back into pitch darkness, cold, silent, and still. Meanwhile, Mamani's man moved parallel to the driveway for about 100 yards until he reached a section of fence blocking his way south. It marked the lower left part of the T-shaped layout of the Duncan property. The fence was built from 5-inch rails, slightly warped but easy to climb. He got over without trouble and paused, taking in the scene. 3 pickup trucks and a Mazda parked to his left, the southernmost house directly ahead. Only the center house was completely dark. The other 2 showed faint, indirect light as if from back rooms with a hint of wood smoke hanging in the air. No voices, no sounds at all. He stood there, weighing his options, left or right. A sudden, distant owl hoot broke the quiet, making him tense, a reminder that even in the stillness, something was always watching. Cassano and Mancini approached the compound from the back, emerging from the dark fallow field. They paused at the fence line directly across from the central house, which they believed belonged to Jonas. It was shut tight and dark, but the kitchens in the houses on either side glowed, casting bright rectangles of light across the weedy gravel of the backyard. The gravel was packed into the dirt, but Cassano knew it could still betray them with noise. He'd tested it himself earlier that day while finding a quiet spot for his calls to Rossi. Their safest approach was to stay in the shadow of the field, skirting the fence, and then move directly to their selected entry point to minimize any sound, but which house to choose, Jasper's on the left or Jacob's on the right. Unbeknownst to them, all 4 Duncan men were currently in Jasper's basement, rummaging through old boxes in search of more veterinary anesthetic. They had used the last of the hog sedative on Seth's broken nose, and his shattered hand now demanded something far stronger. 2 of his fingers were already swollen grotesquely, the skin stretched taut and shiny. Jasper was convinced he had a potent equine-grade solution somewhere. He intended to find it and flood Seth's wrist joint, reasoning, without any formal medical knowledge, that the affected nerves must pass through there. Where else could they possibly go? Seth himself wasn't complaining about the weight, Jasper noted, with a flicker of pride that the boy was handling it well. He was maturing. The petulance that followed the broken nose had vanished, replaced by a stiff-backed resolve. The glow of personal achievement and the simmering prospect of revenge were, it seemed, powerful painkillers all on their own. Is this the one? Jonas called out, holding up a small round pint bottle of brown glass. Its label was stained and crowded with technical terms, some in Latin. Jasper squinted through the dim basement light and gave a curt nod. You got it then? From the floor above their heads came the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Jacob was the first up the cellar stairs. His initial absurd thought was that one of the local high school football players had wandered in. The floors in these old rural houses were built from the dense heartwood of ancient pines, thick, solid planks that transmitted vibration but muffled detail. It was impossible to identify the intruder by sound alone. The hallway was empty when he reached it, but in the kitchen he found a man standing perfectly still. He was small, wiry, and rumpled, with dark, lifeless eyes. His shirt was buttoned but tieless, and he looked like he hadn't washed in days. In his left hand was a knife, held low in his right, a pistol aimed squarely at Jacob's chest. Jacob froze. The man placed his knife carefully on the kitchen table and raised a finger to his lips. Jacob remained silent, but behind him, his son and brothers were already crowding into the kitchen, too quickly to be halted. The man swept his gun muzzle back and forth, left and right, hurting the 4 Duncans until they stood shoulder to shoulder in a line. Then he tilted his wrist, moving the barrel down and up in a slow patting motion against the air. Nobody moved. Get on your knees, the man said. "Who are you?" Jacob asked. "You killed my friend." "I didn't kill anyone. One of you Duncans did. We don't even know who you are. On your knees." The demand hung in the air. The little man picked up his knife again, his gaze sweeping over them. "Which one of you is Seth?" After a brief hesitation, Seth raised his uninjured hand like a schoolboy acknowledging his name. "You killed my friend?" the man said, his voice flat. "And you put his body in the trunk of your Cadillac?" "No," Jacob insisted, a note of desperation creeping in. "That was Reacher. He stole that car today." "It was him. Reacher doesn't exist." "He does. He's the one who broke my son's nose." And his hand, the gun didn't waver, but the man turned his head to look at Seth, at the aluminum splint and the swollen, discolored fingers. Jacob pressed on. "We haven't left this place all day." But Reacher was at the Marriott. The afternoon had bled into evening, that much was clear. He had abandoned the Cadillac right there. Where is he at this moment? "We aren't certain. We believe he's nearby." "How did he return?" "Maybe he took your rental." "Did your associate have the key?" The small man remained silent. Jacob pressed. "Who exactly are you?" "I am here for Mameni." "That name means nothing to us. He purchases your product through Saphir. We don't know anyone by that name either. We sell to an Italian gentleman in Las Vegas, a Mr. Rossi. After that, our involvement ends." "You're attempting to cut out every middleman." "We are not. We are simply trying to get our shipment home. That is the entirety of it." "Where is it now?" "En route. But we cannot bring it in until Reacher is dealt with." "Why is that? You know perfectly well why. This sort of transaction cannot be conducted in the open. You should be assisting us, not aiming weapons at us." The little man offered no reply. Jacob said, "Lower the gun. Let's all sit and discuss this like reasonable men. We are, after all, on the same side here." The little man kept the pistol steady and said, "Saphir's men are also dead." "Reacher," Jacob stated flatly. "He is still out there." "What about Rossi's men? We haven't seen them lately. Is that so?" "I give you my word." A long, heavy silence followed. Then the little man spoke. "All right, circumstances evolved. Life moves forward for everyone. From this point on, you will sell directly to Mameni." Jacob Duncan replied, "Our agreement is with Mr. Rossi." The little man said, "Not any longer." Jacob Duncan had no answer. Meanwhile, Cassano and Mancini had decided to try Jacob Duncan's house first, a logical choice, as Jacob was plainly the family patriarch. They retreated a few steps from the fence and moved alongside it until they were opposite Jacob's kitchen window. A bar of yellow light spilled from it, painting a bright rectangle on the gravel, but it fell short of the fence by a good 6 feet. They scaled the fence and skirted the edge of the light, moving silently across the gravel, Cassano going right, Mancini left before pressing themselves against the house's back wall to peer inside. The room was empty. Mancini eased the door open and Cassano entered first. The house was utterly silent. No sound whatsoever, no one awake, no one asleep. Having searched countless places, they knew what to listen for. They slipped back out, retraced their steps across the yard, climbed back into the field, and walked north in the darkness until they were lined up with Jasper's window. They climbed the fence once more, carefully avoiding the light. Pressing against the wall, they looked inside. The scene was nothing like they anticipated, not even remotely close. There was only one Iranian, not two. No cheerful conversation, no smiles, no bourbon toasts. Instead, Mameni's man stood with a gun in one hand and a knife in the other, while all 4 Duncans cowered before him. The old window glass was wavy and thin in spots, making Jacob Duncan's urgent voice just faintly audible. Jacob was saying, "We have operated for a very long time, sir, on principles of trust and loyalty. We cannot alter our arrangements now. We deal exclusively with Mr. Rossi, perhaps. Now that Mr. Saphir appears to be out of the picture, Mr. Rossi could sell directly to you in the future. That might prove advantageous. But that is the only possibility we can even suggest, and it is not truly ours to offer," the little man said. "Mameni will not accept half a pie when the whole thing is sitting right on the table." "But it is not on our table." Jacob insisted, a note of weary defiance creeping into his tone. "I repeat, we deal solely with Mr. Rossi." "Do you now?" the little man asked, his voice dripping with a sudden icy sarcasm. He shifted his stance, standing sideways, and raised his arm level with his shoulder. Closing one eye, he tracked the gun with slow, mechanical precision back and forth along the line of men like a battleship turret traversing its target. He paused first on Seth, then Jasper, then Jonas, then Jacob before sweeping back again. Jonas, Jasper, Seth. Finally, the gun came to a dead stop, aimed squarely at Jonas Duncan, right between his eyes. The little man's finger tightened on the trigger, turning bone white. In the same instant, the window shattered and the top of his skull erupted, filling the cramped space with a storm of glittering glass and gun smoke. The deafening roar of a .45 echoed off the walls, followed by a wet slap as blood and tissue painted the opposite side of the room. Before the body hit the floor, Mancini and Cassano stepped inside from the darkness of the yard. Less than an hour later, the two football players were utterly fed up with sitting in the dark. Boredom was the least of it. They felt restless, edgy, and deeply annoyed. The real sting was the humiliation. They weren't used to losing, not in any form, and here they were being outmaneuvered minute by minute in their own territory. These were men who always came out on top, the alpha dogs in any room. Being left without power, without heat, and without their Sunday night football highlights wasn't just an inconvenience. It felt like a personal insult. "We've got a shotgun, for crying out loud," one grumbled. His partner stared into the gloom. "It's a huge basement. He could be holed up anywhere down there. We have a flashlight, barely puts out a glow. Maybe he's still knocked out. Could be a real electrical problem. And we're just sitting here like a couple of chumps. He'd be awake by now. So what if he is? It's one guy against a shotgun and a light. He was military. That doesn't make him a superhero. How would we even do this? We could tape the flashlight right to the barrel, go down single file like in the films. We'd spot him before he spots us. We're not supposed to kill him, remember? Seth wants that pleasure for himself later. We could aim for his legs, just wound him. Or better yet, make him surrender. He'd have to staring down a shotgun. We could use the same tape to tie him up. Should have done that from the start, except we don't have any tape for either plan. Let's check the garage. If we find some, we'll decide. They followed the weak beam of their flashlight through the hallway, past the kitchen, and into the mudroom, finally pushing into the garage, and there it was waiting for them on the workbench, a brand new thick roll of silver duct tape, its packaging still crisp. They carried it back, a silent agreement hanging between them. Peeling off the plastic wrap, they picked at the tape's end and pulled a strip free. Working in the faint reflected light, they fitted the flashlight against the shotgun barrel. It sat snugly below the front sight, the lens jutting just past the muzzle. It would work, but securing it meant wrapping tape right over the power switch, a point of commitment. Once they did that, they were going downstairs, no sense wasting the battery on empty threats.
"Well," one finally asked.
Dawn was still 3 hours away. The cocktail of boredom, irritation, and wounded pride had fully fermented. His partner let out a slow breath. "Let's do it!" He braced the shotgun across his knees, holding the flashlight in position. The other man wrestled with the roll, the tape tearing with a sticky rasp as he wound it round and round, mummifying the assembly until it was bulky and secure. He bent, bit off a trailing strip, and pressed it down firmly, then squeezed the whole bundle between his palms, smoothing the edges with his thumbs. The first man lifted the weapon, testing its weight, sweeping the beam left and right. The light held true, moving in perfect unison with the muzzle. "All right," he said, a grim satisfaction in his voice. "Looks good. The beam's like a laser pointer now, can't possibly miss." The other nodded, his tone turning abruptly sarcastic. "Right, because everything always goes exactly according to plan. Just remember, aim low. We're going for a kneecap, not a trophy. If you spot him, drop the muzzle and aim for his legs, unless he gives up right away." "Right. The goal is to stop him from moving, but if he makes a move, you take the shot. Where's he likely to be? Hard to say." most likely out of view at the foot of the staircase, or maybe tucked behind the water heater. It's plenty big enough to hide someone. They moved cautiously down the hall, the flashlight beam cutting a path to the basement door. The man holding the shotgun spoke quietly. "You swing it open and step clear, then get behind me. I'll go down slow, sweeping the light around. Call out if you see anything. We have to keep talking each other through this." "Got it," his partner replied, his hand resting on the doorknob. "Are we absolutely sure about this?" "I'm ready." "All right. On 3, you do the count," the armed man began. 1, then 2. "Hold on," the other interrupted. "What if he's right on the other side of this door, at the top of the stairs, just waiting to rush us before we're set?" "You really think so?" "That would mean he's been standing there for a full hour. Sometimes people wait all day. Snipers do that. This guy isn't a sniper, but it's possible he's probably behind the water heater. Or maybe he isn't. I could shoot straight through the door, and if he's not there, you'll just warn him. He'll know as soon as the flashlight hits the stairs anyway. This door has a steel core. Remember what Seth told us?" The man with the gun let out a frustrated sigh. "So what's the plan? We could just wait until morning." A wave of impatience and wounded pride washed over the armed man. "No." "Fine. Then I'll yank it open fast and you fire 1 round instantly. Aim low where his feet should be. Don't hesitate. Just pull the trigger no matter what right away." "Okay, but then we have to rush down immediately." "We will. The blast will stun him. That shotgun is going to be deafening. Ready?" "I'm ready." The shooter adjusted his stance, estimating the door's swing, planting his feet firmly with the stock against his shoulder. He squinted one eye, finger tense on the trigger. His partner added, "Remember? Aim low." The oval of light steadied on the lower part of the door. On 3, you count. 1, 2, 3. The first man twisted the knob and threw the door wide. The second fired immediately, a brilliant flash and a thunderous 12-gauge roar that shook the walls. Chapter 48. Reacher had examined the electrical panel and decided to kill all the power at once, banking on predictable human behavior. He was fairly certain the 2 football players upstairs would turn out to be less than ideal guards. In his experience, almost all sentries were. It was a constant military headache. Boredom crept in, focus drifted, discipline crumbled. History was full of disasters sparked by lousy guard duty, and these weren't soldiers, they were athletes. Reacher figured they'd stay alert for maybe 10 or 15 minutes before getting sloppy. They'd probably make coffee, flip on the TV, and settle in. So he gave them a full half hour to get comfortable, then cut every circuit, ensuring whatever distraction they'd chosen went dark. Then human nature would kick in again. These 2 were used to being in charge, to getting what they wanted, to winning. Losing their TV or their coffee wasn't a life-or-death blow, but for guys like them it felt like a shove in a bar parking lot, a direct challenge. It would gnaw at them. They wouldn't ignore it for long. Ego would demand a response, starting with anger, then threats, then a clumsy, poorly planned move, classic human nature. Reacher threw the breakers, found the stairs in the pitch black, and crept up to the top step to listen, a faint, dry smile touching his lips as he imagined their irritation boiling over upstairs. The door was solid and snug in its frame, so he caught only muffled sounds, the occasional hammering close to his ear, and then the doctor's wife's scream, which he dismissed right away. It sounded theatrical, not genuine. He'd heard enough real fear to tell the difference. After that, he waited in the darkness. Silence stretched for nearly an hour, longer than he'd anticipated. Bullies were usually cowards, but these 2 had even less backbone than he'd figured. They had a shotgun, for crying out loud, and he assumed they'd found a flashlight. What were they hesitating for? A written invitation? Mommy's blessing? He stayed put, motionless, until he finally detected careful movement on the other side of the door. He pictured one man gripping the shotgun, the other aiming the light. They'd probably inch down slowly behind the barrel, just like in some bad movie. Their main goal, he reasoned, would be to capture and restrain him, not kill him. Partly because there's a world of difference between roughing up a quarterback and murdering someone. and partly because Seth Duncan would want him alive for future amusement, so if they fired, they'd aim low. And if they had any sense, they'd shoot right away, because sooner or later they'd realize his smartest move was to wait right at the top of the stairs for the element of surprise. He felt the doorknob turn, then a pause. Pressing his back flat against the wall on the hinged side, he planted one foot on the opposite wall at waist height, straightened his legs slightly, and braced himself. Then he lifted his other foot into position and walked himself upward, palms and soles against the walls, until his head brushed the stairwell ceiling and he was suspended about 4 feet off the ground. He held still. The door swung open away from him, and in a split second he saw a flashlight taped to a shotgun barrel before the weapon fired instantly, point blank, angled downward right beneath his bent knees. The stairwell erupted with deafening noise, flames, smoke, dust, wood splinters from the stairs, and shards of plastic where the muzzle blast shattered the flashlight. Then the flash died, plunging the house into pitch black again. Reacher pushed off from his braced position, landing with his right foot on the top stair and his left on the second, balanced and ready. Using the bright afterimage burned into his vision, he leaned down, grabbed the shotgun two-handed where he knew it must be, and tore it free. He backhanded it hard into the holder's face, achieving 2 things at once, sending the man stumbling backward and cycling the pump action loudly, crunch, crunch. Shouldering the swinging door aside, he felt it slam into the second guy, then burst out of the stairwell and fired into the floor. He wasn't really trying to hit anyone, he just needed the brief light from the muzzle flash. In that instant, he saw one man down on his left and the other still standing on his right. Launching himself at the upright target, he clubbed the gun into the guy, cycled the action against his face, crunch, crunch, and brought him down. He kicked hard at the fallen form, head, ribs, arms, legs, whatever he could find, then danced back to stamp and kick the first guy in the dark, unaimed and wild, delivering overwhelming force without discrimination. He didn't let up until long after he was sure it was enough. Finally, he stopped, stepped back, and stood still, listening. Most of what he heard was panicked breathing from the room on his left, the dining room. He called out, "Doctor, it's Reacher. I'm okay. No one was hit. The situation is contained, but I need the lights back on." Silence answered him, thick and absolute in the dark. "Doctor, the faster the better, all right?" Movement stirred from the dining room, the scrape of a chair leg, a palm brushing plaster, a clumsy foot thumping against a table. Then the door swung open, and the doctor emerged, a shadow sensed more than seen in the blackness. Reacher's voice cut through. "Got another flashlight?" "No," the doctor said. "Fine. Head down and flip the breakers for me. Watch the stairs. They took some damage. Right now." "In a second," Reacher said. Then he raised his voice, aiming it at the floor. "You two down there? You listening?" Only the dark replied. Reacher began to move, sliding his boots forward, feeling his way with the worn toes. He nudged against the first man's head, estimated the location of his stomach, and drove the shotgun muzzle hard into his gut. He pivoted from there like stepping off a pole and located the second man a yard away. They were laid out on their backs almost neatly aligned, feet nearly touching. Reacher planted himself between them, knocking the side of one boot against a sole and the other boot against its counterpart. He settled his stance, pointed the shotgun at the floorboards in front of him, and practiced a tight, sweeping arc, left, then right, then back, like a hitter warming up before the pitch. His voice was flat. "You so much as twitch, I'll put a round in each of you, one after the other. You won't walk right again." Nothing. Not a sound. Reacher called out, "All right, doctor, go ahead, take it slow." He listened to the shuffle of the doctor's hands along the wall, the cautious tread on the stairs, fingertips trailing, the groan and snap of broken wood underfoot, then the firm click of a heel on the concrete basement floor. 10 seconds later, light flooded the room, the TV blared back to life with frantic commentators, and the furnace kicked on with a hum and a whir. Reacher squeezed his eyes shut against the glare, then forced them open to slits. The 2 men on the floor were a mess, bruised and bleeding. One was unconscious, the other stared, dazed. Reacher fixed that with a swift kick to the temple, spotting the roll of duct tape on the sofa. He set to work 5 minutes later. Both men were wrapped tight, bound back to back at the neck, waist, and ankles. They were far too heavy to drag, so Reacher left them right where they lay, covering the splintered patch of flooring where his shotgun blast had torn into the wood. Job done, he thought. Job done, Jacob Duncan thought with a swell of satisfaction. Seth's Cadillac had been hauled back from the ditch, and the two dead Iranians had been stripped bare, their clothes fed into the kitchen stove. Their bodies were dragged to the doorway and left in the yard for later. The kitchen wall and floor were wiped down, the shattered glass swept up, the broken window patched with tape and wax paper. Seth's hand was bandaged, and Jasper brought in extra chairs from the parlor. Now all 6 men sat crowded around the table, the 4 Duncans plus Cassano and Mancini elbow to elbow, a picture of sudden camaraderie. The Knob Creek whiskey was poured, and toasts were made to each other, to success, to a profitable partnership ahead. Jacob Duncan leaned back, sipping his drink with a deep, private triumph. He had seen Cassano at the window, had spotted the level, 45, and had kept talking just a little longer, just a bit louder, proclaiming his unwavering loyalty to Rossi, cementing the deal beyond any doubt, all while holding his nerve and waiting for the shot that finally came. The whole performance had been a masterstroke, and now surrounded by his allies, he felt utterly vindicated. Quick thinking, courage under pressure, and a flawless outcome. Profits were now set to double indefinitely. Reacher was securely contained underground, with 2 reliable men standing watch. Best of all, the shipment was rolling, and a modest, almost considerate portion would be kept aside for the family's private enjoyment. It was the kind of minor acceptable loss that made the entire wild venture feel justified. Jacob lifted his glass in a toast. To us, he declared, savoring how perfectly things had turned out. Meanwhile, Reacher rummaged through a kitchen drawer, found a small paring knife, and sawed away the mangled remnants of the flashlight from the shotgun. Amateurs never really grasped gunpowder to launch a heavy slug hundreds of miles per hour. The explosion creates a focused, violent bubble of gas capable of obliterating anything unfortunate enough to be in front of the barrel. That's why proper tactical lights are metal and mounted behind the muzzle, not ahead of it. He tossed the ruined plastic into the trash and scanned the room. "Where's my coat?" the doctor's wife replied. "In the hall closet. When we came back inside, I gathered up all the coats to hang them. Yours got mixed in. I figured I should stash it. I assumed you might have useful items in the pockets." Reacher peeked into the hallway. "Those guys didn't even check my pockets. No. Maybe I should go kick them in the head again. Could be the only way to jumpstart their brains." The doctor's wife pointed to a chair. "Sit," he complied, and she leaned in for a close inspection. "Your nose looks absolutely awful." "Tell me about it," Reacher muttered. He could see the blurry, swollen purple mass hovering in his peripheral vision, an unfamiliar intruder in his line of sight. He'd never actually seen his own nose before, except reflected. "Your husband should probably take a look. There's nothing he can do. It needs to be set. I already took care of that. I'm serious. Believe me, it's as set as it's going to get. But we can clean those cuts if you want. Use that antiseptic from earlier." Dorothy co-assisted. They began with warm water, gently dabbing away the dried blood. Then they moved on to cotton balls and the sharp, stinging liquid. The skin had split in deep, U-shaped gashes, and every touch sent a fresh jolt of pain. The doctor's wife was meticulous. It was an intensely unpleasant few minutes. Finally, Dorothy K. rinsed his face and patted it dry with a paper towel. The doctor's wife asked, "Headache?" A little, Reacher admitted. "Do you know what day it is?" "Yes." "Who's the president of what?" "The Nebraska Corn Growers Association." "No clue. I should bandage your face." "Not necessary," Reacher said. "Just lend me some scissors." "What for?" "You'll see." She found a pair, and he located the roll of duct tape. He cut a clean 8-inch strip and laid it sticky side up on the table. Then he cut a smaller 2-inch piece, trimming it into a triangle. He pressed the triangle, adhesive to adhesive, onto the center of the longer strip. Picking up the assembly, He smoothed it firmly across his face, a broad silver streak running from one cheekbone to the other, just beneath his eyes. "Finest field dressing in the world," he stated. "The Marines once flew me from Lebanon to Germany with nothing but duct tape holding my insides together. It's not sterile, close enough, can't be comfortable. But I can see past it. That's what matters," Dorothy Coe observed. "It looks like war paint." Another point in its favor. The doctor walked in and stared for a beat but offered no remark. Instead, he asked, "What happens now?" They returned to the dining room and settled in the dark to watch the road. 3 more Cornhuskers were still out there somewhere, and it was possible they'd rotate in and out, swapping shifts like any other job. Reacher hoped every last one of them decided to show up eventually. He kept the duct tape and the Remington within easy reach. The doctor remarked, "We haven't heard any updates." Reacher gave a slow nod. "That's because you were cut off from the phone, but it rang, which tells you something has changed. We believe 3 things have changed. It rang 3 separate times." "What's your theory?" "The gang conflict. 3 men are left, 3 calls. Perhaps they're all gone now. They can't all be gone. At least the winner has to still be breathing. You don't usually see murder-suicide in these kinds of fights. Fine, then maybe 2 are dead. Maybe the guy in the Cadillac took out the Italians." Reacher shook his head. "More likely it happened the other way around. The man in the Cadillac would be an easy target. He's by himself, and he's unfamiliar with this area. This landscape is strange. It takes time to learn. The Italians have been here longer than he has. Honestly, they've been here longer than I have, and I feel like I've been stuck here for an eternity." The doctor's wife spoke up. "I don't even understand how this qualifies as a gang war. Why would some criminal sitting in Las Vegas or somewhere just back off because 2 of his men ran into trouble in Nebraska?" Reacher said, "The 2 at the motel got more than trouble. You know what I'm saying?" "Consider it," Reacher went on. "Imagine the boss is at home in Vegas, relaxing by his pool, enjoying a cigar, when his supplier calls and says he's cutting him out of the deal. What does the boss do? He sends his guys over, obviously, but his guys just got taken down, so now he's broke. He's got no leverage left. He's finished, game over. He must have more guys. They all have more guys. They can fight 2 on 2 or 10 on 10 or 20 on 20. There's always a winner and a loser. They accept the outcome and move on. They're like stags in rut. It's in their blood. So what kind of gangs are these? The ordinary kind. The kind that makes serious money from something against the law? Something like what? I'm not sure, but it's not gambling debts. It's not some abstract number on paper. It's real physical. It has weight and size. It has to be. That's what the Duncans do. They run a trucking business, so they're hauling something in, and it's moving from point A to B to C to D drugs. I doubt it. You don't truck drugs south to Vegas. You can get them straight from Mexico or South America or California. Drug money, then, to be cleaned through the casinos. Maybe coming from big eastern cities through Chicago." "Could be," Reacher said. "Whatever it is, it's clearly valuable. That's why everyone's in such a panic. It has to be the sort of thing that makes you grin and rub your hands together when you see it coming through the gate. And it's probably late now, which explains why there are so many people swarming around up here. They're all nervous. They all want to witness it arriving because it's tangible and worth a fortune. They all want to get their hands on their piece and guard their share, but first they want to help clear the blockage. Which is what me, I suppose? Either the Duncans are delayed for some other reason and they're using me as a scapegoat, or this is something no outsider can be allowed to see. Maybe the zone needs to be sterilized before it can come through. Have you ever been told to avoid certain areas for stretches of time? Not really. Ever seen any strange deliveries, any large unexplained vehicles? We see Duncan trucks often less in the winter. I heard the harvest rigs are all in Ohio. They are, nothing bigger than vans around here now. Reacher nodded. One of which was missing from the lot, 3 parking spots, 2 vans. So what's valuable enough and small enough to fit in a van? Jacob Duncan could see that the dead man in the Cadillac's trunk had shifted Roberto Cassano's perspective for good, Mancini's too. Now both men fully believed Reacher was a real danger. How else could they interpret it? The dead man bore no injuries. None whatsoever. So what had Reacher actually done to the man? Scared him to death? Jacob could see the question turning over in both Cassano and Mancini's minds. He gave them time, sitting quietly until Cassano finally met his gaze across the table. "I owe you an apology," Cassano said, his tone uncharacteristically earnest. "A sincere one, for not listening when you warned us about Reacher." Jacob held his look. "What exactly are you apologizing for, sir? For dismissing your concerns earlier. I was wrong." "Apology accepted. Thank you. That doesn't change our current problem, though," Jacob pointed out. "Reacher is still out there. Nothing moves forward until he's dealt with. We've got 3 men on it already. They'll work around the clock if they have to, however long it takes. We can't afford for Mr. Rossi to see us as the weaker party in this new arrangement. That impression matters." Cassano shifted in his chair. "Maybe we should join the search?" "All of us. Mancini and me." "Interesting," Jacob mused, a slow smile forming. "We could make a contest of it. Whoever finds him gets to open the renegotiation on profit share. How's that for motivation? You have more men. But you two are professionals. We're just locals." Cassano's eyes narrowed. "You want a fair fight? Fine. Send your 3 boys home. Put one of your own out there instead. Alone. That's 2 against 1. Last man standing wins. Winner takes the advantage. Should I make that call?" "Do what you want," Cassano said, rising abruptly. "We'll beat anyone you put in the field." He finished his drink, set the glass down hard, and left with Mancini heading out the back door toward their car still parked beyond the fence. Jacob watched them go, then leaned back, a satisfied calm settling over him. Let them waste their night chasing shadows. Soon enough, Reacher would surface, Rossi's confidence would take a quiet hit, and the balance would shift, just enough. Jacob smiled, victory through patience and cunning. Outside the window, the road lay dark and still. The 2 vehicles from Nebraska sat cold on the shoulder, an SUV and a pickup barely visible. The moon flickered behind shifting clouds, sometimes a pale glow, sometimes swallowed completely. In the quiet house, the doctor shifted uncomfortably. "I don't like just waiting here." "Then don't," Reacher said. "Go lie down, get some sleep." "What about you?" "I'm waiting for first light." "Why?" "No streetlights out here, hard to see in the dark. You're going out there, eventually." "Why?" "Things to check on, loose ends to tie up. Someone should stay awake. Keep watch." "I'll do it," Reacher said. "You look exhausted. I'll manage. You all should rest." "You sure?" "Positive." They didn't argue further. The doctor exchanged a glance with his wife, and they left together. Dorothy Coe followed them down the hall, presumably to a spare room. Doors clicked shut, water ran briefly, then the house fell into a heavy silence. The furnace hummed, and from the hallway came the muffled sounds of the taped-up football players muttering, snoring, shifting in sleep. Reacher sat upright on the hard chair, staring into the blackness beyond the window. The duct tape on his face itched. He lasted maybe 20 minutes before he felt himself drifting, slipping into that familiar half state, not quite awake, not quite asleep, a sentry's dangerous limbo. He knew he was imperfect at this. Most sentries were. It was an old army problem. Half alert, half gone. He heard the engine first, then saw the headlights cut through the dark, but his mind, sluggish from the trance, took a stubborn second to realize he wasn't dreaming. The dark blue Chevrolet approached from the east, its headlights cutting through the night before the sound of its engine reached the house. It slowed to a crawl, slipping past the parked Cornhusker pickup and the SUV on the shoulder before turning into the driveway. Gravel crunched and squelched under its tires as it came to a stop, half in and half out of the entrance, its engine still running. In the scattered light, Reacher recognized it immediately. The Italians had arrived. He lifted the Remington, his focus narrowing. The car just sat there, idling, no one getting out. It was a tactical headache. He had 3 civilians in a flimsy wooden house, windows and doors at both ends, and only a few parked vehicles for cover. A direct gunfight here was a terrible idea. His best shot would be if they decided to walk up to the front door. That would be the end of it. Swing the door open and fire point blank. But they weren't moving. He could see the faint white flashes of faces turning as they talked and scoped out the scene inside the car. Angelo Mancini shook his head. This is a dead end. He's not in there. No way, unless he's making friends with 3 football players. Roberto Cassano glanced at the pickup and SUV on the shoulder, then ahead at the gold GMC Yukon parked in the drive. That's the old woman's truck from the farm, he noted. Guess it's a sleepover, Mancini said. Looks like Ma Maney's guy was right about one thing. They know the doctor is the weak link. They've got the place staked out. Not much of a trap, though, with their cars sitting right out front and nobody's walking into that. Which works in our favor, really. They're tying up their people here. Gives us a clearer shot somewhere else. You want to check the house anyway, just to be sure? What's the point? If he's in there, he's already their prisoner. Or maybe they're his, 1 guy against 3. You saw what he did to the guy in the Cadillac's trunk? Cassano hesitated, drumming his fingers on the wheel. I don't know, part of me wants to look, but you heard how this is playing out. It's a competition now. We can't afford to waste time. Wouldn't take long. True, but we'll look like complete amateurs if he's not there. Those football players will be on the phone to the Duncans the second we leave, laughing about how we checked a place he couldn't possibly be. Since when are there style points in this? There are always style points. This is a long game with serious money on the line. If we lose face here, we won't get it back. So where then? Cassano looked again at the old woman's truck. A thin smile touched his lips. If she's here, her house is empty tonight. And you know what people hiding love? Empty houses. Reacher watched them reverse out of the driveway and drive away. At first it didn't make sense. Then it clicked. They were hunting for Seth Duncan. They'd pulled up, seen the lineup of vehicles, noted the Mazda wasn't there, and moved on, logical. He set the Remington back on the floor, stretched his legs, and settled in to watch the darkness. For an hour and a half, nothing moved. Then, to his right, the first pale streaks of dawn began to bleed into the sky, low, silver and purple. The land lightened from black to gray, the horizon firming up out of the void. Tattered clouds glowed overhead and a knee-high mist rose from the dirt. A new day, Reacher thought, but it sure didn't feel like a good one. It was shaping up to be a painful day for the guilty and the innocent alike. He waited. His Yukon was inaccessible, locked behind the missing key to Dorothy Coe's pickup. It was probably in her coat, but he felt no urgency to go searching. He had time. Winter mornings were slow to arrive. 500 miles to the north, just over the Canadian border, dawn arrived a little later still. The first pale light sifted through the dense pine needles and brushed against the white van parked at the end of a forgotten track. Inside, the driver stirred, blinking and stretching in the cramped cab. The night had been silent, no wildlife, no visitors. His down sleeping bag had kept him warm, but the van's unforgiving seat had left him stiff and sore. It was a bitter irony that the cargo in the back traveled in greater comfort than he did. But then, it was valuable. He was replaceable, a practical man. He understood the way of things. He stepped out, relieved himself against the rough bark of an old pine, then forced down a scant breakfast. Pushing his palms into the small of his aching back, he stretched again, working out the night's stiffness. The sky was growing lighter, his favorite time for a border run. Enough light to see, by too early for unwanted attention. Perfect. He had a short 20-mile journey ahead, mostly on an unmarked forest trail, ending at a spot he thought of as the transfer zone, just shy of 4,000 yards from the line. His part of the journey ended there, the cargo's did not. Back in the cab, he started the engine, letting it idle while he checked the gauges. Then, with a grind of gears, he released the brake, turned the wheel, and began a slow, lurching crawl back down the grassy path. Back in the house, Reacher heard the sounds of morning from down the hall, a toilet flushing, water running, doors opening and closing. The doctor appeared, moving stiffly, his face puffy with sleep. He gave a silent nod, carefully stepped around the sleeping football players, and disappeared into the kitchen. Soon the gurgle and hiss of the coffee machine broke the quiet. Outside, the rising sun cast a cold gleam on the SUV beyond the fence, and fields sparkled with intricate webs of frost. The doctor returned with 2 mugs, dressed in a sweater over his pajamas, his hair a mess. The bruising on his face was lost in a general morning flush. He set a mug before Reacher, navigated back around the table, and sat. "Good morning," he said. Reacher offered no reply. "How's the nose?" the doctor asked. "Just fantastic," Reacher said flatly. The doctor leaned forward. "There's something you didn't tell me yesterday. There are a lot of things I haven't told you. You mentioned that detective 25 years ago, said he failed to search a certain spot because he was ignorant or confused." Reacher took a slow sip of his coffee and nodded. "Is that where you're headed this morning?" the doctor pressed. "Yes. After all this time, do you really think you'll find anything?" "Probably not. Then why go?" "Because I don't believe in ghosts." Reacher's tone shifted, turning dry and almost sarcastic. "It's a charming notion, spirits pointing the way, but I prefer evidence. Even the lack of it tells a story. I don't follow. I hope you never have to. I hope I'm chasing shadows. Where is this place?" Dorothy Coe mentioned 2 farms sold off 50 years ago for a development that never got built. The outbuildings from one are still standing. A barn and a shed, way out in the middle of a field. The doctor nodded slowly in recognition. "I know the spot. People still plow right up to the foundations. I've seen it. I guess they shouldn't," the doctor mused. "But why let good land go to waste? It's just an old empty shell now." He paused, then added a new thought, one born of the morning's quiet tension. "You know, I drove my daughter out there once to see the hawks nesting in the rafters. She was terrified of the silence. Said it felt like the buildings were holding their breath. The planned housing developments never materialized, and they never will. It's essentially a free benefit, and heaven knows these folks could use one. It's a form of profit that doesn't appear on their loan documents." "So, what did Detective Carson encounter when he arrived 25 years ago in that early summer?" "He saw vast fields of corn, stalks reaching waist high, stretching for what seemed like forever. He saw farmhouses scattered here and there, and he saw various outbuildings dotting the landscape. He visited every single home, and every person he spoke to assured him they had checked their own sheds and barns. Satisfied, Carson left, and that dilapidated barn and its neighboring shed simply slipped through the cracks. His question had been straightforward. Did you search your outbuildings? Everyone said yes, likely believing it was true. Carson noticed those old structures and naturally assumed they belonged to a nearby property owner and thus had already been inspected as promised, but they belonged to no one and no one had ever looked inside. You believe that was where it happened? I believe Carson should have asked a different question a quarter century ago. There can't be anything there now. It's impossible. Those places are just crumbling ruins, and they probably were back then too, sitting empty for half a century in the middle of nowhere, just rotting slowly. Are you sure about that? Of course. You said it yourself. They don't belong to anyone. Then why are there clear tire tracks leading right up to the doors, are there? Reacher gave a slow nod. I hit a truck in the smaller shed my first night here. Getting to it was no trouble at all. I've driven on worse streets in Manhattan. Old tracks or fresh ones? Difficult to say. Likely both years' worth, I'd guess. They're well-defined and deep with no weeds growing in them. Not heavy traffic, but some. A certain regularity to it. Enough to keep the ruts maintained, at least. That doesn't make sense. Who would be using those places now? And for what purpose? Reacher stayed silent, his gaze fixed out the window. The dawn light was intensifying, washing the fields from a dull gray to a warm, earthy brown. The parked pickup truck beyond the fence was illuminated by the low-angled sun. The doctor pressed. So you think someone grabbed the girl and drove her to that barn? I'm not so certain anymore, Reacher admitted. They were harvesting alfalfa back then, which meant plenty of trucks on these roads. This whole area probably felt more alive back in those days, more energetic. People were out and about, doing things, going places. The roads were likely busier than they are now, probably a lot busier. Maybe even too busy for someone to risk abducting a child against her will in the middle of the day. So what's your theory about what happened to her? Reacher didn't answer immediately. He was still looking outside, noting the gnarls in the fence posts and the frozen clumps of weeds at their bases. The front lawn was parched and brittle from the cold, he observed. "You're not much for gardening. No talent for it," the doctor replied. "And no time. Does anyone around here garden?" "Not really. People are too worn out, and working farmers, they grow crops to sell, not for decoration." "Right? Why does that matter?" "I'm wondering," Reacher said, "if I were a little girl who loved flowers and had a bicycle, where would I go to see any? No point coming to a house like this, or probably any house around here. Or anywhere, really, because every spare inch of dirt is plowed under for profit. I can only think of 3 possibilities. I saw 2 large rocks out in the fields with thorny brambles around them. Probably had nice wildflowers in early summer. There might be more like them, but it doesn't matter because to reach them in June, you'd have to wade through a mile of tall corn. But there was one other place I saw the same kind of brambles. Where? Growing around the foundation of that old barn. Seeds carried by the wind, I suppose. Farmers plow close, but they leave a little margin. You think she rode there by herself? It's a possibility. Perhaps she remembered the one spot where flowers were always certain to bloom, and perhaps someone else was aware she knew. Chapter 51. The Duncans had relocated to Jonas's kitchen. Since the taped window in Jasper's was letting in a frigid draft, and the smoldering fabric in the stove filled the air with a bitter, smoky odor. They had switched from bourbon to coffee. Morning had broken. The day already stretching past its first 40 minutes. Jacob Duncan glanced at the wall clock and remarked, "Sun's up in Canada now, too. Dawn broke there about 10 minutes ago. I'd wager the shipment is already on the move. I understand that young man. He prefers an early start. He's reliable. He doesn't dawdle. The exchange should be happening very soon. The highway heading south from Medicine Hat dwindled to nothing beyond Pekauke Lake. The asphalt ended in a jagged line, giving way to a quarter-mile stretch of exposed roadbed. Just crushed stone mixed with tar before that, too, vanished in a forest clearing with no obvious way forward. Yet the white van positioned itself between 2 pines, rolled over stunted brush, and found a rutted, overgrown track, a fire break running straight south planned long ago with flames and prevailing westerly winds in consideration. The van crept along, lurching side to side, its wheels rising and falling independently like clumsy footsteps. Ahead lay nothing but endless trees and eventually the Montana town of Hogg Parish. But the van would halt halfway, just over 2 miles shy of the border, at the northern edge of the designated safe zone, mirroring its counterpart already positioned and waiting on the American side, no doubt fresh and eager for the final stretch. The doctor returned to the kitchen with a fresh pot of coffee. He suggested, "It might have been an accident. She could have gone inside that barn," Reacher countered. "With her bicycle?" "It's possible. We don't really know her habits. Some children would abandon a bike on the path, others would carefully wheel it inside. It depends on the child's nature, then she might have hurt herself on something inside or gotten stuck. That door is jammed now. Maybe it was stubborn then. She could have been trapped. No one would have heard her calling for help. And then, an 8-year-old without food or water wouldn't have survived long. Not a pleasant idea," Reacher admitted, a dry edge entering his tone. "But frankly, it beats a few of the other possibilities we're dancing around. Perhaps, or she could have been struck by a truck or a car on her way over. You said it yourself, those roads might have been busy back then. Maybe the driver panicked and hid the body and the bike along with it. Where? Anywhere. In that barn or miles away. In another county, another state even. That could explain why nothing was ever found." "Maybe," Reacher echoed, his voice flat. The doctor fell silent. Reacher studied him. "There's something you're holding back. There's still time. How much?" "Probably about half an hour." "Until what?" "The other 3 Cornhuskers will show up here for breakfast since their buddies are here. This is their temporary headquarters. They'll make my wife cook for them. They get a kick out of that old-fashioned master and servant routine." "I assumed as much," Reacher said. "I'll be prepared. One of them is the man who broke your nose." "I know." The doctor said nothing more. Reacher asked, "Can I ask you something?" "What is it?" Is your garage like your garden or more like your TV set? More like the TV set. Good. Then turn around and keep an eye on the road. I'll be back in 10. Reacher took the Remington and made his way through the kitchen to the mudroom. He found the door to the garage. It was a spacious, empty area. The Subaru was still back at the motel, and it was remarkably orderly, with a swept concrete floor and no clutter in sight. Shelving units lined one wall, stocked with items not stored in the basement. A workbench ran along a second wall, impeccably organized and clean, equipped with a vise and a full-length pegboard above it, tools hanging in a logical arrangement. Reacher unloaded the Remington, ejecting the 5 remaining shells from the magazine and the 1 from the chamber. He clamped the gun in the vise, turning it upside down. After fitting a wood-cutting blade into an electric jigsaw, he powered it on and brought the vibrating tool to the walnut stock, with a straight cut across its narrowest section, then a curving pass that followed the pistol grip's front contour. He separated the shoulder stock. A couple more sweeps put a rough bevel on each fresh edge. He grabbed a rasp and worked it back and forth, curls of walnut falling away like dark wood shavings. A final pass with a coarse abrasive pad smoothed everything out. He blew the dust clear and ran his hand over the surface, deciding it would do. Swapping the blade for a fine-toothed metal cutter, he positioned it against the barrel an inch ahead of the forestock. The saw shrieked and wailed as it bit in, and the last foot of barrel dropped free, clanging against the concrete floor like a dull bell. A metal file cleaned up the new muzzle inside and out, removing every burr. He released the vise, lifted the weapon, and worked the action twice. Crunch, 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 crunch before reloading it, 5 shells in the magazine and 1 in the chamber. Now it was a pistol grip sawed off. Barely longer than his forearm. On his way back through the house, he stopped at the coat closet and pulled out his heavy winter parka. The Glock and the switchblade were still in the pockets, along with the 2 screwdrivers and the wrench. He used the blade to slit the lining inside the left pocket, creating a deep sleeve so the shortened shotgun could slide all the way in. He put the coat on, unlocked the front door, and returned to the dining room to wait. The Cornhuskers arrived separately, just as expected. The first one showed up right on time, exactly 30 minutes after the doctor's call, parking a black pickup on the road outside. He jogged up the driveway and pushed through the door like he owned the place. Reacher stepped out from behind and laid him out with a brutal swing of the wrench to the back of the head. The man dropped to his knees and pitched forward onto his face. Reacher took a moment to drag him farther across the polished wood floor, then bound him hastily with duct tape, a quick, temporary job, but enough for now. The sound of the wrench striking, the thud of the body hitting the floor, and Reacher's own strained breathing woke the doctor's wife and Dorothy Coe. They emerged from their rooms in bathrobes. The doctor's wife looked at the new arrivals sprawled on the floor and remarked dryly, "Looks like they're coming in for breakfast," Reacher said. "Not today, they aren't." Dorothy Coe asked, "What about tomorrow? Tomorrow's another day." "How well do you know Eleanor Duncan? She isn't responsible for any of this. She'll be hauling your harvest this season. She's going to be running things." Dorothy Coe stayed silent. The doctor's wife said, "You want us to stay out of the way?" "Probably safer," Reacher replied. "You don't want one of these guys landing on you." "Another one coming?" the doctor called softly from the dining room, his voice tense. The second man went down exactly like the first in the same spot. There was no space left to drag him forward, so Reacher just folded the guy's legs at the knees so the door could shut, then taped him up right where he lay. The last to arrive was the one who had broken Reacher's nose, and he didn't come alone. A white SUV pulled up on the road beyond the fence. The guy who'd broken Reacher's nose climbed out from the driver's side. Then the passenger door opened and out stepped a kid called John, the same kid Reacher had left back at the depot. Go to bed, Reacher had told him, but the kid hadn't gone to bed. He'd hung around until he heard the coast was clear, then came out to get in on what he thought would be the fun. Dumb move. Really dumb. The hallway was nearly impassable now, crowded with football players, 4 of them lying around like stranded sea mammals, limbs taped, heads lolling. Reacher moved carefully past the vehicles and stood by the window observing the scene outside. The two men who had just arrived were walking briskly through the chilly, damp air, passing Dorothy Coe's truck and John's Yukon, clearly in good spirits as they headed for the door. Reacher pushed the door open and stepped outside to intercept them directly. In one fluid, almost theatrical motion, he swung the sawn-off shotgun up and across his body, a gesture reminiscent of an old pirate brandishing a flintlock, and held it steady in his right hand, elbow bent comfortably. He pointed the barrel squarely at the man who had struck him earlier, though his eyes locked onto John. "You disappointed me?" Reacher stated flatly. Both men froze, their expressions shifting from casual confidence to sharp alarm as they stared at him. It took Reacher a second to remember the strips of duct tape still clinging to his face, giving him the look of someone wearing tribal war paint. He allowed himself a tight smile, feeling the adhesive pull at his skin. Turning his attention back to the one who had hit him, Reacher said, "My issues were fixable. I'm not so sure yours will be." Neither man uttered a word. Keeping his gaze fixed, Reacher instructed, "Take out your car keys and toss them over here." "What?" the man replied, bewildered. "I'm tired of driving John's Yukon. I'll be using your truck for the rest of the day." "You really think so?" "I'm certain of it." Silence hung in the cold air. Reacher's voice grew firmer. "Time to decide, gentlemen. Either do exactly as I say, or you'll be looking down the barrel of this shotgun." After a tense moment, the man reached into his pocket and produced a key ring. He held it up briefly, then tossed it underhand toward Reacher, who made no move to catch it. The keys struck his coat and fell onto the gravel. Reacher kept his left hand free, his focus entirely on the two men. He studied the one who had assaulted him and asked, "How's your nose feeling right now?" "It's fine," the man answered. "Looks like it's been broken before. Twice. Well, they say three's a lucky number. They also say the third time's the charm." No one spoke. Reacher shifted his aim slightly. "John, get down on the ground, face down." John didn't move. Without hesitation, Reacher fired into the gravel at John's feet. The blast was deafening, a deep, rolling boom that echoed across the open land like a distant quarry explosion. John yelped and hopped backward, not hit by the shot, but stung by flying fragments of gravel against his shins. As the sound faded, Reacher worked the pump action with a deliberate, crushing crunch, a sound universally recognized as menacing. The spent shell casing arced through the air, landed near the discarded keys, and skittered away. Slowly, John lowered himself to the ground, first dropping to his knees as if in reluctant prayer, then leaning forward to lie fully prone, like a surly athlete forced into push-ups. Reacher called over his shoulder toward the house. "Doctor, bring me the duct tape, please." There was no immediate reply from inside. Reacher raised his voice slightly, adopting a tone that was almost conversational. "Don't worry, Doctor. There won't be any repercussions after this. Never again. Consider this the final chapter. By tomorrow, you'll be living a normal life again. These two will be out of work, heading back to wherever they came from, searching for new employment." A long, uneasy silence followed. Then, after a minute, the doctor emerged. Avoiding eye contact with the two men, an old habit of submission. He handed the roll of tape to Reacher and quickly retreated inside. Reacher tossed the tape to the man who had hit him. "Secure your friend so he can't move his arms or legs. If you don't, I'll do it myself, and my method will probably involve spinal damage." The man caught the roll and set to work. He bound John's wrists with a tight, layered figure-8 pattern, then wound more tape around the center to reinforce it, effectively creating plastic handcuffs. Reacher had no precise engineering data on duct tape's tensile strength, but he knew from experience that no ordinary person could tear it apart lengthwise. The man repeated the process on John's ankles, Reacher added. "Now hog-tie him, connect it all together." The man bent John's feet up toward his backside and wrapped several lengths of tape between the wrist and ankle restraints, creating a series of tight, foot-long connections that left John immobilized on the cold ground. He clenched his fists and took a step back. Reacher pulled out his wrench, holding it up to show the specks of blood and hair from earlier encounters. He tossed it behind him onto the ground. Next came the switchblade. dropped with a soft clatter, then the Glock pistol landing beside the others. Finally, he turned and set the sawn-off shotgun down, too. Shrugging out of his coat, he let it fall in a heap, covering the small arsenal. He locked eyes with the man who'd struck him. Fair fight now. Just you and me. Second-string Nebraska football versus the U.S. Army, bare knuckles, no rules. If you get past me, help yourself to whatever's under that coat. For a moment, the man just stared. Then a slow smile spread across his face like the clouds parting, like an unexpected opportunity had dropped right into his lap. It was the look of a player spotting a gap in the defense, a clear shot at the end zone. He rose onto the balls of his feet, angled his body, and tucked his right fist under his chin, left hand poised to lead. Reacher allowed himself a faint smile. The guy was bouncing around like some gentleman boxer from an old-time prize fight. He truly had no clue. Maybe the last brawl he'd seen was in a Rocky movie. At 6'7" and 300 pounds, he was just a prize ox, big, dumb, and gleaming, up against a street-hardened gutter rat, a 250-pound gutter rat. The man stepped in, bobbing and weaving, up on his toes, ducking and dipping, wasting motion and energy. Reacher stood perfectly still, gaze wide and unfixed, taking in everything at once, the eyes, the hands, the feet. Sure enough, the left jab came, the obvious opener for a right-hander who thought this was a boxing match. Any left jab follows roughly the same path as a straight left, but without real power, just arms snapping from the elbow, no drive from the legs or torso. Reacher watched the big knuckles approach, then his own left hand flashed out, swatting the inside of the wrist hard enough to redirect the punch harmlessly over his shoulder. His shoulder was already moving because he was driving off his back foot, twisting at the waist, hurling his right elbow into the space he'd just created, aiming for the outer edge of the left eye socket, hoping to crack the skull at the temple. No rules. The impact landed solid. A jarring thud. Reacher felt right down to his heels. The man staggered but stayed upright. His skull hadn't fractured, but he was rattled, mouth opening to cry out, so Reacher shut it with a vicious uppercut under the chin. Not pretty, but effective. The man's head snapped back in a spray of blood, then bounced forward off his own bulky shoulders. Reacher drove his left elbow toward the other eye socket, a sharp in-and-out whip from the waist, followed by a forearm smash to the throat, a full home run swing, then a knee to the groin. Dancing behind him, Reacher swept a kick into the back of the knees, folding the man's legs. He crashed heavily onto his back on the path. 6 blows, 3 seconds, no rules. Second-string Nebraska football against the U.S. Army. But the guy was tough, or terrified, or both. Either way, he wasn't quitting. The man thrashed wildly on his back, a turtle flipped onto its shell, his frantic movements carving chaotic patterns into the gravel. While some might argue for a merciful 8 count, Reacher knew better. An opponent on the ground wasn't a pity case. It was the entire point of the exercise, an opportunity too perfect to ignore. So he ended the struggle with a sharp kick to the ear, followed by a decisive, crushing stomp of his heel, the sickening crunch of the man's nose breaking cut cleanly through the ragged sounds of exertion in the air. It was over. 8 strikes in 6 seconds felt painfully slow and clumsy by Reacher's own rigorous standards. But then this opponent was massive. With the resilient build and stubborn endurance of a trained athlete, clearly no stranger to taking a hit. He had, in his own way, almost been competitive. Not the worst Reacher had ever faced by a long shot. 4 years playing college ball might roughly equal about 4 days of ranger training, and Reacher had known plenty who hadn't even made it to day 3. He secured the man right there on the ground, using plastic cuffs to bind his wrists, linking them with several loops around the man's own neck, and doing the same with ankle restraints connected to John's neck for good measure. Stepping back into the hallway, he gave the 2 who had arrived first a more thorough securing, sliding them across the polished floor and taping them firmly back to back, just like the pair from the middle of the night. He straightened up, catching his breath. Then a phone rang, its sound muffled and seeming to come from a distance. It was Dorothy Coe's cell phone, and the sound was faint because she was behind her closed bedroom door with it. She emerged, phone in hand, her gaze sweeping from the device to the four bound men littering the hallway floor. A faint, ironic smile touched her lips, as if the mundane was rudely interrupting a day that had been anything but normal. "That was Mr. Vincent from the motel," she said. "He wants me to come in to work this morning. He has guests?" "Who are they?" Reacher asked. He didn't say. Reacher considered this for a moment before replying, "All right." He instructed the doctor to keep a watchful medical eye on all 6 of the captured football players, then headed back outside to the gravel path. He shrugged his coat back on, reloaded its pockets with his makeshift arsenal, and scooped up the car keys from where they lay. His destination was the white SUV parked just beyond the fence. Nearby, Eldridge Tyler allowed himself the smallest shift in position, just enough to relieve a growing stiffness. He was now into his 2nd hour of daylight vigil. Patience was a virtue he possessed in abundance. His eye remained fixed to the rifle scope, its crosshairs still trained steadily on the barn door, positioned 6 inches to the left and 6 inches down from the Judas hole. The rifle's forend rested securely on the bags of rice. The air was damp and heavy, but the morning sun was bright, providing a clear line of sight. Yet the big man in the brown coat had not appeared. Not yet. And perhaps he never would if the Duncans had managed their business successfully overnight. But Tyler, cautious by nature and deeply serious about any task he undertook, remained entirely focused. It was entirely possible the Duncans had failed. In that case, the big man would be arriving very soon. Why would he delay? Daylight was all he needed. Tyler lifted his finger from the trigger, flexed his hand twice to restore circulation, and then settled his finger back into its ready position. The white SUV was a Chevrolet Tahoe, which to Reacher's admittedly non-expert eye looked and felt identical to a GMC Yukon. The interior cabin was the same. All the controls and dials were arranged the same way, and it drove with the same vague, boat-like sensation all the way back to the 2-lane highway. Turning right, he headed south. Morning mist hung in the air, but the sun was already climbing in the eastern sky. The day was nearly 2 hours old. He slowed the Tahoe, let it coast, and finally brought it to a stop on the shoulder of the road, roughly 200 yards short of the motel. From the northern approach, the motel revealed little beyond its glowing rocket sign and the broad curve of the lounge. He left the truck and moved across the blacktop, his steps deliberate and hushed. The scene unfolded with each shift in perspective. First, the scorched Ford came into view, slumped on its rims in the main lot, a blackened skeleton. Behind its empty windows, 2 shapes were curled and charred, shrunken and smooth as sea-worn stones. Next, he spotted the doctor's Subaru near room 6, battered and dented, yet somehow still vital next to the Ford's ruin. Then his eyes found the dark blue Chevrolet parked haphazardly beyond the Subaru, straddling the space outside rooms 7 and 8. 4 short, angry scrapes in the gravel marked its arrival, the signature of weary, impatient men ready to collapse inside. Reacher moved off the road and crossed toward the lounge, stepping softly over loose stones past the Ford. The metal still radiated a faint warmth, its surface etched with wild, swirling patterns from the flames. The lounge door was unlocked inside. Vincent stood behind the reception desk, just lowering the telephone receiver. He froze, his gaze fixed on the duct tape wrapped around Reacher's arm. "What in the world happened to you?" "Just a scrape," Reacher said. "Who was calling?" "The morning check-in, right on time, same as always." "The phone tree?" Reacher asked. Vincent gave a slow nod. "And?" "Nothing new. 3 Cornhusker trucks were driving in circles most of the night, going nowhere. Now they've moved on. All 4 Duncans are holed up at Jacob's place." "You've got company here," Reacher said. "The Italians," Vincent replied. "I put them in 7 and 8. Did they mention me?" Vincent nodded again, asked if you were around, asked if I'd seen you. "They're definitely on your trail. When did they arrive?" "Around 5 this morning," Reacher absorbed the information. A fruitless night of chasing shadows, growing exhaustion, no desire for the long drive back to the Marriott, so they'd settled for the local stopover. They'd probably intended a short rest before heading out again, but fatigue had overtaken them. "Typical. They woke me up," Vincent added. "In a foul mood." I doubt I'll see a dime from them. Which one shot the men in the Ford? Hard to tell them apart. One did the shooting, the other torched the car. You saw it yourself? Yes. Would you testify to that in court? Not with the Duncans in the picture, but if the Duncans weren't involved. I can't even picture that. You told me already. In private. Tell me again. One shot them, the other burned the car. Good, Reacher said. That'll do. For what? Call them, Reacher said. 1 minute from now, dial their rooms, keep your voice low, tell them I'm out in your lot right under your window, examining the wreck. I can't get mixed up in this. This ends today, Reacher said. Tomorrow everything changes. Forgive me if I'd rather wait and see how it plays out. Come tomorrow, there will be 3 kinds of people around here, Reacher said, his tone shifting from grim to something colder, almost sardonic. The dead, the embarrassed, and those who kept their spine. You ought to aim for that last group. Vincent stayed silent. You know Eleanor Duncan, Reacher asked. Hey, she's decent, Vincent said. Never was part of their mess. She'll be taking over. She'll be the one handling your shipments tomorrow. Vincent offered no reply. Call the Italians in 1 minute, Reacher said. He stepped back outside and moved along the silver timber beams, passing rooms 1 through 6, then circling behind 7 and 8 before emerging near room 9. He positioned himself in a narrow, hourglass-shaped gap, the rounded wall of room 8 within arm's reach, room 7 just 1 building down. Ahead, the Chevrolet, the Subaru, and the burned-out Ford formed a ragged line stretching south to north, silent under the pale morning light. He checked the chamber of the Glock taken from the deceased Iranian. Ready. He listened. The faint ringing of room phones began first from one side, then the other, muffled by walls and closed doors. He imagined men stirring in their beds, groggily, waking, sitting up, rubbing their eyes, glancing at the time, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings, fumbling for the phones on the nightstands, answering Vincent's hushed, urgent warnings. He waited, knowing exactly what would unfold. The first to open his door would linger in the threshold, half in, half out, weapon drawn, leaning forward to peer down the walkway, watching for his partner. Then would come the silent signals, the gestures, the pointed fingers, the coordinated plan for a cautious advance. He waited. Room 8 was first. A hand appeared on the door jamb. Then a Colt double eagle pistol, held nearly vertical, followed by a forearm in a wrinkled shirt sleeve, an elbow, and the back of a head with tousled black hair. Reacher took a quiet step back and waited. He heard the door to room 7 open. He sensed more than heard the rustle of starched fabric, the silent debate, the tapped chests assigning roles, the raised arms mapping directions, the spread fingers counting down. The obvious play was clear. The man from room 8 would leapfrog ahead, duck behind room 6, circle the lounge from the blind side, and approach from the north, while the man from room 7 waited a moment before creeping up directly from the south, a no-brainer. They took the bait. Reacher heard the farther man step out and pause, then the nearer man step out and begin to walk. 8 paces, he estimated, before the second would pass the first, he counted in his head. On 6, he stepped out. On 7, he raised the Glock. On 8, he roared, "Freeze, freeze, freeze." Both men froze instantly, already surrendering. Their guns held low near their thighs, tired, confused, disoriented from being ripped from sleep. Reacher leaned into the performance, screaming, "Drop your weapons! Put them on the ground!" They complied immediately, the heavy stainless steel pistols hitting the gravel in unison. "Step away, step away, step away," he commanded. They stepped backward out into the open lot, isolated, far from their rooms and their car. Reacher took a breath and studied them from behind. Both were dressed in pants, shirts, and shoes, no jackets. "Turn around," he said. They turned. The one on the left said, "You?" "Finally we meet," Reacher said. "How's your day going so far?" "Silence," Reacher said. "Now empty your pants pockets, all the way pull the linings out." They obeyed. A shower of quarters, dimes, and shiny new pennies hit the gravel along with fluttering tissues and cell phones. A car key tumbled out too, with a bulbous black head and a plastic fob shaped like a large number 1, Reacher said. Now, back up. Keep going until I tell you to stop. They walked backward. Reacher walked forward, matching their pace for 8 steps, then 10. When he reached the spot where their Colts had fallen, he said, "Okay, stop." He crouched and picked up one pistol, ejecting the magazine. It fell to the ground, fully loaded. He picked up the other. Its magazine was 1 round short. "Who?" he asked. The guy on the left said, "The other one." "The other what?" "The Iranians. You got one. We got the other. We're on the same side here." "I don't think so," Reacher said. He moved to the small pile of pocket debris and picked up the car key. He pressed the button on its head and heard the doors of the Chevy unlock. "Get in the back seat," he ordered. The guy on the left asked, "Do you know who we are?" "Yes," Reacher said. "You're 2 jerks who just got beat. We work for a guy named Rossi in Las Vegas. He's connected, the kind of guy you don't mess with." "Forgive me if I don't immediately faint with terror," Reacher replied, his tone shifting to one of dry, weary sarcasm. The whole pre-dawn ambush was starting to feel like a tedious chore performed for utterly incompetent opponents. "He's got money, too. Lots of money," the man insisted, a note of desperate bargaining creeping into his voice. "Perhaps we can come to an arrangement," the man offered. "What kind of arrangement?" "There's a significant transaction happening. We could include you, make you a wealthy man. I am already wealthy. You don't appear to be. I'm being sincere. A life-changing amount of money. I possess everything I require. That is the true meaning of wealth." The man hesitated for a moment before resuming with renewed salesman-like vigor. "Just tell me what it will take to make this situation acceptable to you." "You can get into the back seat of your vehicle." "Why?" "Because my arms are tired and I'd prefer not to have to carry you." "No, I mean, why do you want us in the car?" "Because we're taking a short trip." "To where?" "I'll explain once you're inside." The 2 men exchanged a fleeting glance into the empty space between them, afraid to make direct eye contact, afraid to trust this sudden twist of fate, a chance. Them in the back, a single driver up front. Reacher kept the Glock trained on them as they moved to the car. One slid in on the near side while the other shuffled around the rear bumper. Reacher watched him look longingly down the road across the vast open plains, and then saw him abandon the fleeting thought of running, exposed terrain, no cover. A contemporary 9mm pistol, precise at a considerable distance. The man finally opened his door, ducked his head, and squeezed himself in. The Impala wasn't a compact car, but the back seat was no luxury suite. Both men found their legs pinned under the front seats, and despite their average size, they were wedged uncomfortably close together. Reacher opened the driver's door, placed a knee on the seat, and leaned in. The more talkative one ventured, "So what's our destination?" "Not far," Reacher replied. "Can't you give us a hint?" "I'm going to park beside the Ford you torched." "What, just up the road?" "I said it wasn't far, and then what happens?" "Then I'm going to set this car on fire." The 2 men looked at each other, bewildered. The spokesman said, "You're going to drive with us, just sitting back here, unrestrained. You're welcome to buckle up if it makes you feel better, but it's hardly necessary for such a short distance. I'm a very cautious driver. An accident is unlikely." The man stammered, "But," and then fell silent. "I understand," Reacher said. "My back will be turned. You could try to overpower me." "Well, yes, but you won't." "Why wouldn't we? You simply won't. I'm certain of it." "What's stopping us? Because you'll be dead," Reacher stated calmly, and then he fired. A swift and seamless double tap, bang, bang, into each man's forehead. The rear window exploded. A moment later, a grisly spray of blood, bone, and brain matter hit the fractured glass, moving slower than the bullets. The 2 men slumped gently, an even slower aftermath, like an afterthought, like the elderly drifting into slumber, but with eyes wide open and thick, dark beads of crimson welling from the tidy holes in their brows. The beads lengthened into sluggish trails that crept down to the bridges of their noses. Reacher withdrew from the car, stood up, and gazed north. 9mm parabellums, excellent rounds. Those 2 projectiles were likely striking the frozen earth about a mile away right then. He checked room 7, finding a wallet and a coat. It contained a Nevada driver's license issued to Roberto Casano at a Las Vegas address, along with 4 credit cards and just over $90 in cash. Reacher took 60, got into the Impala, drove 40 yards, and parked it snugly against the scorched skeleton of the Ford. He handed the $60 to Vincent in the motel lounge, payment for 2 rooms 1 night, then borrowed some rags and matches. After setting a fuse in the Chevy's gas tank neck, he hurried back to the Tahoe he'd left on the roadside. The first serious flames were already visible as he drove past, and he watched the fuel tank erupt in his rearview mirror about 400 yards down the road. From his angle, the rising fireball, followed by its plume of smoke, made the motel's sign look eerily authentic, like a genuine rocket launching into the boundless, empty void of space. A strange, almost beautiful punctuation to the brutal efficiency of the morning. Eldridge Tyler caught the sound of gunfire. 2 muted cracks, quick and close together, drifted through the cold morning air from far off. Not the boom of a rifle or the spread of a shotgun. Tyler understood guns and how their reports carried over open country. A pistol, he figured, maybe 3 or 4 miles to the south. Perhaps the hunt had ended. Perhaps the big man was finally down. He shifted position carefully, stretching each limb in turn, rolling the stiffness from his shoulders. From his canvas bag, he pulled a water bottle and a sandwich on dark bread, setting them within reach. Then he peered out through the gap where a slat was missing, scanning the landscape. Because maybe the big man wasn't down at all. Tyler assumed nothing. He was a patient, careful man. His task was to watch and wait, and that was exactly what he would do until orders changed. He pushed up on his hands and looked back toward the shelter's entrance. The sun had climbed a little, casting a low slant of light across the doorway. The plastic coating on the tripwire was still beaded with morning dew, glinting softly. Another 10 minutes, Tyler estimated, before it dried and became invisible again. He settled back into position, cheek against the rifle stock, his finger resting alongside the trigger. Dorothy Coe showered quickly in the guest bathroom, dressed for her shift at the motel. She joined the doctor and his wife in the kitchen for coffee and toast, but then she changed her plans. "Where did Reacher go?" she asked. The doctor hesitated. "I'm not entirely sure. He must have told you something. He's following a theory." "He knows something now?" Dorothy insisted. "I can feel it." The doctor stayed quiet. Dorothy pressed. "Where did he go?" "The old barn," he finally admitted. "Then that's where I'm going too." The doctor warned, "I wouldn't." Reacher drove south on the 2-lane highway, easing to a stop about 1,000 yards past the barn. It stood a mile off to the west beside its smaller outbuilding, sharp in the clear light, one corner sagging as if kneeling into the earth. Reacher climbed out, gripped the roof rack, and hoisted himself up to stand on the seat, then onto the roof of the Tahoe, higher than the doctor's Subaru had offered. He turned a slow circle, the sun glaring in his eyes one way, his own shadow stretching enormous the other. To the north, the motel was a smudge in the distance. To the south, the 3 Duncan houses sat quiet. Nothing moved. No people, no vehicles. It was all stillness. He stepped down onto the hood and dropped to the ground. Ignoring the old tractor ruts, he set off straight across the dirt, a beeline aimed at the gap between the barn and the smaller shed. Eldridge Tyler heard the truck approach, a faint whisper of tires on asphalt, the distant hiss of exhaust, the muted rumble of an engine, all barely audible in the vast rural quiet. He heard it stop and stay stopped about a mile off. It wasn't one of the Duncans with a message. They'd come all the way or call. It wasn't the shipment either. That was still hours away. He rolled onto his side and glanced back at the tripwire, mentally rehearsing the moves he'd need if someone approached, grab the rifle, pivot on his hip, sit up, swing around, and fire at close range. Simple enough. He turned forward again, eye to the scope, finger near the trigger. 10 minutes later, Reacher was halfway to the barn, running the numbers in his head. He was alone, the last man standing. All 10 football players were down, the Italians were down, the men in the Ford were down, the last Iranian was accounted for, and all 4 Duncans were bottled up in one of their houses. For now, Reacher figured he could trust that last bit of intel. A sudden grim amusement touched him. After all this chaos, he was walking into the quietest part of the battlefield, almost like the universe had saved the most tense silence for last. The local gossip network was proving itself a remarkably effective intelligence source. In military terms, it was pure human, and Reacher figured his old unit would have been green with envy over such a pervasive organic surveillance system. He continued forward, subtly adjusting his path to stay centered in the open space between the two structures. The larger barn loomed on his right, the smaller shed sat quiet on his left. The thorny brambles clustered at their foundations resembled rough, sketchy shading on a charcoal drawing, just brittle sticks now in the winter cold, but likely bursting with blossoms come summer, a place that could draw a child in. Kids' bikes, with their thick balloon tires and solid frames, could handle these rough tractor paths just fine. Eldridge Tyler, a quarter-mile away, held his breath and focused every sense on the land he knew so intimately. The earth was never truly silent. It was a living thing, constantly shifting, expanding, contracting, with microscopic tremors nudging small stones up through the soil to litter the ruts and furrows. To walk across it was to make noise, the scuff of a boot, the crunch of a pebble, the subtle click of stone on stone. It was an impossibility Tyler understood completely. He kept his eye pressed to the rifle scope, his finger resting alongside the trigger guard, his ears straining for the slightest disturbance. Reacher halted 50 yards out and went perfectly still, studying the buildings and turning a relentless loop of logic over in his mind. His hypothesis was either completely correct or utterly mistaken. Young Margaret Coe had come for the flowers, that much seemed clear, but she hadn't gotten trapped by some simple mishap. The bicycle told the story. A kid who was impulsive enough to just drop her bike and run off might have dashed into a crumbling building and gotten hurt. But a kid conscientious enough to carefully wheel her bike inside with her would have been cautious, less likely to have an accident. Basic human nature. Therefore, if there had been an accident, the bike would have been found outside. It wasn't so no accident. And yet, she had gone to the barn of her own free will, but she almost certainly hadn't entered it voluntarily. What 8-year-old girl, captivated by summer flowers, would choose to go into a dark, musty barn? Farm kids aren't mystified by barns, they're just part of the scenery. A child drawn to color and life would feel no pull toward a gloomy space smelling of rot and old hay. Could the heavy slider door even have been moved 25 years ago? It was jammed shut now, and the whole building had been decaying for a century. It was a massive weight. Or could a small child have possibly lifted a bulky bike with wide tires and awkward handlebars up and through that small Judas hole? Not a chance. Someone had done it for her. A fifth man. The entire theory collapsed without a fifth man. The barn meant nothing without him. The flowers were just a sad detail without him. The Duncans had their alibis, yet Margaret vanished anyway, so someone else was there by design or by cruel coincidence. Or maybe not. The logic just spun in a circle, all the way right or all the way wrong. Being wrong would be irritating, but ultimately a dead end. Being right, however, meant the fifth man was real, a man forever bound to the Duncans by a horrific shared secret. His cooperation could be taken for granted, his loyalty ensured by mutual guilt or outright fear. In a crisis, he would rally to their defense. Reacher's gaze swept from the barn to the shed. If the theory was sound, the fifth man would be here right now. And if the fifth man was here, then the theory was validated. More circular logic. He had observed these buildings twice before, in darkness and in daylight. His profession, and indeed his survival, had always depended on noticing the details others missed. But from 50 yards out in the fading light, there was painfully little to see. Just the weathered side profiles of two old silent structures holding their secrets close. The smartest play would have the guy waiting inside the barn, positioned a few paces back from the door, lounging in a lawn chair with a shotgun resting on his lap, ready for his target to step into that sharp rectangle of daylight. The next best option would place him up in the smaller outbuilding 120 yards off, lying flat on the mezzanine half-loft with a rifle peering through the ventilation slats, Reacher had clocked on both his earlier passes. A trickier shot, sure, but maybe this guy fancied himself more of a long-range specialist than a close-quarters fighter. Or maybe the barn's interior was considered hallowed ground, never to be glimpsed by an outsider, even one who was about to take his last breath. Either way, simple logic demanded the smaller shelter be checked first. Reacher angled left, moving straight for the long eastern wall of the outbuilding. He kept a steady, unhurried pace, a kind of deliberate stroll that was quieter than either a rush or a creep. He halted where the dry, thorny brush began, about 6 feet out, and ran the odds. Chances were high this fifth man had some military experience, or at least had been around it through family or friends. This was heartland country, with big families full of brothers and cousins, probably not a trained sniper, maybe not even infantry, but he'd likely know the fundamentals. And the most basic rule of all, when a man lies down to aim forward, he gets downright twitchy about what might be coming up behind him. It's human nature, plain and simple. That's why snipers work in two-man teams with a spotter. Sure, spotters help with range and wind, but their real value is as an extra set of eyes and a security blanket. A sniper's accuracy lives and dies by his breathing and his heart rate. Anything that steadies those is priceless. So, would our guy have brought his own spotter? A sixth man? Unlikely. There was already a sixth man off driving that gray van, so a dedicated spotter would make a seventh, and 7 is a clunky, unwieldy number for a local operation like this. No, the fifth man was almost certainly working solo, which meant, at a minimum, he'd have set up some kind of physical early warning system. Fresh gravel, maybe, or broken glass scattered on the approaches, or a tripwire right at the entrance. Something noisy, something definitive, something to let him relax. Reacher took a step back from the brambles and walked toward the shelter's open end. He stopped just short of the threshold, listening intently, but heard only the faint whisper of the prairie wind. He tried to breathe in the air, hoping to catch the faint chemical scent of a parked vehicle, the hint of benzene and cold hydrocarbons layered over the earthier smells of dirt and old timber. But his busted nose was clogged with dried blood. His sense of smell was completely gone, useless. With a quiet, almost resigned shake of his head, he drew the sawn-off shotgun with his right hand and the Glock with his left. He edged forward and peered around the corner. And there it was. A tripwire. It was a stretch of thin, low-voltage electrical cable, the kind you'd pick up at a hardware store, insulated in black plastic. It was tied taut, shin-high across the opening. A fine film of half-dried morning dew clung to it, meaning it had been in place for hours since before dawn. That told Reacher everything. This fifth man was serious, cautious, patient, committed, and all in. It also meant he'd been contacted the day before, probably by the Duncans in the late afternoon, as a belt and suspenders backup plan, which finally confirmed what Reacher had suspected all along. The barn was the real prize. A slow smile spread across his face all the way right. He gave the tangled vine a wide berth and began a silent, exaggerated arc around the structure. He operated on the simple logic that most folks favor their right hand, so positioning himself to the man's left before making his presence known would force a longer, clumsier swing of the rifle to line up a shot. Scanning the ground, he found nothing that would give him away. Further in, a truck was parked, partly beneath the loft, its tailgate down, the worn white paint along its edge a faint smudge in the dim light. He edged right up to the wire, stopping just short, and let his vision adjust. The interior was mostly dark, sliced here and there by narrow blades of sun slipping between warped wooden planks. The truck, a Chevy Silverado, sat silent. Above it, a step up from the cab's roof. The loft held a hunched silhouette, boot soles, legs, the curve of a back, all outlined by the daylight streaming through the ventilation slats. The fifth man, lying prone with a rifle, Reacher stepped high over the tripwire, left foot then right, and melted into the shadows. He moved along the smooth earth of the left tire track as deliberate as a tightrope walker, holding his breath. He reached the truck's rear bumper. From there he could only see the man's boots. He needed a clearer view, which meant getting into the truck bed, and that meant silence was over. The metal would clang, the springs would groan, and from that moment the quiet morning would erupt into chaos. He drew a slow, deep breath through his mouth. Suddenly, without any warning, a deafening racket exploded behind and below Eldridge Tyler. Something heavy and metallic was hammering against his truck. Then footsteps pounded into the load bed, and a loud, grating voice was shrieking, "Don't move! Don't move!" A shotgun roared into the roof just above his back, the blast crushing in the enclosed space, and the voice yelled again, "Don't move!" The shotgun racked with a brutal crunch-crunch, ready for another shell, while hot spent pellets rained down on him, and a shower of worm-eaten sawdust drifted from the damaged boards like gritty tan snow. Then an abrupt silence fell. The voice spoke, cold and clear, "Take your hands off your gun or I'll put a round in your backside." Tyler lifted his right index finger from the trigger and slid his left hand out from under the barrel. The voice came from behind him, slightly to the left. He pushed up on his palms and twisted, arching his back to look. He saw a huge man, at least 6'5" and 250, wrapped in a bulky brown parka with a wool cap. The guy held himself stiffly, as if in real pain, just as described, except for a strip of duct tape stuck to his cheek. That detail was new. He held a sawed-off shotgun and a large metal wrench right-handed, broad shoulders. The center of his skull was roughly 73 inches from the truck bed floor, exactly as planned. Tyler shut his eyes. Reacher saw a man in his late 60s, stocky, with thinning gray hair and a face etched by wind and sun. He wore layers topped by an old flannel shirt and wool pants. Beyond him, resting on what looked like stacked sacks of rice, gleamed a fine walnut-stalked hunting rifle. A water bottle and a wrapped sandwich sat nearby. Reacher said, "That tripwire of yours was a real masterpiece, wasn't it?" The man said nothing. Reacher asked, "What's your name?" Still no reply. Reacher commanded, "Climb down. Leave the rifle where it is." The man didn't move. His eyes remained closed. He was thinking, weighing his dwindling options in the sudden, dusty quiet. Reacher watched the man's face, seeing the same desperate arithmetic play out behind his eyes that any cornered criminal runs through. "What do they have on me?" Reacher cut to the chase. "I've got the broad strokes. Just fill in the blanks for me." The man stayed silent. Reacher pressed on. 25 years back, a little girl used to visit this place to see the blooms. Probably a regular Sunday thing. One of those Sundays you were here, too. I need to know if that was a coincidence or if you were waiting for her." The man's eyes flicked open, but he offered no words. "I'll take that as you being here on purpose, then," Reacher said. Still no answer. Reacher continued, painting the picture. "It was early in the season. I'm no gardener, but maybe the flowers were just starting to show. How quick did the Duncans catch on to her routine? Was it 3 weeks or just 2? A slight shift in the man's posture. His head remained still, but his hands began a slow, deliberate crawl back toward the rifle. "Just so we're clear," Reacher said, his voice flat, "if that barrel starts to swing my way, I will put you down." The man froze, but he didn't withdraw his hands. "I'm guessing 2 weeks," Reacher said. "They spotted her the first Sunday, watched for her the second, and had you planted here by the third." "That sound about right." Silence. Reacher's questions grew more specific. "Confirm it for me. When did the Duncans call you? When did they ring up those boys to put up that fence? I want to hear how the whole ugly plan came together." "Nothing. Are you going to pretend you don't know what I'm talking about?" Reacher asked. More silence. "All right," Reacher sighed. "I'll assume you know exactly what I'm talking about." The man offered no comment. Reacher's tone grew colder, edged with a contempt he didn't bother to hide. "How did you even know the Duncans? Was it a shared hobby? Some pathetic little club for people with revolting tastes?" No reply. "Was this your first time?" Reacher asked, the question hanging in the still air. "Or had you done this before?" The silence stretched. "You need to start talking," Reacher said, his voice low and final. "It's the only play you've got left." The man said nothing. He closed his eyes again, and his hands began their clumsy, contorted journey back beneath his body. He was twisted up on one hip and elbow, his side exposed to Reacher like an open wound. The rifle's muzzle twitched to the left. The man had a grip on the forestock. He wasn't trying to stay alive. He was orchestrating his own end, not with the rifle directly, but by provoking its use. Reacher recognized the signs. Suicide by cop had happened especially after certain kinds of arrests. A grim, ironic smile touched Reacher's lips. Had to end sometime, didn't it? He said, almost conversationally. The man gave the barest nod, a movement so slight it was nearly imperceptible. The rifle kept moving, jerking, and catching on the rough boards in his own clothing. "Open your eyes," Reacher commanded, his voice now devoid of all pity. "I want you to see this through." The man's eyes opened. Reacher let him struggle, maneuvering the rifle through a 90-degree arc. Then Reacher fired the sawed-off. The 12-gauge blast shattered the quiet once more, the shot catching the man in the gut at an angle that sent the buckshot tearing upward through his stomach and into his chest. He died almost immediately. A mercy. Reacher thought coldly that a young girl named Margaret Coe was never given. He waited a long moment in the ringing silence, then stepped onto the roof of the Silverado's cab, climbed onto the half-loft shelf, and crouched beside the body. He rolled the dead man off the expensive rifle and climbed down with it. It was a custom piece built around a Winchester bolt action. A costly toy and as pointless a way to spend money as any. A .338 Magnum was chambered, with 5 more in the magazine. Overkill for a target 120 yards away, Reacher mused, but the firepower might soon come in handy. He carried the rifle to the shelter's entrance, stepped carefully over the tripwire, and stood for a second with the weak sun on his face. Then he turned and started his loop back toward the barn. The Judas hole was mounted on hinges to swing outward, secured by a lock you'd typically find on a front door in any suburban neighborhood. A tarnished brass keyhole plate, about the size of a coffee mug, covered the mechanism. Behind it, a steel bolt would slide into a metal housing set into the door jamb, held fast by a pair of screws. The jamb here was part of the main sliding door itself, a solid piece of construction. Reacher raised the ornate rifle, positioned himself a foot from the door, and fired 2 rounds where he estimated the screws to be. He fired twice more, adjusting his angle slightly. The Magnum cartridges did their work well. The door groaned, sagging open about half an inch before catching on splintered wood. Reacher wedged his fingers into the gap and pulled with all his strength. A long, jagged section of wood, as long as his arm, tore free and clattered to the floor, and the door swung open. He pushed it all the way back against the wall, paused for a moment in the blinding sunlight, and then stepped into the barn's dim interior. 11 minutes later, Reacher emerged from the barn. He saw Dorothy Coe's pickup truck bumping up the dirt track toward him. 3 figures were crowded into the cab. Dorothy at the wheel, the doctor beside her, and his wife squeezed into the middle. Reacher stood frozen, a strange numbness washing over him, squinting against the sun. He held the captured rifle in one hand, the other hanging limp at his side. Dorothy slowed the truck to a stop about 30 feet away, a wary distance, as if some primal instinct had already warned her. After a long, silent minute, the doors opened. The doctor climbed out first, his wife sliding across the worn vinyl seat to join him. Then Dorothy stepped out on her side, remaining behind the open door, one hand gripping its frame tightly. Reacher blinked hard, ran his free hand over the tape on his face, and walked down to meet them. Dorothy was silent for a beat, then tried to form a question, her voice faltering twice before she managed it on the 3rd try. "Is she in there?" "Yes," Reacher said. "Are you certain? Her bicycle is in there? Still, after all this time, how can you be sure it's hers? It matches the description in the old police report. It must be nothing but rust. Only a little. It's dry inside." Dorothy fell quiet again, her gaze fixed on the distant western horizon just slightly south of the barn, as if she couldn't bear to look at the structure directly. She stood perfectly still, but her hand was clenched so hard on the truck's door frame her knuckles were bone white. "Can you tell what happened to her?" she finally asked. "No," Reacher said. It was a technical truth. He wasn't a medical examiner. But with his years as a cop, he could piece together a grim hypothesis. She said, I need to go look, don't, he urged. I have to. Not really. I want to. It's better if you don't, you can't stop me. I know that. You have no right to stop me. I'm just asking, please don't look. I have to. Trust me, it's better not to. I don't have to listen to you, then listen to her instead. Listen to Margaret. Imagine if she'd grown up. What would she have become? She wouldn't have been some lawyer or a scientist. She loved flowers. She loved colors and shapes. She would have been a painter or maybe a poet. An artist, a smart, creative soul in love with life, full of common sense and concern for you, full of wisdom. She'd look at you right now, shake her head with a little smile, and say, "Come on, Mom, do what the man says." You really think so? She'd say, "Mom, trust me on this one, but I have to see after all these years of not knowing, it's better if you don't. It's just her bones now. It's not just her bones. What else could possibly be left?" "No," Reacher said, his voice softening. "I mean, it's not just her bones," the implication hung in the air heavier than the prairie dust. Meanwhile, far to the north near the 49th parallel, an exchange was proceeding with cold precision. A white van had crept south through the final stretches of Canadian wilderness, coming to a final stop in a rough clearing a little over 2 miles from the border, its engine ticking as it cooled in the forest quiet. The driver stepped out of the vehicle, stretching his limbs before retrieving a long coil of rope from the passenger side. He moved to the rear doors, swinging them open and gesturing urgently. The women and girls emerged without hesitation, their faces alight with anticipation. This journey to America was the dream they had sacrificed for, the future they had purchased. There were 16 in total, all from the Thai countryside, 6 women and 10 young girls, each averaging around 80 pounds. Together, they added up to roughly 1,260 pounds of silent, hopeful cargo. The women were slender and graceful. The girls, none older than 8, clung shyly to their skirts. They blinked in the morning light, gazing up at the towering trees, their feet shuffling slightly on the forest floor. They were stiff from the long ride, yet thrumming with a quiet excitement. The driver arranged them into a loose semicircle. A language barrier stood between them, but he was practiced in this silent routine. It was often quicker than words anyway. He began with a calming pat of the air, then raised a finger to his lips, turning slowly from one end of the line to the other. The message was clear: absolute silence. He pointed at the ground, then cupped the hand behind his ear. The earth has ears. The women nodded earnestly, eager to show their understanding. Next, he pointed to himself, then to them, then southward, wiggling his fingers in a walking motion. "We go on foot from here." More nods. They had been prepared for this leg of the journey. Then, with palms down, he mimed walking on air, light and delicate, his eyes meeting each of theirs in turn. "Step softly, stay quiet." The women nodded vigorously while the girls peeked out from behind their hair, their dark eyes wide. With the rope uncoiled, he measured roughly 6 feet from the end and looped it around the first woman's wrist. He repeated the process, 6 feet, then a loop for the first girl, then the next, and so on, until all 16 were linked. It wasn't a tether, but a guide, a moving handrail to keep the group together and prevent anyone from straying into the dense, unfamiliar woods. Losing someone here would mean a frantic, noisy search, and that was a risk he couldn't take. Taking the loose end, he wrapped it around his own hand and set off, leading them like a slow, silent train weaving between the pines and underbrush. He moved carefully, listening for any sound from behind. There was none, just the soft rustle of careful footsteps. They knew how to be quiet, especially these women and girls whose entire futures depended on invisibility. Yet for all their care, their passage did not go entirely unnoticed. Far away in a monitoring station in Fargo, North Dakota, a Homeland Security analyst glanced at a seismograph readout. A tiny tremor registered, a faint flicker on the screen. He shrugged, marking it down as wildlife, perhaps a family of deer moving through the woods. At nearly the same moment, a similar blip appeared on a screen in Winnipeg, Manitoba. There, an observer dismissed it as a gust of wind shaking snow from the branches. The deflections were so slight they barely rose above the background hum of the earth itself, and so they walked on, patient and light-footed, enduring the third chapter of their arduous passage. The shipping container was behind them. The white van was parked and empty, and now came this long, careful hike through the silent forest. Ahead waited another vehicle, and with it the next uncertain step toward the lives they hoped to claim. Everything had been carefully laid out for them in advance, inside a cramped shipping office located above a general store in a town not far from where they lived. Numerous agencies offered similar services, but the one they selected had a sterling reputation. The cost was steep, yet the provisions were top-notch. Their liaison had emphasized that his primary goal was ensuring they reached America in peak condition, as vibrant and healthy as possible. To achieve this, the shipping container, which would serve as their living quarters for the longest segment of the four-phase journey, was outfitted with every conceivable necessity. Daylight simulating lamps connected to car batteries illuminated the space. There were comfortable mattresses and warm blankets. Ample supplies of food and water were stored alongside chemical toilets and a basic medical kit. Disguised ventilation slots made to look like rust damage lined the walls, supplemented by a battery-powered fan and emergency oxygen tanks to prevent the air from growing stale. An exercise machine was provided to help them stay fit for the final 4-mile trek across the border. They even had washing supplies, along with skin lotions and moisturizers. They were informed the transport vans contained similar items, though in smaller quantities due to the shorter road trips. A truly meticulous operation, it seemed to account for every detail. Perhaps most commendably, there was no prejudice against families with daughters. Some smuggling rings only accepted adults who could start working immediately, while others permitted only older boys for the same reason. This organization, however, welcomed girls without hesitation, even very young ones, an approach widely viewed as exceptionally compassionate. The sole drawback was the strict separation of the sexes during travel, maintained for propriety's sake, which meant fathers were parted from mothers and brothers from sisters. Then, at the final moment, they were informed that the ship carrying the men and boys had been unexpectedly delayed. The women and girls would have to proceed ahead alone. It would be fine. They were assured they would be properly cared for at their destination until the second vessel arrived. They had been warned repeatedly that the 4-mile hike would be the most grueling part, but in reality, it wasn't. It felt liberating to be outside, breathing fresh air and moving freely. The air was chilly, but they were accustomed to cold from winters back in Thailand, and they wore adequate warm clothing. The highlight came when their guide suddenly halted, raised a finger to his lips for silence, and then drew an invisible line across the ground with his hand. Pointing beyond it, he silently mouthed the word, America. One by one, they stepped over that imaginary boundary, faces breaking into joyful smiles, and continued forward across American soil at last, picking their way carefully and almost gracefully, like performers in a delicate dance. Waiting on the Montana side of the border, the Duncan driver in a gray van spotted them approaching from about 100 yards out. As per the usual routine, his Canadian counterpart led the group, setting a steady pace while holding the guiding rope. The line of people drifted behind him, appearing almost weightless as they wove and curved between the trees. The Duncan driver swung open his rear doors and stood ready. The Canadian handed off the rope's loose end, a practice transfer reminiscent of a relay baton, then turned and vanished back into the forest. The driver gestured for his passengers to enter the van, but before each person climbed inside, he looked directly at their face, offered a warm smile, and shook their hand, a gesture the travelers interpreted as a heartfelt official welcome to their new homeland. In truth, the Duncan driver was a man who enjoyed a wager, and he was quietly assessing which child the Duncans would likely decide to keep for themselves. The women were destined for escort services in Las Vegas, with 9 of them moving on to other locations down the line. One, however, would remain in the county at least for a while, or technically, forever. This was the Duncan method: buy 10, sell 9. The driver enjoyed studying the candidates, trying to guess which one would be the so-called lucky one. He identified 4 strong possibilities, then felt a sudden, unexpected thrill about a fifth, even though she would be utterly unrecognizable by the time she reached him. Meanwhile, Dorothy Coe remained behind her truck's open door for a solid 10 minutes. Reacher stood facing her, watching closely, hoping he was blocking her view of the barn. He was prepared to stand there as long as necessary, 10 hours, 10 days, even 10 years, or forever, if it meant preventing her from going inside. Her eyes seemed fixed on some distant point, and her lips moved faintly, as if she were rehearsing arguments with herself, to look or not to look, to know or not to know. Finally, she broke the silence. "How many are in there?" Reacher replied. "Around 60. "Oh, my God." "Probably 2 or 3 a year," Reacher said. "They developed a taste for it, an addiction. There are no ghosts. Ghosts aren't real. What that stoner kid heard from time to time was all too real." "Who were they?" "Asian girls, I believe. You can tell that from bones. The most recent one isn't just bones yet. Where did they all come from?" "Most likely from immigrant families. Almost certainly illegals, smuggled in for the sex trade. That's what the Duncans were involved in. That's how they made their money." "Were they all young, about 8 years old? Are they buried?" Reacher said, "No, they're just dumped in there." "Not dumped," Reacher corrected. "They're displayed. It's like a shrine." A long, heavy silence followed. Dorothy Coe finally said, "I should look." "Don't." "Why not?" "There are photographs, like a record, kept as mementos in silver frames." "I should look. You'll regret it for the rest of your life. You'll wish you never had you looked. And I regret it. I wish I hadn't." Dorothy Coe fell quiet again. She took a slow breath, her eyes scanning the horizon. Then she asked, "What do we do now?" Reacher said, "I'm heading over to the Duncan houses. They're all in there, sitting around, thinking everything is just fine. It's time they learned it isn't," Dorothy Coe said. "I want to come with you," Reacher said. "That's not a good idea. I need to. It could be dangerous. I hope it is. Some things are worth dying for." The doctor's wife added, "We're coming too, both of us. Let's go right now." Dorothy Coe slid behind the wheel of her truck once more, and the doctor and his wife climbed in beside her. Reacher rode in the bed with the captured rifle, holding on tight as they bounced over the tractor ruts for a long, slow mile back to where he had left the white Tahoe, taken from the football player who had broken his nose. It was still there, untouched. Reacher got in and drove, with the other 3 following behind. They headed south on the 2-lane road, then slowed to a stop about half a mile from the Duncan compound. The view from there was clear. Reacher detached the Leica scope from the rifle and used it like a small telescope. All 3 houses were plainly visible. 5 vehicles were parked in a neat line on the dirt to the left of Jacob's house, the southernmost one, 3 old pickups, Seth Duncan's black Cadillac, and Eleanor Duncan's red Mazda. All were cold and still, covered in a faint dew, as if they'd been parked for a long time, meaning the Duncans were holed up and isolated, which was exactly what Reacher wanted. He stepped out of the Tahoe and walked back to meet the others. He took the sawed-off shotgun from his pocket and handed it to Dorothy Coe. "Head back and get car keys from the football players," he said. "Then bring me 2 more vehicles. Pick the ones with the most gas in the tank." Dorothy Coe reversed a few feet, swung her truck across the empty road, and sped away toward the north. Reacher slid back into the Tahoe and settled in to wait. 3 lonely houses stood exposed on the flat winter landscape, offering no cover at all. It was a textbook tactical nightmare. Standard military doctrine would recommend falling back and calling in an airstrike or heavy artillery. A guerrilla unit might split up and hit the place with rocket-propelled grenades from all sides, focusing the main thrust from the north where the windows were fewest. But Reacher had no unit to split, no heavy weapons, and no air support. He was alone with a drunk, a woman in shock, and another who was just holding on. Their arsenal consisted of a bolt-action rifle with 2 bullets, a Glock 9mm with 16 rounds, a cut-down 12-gauge shotgun loaded with 3 shells, a switchblade, an adjustable wrench, 2 screwdrivers, and a book of matches. Hardly an overwhelming show of force, yet they had time on their side. The whole day stretched ahead. They had terrain on their side too, 40,000 wide-open acres with nothing to block the view. And, ironically, they had the Duncan's own fence on their side. That sturdy quarter-century-old barrier, originally built as a convenient alibi, was about to deliver a dose of poetic justice. The law of unintended consequences was coming around to bite the Duncans right where it hurt. Reacher raised the binoculars again. The compound remained still and silent. The only movement came from thin plumes of smoke drifting south from the chimneys of the first and last houses, carried by a faint breeze. He waited 15 minutes later. A small convoy appeared in his rearview mirror, heading straight for him. Dorothy Coe's truck led the way, followed by the gold Yukon Reacher had taken from the kid named John, now driven by the doctor. Bringing up the rear was the doctor's wife in the black pickup that had delivered the first Cornhusker that morning. They all slowed and parked in a line behind the Tahoe out of long habit. Every one of them deliberately looked away from the Duncan compound, keeping their eyes averted. Reacher got out and the others gathered around. He laid out the plan quickly. Dorothy Coe would keep the shotgun. He handed the binoculars to the doctor's wife and took her scarf and cell phone in return. Once they understood their roles, he sent them off in Dorothy Coe's truck heading south. Now Reacher stood alone on the shoulder of the two-lane road with three vehicles, the white Tahoe, the gold Yukon, and the black pickup. All the keys were in his pocket. He counted to 10, then got to work. The black pickup was the longest by about a foot, so he decided to use it second. The white Tahoe had the most fuel, so it would go first. That left John's gold Yukon for the third move. A good choice. Since Reacher already knew it handled well, he walked down the line, starting all three engines and leaving them to idle. Then he began leapfrogging them forward, moving each one 100 yards closer to the mouth of the Duncan driveway, trying to keep the activity unnoticed for as long as possible. Without the binoculars, his view of the compound was less detailed, but everything still looked quiet. He got the black pickup within 50 yards, left the Yukon waiting right behind it, then jogged back to the Tahoe. He drove the Tahoe all the way forward, turned it into the driveway entrance, and lined it up straight before easing to a stop. Sliding out of the driver's seat, he crouched down and clamped the jaws of his adjustable wrench firmly over the gas pedal. He adjusted the angle so the wrench's handle stuck up above the pedal, then tightened the knurled knob until it was secure. He slipped back and moved quickly around the rear of the vehicle, popping open the fuel door and removing the gas cap. Using the longer screwdriver, he fed the borrowed scarf down into the filler neck, then struck a match and set the loose end alight. Hurrying back to the driver's side, he leaned in, shifted the truck into gear, and let the idle carry it forward. Keeping pace, he pressed the seat adjustment button, sliding the cushion slowly forward, past the setting for someone of average height, past even where a shorter person would prefer, until the front edge met the wrench he'd wedged against the pedal. The engine's pitch shifted, the truck picked up speed. Reacher matched its pace, fingers still on the button, the seat grinding to the end of its track. As the truck accelerated, he broke into a jog alongside, then stepped clear and let it roll on alone. It wasn't moving fast, maybe 10 miles an hour or less, but it had enough momentum to push through the loose gravel. The ruts in the driveway kept it roughly on course behind it. The scarf in the fuel neck was burning steadily. Turning, Reacher jogged back to the road and the black pickup. He drove it just past the driveway entrance, then reversed in, sawing the wheel until he'd parked it squarely across the gap between the fences, a near-perfect barricade with only a couple of feet to spare at either end. By then, the white Tahoe was already halfway to the house, lurching in the ruts, a bright trail of flame streaming behind it. Reacher pocketed the black pickup's keys and jogged back toward the road, taking up a position beside the gold Yukon's hood where he could watch unseen. The Tahoe was fully ablaze now. It covered the last 20 yards with a dumb mechanical persistence, slammed into the front of the center house, and stopped. 2 tons of metal carried some force, but it wasn't a devastating impact, just splintered wood, a bowed wall, and shattered glass from a ground-floor window. Yet it was enough. Flames from the rear swayed forward, then settled in, rolling under the sills and climbing the doors. Smoke, thick and black, poured from the wheel wells and tires, caught the breeze, and drifted southwest. Reacher leaned into the Yukon and lifted the rifle from the seat. The fire advanced toward the front of the Tahoe, slow but insistent, a busy searching burn. Rear tires caught, front tires began to smoke, then the fuel line must have split because a sudden fan of fierce new-colored flame sprayed laterally, beating against the house, surging around the hood, bubbling paint into a fast black semicircle. Flames chased the damage, small at first, then swelling like an army, breaching defenses, fanning out, hunting for new fuel. Air whistled in and out of the broken window, and fire began licking at the frame. He dialed the borrowed cell. The center house is on fire. From her vantage, half a mile out in the fields, Dorothy Coe answered. That's Jonas's place. We can see the smoke from here. Any movement? Not yet. A pause. Wait, Jonas just came out the back. Turning left, he's heading around toward the front. You're sure it's him? 100%. We've got the telescope on him. All right, Reacher said. Stay on the line. He set the open phone on the Yukon's hood and raised the rifle. The rifle featured a rear iron sight positioned just in front of the scope mount and a front sight near the muzzle. Reacher lifted it, settled his elbows on the sheet metal for stability, and peered through the scope toward the space separating the middle house from the one on the southern end. The range was roughly 140 yards. He held his position, watching, until a stout figure emerged from behind the structures, a man, broad and short, likely past 60. His face was ruddy, his gray hair thinning. This was Reacher's first real glimpse of one of the Duncan elders. The man moved with a stiff, hurried pace between the blind sides of the two homes, stepped into the light, and froze. His eyes locked onto the blazing Tahoe. He took a step toward it, halted again, then turned to face forward, staring intently at the pickup truck blocking the far end of the driveway. Reacher centered the front sight on the man's torso and squeezed the trigger. The .338 round struck high, landing about a foot above Jonas Duncan's center mass, squarely between his lower lip and chin. It tore through the roots of his front teeth, sliced through the soft tissue of his mouth and throat, shattered his third vertebra, severed his spinal cord, passed through the fat at the back of his neck, and finally buried itself in the corner of Jacob Duncan's house. Jonas collapsed straight down, his formerly rigid fireplug-like body going limp as he fell. He ended up in a twisted heap on the ground, face to the sky, eyes wide open. The last of his oxygenated blood seeped from the wound, and then he was gone. Reacher worked the rifle's bolt, the spent casing pinged off the Yukon's hood, rolled down its curve, and dropped into the dirt. He picked up the cell phone. Jonas is down, he said. Dorothy Coe's voice came through. We heard the shot. Any movement? Not yet. Reacher kept the phone to his ear. Jonas's house was now fully engulfed. The entire front wall was ablaze, flames roaring inside and casting wild orange light and dancing shadows. Fire licked flat and furious across the ceilings, glowed wetly behind unbroken window panes, and burst out through shattered windows to join the greater inferno. Smoke and heat continued to drift south, toward the southernmost building. Dorothy's voice returned. Jasper is outside. He's armed with a long gun. He sees us. He's looking right at us. How far back are you positioned? Reacher asked. About 600 yards. Hold your ground. If he fires, he'll miss. We believe it's a shotgun. Even better. The spread won't reach you. He's running now. He's past Jonas's house. He's heading for Jacob's. Reacher spotted him. A short, wide man, much like his brother, darting from right to left across the narrow gap between Jonas's and Jacob's homes. Over the phone, Dorothy reported, he's gone inside. We can see him in Jacob's kitchen through the window. Jacob and Seth are in there with him. Reacher waited. The fire in Jonas's house raged unchecked. Out front, the white Tahoe was now a charred skeleton wreathed in flame. Window glass exploded from the house ahead of horizontal tongues of fire that shot out like reaching arms before curling upward. The roof was alight. Then a deep, concussive sound shuddered through the air. The interior of the house seemed to convulse, and a hot blue-tinged shimmer, visible like a force, gushed out from the ground floor, rising slowly for a count of 3 before the flames roared back with even greater intensity. Dorothy's voice cut in. Something just exploded in Jonas's kitchen, probably the propane tank. The back wall is burning fiercely now. Reacher continued to watch. The ground floor burned through, leading to another heaving shudder as flaming timbers crashed down into the basement. The left gable tilted inward while the right one toppled outward, collapsing across the gap onto Jasper's house. A shower of sparks erupted, caught by thermals, and rocketed 100 feet into the dark sky. Jonas's right-hand wall gave way, tumbling into the gap and stacking high against Jasper's left-hand wall. Gusts of fresh air rushed over unburned surfaces, and sudden vivid flames erupted. Reacher observed, "This is progressing nicely." Then the second floor of Jonas's house caved in with a burst of sparks, and his left-hand wall came loose, folding neatly in half. The top section fell inward into the inferno, while the bottom angled outward, propping itself against Jacob's house. Burning timbers and glowing embers spilled out, settling and drawing oxygen toward them. Massive new flames began licking upward, outward, and sideways. Even the weeds in the gravel were ablaze. Reacher said, "I believe we're 3 for 3. I think we got them all." Dorothy Coe's voice came over the phone. "Jasper's on the move again. He's heading for his truck." Reacher watched through his rifle's sight. He saw Jasper sprint toward the line of vehicles, slide into a white pickup, start the engine, and back out. The truck stopped, turned, and aimed straight for the driveway. It blew through a shower of sparks right past Jonas's body and headed directly for the 2-lane road straight toward Reacher and the parked black truck. It braked hard, stopping short just behind it, and Jasper scrambled out. He yanked open the black truck's passenger door and ducked inside, only to emerge a second later. No key. The key was in Reacher's pocket. Reacher set the phone on the Yukon's hood. Jasper Duncan stood still, momentarily uncertain. The distance was about 40 yards, which was practically nothing. Reacher shot him through the head. Jasper went down instantly, just as his brother had, leaving a faint pink mist of blood and bone in the air above him, which drifted an inch before vanishing in the breeze. Reacher picked up the phone and said, "Jasper's down." He then dropped the empty rifle on the road behind him and climbed into the Yukon. The lack of replacement ammunition meant Phase 1 was over, and Phase 2 was about to begin. Reacher drove the Yukon 100 yards past the mouth of the driveway, then turned right onto the open dirt. Lumps and stones squirmed and pattered under the tires. He drove a wide circle until he was level with the compound itself, then stopped, facing the houses, engine idling, foot on the brake. From this new angle, he saw that Jacob's south wall remained untouched by the fire so far, but judging by the backdrop of smoke and flame, the north end of the house was burning fiercely. Ahead and far to the left, he could see Dorothy Coe's truck waiting 600 yards west in the fields, similarly nose in and poised like a hunting dog, panting and crouching. He raised the phone to his ear and asked, "I'm Endon now." "What do you see?" Dorothy Coe replied. "Jonas's house is nearly gone. All that's left is the chimney, really. The bricks are glowing red, and Jasper's house is on its way. His propane tank just exploded."
What about Jacob's?
"It's burning north to south, pretty fierce. Has to be getting hot in there, stand by." "Then it won't be long now." It was less than a minute. Dorothy Coe said, "They're out," and a second later, Reacher saw Jacob and Seth Duncan spill around the back corner of the house. They ran duck down and bent over, zigzagging, afraid of the rifle they believed was still out there. They made it to one of the remaining pickup trucks, and Reacher watched them open the doors from a crouch, climb in, and hunker down low. Behind them, the north end of Jacob's house swelled, bellied, and came down quite slowly and gracefully, with sparks shooting up and out like fireworks. Burning timbers tumbled and spread like lava from a volcano, reaching almost to the boundary fence, a vertical mass made horizontal. Then the south end of the house fell slowly backward and collapsed into the fire, leaving only the chimney standing upright, Reacher said. "What's the situation?" Dorothy Coe replied, "Exactly as you predicted." From his vantage point, Reacher could make out Jacob Duncan behind the wheel of the pickup truck, a stockier figure than his brother Seth beside him. Seth's face was still wrapped in the white medical tape holding his splint in place. The truck reversed, its path shortened by the encroaching wall of flame at its back, then lurched forward to slam against the fence. The impact crumpled the hood and twisted the front bumper, sending a shudder through the sturdy timber rails, but the barrier held firm. It was a well-built thing, those posts set deep, a classic case of meticulous planning yielding an unexpected result. Jacob tried a second time, reversing a mere car length before gunning the engine. The truck struck the fence again, jolting the two men violently inside the cab, but the structure refused to give. Reacher watched Jacob check the mirror. There simply wasn't enough room for a proper run-up. The spreading fire and the tight confines of the property saw to that. So Jacob switched strategies. He carefully positioned the truck's grill squarely between two posts and began to inch forward, applying steady grinding pressure instead of a sharp impact. The wooden rails groaned and bent under the strain, bowing inward, but they held their ground. Then, with a sudden shriek, the pickup's rear tires lost their bite on the loose dirt, spinning wildly until the fence's resistance pushed the vehicle back half a foot. Both doors flew open. Jacob and Seth scrambled out and made a desperate dash for the Cadillac, a heavier car with more torque, but saddled with smooth highway tires utterly unsuited for the terrain. Seth took the wheel, too fearful of the flames to reverse more than a few feet. He crept forward, the chrome grille meeting the rails, and the tires immediately began to spin uselessly. End of the line. "They're on foot now," Reacher stated. Behind the fleeing men, the blazing structure gave a final groan as its last supports failed, collapsing in a slow, sighing descent that fanned a storm of embers and superheated gas into the sky. Towers of flame, freed from their fuel, twisted and danced on the air itself before vanishing. The intense heat warped the very atmosphere, and fiery plumes shot upward. Jacob and Seth flinched, throwing their arms over their faces as they retreated from the blistering wave. They reached the fence, scaled it, dropped into the field, and began to run. Jacob and Seth Duncan sprinted a good 30 yards on pure adrenaline, a blind dash away from the inferno, before skidding to a halt. They turned, looking small and lost in the vast open field. Their eyes landed on the parked Yukon, and confusion flashed across their faces. This was one of their own vehicles, so why wasn't the driver helping? Then they spotted Dorothy Coe's truck in the distance, and a moment later, the pieces clicked into place. They exchanged one final wordless glance and split up, running in opposite directions. Reacher lifted his phone. "Using us as reference, if I'm at 9 o'clock and you're at 12, Jacob is moving toward 10. Seth is heading for 7. I'll take Seth. Jacob is yours." "Understood." Dorothy Coe's voice came back. Reacher released the brake and steered with one hand, tracing a wide clockwise arc across the rough ground. First north, then east, the heat from the distant fire radiated through the window beside him. Ahead, Seth was staggering through the dirt, still 70 yards from the road. Reacher caught a glint of metal in the man's right hand. Then Dorothy Coe's voice crackled over the line again, tense now. "Jacob's armed. He has a handgun. Looks like a revolver from here, but it's hard to be sure. We're moving too erratically." The voice crackled over the line. "Ease off and get a proper look." A tense 10 seconds passed before the reply came. "We believe it's a standard 6-shot revolver." "Has he discharged it?" "Negative." "All right, fall back but maintain visual." "He's trapped. Let him wear himself out." "Copy that." Reacher placed the phone on the passenger seat and continued trailing Seth southward, maintaining a 30-yard buffer. The man was moving with frantic energy, his arms pistoning. Without a scope, Reacher couldn't be certain, but he'd wager the object clutched in Seth's right hand was also a revolver, likely part of a matching set inherited from his father. Reacher nudged the accelerator, closing the gap to 20 yards. Seth was running flat out, his head tilted back, knees driving. The item in his grip was unmistakably a firearm, its barrel no longer than a finger. The 2-lane highway lay 40 yards ahead, a strip of empty asphalt leading to more barren landscape. Reacher couldn't fathom Seth's objective. Reaching that road was pointless. It was deserted, a mere line on a map. Perhaps it was a misguided faith in civilization, a generational tick where the youngest Duncan believed public roads offered sanctuary. Or maybe he was simply trying to get home where more weapons might be waiting. The direction was roughly correct. If that was his plan, he was either utterly desperate or possessed a staggering foolish optimism. He had over 2 miles to cover, pursued by a motor vehicle. Reacher held at 20 yards and observed, far behind his left shoulder, a final propane tank detonated with a muffled thud, filling the Yukon's mirror with a shower of sparks. Ahead, Seth kept running. Then abruptly he skidded to a halt, whirled around and planted his feet, raising the revolver in a two-handed grip at eye level, the aluminum mask just behind the sights. His chest heaved, all 4 limbs trembled violently, and despite the two-handed hold, the muzzle jerked erratically in a circle roughly the size of a basketball. Reacher slowed, shifted gears, reversed slightly to re-establish 30 yards of distance. He felt reasonably secure. The truck's substantial V8 engine block sat between him and the gun, and besides, the odds of a winded, untrained man even striking the truck with a snub-nosed handgun at 90 feet were slim. The likelihood of a precision headshot through the windshield was virtually non-existent. Hitting the right county, let alone the right vehicle, was a topic for debates. Seth fired. 3 shots, deliberately spaced but betrayed by a jerky trigger pull, significant muzzle climb, and a complete lack of lateral control. Reacher didn't flinch. He watched the 3 muzzle flashes with detached professional curiosity, trying to identify the model, but 30 yards was too far. He was aware of 7- and 8-shot revolvers, but they were rare. He assumed this was a 6-shooter, which meant 3 rounds remained. The phone beside him squawked with urgent concern. He picked it up to hear Dorothy Coe's voice. "Are you all right? We heard gunfire." "I'm fine," Reacher said. "What about you? He's as likely to hit you as me, wherever you are." "We're okay. Where's Jacob?" "Still moving south and west. He's slowing down." "Stay on him," Reacher instructed, setting the phone back down. He kept his Glock in his pocket. The inherent problem for a right-handed man in a left-hand drive vehicle was the need to break the windshield to fire, a simpler task in the era of pebbly safety glass. But modern laminated windshields were stubbornly tough. His heavy wrench, the logical tool, was back in the melted wreck of the Tahoe, probably reduced to its base elements by now. Seth rested, bending forward from the waist until his head nearly touched his shins, gulping air in ragged, heaving breaths. After a moment, he straightened up, held his breath, and aimed again, this time with far greater concentration and markedly improved control. Now the muzzle wavered within a circle no larger than a baseball. Reacher spun the wheel and hit the accelerator, launching the Yukon into a sharp right turn. He carved a tight circle in the dirt, then jerked the wheel as if to reverse course before swerving violently the opposite way, throwing the big SUV through a weaving figure-8 pattern. Seth squeezed off a wild shot that hit nothing but air, then steadied his aim and fired again. This time, the bullet struck the passenger side windshield frame with a sharp crack, a good 6 feet from where Reacher sat. 1 round left, Reacher calculated. Except there weren't any rounds left. He watched Seth jerk the trigger repeatedly, the revolver's cylinders spinning uselessly. Maybe it was a 6-shooter that had only been loaded with 5, or perhaps it was a 5-shot model altogether, something like a Smith Wesson Model 60. After a moment of frantic clicking, Seth gave up, his eyes darting around before he simply hurled the empty weapon at the Yukon. For once, his aim was true. He might as well have been throwing a stone. The revolver smacked the windshield directly in front of Reacher's face, causing him to flinch and duck on instinct. The gun bounced off the glass and tumbled away, then Seth turned and ran. What followed was straightforward. Reacher pressed the gas, accelerated, lined up the truck with care, and struck Seth from behind at nearly 40 miles per hour. A lower car might have lifted him, sent him tumbling over the hood and roof in a chaotic flip. But the Yukon was no car. It was a heavy truck with a tall, blunt front end, about as delicate as a sledgehammer. It caught Seth squarely across his back, from knees to shoulders, like a 2-ton battering ram. Reacher felt the jolt of impact. Seth's head snapped away and vanished from sight as if yanked down by some immense force. The truck bucked once, the left rear wheel rolling over something unyielding, then settled back into a rough ride across the uneven ground. Reacher slowed, steered a wide arc, and returned to see if any additional action was needed. It wasn't, not even a little. Reacher had seen more than his share of the deceased, and Seth Duncan was deader than most of them. Reacher picked up the phone from the passenger seat. "Seth is down," he said, then lined up the Yukon and drove away fast, heading south and west across the open field. Jacob Duncan had managed to put only about 200 yards between himself and his house. That was it. Reacher spotted him up ahead, a solitary figure in the immense landscape surrounded by nothing but open space. Farther on, maybe 100 yards beyond the running man to the north and west, he saw Dorothy Coe's pickup truck tracing a wide, slow curve like a watchful sheepdog herding its flock, or a naval destroyer securing a lane at sea. Dorothy's voice came through the phone. "I'm worried about the gun." "Seth couldn't hit the broad side of a barn," Reacher replied. "That doesn't mean Jacob can't." "Fair point," Reacher said. "Pull over and wait for me. We'll handle this together." He ended the call, adjusted his course, crossed Jacob's path about 100 yards back, and drove straight toward Dorothy. When he reached her, she climbed out of her truck and started toward his passenger door. He lowered the window with the switch on his side and said, "No, you drive? I'll ride shotgun." He got out, and they met near the front of the Yukon, where the hood was dented. No words were exchanged. Dorothy's expression was fixed with resolve, hovering somewhere between calm and anxious. She slid into the driver's seat, nudged the truck forward, and checked the mirror as if it were any ordinary morning, and she was just running to the store for milk. Reacher climbed in beside her and pulled the Glock from his pocket. She said, "Tell me about the photographs, the ones in the silver frames." "I'd rather not," Reacher said. "No, I need to hear it," she insisted, her voice low but steady. "I need to know without any doubt that they implicate the Duncans. Jacob especially like evidence. I need you to tell me that before we do this." "There's no doubt," Reacher said firmly. "None at all." Dorothy Coe gave a single slow nod and fell silent. She shifted the gear selector, and the truck moved forward, rolling slowly, jostling and rattling across the rough terrain. She said, "We were discussing what happens now," Reacher replied. "Get a trucker from the neighboring county, or work something out with Eleanor?" "Not that," she said. "About the barn, the doctor believes we should set it on fire. I'm not certain I want to do that. That's your choice, I'd say. What would you choose?" "Not my call. Tell me anyway." Reacher said, "I'd seal that spy hole shut, then I'd walk away and never return. I'd let the wildflowers cover it completely." The conversation ended there. They closed to within 50 yards of Jacob Duncan and shifted into a silent, focused rhythm. Jacob was still moving, but barely. He was nearly done, stumbling and weaving, a short, broad man held back by failing lungs, stiff joints, and the relentless wear of years. He clutched a revolver, the same dull stainless steel and short barrel as Seth's had been, probably another Model 60, and likely just as useless in the trembling, wheezing grip of an exhausted man. Dorothy Coe asked, "How should I handle this?" Reacher said, "Pass him on the left side. Let's see if he turns to fight." He didn't. Reacher rolled down his window and let the Glock rest in the open air. Dorothy accelerated, sweeping in fast and tight to Jacob's left. He didn't spin and fire, he just flinched sideways, staggering on, his path veering slightly to the right. Reacher said, "Now take us in a wide loop and aim straight at him from behind." "All right," Dorothy said. "For Margaret?" She continued the long arcing turn, tightening it gradually until the truck was lined up directly behind him. She paused a moment, straightened the wheel, then stamped on the gas. The truck surged forward 10 yards, 20, 30. Jacob Duncan glanced back, his face a mask of terror, and lurched to the left. Instinctively, Dorothy swerved right, a lifetime of careful driving overriding intent, and the truck's left headlight caught him a solid glancing blow across his back and shoulder. The revolver flew from his hand. He was thrown into a spinning tumble and slammed down onto the hard ground. "Back up now," Reacher said, but Jacob Duncan wasn't rising. He lay on his back, one leg twitching like a dreaming dog's, one arm clawing weakly at the dirt, his head jerking, eyes wide and darting. His gun lay 10 feet away. Dorothy reversed and stopped, keeping a distance of about 10 yards. She asked, "What now?" Reacher said, "I'd leave him. I think his back is broken. It'll be a slow end. How long? An hour, maybe 2. I'm not sure." Reacher handed her the Glock. "Or go put a bullet in his head. It would be a mercy not that he's earned one. Will you do it?" "Happy to, but you should. You've waited 25 years." She nodded slowly, staring down at the Glock laid across her open palms as if it were some strange foreign object. She asked, "Is there a safety on this?" Reacher shook his head. "Glocks don't have safeties," he said. She opened the door, stepped down to the running board, then to the ground. She looked back at Reacher. "For Margaret," she repeated, "and the others," Reacher added, "and for Artie," she said quietly, "my husband." She moved sideways around her open door, her hand brushing the metal as if for balance, each step slow and reluctant. Then she crossed the open ground, her strides small and precise on the dirt, 10 steps, 12, turning a short distance into an endless walk. Jacob Duncan grew still, watching her come. She stopped close beside him, pointed the gun straight down and slightly away, holding it at arm's length as if to disconnect herself from its purpose. She spoke words Reacher couldn't hear, then she pulled the trigger once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. Then she stepped back. The doctor and his wife were waiting in Dorothy Coe's truck, parked back on the 2-lane road. Reacher and Dorothy pulled up ahead of them, and they all got out and stood together under the wide, quiet sky. The Duncan property was now just 3 stark chimneys and a broad, smoldering expanse of charred wood, the flames low and persistent. A thick plume of smoke climbed into a perfectly still blue sky, the midday sun hanging motionless above it. Reacher turned to the doctor. "This cleanup is on you now. Get every able body working. Bring in excavators and dig massive pits, enormous ones. Haul all this wreckage in and bury it deep. Leave room for one more, though. Their van will show up eventually, and the driver is just as responsible as the others." "Do we have to kill him?" the doctor asked. "Bury him breathing if you want." "I don't care." "You're heading out now?" Reacher gave a single nod. "Virginia, can't you delay a day or 2? This is your show now, not mine. What about the football players holding my house? Cut them loose and tell them to clear out of the county. They'll be glad to go. There's nothing holding them here anymore." The doctor frowned. "But they could talk. Or someone miles off might have seen that smoke. The police could come. If they do," Reacher said, "give them my name. Pin it all on me. By the time they piece together where I might be, I'll be long gone." Dorothy Coe took the wheel for the first leg of the trip. They got into the Yukon and checked the fuel, enough for about 60 miles. They settled on her driving him 30 miles south and turning back, leaving the problem of refueling for John afterward. The first 10 miles rolled by in quiet. Then, after passing the shuttered roadhouse, with the empty 2-lane stretching ahead, Dorothy finally spoke. "What's in Virginia?" "A woman," Reacher said. "Your girlfriend?" "Just someone I spoke to on the phone. I wanted to meet her face to face. Though now I'm having second thoughts, at least for the moment, not showing up like this." "What's wrong with how you look?" "My nose," Reacher said, touching the medical tape with both hands, pressing it flat. "It's going to be a good 2 weeks before it's anything close to presentable. What's her name? This Virginia woman?" "Susan." "You should go. Honestly, if Susan has a problem with a little tape on your face, then she isn't worth your time anyway." They stopped at an unremarkable stretch of road, roughly halfway between the Apollo Inn and the Cell Block Bar. Reacher pushed his door open. Dorothy looked at him. "You gonna be all right out here?" "I'll be fine anywhere," he said. "Will you be all right back there?" "No," she admitted, "but I'll be better than I was before." She sat there, a sturdy, competent woman in her 60s, her features blunt and squared by a lifetime of labor and loss, her hair fading to gray, yet somehow lighter now than she had been for years. Reacher said nothing more. He stepped out onto the gravel shoulder and shut the door. She glanced at him once through the glass, then looked away, executed a U-turn across the empty road, and drove back north. Reacher tugged his hat low and shoved his hands deep into his pockets against the chill, settling into wait. The wait stretched on for a full hour. The road stayed empty. Then a speck appeared on the horizon, growing slowly into an old, faded blue import, a Honda or a Toyota well past its prime. A true beater. Reacher straightened and stuck out his thumb. The car slowed, a common reflex when a driver spots a hitchhiker. Inside was a young woman with long blonde hair, likely a college student, her car crammed full of belongings. Her eyes flicked toward him for less than a second before she accelerated, speeding past at 60, leaving a wake of cold air, dust, and the hum of tires. Reacher watched the car shrink into the distance, probably a smart call on her part. A woman traveling alone has no business pulling over for a giant, disheveled stranger with duct tape on his face. He settled back onto the gravel shoulder, exhaustion weighing him down. He'd been awake since dawn the day before, roused in Vincent's motel room by Dorothy Kay coming to clean, and hadn't closed his eyes since. Pulling his hood up over his hat, he stretched out on the dirt, crossed his arms over his chest, and let sleep take him. He woke to deepening twilight, the sun long gone and only a faint wintry afterglow painting the sky. He sat up, then got to his feet. The road was empty, but patience was a skill he'd mastered, and he was content to wait. 10 minutes later, headlights pierced the gloom on the horizon. The vehicle was larger than a car. He could tell by the wide-set beams, tall and narrow with a big windshield, a panel van. A gray panel van, exactly like the two he'd seen back at the Duncan Depot. It slowed 100 yards out at automatic driver's hesitation, but then it kept slowing until it rolled to a stop right beside him. The driver leaned way over, popped the passenger door, and the interior light clicked on. It was Eleanor Duncan. She wore black jeans and a high-tech insulated parka, a maze of zippers and pockets that shimmered under the dome light, its synthetic fabric a world away from anything natural. She said, "Hello." Reacher didn't reply. His eyes were fixed on the van, taking in every detail inside and out. It was road-worn, coated in a crust of dried salt and grime, streaked from a long journey. "This was the shipment," he stated. "This is the truck they used." Eleanor Duncan gave a slow nod. He asked, "Who was inside?" 6 young women and 10 girls, she said, from Thailand. Were they all right? They were physically fine. Unsurprisingly, a lot of care was taken to ensure they arrived in sellable condition. What did you do with them? Nothing. Then where are they now? They're still in the back of this truck. What? We didn't know what to do. They were brought here under lies, torn from their families. We decided the only right thing was to try and get them home. How do you plan to manage that? I'm driving them to Denver. What's in Denver? Thai restaurants? That's your grand plan? Thai restaurants? The sarcasm in his voice was thick enough to cut. It's not as crazy as it sounds, Reacher. Think, we can't involve the police. These women are here illegally. They'd be locked up in some federal detention center for months. How is that better? We thought they should at least be with people who speak their language, a community that might understand. Restaurant networks, people in that world have connections. Some of them got here through the same shadowy channels. We hoped maybe those channels could work in reverse to get them out. Whose idea was this? It was everyone's. We talked it through all day and took a vote. Terrific. Just wonderful. Do you have a better idea? Reacher fell silent, his gaze on the van's blank gray side, the salt stains feathered by the wind. He placed his palm against the cold metal. Eleanor asked, "Do you want to meet them?" "No." "You're the reason they're safe?" "Luck and random chance are the reason they're safe," Reacher corrected, his tone shifting from weary sarcasm to something harder, more resolved. "So I don't want to meet them. I don't want to see their faces, because if I do, I'll start picturing exactly what would have happened to them if that luck had never shown up." Silence stretched between them, filled only by the van's idle rumble, the sigh of the wind, and the deepening cold of the night. Finally, Eleanor said, "Do you at least want to ride to the highway?" Reacher gave a single nod and climbed into the passenger seat. They drove the next 20 miles without a word. The truck rolled by the cell block bar, its tires humming on the asphalt. Reacher glanced at Eleanor. You had an idea, didn't you? For a moment, she said nothing. Then a quiet no escaped her, followed almost immediately by a defeated yes. She let out a slow breath. I was so convinced I knew the opposite. I clung to that belief with everything I had until the effort of holding it up made me see the truth. I was only trying to fool myself. You understood Seth's origins. I told you I didn't, right before you took his car, and I didn't buy it. Up until that question, you'd answered 14 others without a pause. Then I asked about Seth, and you froze. You offered drinks, you dodged, you were scrambling for time to think. Do you know where he came from? I pieced it together. Then tell me what you think happened, she said. Reacher settled back. The Duncans had a taste for young girls. It was their private pastime. Men like that find each other. Before the internet, they connected through the mail, through secret meetings, trading pictures, maybe even holding conventions. Different groups with similar interests formed alliances. My guess is a ring focused on little boys came under pressure. They went underground and handed off their most damning evidence, a child, to their friends for safekeeping. It was meant to be temporary until the heat died down, but no one ever returned for Seth. The original owner was probably killed in custody or in some back room, so the Duncans were stuck with him, and they were fine with it. Maybe they even found it charming, getting a son without any real woman involved, so they kept him. Jacob made it official. Eleanor nodded, her eyes distant. Seth told me he was rescued. This was years ago when we still spoke. He said Jacob saved him from an abusive situation, an act of pure kindness and principle. I believed him. Over time, I sensed the family was into something terrible, but the real truth was always the last possibility on my list. I swear. Because I thought their saving Seth proved they were against that very evil. I was blind for so long, I assumed they were moving drugs or guns, maybe even explosives. What changed your mind? Things I overheard, just fragments. It became clear they were moving people. Even then, I told myself, it was just undocumented workers for kitchens and farms. Until when? There was no single moment. I never knew for certain. Not until today, I promise you that. But my suspicions kept growing. There was too much money involved, too much giddy excitement. They were practically salivating. I still didn't want to believe it, especially of Seth. I thought his own suffering would make him despise that world. I refused to consider it might have twisted him the other way, but I suppose it did. In the end, maybe it was the only reality he ever understood, the only thing that ever gave him a thrill, Reacher said. I'm not a psychologist. I'm so ashamed, Eleanor whispered. I'm not going back. They expect me, but I can't. I can't look at them. I can't set foot in that place again. What's your plan? I'll give this truck to whoever helps the people inside. Consider it a donation, a bribe maybe. Then I'm leaving, maybe California. How will you get there? I'll hitchhike, like you, then I'll start over from nothing. Be careful on the road, it can be rough out there. I know, but right now I don't much care. Part of me feels I deserve whatever comes. Don't go that far, at least you tried to call the authorities. She looked at him sharply. But they never came. Reacher stayed silent. How did you know I called them? She asked. Because they came, Reacher said, in a manner of speaking. It's the one thing nobody ever asked me. Nobody connected the dots. Everyone knew I was hitching a ride, but no one wondered why a driver would drop me at a crossroads that leads nowhere. Why would he stop there? Either he'd never have been on that road, or he'd have continued south for another 60 miles at least. So who was he? He was a cop, Reacher said, state police, driving an unmarked car. He never came right out and said it, but the implication was clear enough. He seemed like a decent fellow. He'd given me a ride from way up north, practically at the South Dakota line. He explained he'd have to leave me in the middle of nowhere because his trip was just a straight down and back run. We didn't get into the whys, and I didn't realize he meant he was turning around the instant he dropped me off, but that's exactly what happened. He pulled over, I climbed out, and almost before the door shut, he was already swinging the vehicle around, heading right back the way we'd just come. Why would he do that? GPS tracking and political maneuvering, Reacher answered. That was my initial theory. In a sprawling state like Nebraska, I imagine there might be complaints about which areas get patrols and which get ignored, so I suspected they were building a preemptive defense. They could produce GPS records to prove their cars had covered every corner of the state at some point. All patrol cars have trackers now, and that data can be subpoenaed if they ever have to answer to a committee, but then I reconsidered. I started to wonder if they'd received a complaint they considered bogus. Maybe they had no intention of acting on it, but they still needed to cover themselves by proving they'd at least made an appearance. Later, I took it a step further and considered the possibility the complaint wasn't bogus at all, and that it had come from you. It was me 4 days ago, and it was a serious report. I told them everything that was on my mind. So why didn't that officer even step out of his car? Bias and local politics, Reacher said. I'm guessing you mentioned Seth had hit you. Well, yes, I did, because he did. Then they dismissed everything else you said. They wrote it off as an angry wife making up stories to cause trouble for her husband. Cops can think that way sometimes. It's not fair, but it happens, and they certainly weren't going to wade into a domestic dispute, not when it involved the Duncans. That's the local knowledge part. Dorothy Coe mentioned that some local kids joined the state police. So either they were tipped off or the story had already spread through the grapevine, but the message was the same. In that part of the county, you don't cross the Duncans. I can't believe that. You tried, Reacher told her, his tone shifting from grim analysis to something firmer, almost defiant. Amid everything else, you have to hold on to that. You did what was right, even when the system failed to listen. They continued driving, moving through what passed for the town center. They passed the Chamber of Commerce sign, the aluminum-sided diner, the gas station with its 3 service bays and familiar logo, then the hardware store, the liquor store, the bank, the tire shop, the farm equipment dealership, the grocery, and the pharmacy. They rolled by the water tower, past McNally Street, past the sign pointing toward the hospital, and onward into unfamiliar territory for Reacher. The van's engine murmured steadily, the tires whispered on the pavement, and occasionally Reacher thought he caught sounds from the back, shifting low conversation, even a brief unexpected laugh that lightened the heavy air. Beside him, Eleanor Duncan kept her focus on the dark road ahead, and he watched her profile from the corner of his eye. After an hour and 60 miles, bright vapor lights appeared around a highway cloverleaf with large green signs pointing west and east. Eleanor slowed and stopped. Reacher got out, gave a brief wave, and she took the first ramp west toward Denver and Salt Lake City. He walked under the overpass, positioned himself on the eastbound ramp with one foot on the shoulder and the other near the traffic lane, stuck out his thumb, and offered what he hoped was a convincingly friendly smile. For my daughter Ruth. By Lee Child, killing floor, die, trying tripwire, running blind, echo burning, without fail, persuader the enemy, one shot the hard way, bad luck and trouble, nothing to lose. Gone tomorrow, 61 hours, worth dying for, the affair a wanted man, never go back, personal make me ebooks, second son, deep down, high heat, not a drill. Small wars about the author. Lee Child is the author of 20 New York Times best-selling Jack Reacher thrillers, 10 of which have reached the #1 spot. All have been optioned for major motion pictures. With the first film, Jack Reacher, based on the novel One Shot, foreign rights to the Reacher series have sold in nearly 100 countries. A native of England and a former TV director, Child lives in New York City. To inquire about booking Lee Child for a speaking engagement, please contact the Penguin Random House Speakers Bureau. Read on for a thrilling preview of Night School, a Jack Reacher novel, Night School. They gave Reacher a medal in the morning, and by that afternoon they were sending him back to school. The medal was another Legion of Merit, his second. It was a fine-looking piece, enameled in white with a ribbon that hovered between purple and red. Army Regulation 600-822 authorized its award for exceptionally meritorious conduct while performing outstanding services for the United States in a key position of responsibility. A bar Reacher figured he had technically cleared, but he knew the real reason he was getting it was the same as before. It was a transaction, a contractual trinket. Take the shiny object and keep quiet about what they'd asked him to do for it. which Reacher would have done anyway. It wasn't anything worth bragging about. The Balkans, some police work, tracking down 2 local men with wartime secrets they wanted buried. Both were identified, located, visited, and shot in the head, all part of the peace process, or so they said. Certain interests were satisfied, and the region settled down a notch. 2 weeks of his life, 4 bullets spent, no great drama. Army Regulation 600 to 822 was oddly loose on the specifics of how medals should actually be presented. It stated only that decorations were to be handed over with an appropriate air of formality and with fitting ceremony. That usually translated to a large room with gilded furniture and a collection of flags, plus an officer outranking the recipient. Reacher was a major with 12 years in, but other awards were being given out that morning, including 3 to a group of colonels and 2 to a pair of 1-star generals. So the top officer on duty was a 3-star from the Pentagon. Reacher knew him from years back, when the man had been a CID battalion commander working out of Fort Myer. A thinker smart enough, certainly, to deduce why an MP major was receiving a Legion of Merit. There was a look in his eye, partly amused, partly dead serious. Take the bauble and keep your mouth shut. Maybe the guy had done the same thing himself once or twice. He had a whole fruit salad of ribbons on the left chest of his Class A coat, including 2 Legions of Merit of his own. The appropriately formal room was buried deep inside Fort Belvoir in Virginia, convenient for the 3-star given its proximity to the Pentagon. Convenient for Reacher, too, since it was about the same distance from Rock Creek, where he'd been killing time since his return. Less convenient for the other officers who had all flown in from Germany. There was some milling around, some small talk, handshakes exchanged, then everyone went quiet, lined up, stood at attention. Salutes were rendered, medals were either pinned on or draped over necks, followed by more milling, more talk, more handshakes. Reacher drifted toward the door, eager to slip out, but the 3-star caught him just before he made it. The man clasped his hand, keeping a firm grip on his elbow. "Word is, you're getting new orders," he said. Reacher replied, "No one's told me anything. Where'd you hear that? My top sergeant. They all talk." The NCO network in the U.S. Army is the most efficient gossip chain on the planet. It still blows my mind. Any idea where they're sending me? No specifics, but not far. Within driving distance, apparently, the motor pool got a heads up. When am I supposed to get the news? Should be today. Appreciate the tip, Reacher said. The 3-star general released his elbow and Reacher moved toward the door, stepping out into a corridor where a breathless sergeant first class skidded to a halt and snapped a salute. The man looked like he'd sprinted from the far side of the installation. "Sir," he panted, "General Garber sends his compliments and requests you stop by his office at your earliest convenience." Reacher asked, "Where am I headed, soldier?" "Driving distance, sir, but around here that covers a lot of ground." Garber's office was in the Pentagon, so Reacher hitched a ride with 2 captains heading from Belvoir to the B ring for afternoon duty. Garber had a private walled-off room 2 rings in and 2 floors up, guarded by a sergeant at an exterior desk. The sergeant stood, ushered Reacher inside, and announced his name with theatrical formality. As the man began to retreat, Garber stopped him. "Sergeant, I'd like you to stay." The sergeant remained standing at ease on the polished linoleum floor, a witness. Garber said, "Take a seat, Reacher." Reacher sat in a visitor's chair with tubular legs, which sagged under his weight and tipped him backward as if caught in a sudden gust. Garber stated, "You have new orders." Reacher asked, "What and where?" "You're going back to school." Reacher stayed silent. Garber prodded, "Disappointed." Hence the witness Reacher figured this wasn't a private chat. Best behavior was required, he said. "As always, General, I'm ready to serve where the Army needs me." "You don't sound thrilled, but you should be. Career development is a wonderful opportunity. Which school? The details are being delivered to your office as we speak." "How long will I be gone?" "That depends on your effort." "As long as it takes, I suppose." Reacher caught a bus from the Pentagon parking lot, riding 2 stops to the base of the hill below the Rock Creek headquarters. He walked up the slope and went straight to his office. A slim file sat centered on his desk, bearing his name, some numbers, and a course title, Impact of Recent Forensic Innovation on Interagency Cooperation. Inside were warm Xeroxed sheets, including a formal notice of temporary detachment to a leased facility in a corporate park in McLean, Virginia. He was to report before 5 o'clock that afternoon in civilian attire. On-site quarters would be provided along with a personal vehicle. No driver. Reacher tucked the file under his arm and left the building. No one paid him any mind. He was suddenly irrelevant. A letdown. The NCO grapevine had buzzed with anticipation, only to be handed this meaningless course with its pompous title. Now he was a non-entity, out of circulation, out of sight, out of mind, like a ball player on the injured list. In a month, someone might briefly wonder when he was coming back, or if, before forgetting him just as fast. The desk sergeant inside the door glanced up, then looked away, utterly bored. Reacher owned very few civilian clothes, and some weren't truly civilian at all. His off-duty pants were ancient Marine Corps khakis, nearly 30 years old, a relic from another life. He'd need to find something else, and fast, maybe a quick stop at a surplus store on the way, where the smell of old canvas and polish might feel more familiar than any corporate park ever could. He knew a fellow who had a connection to a warehouse worker, and the story went that a shipment of old gear had been misdelivered way back when Lyndon B. Johnson was in the White House, and it had just been sitting there, forgotten ever since. The punchline apparently was that vintage Marine Corps trousers were a dead ringer for brand new Ralph Lauren chinos. Not that Reacher gave a damn about fashion, but $5 was a price he couldn't ignore. The pants were perfectly serviceable, never worn, never issued. Still stiff from their original fold, carrying just a faint basement smell, but with decades of life left in them. His casual T-shirts weren't exactly civilian either, being faded and threadbare army surplus from years of washing. The only item in his wardrobe that was unmistakably non-military was his jacket, a classic tan Levi's denim, completely authentic down to the label but actually stitched together by the mother of an old girlfriend in a basement workshop in Seoul. He changed, packed his other belongings into a duffel and a garment bag, and hauled them out to the curb where a black Chevy Caprice was waiting. He figured it for a decommissioned military police cruiser, its decals stripped away and the old mounting holes for the light bar and antennas neatly sealed with rubber grommets. The key was in the ignition. The driver's seat was worn thin, but the engine turned over. The transmission engaged and the brakes felt solid. Reacher swung the big sedan around like it was a tank navigating a tight corner, then pointed it toward McLean, Virginia, driving with the windows down and some classic rock crackling from the radio. The corporate park was one in a sea of identical developments, subdued brown and beige buildings, tasteful signage, manicured lawns dotted with evergreen shrubs. These low-rise 2- and 3-building campuses sprawled across formerly empty land, housing companies with innocuous names, their employees shielded behind tinted office windows. Reacher located the correct address and turned in past a modest sign that read Educational Solutions Incorporated in a font so basic it looked like a child's handwriting. Parked right by the entrance were 2 more Chevy Caprices. One was black, the other a deep navy blue. Both were newer models than his, and both were unmistakably civilian. No telltale rubber plugs or hastily painted doors. They were government sedans, no question about it, polished to a shine, and each sporting 2 more antennas than any normal person would need for catching a baseball game. But here was the twist. The extra antennas weren't the same. The black car had short, stubby probes, while the blue car had longer, more flexible whips arranged differently. They were operating on separate wavelengths, 2 distinct organizations. The beautiful dance of interagency cooperation. Reacher parked beside them, left his bags in the car, and walked inside to an empty lobby with durable gray carpet and a few sad-looking potted ferns pushed against the walls. There were 2 doors, one marked Device and another marked Classroom. Reacher opened the classroom door. Inside, a green chalkboard dominated the front wall. 20 college-style desks were arranged in 4 neat rows, each with a small writing ledge. On two of these desks sat two men, both in suits. One suit was black, the other navy blue, matching their cars outside. Both men were staring straight ahead, as if they'd been conversing but had abruptly run out of things to say. They looked to be about Reacher's age. The one in the black suit was pale, with dark hair worn a little too long for someone who drove a government car. The one in the blue suit was also pale, with hair buzzed so short and colorless he looked like an astronaut, or maybe a retired gymnast, still carrying that compact, powerful build. Reacher stepped into the room and they both turned to look at him. The dark-haired guy spoke first. "Who are you?" Reacher said. "That depends on who you are." "My identity dictates yours?" the man asked, a hint of sarcasm creeping into his tone. "Whether I choose to tell you or not," Reacher replied. "Are those your cars outside? Is that important?" "It's suggestive. How so? Because they're different." "Yes," the guy conceded. "Those are our cars. And yes, you've walked into a classroom with two representatives from two different government agencies. Welcome to Cooperation School, where they're supposedly going to teach us all about playing nice with other organizations." "Please don't say you're with one of those agencies," the man said. "Military police," Reacher replied, "but relax, I'm certain by 5 this evening. We'll have a room full of reasonable people. You can ignore me and work with them." The man with the closely cropped hair glanced up. "I don't think so. I believe we're it, the entire show. I checked around. There are only 3 bedrooms ready." Reacher frowned. "What kind of government course has just 3 students? I've never heard of such a thing. Maybe we're the instructors. Perhaps the students are housed somewhere else." The dark-haired man nodded. "Yes, that would certainly fit better." Reacher thought back to his conversation in Garber's office. "My contact called it career development. I definitely got the impression I'd be on the learning end, not the teaching end. Then he hinted I could speed through it if I put in the effort. All told, I don't think I'm faculty. Did your orders sound any different?" The buzz-cut man shook his head. "Not really." The other man offered only a heavy, speculative shrug, as if admitting that someone with a vivid imagination might find his own orders less than thrilling. "I'm Casey Waterman, FBI, Jack Reacher, United States Army." The dark-haired man said, "John White, CIA." They exchanged handshakes, then settled into the same heavy, quiet Reacher had encountered when he entered. The conversation had dried up. Reacher took a seat on a desk toward the rear. Waterman was positioned ahead to his left, White to his right. Waterman was motionless, yet alert. He was biding his time, conserving his energy, a practiced move from an experienced agent, no rookie. White was his opposite in every manner except experience. He was never still. He fidgeted, twisted, wrung his hands, and squinted into the distance, his gaze shifting from far to near. He would narrow his eyes and grimace, looking left and right as if trapped in a maze of torturous thoughts with no exit. An analyst Reacher guessed, worn down by years in a world of unreliable intelligence and endless layers of deception. The man had every right to look unsettled. No one spoke after 5 minutes. Reacher broke the silence. "Is there some long-standing feud I don't know about? Between the FBI, the CIA, and the MPs? I'm not aware of any major issue, are you?" Waterman said, "I think you're reading it wrong. This isn't about the past. It's about what's coming. They already know we cooperate. That just lets them take advantage of us. Consider the first part of the course title. This is about forensic innovation as much as cooperation, and innovation means they're going to cut costs. We'll all be cooperating even more down the line by sharing lab space. My guess is they'll build one new facility and we'll all use it. We're here to be told how to make that work." "That's insane," Reacher said. "I don't know the first thing about labs or scheduling. I'm the last person for this." "Me neither," Waterman admitted. "Honestly, it's not my strong suit." "This is worse than insane," White cut in, his hands twisting. "It's a monumental waste of time. There are far more critical matters happening right now. Did they pull you off an active assignment to come here?" Reacher asked. "You have unfinished business?" "No, actually. I was due for a rotation. I just wrapped up a case successfully, I thought. This was my reward." A bitter, sarcastic edge crept into his voice. Look on the bright side. You can unwind, take it easy, go hit the links. You don't need to learn how to make it work. The CIA hardly cares about labs. You barely use them. I'll be 3 months behind on the assignment I should be starting right now. Which is? I can't tell you. Who's handling it instead? I can't tell you that either. Is he a good analyst? Not good enough. He'll overlook details. They could be vital. This is impossible to predict, White insisted. What is? I can't say. But it's significant, right? Far more significant than this. What was the project you just wrapped up? I can't discuss it. Was it an exceptional service to the United States in a critical role? Pardon? Or something along those lines? Yes, I suppose you could say that, and this is your reward for it. Waterman added, Mine as well. I'm in the same situation. I could echo every word he just said. I anticipated a promotion. Not this. A promotion for what accomplishment? We concluded a major investigation. What sort of investigation? A manhunt, essentially. It was years old and very cold, but we solved it. A service to the nation. What are you getting at? I'm drawing a parallel between the two of you, and there isn't much distinction. You're both highly capable agents, already at a senior level, viewed as loyal and dependable, so you're assigned meaningful work. Yet this is your compensation for it. That suggests one of two possibilities. Which are, White asked. Perhaps the work you completed was awkward for certain influential people. Maybe it now needs to be disavowed. Perhaps you need to be tucked away somewhere, out of sight and out of mind. White shook his head. No, it was highly praised. It will be for years. I received a confidential commendation and a personal letter from the Secretary of State. Besides, it doesn't need to be disavowed because it was entirely covert. No one in those circles was aware of it. Reacher turned to Waterman. Was there anything awkward about your manhunt? Waterman also shook his head. What's the second possibility? This isn't a training school. Then what is it? It's a destination for good agents right after a major success. Waterman paused, a new idea dawning. He said, Are you the same as us? I don't see why you wouldn't be. Why draft 2 the same and not 3? Reacher gave a slow nod. I'm the same. Fresh off a big win, that's for certain. I got a medal just this morning, on a ribbon around my neck, for a job well done. Everything was clean and tidy, nothing to be embarrassed about. What kind of job was it? I'm sure it's classified, but I've been reliably informed it might have involved someone entering a residence and shooting the occupant in the head. Where? One shot to the forehead, one behind the ear, never fails. No. Where was the house located? I'm sure that's classified too. Overseas, I expect, and I hear there were a lot of consonants in the name, hardly any vowels. Then the same individual did the identical thing the following night at a different house. All for justified reasons. Taken together, I'd expect him to receive better than this afterward. I'd expect him to have at least some say in his next assignment, maybe even a choice. Exactly, White said, and my choice wouldn't have been this. It would have been to do what I ought to be doing right now, which sounds demanding, extremely, which is typical. As a reward, we want a challenge. We don't want the easy posts. We want to step up. Precisely. Maybe we already have, Reacher said. Let me ask you both something. Think back to when you received these orders. Was it in person or on paper? In person, White said. It had to be for something like this. Was there a third person in the room? As a matter of fact, there was. It was humiliating. An administrative assistant was waiting to deliver some papers. He told her to stay. She just stood there. Reacher looked at Waterman, who said, Same for me. He kept his secretary in the room. Normally he wouldn't. How did you know? Because the identical thing happened to me. His sergeant, a witness, but also a gossip. That was the entire point. They all talked to each other. Within seconds, everyone knew I wasn't headed anywhere interesting. Just a meaningless course with a nonsense title. I instantly became yesterday's news, immediately off the radar. I'm sure it's spread far and wide by now. I'm a non-person, I vanished into the bureaucratic fog, and maybe you did too. It's possible that administrative assistants and FBI secretaries have their own networks. If they do, then the three of us are currently the most overlooked individuals on Earth. Nobody is inquiring about us. Nobody shows any interest. We're utterly forgettable. Where we are now is about as exciting as watching paint dry. So you're saying they relocated 3 unrelated active operatives without a single trace. What's the reason? Without a trace doesn't even cover it. We're in a different league here. We're ghosts. But why? And why the 3 of us? What links us together? I don't have that answer, but I'm certain it's a demanding assignment. Probably the sort of Mission 3 capable operatives would consider a fitting reward for past service. Then what is this building? I don't know, Reacher repeated, but one thing's for damn sure, it isn't a school. Right at 5 o'clock, 2 black vans turned off the road, rolled past the low sign, and parked behind the 3 Caprices, effectively boxing them in. 2 men in suits stepped out from each vehicle, Secret Service or U.S. Marshals. Each pair scanned the area quickly, signaled an all clear, then turned back to help their principals out. From the second van emerged a woman. She carried a briefcase in one hand and a stack of files in the other. She wore a tailored black dress, knee-length, the kind that works for daytime meetings with pearls in quiet, high-floor offices, and transitions seamlessly to evening events with diamonds. She was older than Reacher, perhaps by a decade or more, mid-40s, but well-kept and sharp. Her blonde hair, medium length, fell in an effortless style, likely finger-combed. She was taller than average, but slender. Then, from the first van, came a man Reacher recognized immediately. His face appeared in the papers weekly and on TV even more, not only for his own role, but in stock photos and B-roll footage of cabinet meetings and intense shirt-sleeve discussions in the Oval Office. This was Alfred Ratcliffe, the National Security Advisor, the president's top man whenever situations looked precarious, the go-to guy, the right hand. Rumor placed him near 70, but he didn't show it. A seasoned State Department survivor, historically rising and falling with political shifts while he remained steady. He'd endured long enough for his steadfastness to earn him the ultimate post. The woman fell in beside him, and they walked together, flanked by the 4 suits toward the lobby doors. Reacher heard the doors open, then footsteps on the thin carpet, and the group entered the classroom. 2 suits lingered near the back while 2 advanced toward the chalkboard. Ratcliffe and the woman followed, turning when they reached the front to face the room, much like teachers beginning a class. Ratcliffe's gaze moved from White to Waterman, then settled on Reacher in the back. He stated, "This is not a school."